Chapter 1. Kara Danvers. Nightfall enveloped International City. Within a vibrant bar, accompanied by pulsating music, Kara Danvers, a spirited Kryptonian maiden with flowing golden tresses, was engaged in a prearranged rendezvous that had been set in motion 12 years prior upon her arrival on Earth. That why past life confines me, my dearest friend once told me. The music continued to play, yet her companion had risen, excusing himself. "Excuse me, I must take a call. He'll be right back." Watching him stride toward the bar's entrance, Kara's countenance reflected a profound sense of disappointment and melancholy. She found it perplexing that, as the cousin of the iconic superhero Superman, who had become a symbol of hope in Metropolis and across America, she was relegated to participating in such a trivial and meaningless date. Despite her extraordinary ability to effortlessly lift a car and her bogus resilience against bullets, her sister Alex insisted she masquerade as an ordinary individual, working as a mere secretary serving coffee for Kate Grant, the owner of Catco Media. In the midst of her discontent, the voice of a male news anchor echoed from the television nearby. "Attention viewers, just moments ago, Flight 237 from International City to Geneva has entered a rapid descent following a significant engine failure, seemingly circling above the city." Kara's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the screen displaying the aircraft in distress. She distinctly recalled her sister Alex informing her that it was indeed this very flight that she was scheduled to board that evening. Rushing out of the bar, she was met with a cacophony of sirens from police cars, ambulances, and fire trucks filling the streets. Her Kryptonian lineage endowed her with superhuman vision, allowing her to spot the aircraft spiraling above, flames erupting from its engine, and her sister's silhouette within. In that instant, devoid of time for contemplation, in a shadowy alleyway, Kara Danvers shed her outer garment. Emboldened by unmatched courage, she unleashed her Kryptonian essence, harnessing her superhuman strength. With a thunderous roar of the air, she soared into the heavens. What followed resembled her cousin Clark's heroic endeavors. Despite a few deviations in the process, she ultimately succeeded in safely cradling the aircraft and gently guiding it down to the river, rescuing all aboard. Emerging from the water, drenched yet triumphant, Kara, under Alex's watchful gaze, ascended back into the sky. However, instead of returning home, she ventured back to that alleyway. Although her salary at Catco Media was commendable, it did not afford her the luxury of carelessly discarding her coat, especially one she had meticulously chosen for this very date, a garment of considerable worth. Yes, she descended from the heavens and returned to the alley. Gathering her scattered garments, she reflected on her inaugural act of heroism. In a fit of exuberance akin to that of a young girl, she stomped her feet and leapt joyously, eagerly anticipating her return home to bask in the accolades of the media and her sister. That moment, a man's voice echoed from a distance. "Hello, Kara." The sudden utterance in the tranquil alley startled Kara, prompting her to whirl around in a state of mild panic. There, at the entrance of the alley, stood a man of Asian descent, whose face bore an unsettling familiarity. Though she struggled to place him, one thing was clear. If he knew her name, he must certainly be acquainted with her. With a hint of nervousness, she clutched her clothes to her chest and greeted him. "Hello, do we know each other?" Upon hearing her words, the Asian man appeared somewhat dejected, shrugging self-deprecatingly as he replied, "It seems I am, but a ghost. You hardly noticed me, did you?" Kara felt a twinge of embarrassment, but the man quickly brightened, introducing himself with a smile. "Just kidding. I'm Russell, and I joined Kate Media a month ago, sitting in the third row right behind you, near the floor-to-ceiling windows." Oh, at last, Kara recalled him. After all, their boss, Kate Grant, had introduced everyone. However, to be frank, she had forgotten the details. "That I am so sorry, Sir Russell." Kara wished to convey her apologies, feeling quite rude for not recognizing a fellow colleague from the same office. Yet, her struggle with articulation left her momentarily stammering. Fortunately, the man named Russell seemed unconcerned and no need for apologies. "In truth, I've rarely been in the office this past month, handling matters outside. However, your current appearance seems ill-suited for conversation." Only then did Kara realize how peculiar she must look, drenched from head to toe, and she awkwardly explained, "Oh, hi, I just came from the gym, so I'm a bit sweaty." The clumsy explanation, once uttered, felt implausible even to her. Yet, it no longer mattered. Just as she contemplated a hasty retreat from the awkward encounter, Russell spoke in an unusual tone, delivering words that left her utterly astonished. "No need to explain, I understand. Lifting a 90-ton Airbus is indeed no easy feat, and sweating profusely is entirely normal." Kara's expression shifted from embarrassment to disbelief, her demeanor turning guarded as she slowly inquired, "You saw that?" Upon witnessing this, the man named Russell swiftly extended his hand in a gesture of apology while taking a step back, saying, "There's no need for such wariness. Kara, surely you don't believe you are the only superpowered individual on this planet. However, to be candid, I must admit it astonishes me that you too possess extraordinary abilities." Russell's actions momentarily eased Kara's tension, and the implication of his words left her somewhat taken aback. Yet, she could not shake off her apprehension and inquired, "But how can you explain why you are able to see all of this? Are you stalking me? Could it be?" Indeed, the events of the day had unfolded in a manner even she could not have foreseen. Suddenly struck by a thought, Kara's expression hardened once more, and she clenched her fists. Aware that his demeanor might be misinterpreted, the Asian man named Russell made another attempt to clarify, saying, "Please don't misunderstand. First and foremost, I am not stalking you like you. I possess certain unique abilities that enhance my observational skills beyond those of an ordinary human. Furthermore, at this juncture, Russell appeared to hesitate slightly, but ultimately mustered the courage to declare, "In truth, I have been paying attention to you." Paying attention to me? Kara momentarily failed to register his words until the man before her uttered something that left the 24-year-old woe had never experienced a serious romantic relationship and, if on Krypton, would be considered an old maid. Somewhat flustered, "I apologize, I hold no ulterior motives. It's just, hasn't anyone ever told you how truly beautiful you are? From the moment I joined this company, you captured my attention. I had hoped to get to know you, but the opportunity never presented itself." In an instant, the atmosphere between them shifted from one of caution to palpable awkwardness. The somewhat naive Kara, upon hearing such candid words, was momentarily stunned and subsequently lowered her guard, casting an embarrassed glance at Russell, unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, Russell looked at her and said, "I apologize, I realize I may have been rather reckless today. Your current state may not be conducive to conversation. Perhaps you should return home to rest, and we can see each other at the office tomorrow. Oh, and regarding today's events, I would appreciate your discretion, as I shall keep your secrets safe as well." This revelation allowed Kara to exhale a sigh of relief. "Of course, I understand. Rest assured, I won't tell anyone. I shall head back now." Yet, just as Kara prepared to leave, the man before her suddenly spoke again. "Wait. I have a request. I am aware this may seem inappropriate, but could I possibly embrace you? Of course, this is not a demand if you decline. That is perfectly fine." As Kara gazed at Russell, who seemed almost more youthful than herself, she found herself inexplicably filled with a sense of joy. So, this is what it feels like to be admired by a man. Quite delightful. Reflecting on this, she gracefully opened her arms, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as she replied, "That of course, no problem. Consider it my apology for the initial misunderstanding." With that, she took the initiative to approach and gently embraced Russell. Unbeknownst to Kara Danvers, at that very moment when the two shared a tender hug, a mechanical voice echoed in the realm beyond her hearing, whispering into the ear of the man named Russell. Ding. First intimate contact with Supergirl Kara Danvers achieved. From this day forth, you're no longer a stranger in her life. Reward: 10 Kryptonian physiology, super strength. You can physically lift objects weighing up to 10 tons, super speed. Your flight speed surpasses the sound barrier, super. Defense: your body can withstand most conventional firearm attacks. Ding. Your telekinesis has reached a new breakthrough under the enhancement of Kryptonian genes, allowing you to control changes at the material form level. A peculiar smile, incongruous with his earlier youthful demeanor, began to emerge on the man's face. Chapter 2. Reporter Russell. Kara Danvers had never felt so despondent, even when her spacecraft was ensnared in the Phantom Zone due to the explosion of Krypton, resulting in a 2-decade slumber, and upon arriving on Earth she discovered that her cousin, Kal-El, who should have been an infant, had matured into her older cousin and transformed into the superhero Superman. Her spirits had never been this low. Last night, she had assumed that having saved a plane full of passengers would earn her the praise and recognition of her sister, Alex. However, upon Alex's return, she was met with stern reproach for nearly exposing her identity. This stark contrast left her utterly disheartened. She had traversed 2,000 light-years to arrive on Earth, not to serve as a mere assistant. Fortunately, not all was in vain. At least the unexpected appearance of Russell had stirred a slight ripple of hope in her troubled heart. Perhaps he would acknowledge her after all. With this thought in mind, following a night of rest, Kara arrived at work the next morning as usual, carrying coffee and breakfast for her boss, though today she felt an unusual sense of apprehension. The reason was simple: the events of last night had become the talk of International City. Her blurred silhouette standing on the wing of the plane was being shared by countless media outlets both online and offline, and everyone was engaged in speculation about the identity of this mysterious superhero. Upon entering the office, the fervor of discussion only intensified. Fortunately, No one had yet recognized that the subject of their chatter was, in fact, her. Well, there was one person. As she entered, she spotted Russell near the window, beaming at her with a sunny smile and waving. The memories of the previous night brought a faint lift to Kara's spirits. At least in this monotonous office, there was a semblance of kinship that felt rather pleasant. However, this scene did not escape the notice of Win-Shot, the tech-savvy admirer who had secretly harbored feelings for Kara, who sensed something amiss and asked, "Do you know Russell?" Recalling the brief embrace from the previous night, Kara smiled brightly and replied, "Well, I suppose we do know each other. Why do you ask?" This smile only heightened Win's unease. He intended to inquire further. But at that moment, the elevator chimed, and everyone instinctively stood up in anticipation. As the elevator doors opened, Kate Grant, the commanding presence of Kate Media, entered, exuding an air of authority. Without acknowledging anyone's greetings, she barked in an imperious tone, "All editorial staff, report to my office for a meeting." Inside the president's office, the walls were adorned with screens broadcasting the reports about the mysterious female hero who had appeared in International City the night before. Kate Grant paced restlessly, questioning her staff with palpable dissatisfaction. "I am aware that most of you have grown accustomed to being in second place, but I cannot abide by that. Can anyone explain why, for the most astonishing event in the history of International City last night, our esteemed Kate Media failed to deliver any exclusive coverage?" The majority present understood that the Planet Daily, the publication of our boss's favor, consistently dominates the sales charts in International City, bolstered by its remarkable exclusives. While Kate Media's Forum News remains relegated to the second tier, Andrew, the director of the editorial department at Forum News, hastily interjected, "The leads are scarce, and the resolution of the photographs we possess is disappointingly low." Others echoed his sentiments. "I estimate her height to be around 1.7 meters. It's challenging to ascertain her stature without a reference point like an aircraft. Her hair might be black, or perhaps brown." Regrettably, none of these conjectures proved accurate, at which point a man approached, a black photographer named Jimmy Olsen, formerly of the Planet Daily. Rumors suggested he had a connection with Superman, as many of the iconic photos featuring the hero were captured by him, prompting Kate to recruit him from the Planet Daily. It might simply be soiled, after all. She emerged from the smoke. Kate Grant regarded the man's keen perception with admiration. "Jimmy, you are absolutely correct." Yet, rather than concluding the discussion, she continued, "And what are the others? For instance, Russell, what are your thoughts?" Kate Grant's inquiry directed the gaze of everyone in the office toward an unfamiliar Asian figure who was deliberately concealing himself in the back row. Much like the previous night when Kara encountered Russell, the room was filled with curiosity and questioning glances, as if they were perplexed by the identity of this man who had caught the attention of the formidable Kate. Under the collective scrutiny, Russell felt compelled to step forward, positioning himself beside Kara, flanking her with the petite Jimmy on one side. He turned to Kara and remarked, "I believe that the distinction of exclusivity is of little consequence. What truly matters is how we can transform this enigmatic superhero into our own exclusive champion, just as Superman is for the Planet Daily." Kate Grant's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Continue." Without hesitation, Russell moved past Kate to the screen, pointing at the indistinct silhouette of Kara. "It is quite simple. Although this photograph possesses a low resolution, it still reveals much. This is far more precious than any exclusive photo or news report. For instance, her attire." Her attire. Everyone paused in astonishment, while Kara gazed at Russell with curiosity, perplexed as to what her clothing could possibly disclose that would be deemed more valuable than exclusive images or reports. "Indeed, I wonder if you have all noticed. This is a superhero without her uniform." Upon the utterance of these words, those present found themselves in a state of partial comprehension. Yet it was Kate who experienced a moment of enlightenment. Observing this, Russell continued, "What does this signify? It strongly suggests that we are dealing with a complete novice. Furthermore, the absence of any leads indicates that this may very well be the first time this superhero has revealed themselves to us. And where there is a first, there shall inevitably be a second and a third. Thus, exclusive photographs and videos need not be pursued with haste. They will manifest in due time. Our current task is to use this topic as our springboard and report comprehensively. In the absence of exclusivity, we shall create it. Consider this. Kate Media is truly witnessing the emergence of a superhero. Should we succeed, no one will be able to seize her from us." As Russell concluded his statement, a collective epiphany washed over the attendees, who could not contain their admiration and erupted into applause. At that moment, Russell's performance had unequivocally validated his capabilities and worth within Kate Media. Even Kara appeared astonished. Kate, unable to restrain herself, declared, "To be candid, Russell, you have compelled me to regard you with newfound respect." She then turned towards the crowd, proudly proclaiming, "Perhaps many of you are unacquainted with Russell. Allow me to reintroduce him. This is Russell, a seasoned investigative journalist who has spent 6 years in the Middle East, covering stories on terrorists and warlords. His experience is unparalleled, and I have invested significantly to secure his talents. After this, she continued to extol Russell, who would have thought that as an investigative journalist. You possess such a keen instinct for current events? Andrew, what are you waiting for? Dispatch the team below to prepare our first exclusive report, centered around Russell's recent insights. This girl is precisely what we need. She has the potential to save our forum report. I understand. Is there anything else to address, Russell? Certainly. Russell subtly glanced at Kara beside him, then turned to face everyone, stating, Next, we ought to deliberate on what name we shall bestow upon this enigmatic superhero. Chapter 3. Flight as a news media outlet. Speed and efficiency are of paramount importance. Consequently, once the agenda for the day was established, the meeting concluded swiftly, and everyone returned to their respective stations to resume their duties. Upon returning to her workspace, Kara reflected on Russell's commanding presence earlier, where he had managed to impress even the formidable Kate. She felt a deep sense of admiration. At that moment, she heard Wen's voice beside her. Is he really that popular? Curious, Kara glanced over to see Wen gazing in awe at the skylight, where Russell was now surrounded by a throng of people. What on earth transpired in there? Why is he suddenly the center of attention? Kara did not respond to Wen's inquiry. Instead, she contemplated for a moment before opening her computer and sending a message to Russell. Can we talk on the rooftop during lunch? Russell replied promptly. Of course, no problem. On the rooftop of Cape Media Tower, after completing her task of fetching a lettuce wrap for her boss, Kara hurriedly made her way to the rooftop, having skipped lunch in her excitement. Upon her arrival, she spotted Russell standing on the helipad, dressed in a fitted casual suit. Hearing her footsteps, Russell turned around and greeted her warmly. Hello, Kara. You look stunning today. Thank you. You look quite dapper yourself. Kate rarely offers such high praise. Recalling the events of the previous night, Kara felt a twinge of shyness and was uncertain how to initiate the conversation. Fortunately, Russell always seemed to possess an innate understanding of others. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. I know you have many questions for me. Rest assured, I will answer everything I am able to. Russell's thoughtfulness put Kara at ease. At least here, she did not have to conceal her true self. Thank you. I do have numerous questions. You mentioned last night that you share my extraordinary abilities. So does that make you an alien as well? At her inquiry, Russell could not help but chuckle. No, I am not an alien. I'm very much human. However, due to some extraordinary experiences, I have acquired superpowers. As for you, Kara, could it be that you are indeed an alien? I never expected such a beautiful extraterrestrial, and you appear remarkably similar to us. Kara was taken aback. Her words had inadvertently revealed her secret. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she quickly shifted the topic, smiling as she asked, So, what is your superpower? Quite simple, Russell replied, pulling a Lego superhero model from his pocket. The figure began to levitate in front of them, disassembling and reassembling itself, leaving Kara's delicate face alight with astonishment. What is this? Magic? No. This is merely telekinesis. I can control all objects within my line of sight, including myself. As Russell spoke, he paused suddenly under Kara's curious gaze and raised an eyebrow. I witnessed you soaring through the sky last night. To be honest, it was quite impressive. I can also levitate myself using telekinesis. So how about a friendly competition? This piqued Kara's interest instantly, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. That sounds intriguing. How shall we compete? Quite simply. Russell gazed into the distance, pointing towards the edge of International City. Do you see that bridge? We will start from here and make a round trip. The first to return shall be declared the victor. Of course, to avoid drawing attention, I suggest we ascend to at least 1,000 meters in altitude for this contest. By the way, would you mind if I added a little wager as a reward for the winner? Not at all. At that moment, Kara was equally excited. She had never competed against another superpowered individual in her life, making this a remarkably novel experience for her. Excellent. If I win, will you grant me the chance for a formal date? In her joyful mood, Kara did not hesitate to agree. Certainly, but if I win, then, as your reward, you may ask me one question, and I shall never lie to you. Boom. At an altitude of 1,000 meters, amidst the air and clouds, the two figures raced through the sky, creating sonic booms in their wake, forming unique shockwave clouds behind them. Wow, Kara exclaimed with exhilaration. In truth, over the past 12 years, due to Alex's demands, she seldom utilized her superpowers. Although she had secretly attempted to fly, this was her first experience of exhilarating, unrestrained flight in the sky, without the need to conceal her abilities. Moreover, what thrilled her even more was the presence of Russell beside her, making her feel no longer alone. Observing Russell, who always managed to keep pace with her, Kara's inner pride as a young girl prompted her to declare, I'm going to accelerate. If you don't want to miss your chance for a date with me, you'd better catch up. Boom. In an instant, Kara's figure vanished into the mist with a sonic boom. At that moment, gazing at Kara's disappearing silhouette, Russell yearned to pursue her and seized this opportunity for a date. For only then would he have a chance to connect with Kara on a deeper level. Through the power of the system, he could gain more Kryptonian abilities during their intimate interaction. However, the truth was, he simply could not achieve that at this moment. Even though the telekinesis he acquired from superpower out of control had reached an astonishing level after being enhanced by the 10 Kryptonian genes he obtained last night, granting him the ability to alter the form of matter rather than merely manipulate it, he still found himself unable to match the extraordinary Kryptonian lineage showcased in Supergirl. Despite Kara being merely a fledgling, her speed effortlessly soared to Mach 2, which is twice the speed of sound, and this was far from her limit. In contrast, even after last night's augmentation, his speed barely reached the speed of sound. Later in the storyline, Kara's velocity could rival that of the Flash. Thus, when he returned to the rooftop of the skyscraper 4 minutes later, he was met with a beaming Kara, who, pointing at her watch, cheerfully informed him, "I have been waiting for you. Well, for a minute now. It seems you have missed your chance for this date." Russell shrugged helplessly. "All right, I shall strive harder in the future to reclaim this opportunity. For now, you have one. You may ask me a question, but be mindful. The reward can be used only once." Chapter 4. The formation of the team. Russell's words brought a sudden calmness to Kara, who had been brimming with excitement. However, a question lingered in her heart, one that she felt could not be satisfied at that moment. After a moment of contemplation, she gazed at Russell, who was smiling warmly at her, and playfully inquired, "May I ask a few more questions?" "Of course," Russell responded generously. "However, I cannot guarantee the accuracy of my answers to these additional questions. You will have to discern for yourself." "Why?" Kara asked, perplexed. "It's quite simple. Sometimes, the truth may not be as pleasant as one would hope. It can be quite painful. Therefore, to spare you sorrow, I might resort to telling some benevolent falsehoods when necessary." Russell's words plunged Kara into deep thought, yet soon she resolved to regain her confidence and said, "Thank you, Russell. I understand. Shall I begin my questions now?" "All right. Will you exercise the reward I have granted you?" "No need for that. I will inform you when it is necessary." "Very well. Please proceed." "Okay." At that moment, Kara found herself at a loss for words. The multitude of questions she wished to ask overwhelmed her. And instead of inquiring about herself, she posed another question. "So, my first question is, you possess such extraordinary abilities, yet why?" Kara hesitated, uncertain if her question was appropriate. Fortunately, Russell helped articulate it. "Why not become a superhero like your cousin and assist the innocent?" "Yes," Kara replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Russell, understanding, began to elaborate. "I observed your performance last night, Kara. It seems you are ready to embark on the path of a superhero. Are you truly prepared?" "Prepared? Prepared for what?" Kara inquired with the innocent curiosity characteristic of her golden-haired sweetness. "Quite simply, to become the center of attention, to be scrutinized and judged by all. To endure the relentless moral scrutiny held to divine standards by society. A single misstep could render you a target, placing not only you, but also your family in jeopardy from those who despise you, potentially even costing you your life. Furthermore, you must balance the life of a superhero and that of an ordinary person." Russell paused, recognizing that even these words had drained the color from Kara's face. As a girl who had always been well protected, Kara had only envisioned the glamorous image of becoming a superhero alongside her cousin, Superman, basking in universal admiration and acclaim, never contemplating the darker realities. Reflecting on the words spoken by Alex the previous night, she felt a twinge of guilt for harboring resentment. Yet she could not shake the dream that resided in her heart. Hesitantly, she turned to Russell and asked, "So, do you believe I should remain an ordinary person?" "No. This question should be posed by me. Do you wish to be an ordinary person? Is there any distinction in that?" Kara found herself somewhat bewildered by Russell's inquiry. "Of course," Russell replied as he gradually approached Kara, gazing into her beautiful eyes and delicate visage. "Regardless of what others whisper in your ear, Kara, no one can make decisions for you. Ultimately, the power to decide lies solely within you. However, once a decision is made, you must brace yourself to confront the life I just described. I believe your heart has already reached its conclusion, hasn't it?" Russell's words plunged Kara into contemplation, yet it was but a fleeting moment before she confidently lifted her head, squared her shoulders, and met his gaze. "Yes, Russell. I have made my decision." "Excellent. Now, persevere in your choice. I am confident you shall become an extraordinary superhero." "Thank you." A gentle smile graced Kara's face, though an undercurrent of uncertainty lingered as she remarked, "But, to be honest, I still have not figured out how to begin. Do you have any suggestions?" She turned her expectant gaze towards Russell, who appeared to have pondered the matter more deeply than she. "Certainly. First and foremost, if you truly aspire to be a superhero, as I mentioned in front of Kate, you must prepare yourself with a suitable costume and a name. You wouldn't want to embark on your noble endeavors without even having a name, would you?" "That's a splendid idea. I shall commence preparations for the uniform. As for the name, how does Superwoman sound?" "Not bad, but that may not be for you to decide," Russell replied, winking as he continued. The title of Superman was not chosen by him. Kara instantly grasped the implication and, with a resigned expression, responded, "All right. I hope Kate can bestow upon me a fitting name." Feeling considerably lighter, she pressed on, "Do you have any further suggestions?" "Of course. Secondly, I believe you require some training." "Training? Indeed. I can see that you possess formidable strength, akin to Metropolis's Superman. However, to be candid, even Superman faces adversaries he cannot overpower. Thus, you need to acquire some skills, such as combat techniques and the ability to respond adeptly to various situations, thereby amplifying the efficacy of your strength." "You are correct, but to be honest, I have been diligently working to control my powers. Yet, a regular Taekwondo dojo offers little in terms of advancement for me." At this juncture, a thought sparked in Kara's mind, her eyes brightening as she looked at Russell. "If I recall correctly, Kate mentioned you are an investigative journalist. So, do you possess any knowledge in this area? Could you assist in training me?" "Of course, it would be my honor." Russell naturally saw no reason to decline. "However, you must go easy on me. I do not wish to be battered and bruised every day." "Ha ha. No problem. Any other suggestions?" "To be honest, I feel incredibly fortunate, Russell, to have encountered you. Of course, there is one crucial aspect I believe you require: a team. Unless you wish to become a solitary figure akin to a metropolitan superhero. Even he has countless individuals supporting him from behind the scenes." Kara fell into contemplation, and after a moment, she lifted her head, her bright, beautiful eyes shimmering with hope as she inquired, "You will assist me, won't you, Russell?" In that instant, despite their brief acquaintance, Kara felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Although Russell was not of Kryptonian descent, their shared identity as extraordinary beings instilled within her an unusual trust in him. A flicker of hesitation crossed Russell's face, causing Kara to feel a twinge of anxiety. Yet, ultimately, she radiated a captivating smile as Russell extended his right hand, grinning as he asked, "Have you decided on my salary yet?" "Kate offered me a rather generous compensation." Aware that Russell was jesting, Kara smiled and grasped his hand warmly. "Aha. My budget certainly cannot accommodate you, but I can include the date we just had." With this, Kara found herself devoid of reasons to decline. Finally, she had her first companion, someone with whom she could share burdens. Her spirits lifted significantly, and her smile became all the more enchanting. "Well, now that we have one, what comes next?" "Next, of course, is to seek out more individuals. A team cannot consist solely of me. In this digital age, a computer expert is indispensable. For instance, the one you know." Kara's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Are you referring to Win?" Just as her words trailed off, a commotion erupted nearby as something fell to the ground. Under the watchful gaze of Russell and Kara, Win slowly rose, a sheepish expression adorning his face as he remarked, "If I said I wasn't intentionally eavesdropping, would you believe me? All right, now we have a computer whiz." Chapter 5, The Visitor. On a serene night at the east coast of International City, Russell, having concluded a day's labor, arrived at a modest suburban enclave via the subway. He approached a two-story standalone apartment, produced his key, and unlocked the door, stepping inside. This abode stood as the sole inheritance bequeathed to him by his parents, having remained uninhabited for nearly 7 or 8 years, although he had arranged for repairs this month. Its exterior still bore signs of age, yet the interior was relatively well-maintained, spacious, and tidy. As Russell crossed the threshold, the living room illuminated in response to his presence. With a mere wave of his hand, the furniture within the room seemed to awaken, animated as if infused with life. The television flickered to life, broadcasting the day's news, while the refrigerator door swung open and ingredients began to gracefully soar forth. The kitchen faucet also activated automatically, commencing its cleansing ritual. Knives emerged from their culinary confines, deftly preparing his preferred ingredients. Finally, the gas stove ignited, with pots, pans, and an array of seasonings dancing in the air, orchestrating a culinary symphony. Of course, with Russell's mastery over telekinesis, such grand gestures were unnecessary. Yet, a sense of ritual was essential, was it not? After 5 or 6 minutes, 2 plates of steaming dishes gracefully landed on the coffee table, 1 plate of Kung Pao chicken and another of shredded potatoes. Simultaneously, a bottle of cola soared out of the refrigerator, emitting a satisfying hiss as it opened. Russell caught the flying chopsticks with one hand and nonchalantly inquired without turning around, "So, wouldn't you care for a taste? I wouldn't mind adding another pair of chopsticks." Just as he finished speaking, footsteps echoed from the darkened alcove leading to the restroom. A burly man with pointed ears and a voluptuous woman brandishing a firearm approached, clad in black uniforms. They regarded Russell with wary eyes. Nevertheless, Russell exhibited no intention of acknowledging them. Finally, the woman, growing increasingly impatient, aimed her gun at him and demanded, "Tell me who you are and why you are approaching Kara." Only then did Russell slowly pivot, facing the menacing barrel of the gun without an ounce of trepidation, responding, "Why shouldn't I? It is only natural for me to pursue someone as remarkable as Kara." However, as Kara's sister, Alex was far from impressed, retorting with fury, Do not mistake me for a naive girl like Kara. Your flattery holds no sway over me. Unfazed, Russell shrugged and continued, surely. You don't wish for me to maintain this awkward posture while conversing with you. Please, feel free to join me. There are plenty of empty seats on the sofa. With that, he turned his attention back to his dinner. Witnessing Russell's audacious demeanor, Alex felt an urge to charge at him, but was intercepted by Captain Hank Henshaw, who firmly declared, "Leave this to me." He then approached Russell, though he did not take a seat. Instead, he regarded Russell with the scrutinizing gaze of an interrogator. Speaking slowly and deliberately, Russell, a 27-year-old of Chinese descent, was born in 1989. Until the age of 18, he lived with his parents in the international city. And it was here that, on his graduation trip to Egypt with his parents, he encountered a terrorist attack, surviving alone. Subsequently, he traveled to the United Kingdom, where he spent 4 years at the University of Cambridge. Upon graduation, he joined ABC as a frontline correspondent in the Middle East, a role he maintained for 5 years until he returned abruptly a month ago. After recounting this, Hank Henshaw glanced at Russell and inquired if anything had been overlooked. "No, but there must be more to it," he replied. "Of course, if our deductions are correct, you must have." "I apologize. I did not mean to touch a nerve. No, not at all. Though it is somewhat sorrowful to reflect upon, I have come to terms with it. The deceased are gone, are they not?" Hearing Russell's words, Alex's attitude softened slightly as he approached. "So, you acquired your superpowers during that terrorist attack? You are indeed human? Why do you draw such a conclusion?" Russell retorted without providing a direct answer. "We have investigated your entire history from your encounters with Kara onward. The findings reveal that prior to your high school graduation, while you were commendable, your achievements skyrocketed following that incident. Although you interacted infrequently with others, you garnered acclaim from experts and professors across Cambridge University. Physics, chemistry, biology, mechanics, architecture, astronomy, geography, history, even theology. One's capacity for energy is invariably limited. Yet you seem to defy this notion." Russell shrugged nonchalantly. "To be honest, I consider that to be the least concealed period of my life. However, I had no choice. Firstly, I was still a novice, and secondly, I genuinely required that knowledge." He punctuated his words by tapping his forehead. "Telekinesis has bestowed upon me not just the ability to control all things, but it has also enhanced my cognitive faculties, granting me an extraordinary memory and an unparalleled capacity for processing information. Such formidable powers I cannot afford to squander like some fools. Therefore, in order to cultivate my abilities, I must acquire further knowledge." Russell's calm demeanor, however, instilled a profound sense of fear in both Hank Henshaw and Alex. They were not intimidated by crises or challenges, but rather by the prospect of such a composed and astute adversary. "So, you do not deny my assertion? You acquired your superpowers during that terrorist attack?" "Yes. Thus, you are indeed human, not an extraterrestrial." "Absolutely. May I then infer that your allegiance lies with Earth?" "Certainly. No one would appreciate an intruder disrupting their home while being threatened at gunpoint." Hank Henshaw, upon witnessing the situation, wisely chose to holster his weapon. Casting a glance at Alex, though somewhat reluctant, Alex also sheathed her weapon. "Very well, I apologize. It appears we can engage in a proper discussion now. For instance, why have you sought out Kara? Is it due to others?" Russell stated candidly. "Are you referring to Superman?" Alex exclaimed, her anxiety evident in her tone. "You already knew Kara's identity, didn't you?" "How?" Russell gestured toward his eyes. "It was quite apparent. To be frank, their resemblance is striking, and Kara frequently mentions Superman. That sense of familiarity is astonishing. Prior to this, I merely had my suspicions. Thank you for the confirmation, Miss Alex. You are even more beautiful than I anticipated." Alex was momentarily taken aback, choosing to disregard the final compliment. Observing this, Hank Henshaw recognized that further discussion would yield little fruit, and thus extended his hand. "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Russell, but as a relevant professional, I would advise against you having excessive contact with Kara." Regrettably, Russell showed no intention of shaking hands, for he was aware that Hank Henshaw, the imposing figure from Mars, was a Martian manhunter endowed with telepathic abilities. Although he had already enveloped himself in telekinesis and was prepared to flee this world, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary risks. "Very well." Hank Henshaw, sensing Russell's lack of response, retracted his hand, feeling somewhat foolish. "If that is the case, farewell, Mr. Russell. Naturally, I hope it remains so." As he watched the departing figures, Russell nonchalantly remarked, "Indeed, I too hope there is no next time. Should there be, I trust you will contact me in advance." Chapter 6. The Girl's Rebellion. In a sleek black sedan cruising along the expansive road, Hank Henshaw occupied the driver's seat while Alex sat beside him. Observing Hank's focused expression, shrouded in darkness and silence, Alex felt a surge of anxiety and concern. "So what do you think, Minister Henshaw? This is exceedingly perilous." Hank Henshaw responded without a hint of hesitation, "It is quite dangerous." "Why?" Alex was taken aback by Hank's intense reaction, which seemed disproportionate. especially compared to their department's demeanor when confronting those fearsome extraterrestrial foes. It's simple. He knows us well. At this juncture, he slowly turned his head towards Alex and inquired, "Did we introduce ourselves when we arrived?" In an instant, Alex's expression transformed into one of shock as she recalled that she had not introduced herself at all. While this man named Russell had boldly declared his name and even appeared to understand her relationship with Kara, suddenly, she remembered a compliment he had given her about her beauty, realizing he did it intentionally. Yes, that is precisely why I chose to withdraw. I am uncertain how much he knows about us. Until we gather more intelligence regarding him, we must exercise caution. Fortunately, he does not seem to harbor any criminal intentions at present. Hank Henshaw's words caused Alex to feel a wave of tension wash over her. What about Kara? I cannot allow such a dangerous individual to approach her, yet I find myself unable to dissuade her from her dream of becoming a superhero. Suddenly, the car came to a screeching halt. Hank Henshaw turned to look Alex in the eye and said, "You must take action, and you alone can do this. If Kara's identity is exposed, those who harbor hatred towards Superman will come after her." I understand. I will try. Okay. Do you need a ride home? No. I can manage on my own. As Alex pondered how to explain everything to Kara on her way home, it was already past 10 o'clock. Upon entering the house, she was greeted with a warm embrace. "I'm so sorry, Alex. I was so unreasonable last night and even yelled at you." After reflecting on Russell's words and realizing the dangers of becoming a superhero, Kara genuinely regretted the quarrel they had the previous evening. Feeling her sister's embrace, Alex reciprocated tightly, "Kara, no, I was wrong too. I shouldn't have blamed you, if it weren't for you saving me." The sisters held each other, seemingly returning to their joyous and affectionate selves, alleviating the tension in Alex's heart as she spoke with ease. "Thus, how do you intend to proceed?" I understand. With a resolute gaze, Kara looked at Alex and spoke firmly. "Becoming a superhero may entail certain responsibilities, but I believe I am prepared, and moreover, I have made some wonderful friends who will assist me." Observing the unwavering determination in her sister's eyes, Alex suddenly comprehended something, her expression shifting as she spoke. "Is it that man named Russell?" Kara's expression transformed from shock to confusion. "Wait, how do you know this?" In that moment, Alex realized she could no longer conceal the truth. "In fact, I have been deceiving you, Kara. I have been working for a government agency known as the Department of Operations, whose duty is to protect Earth from extraterrestrial threats." "What?" Kara's face was a mask of disbelief, her body involuntarily retreating as she looked at her sister, who sought to support her. Trying to steady herself, she asked, grasping the gravity of the situation. "So, you have been monitoring me?" "No. I have been protecting you. This is not only my will but also Father's." Unfortunately, Kara could no longer bear to listen. "No. Stop lying. You have deceived me into living as an ordinary person while you joined this Department of Operations to keep tabs on me, an alien." Realizing she had irreparably damaged their relationship, Alex disregarded everything else and said, "Kara, I know you don't understand, but that man named Russell is not a good person. She has long known your identity, as well as mine and my department. She approached you with ulterior motives." "What?" Feeling as though her life was engulfed in lies, Kara could no longer bear it. She burst through the window and soared into the sky with a resounding whoosh. Witnessing this, Alex urgently contacted her superior. "I'm sorry, I've messed up. Kara is missing." Amidst the thunderous clouds, Kara flew rapidly. Anger and sorrow propelled her to an astonishing speed. Only after flying around the entire international city 3 times did she return, somewhat despondent, to the rooftop of the Cape Media building. It seemed that this was the only place where she could find the human side of herself and regain her composure. Yet even here, she could not escape the sorrow brought on by the deception. She felt enveloped by lies. As she covered her face and wept, footsteps and a familiar voice reached her ears. "It seems you and your sister did not have a pleasant conversation?" Kara instantly stood alert, looking at Russell, whom she had previously found quite agreeable. Alex was speaking the truth. "You have known who I am all along, haven't you? You approached me with intention?" "No." Russell naturally denied it, but seeing the disbelief in Kara's eyes, she offered an excuse that Kara could not contest. "In truth, I returned to the international city merely a month ago, having spent the preceding 5 years in the Middle East. 5 years prior, I was studying in the United Kingdom, during which time I only returned to the international city on a handful of occasions, unless you believe I should have known you a decade ago." Kara certainly would not hold such an expectation. 10 years ago, she was merely a 14-year-old girl, having only been on Earth for less than 2 years. Sheltered and protected by her adoptive parents, rarely venturing outside. This thought lightened her spirits slightly as she spoke. "And what of Alex's identity? Are you referring to the action department? Do not forget, I am a journalist, and not just any journalist, but an investigative reporter on the front lines, endowed with formidable abilities. To put it bluntly, my understanding of this world may surpass what you claim to know about the action department." Russell's words left Kara momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal, yet she reluctantly inquired, "Then why do you approach me?" Russell, appearing somewhat exasperated, moved closer to Kara, gazing at her tear-streaked, enchanting visage, and said, "Why must there be so many convoluted reasons? Can it not simply be because you captivate me, Kara?" Chapter 7. 30 Kryptonian Physique. Playboy. Within the confines of the operations department, Alex gazed at the monitor displaying her sister conversing with a man, her fury erupting uncontrollably. Hank Henshaw, however, maintained an air of tranquility as he remarked, "Yet it is quite useful, is it not?" Kara has regained her composure. Alex dismissed such thoughts. She would not allow this perilous individual to approach her sister. Resolute, she drew her handgun and ventured outside, intent on confronting this man. Just then, a voice from the monitor halted her in her tracks. On the rooftop of the Cape Media building, Russell gently wiped away Kara's tears as she began to calm down. Noticing her lack of resistance, he tenderly inquired, "Could you enlighten me about what transpired?" In that moment, Kara had placed her trust in Russell, her sobs revealing the depths of her turmoil. "Alex deceived me. She has always sought to mold me into an ordinary person while she herself. She simply doesn't understand me. She perpetually wields her role as my sister to control me. She is merely envious of me." Kara's heartfelt confessions caused Alex within the operations department to tremble visibly. Hank Henshaw cast a glance at Alex as the dialogue on the monitor continued. As Russell listened to Kara's lament, he placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, gazing into her eyes as he spoke. "Do you know, Kara, what kind of person your sister Alex is in my eyes?" In the midst of Kara's bewilderment, Russell uttered words that astonished everyone. "Although your sister seems to harbor a strong dislike for me, I must assert that she is akin to an angel." An angel? At that moment, Alex, who was monitoring the scene, questioned her own hearing, while Kara wore an expression of shock. "Indeed," Russell continued, unfastening the buttons of his shirt, revealing scars on his chest under Kara's astonished gaze, one near his heart, the other on his lung. "These are the two closest brushes with death I have experienced in the past 5 years. One bullet nearly pierced my heart, while a shard of metal embedded itself in my lung." After sharing this, Russell rebuttoned his shirt, observing Kara's stunned expression. "However, at this juncture, I have mastered my telekinetic abilities. Were I to wish it, these bullets and fragments could not harm me. Yet, I allow them to enter my body, merely avoiding the vital organs." Kara found herself utterly confounded. "Why? It is simple. I yearn to be an ordinary person." With that, Russell shifted slightly, sitting beside Kara at the edge of the rooftop, gazing out at the vibrant metropolis illuminated by the night. "At the tender age of 6, I first encountered Superman in the pages of a newspaper, realizing that such formidable power existed in this world. From that moment forth, I yearned to possess such abilities, though, to be candid, I did not comprehend the true essence of that power. It was not until my 18th birthday, during a family trip, that I faced an unfortunate event, a terrorist attack, wherein I was the sole survivor. In that instant, Kara was overwhelmed, her eyes filled with shock and remorse, coupled with an infinite maternal compassion as she softly uttered, "I'm sorry. It's nothing. I've come to terms with it. It was during that tragic incident that my superpowers awakened, yet I'll admit it that it was all too late. I could save no one. It was then that I understood what it meant to wield superhuman abilities, an omnipotent sensation akin to that of a deity, able to attain anything I desired." At this juncture, Russell suddenly adopted a self-deprecating tone, gazing at Kara, remarking, "If this continues, perhaps I would have transformed into a formidable supervillain, destined to be vanquished by you, the superhero." However, Kara found no mirth in his words. She could vividly envision the agony of witnessing her parents perish before her very eyes, for she too had endured such a harrowing experience. Then, an event transpired that jolted me into awareness. My roommate, who was also my closest friend, harbored intentions to kill me. The reason was painfully simple: jealousy. Once hailed as a genius by all, he had cultivated a fierce sense of pride and a competitive spirit. Yet, upon realizing that no matter how hard he tried, he could not keep pace with me, and as the chasm between us widened, despair began to consume him, morphing into a lethal jealousy that sought my demise. He poisoned my drink, but I discovered his treachery, and ultimately, the police apprehended him. At that moment, I finally grasped why people harbor such fear and animosity towards those endowed with superpowers. With this revelation, Russell turned to Kara, his expression grave and earnest. "Thus, I assert that your sister Alex is an angel. Truth be told, if I were your sister, surrounded by such a remarkable sibling while being merely ordinary, I cannot fathom how envious I would become. Yet, she only seeks to protect you. What other kinship can be described as angelic? Kara, you may choose not to trust anyone, but your sister Alex's love for you will remain unwavering." As Russell concluded his heartfelt words, Kara, suddenly cognizant of her previous missteps and harsh words, was overcome with tears. In the operations department's surveillance room, Alex's eyes also glistened with emotion. I am not." Seeing Kara tremble with sorrow and regret, Russell swiftly enveloped her in his embrace, inhaling the fragrance of her golden hair, and gently murmured, "Do not weep any longer. Although I am unaware of the circumstances between you and your sister. The most crucial matter now is to apologize to your sister Alex and express your heartfelt sentiments to her. I am confident she will comprehend." Russell's words instantly resonated with Kara, prompting her to leave his embrace, and, wiping away her tears, she anxiously declared, "You are right. I shall go at once." Yet, just as she was about to take flight, in stark contrast to their first encounter, she cast a tender glance at Russell, who gazed back at her with warmth, turned once more to embrace him, and bestowed upon him a gentle kiss. With a swift whoosh, she vanished from the rooftop. As Russell savored the lingering taste of her lips, a smile graced his face, accompanied by the familiar sound echoing in his ears. "Ding! You have received a kiss filled with love and gratitude from Supergirl Kara Danvers. From this day forth, you shall become her most cherished friend. Reward, 30 Kryptonian physiology, super strength. You can lift objects weighing up to 30 tons with your bare hands. Super speed. Your flying velocity has reached Mach 2. Super defense. Your physique can withstand most firearms and possesses the ability to absorb yellow sunlight for self-healing. Super breath. Your lungs have been enhanced, allowing you to hold your breath for 1 hour and adapt to high-altitude environments. Ding. Your telekinesis has achieved a new breakthrough due to the enhancement of Kryptonian genes, enabling you to control visible energy forms, such as flames and lightning. Chapter 8. The base, uniforms, and belts. A new morning dawned, with radiant sunlight streaming into the offices of Kate Media. From his workstation, one observed Kara, who was animatedly engaging in conversation with Russell by the floor-to-ceiling windows, and he sensed an unusual tension in the air. Was it merely because they were both endowed with extraordinary abilities? One offered himself a rational excuse. Yet he peculiarly noticed that he was not the only one fixated on Kara. A man named Jimmy was surreptitiously casting glances in Russell's direction. Fortunately, Kate soon appeared in the office, followed by the customary morning meeting. She praised Russell with evident satisfaction. "Our headline about the mysterious superhero yesterday was quite splendid. And now everyone is thoroughly intrigued by our new hero. However, this is merely a beginning. We must unearth more headlines. Therefore, Russell, I would like to entrust this task to you, if you will." Many concurred, as Russell had already demonstrated his capabilities and worth the previous day. Just then, Jimmy, the former photographer for the Planet Daily and the current art director at Kate Media, stepped forward, waving his hand. "I thought this role would belong to me." Kate, unfazed, replied, "There is no conflict, Jimmy. You are a photographer, while Russell is an investigative journalist. At this juncture, I need Russell to uncover the identity of our enigmatic superheroine. This is Russell's forte, is it not?" "Absolutely." Russell had no reason to decline. "Excellent. Now what are you still doing here? I pay you to work, not to dawdle." The morning continued in a flurry of activity until noon, when the newly formed superhero team gathered, led by one, who ascended to the upper floor. As he nervously unlocked the door, he spoke. "Since Russell shared his thoughts yesterday, I've been considering this place. This was once the office of the actuary, Ed. But since he tragically passed away at his desk from a heart attack, no one has occupied it. It is perfect for our secret base." As the door swung open, Kara gazed excitedly at the spacious office filled with computers and exclaimed, "What a splendid place." "Thank you, Wen. No need for thanks. To be honest, I never imagined I would have the chance to be part of a superhero-esque behind-the-scenes team. It feels like a dream come true." At this point, Wen, noticing Russell's curious exploration of the surroundings, proudly elaborated, "I have equipped this place with cutting-edge technology, allowing us to pinpoint areas in the international city where Kara's assistance might be required." Russell, appreciating Wen's youthful enthusiasm, was more than happy to shower him with compliments. "It's truly remarkable. I must say, Wen, you are a genius in this domain. Though I have dabbled in this field before, I must confess that I lack your innate talent." Russell's flattery delighted one. "Thank you. Would you like to give it a try?" "Not just yet." Amidst the curious gazes of the two, Russell unveiled his carefully prepared gift. "This is for you, Kara. I have dabbled in costume design as well, and I have crafted a uniform tailored specifically for you, incorporating elements from your cousin Superman's attire." "Wow!" Kara exclaimed joyfully as she accepted the ensemble, while Wen, seemingly overwhelmed by the revelation, nervously interjected, "Did I hear that correctly? Superman, the Superman from Metropolis, is your cousin, Kara?" "Indeed," Kara replied. "Wow!" Wen exclaimed, his face a portrait of astonishment, while Kara, unable to contain her excitement, announced, "I must try it on." Moments later, Kara emerged, her dazzling appearance prompting Russell and Wen to rise in admiration. She wore a form-fitting blue bodysuit akin to Superman's, emblazoned with a large, gold trims on her chest. The lower half featured a striking red skirt, which, complemented by her black stockings, radiated an aura of allure. Naturally, she donned Superman's iconic red cape. "Wow, it's stunning!" Both Russell and Wen exclaimed in unison. Kara, gazing at her reflection, felt transformed, brimming with confidence as she remarked, "Russell, you are truly talented. It is exquisite. And I am thoroughly pleased." At that moment, a twinge of jealousy flickered within one, who believed he could have created such a uniform himself. He then inquired, "Can we test my computer now?" "Not so fast." Russell waved him off, retrieving another item from his bag, a technologically advanced, segmented golden belt. He approached Kara and personally fastened it around her waist. This intimate scene stirred a sense of envy within one, prompting him to avert his gaze. After Russell stepped back, Kara blushed slightly and touched the belt, asking, "What is this?" "Press the front of the first segment to find out," Russell instructed. Upon doing so, to the astonishment of both Kara and Wynn, the belt opened like a box, revealing an array of small gadgets within. "I mentioned to you last night that, barring exceptional circumstances, I prefer not to utilize my abilities. However, in chaotic situations, I must acquire unique survival skills. Fortunately, I studied mechanics and medicine in college, which led me to create this belt. It consists of 12 segments, each containing 3 items, including various first aid supplies, coagulants, antidotes, anesthetics, insect repellents, a retractable net, a tracker, smoke bombs, tear gas, jammers, flashlights, lockpicks, and more. Additionally, the belt offers a single shock protection feature, as long as you are not struck by lightning. It can shield you once. Wow. As Russell elaborated on the belt's features, both Kara and Wynn gazed at it in disbelief, with Wynn's inner tech enthusiast coming to the forefront as he examined it with admiration. "How did you accomplish this?" "It is quite simple. It involves merely the miniaturization of common mechanical technologies, coupled with my own capabilities, which allows for relatively effortless creation. There is little technical complexity involved. However, due to time constraints, I was unable to produce something new. This device I previously utilized is somewhat primitive and struggles to adapt to the contemporary internet era. I require your assistance in modifying it. It has, on countless occasions, rescued me in times of crisis. Now, Kara, I offer it to you. I am aware that, given your prowess, you may not require much of it, but it is prudent to have it, is it not?" Upon hearing this, Kara caressed the belt, her expression one of deep appreciation as she shook her head and approached Russell, embracing him. "No, thank you, Russell. I am certain I will find it invaluable." "Excellent. Now that we are fully prepared, my superhero, it is time for you to showcase your extraordinary talents." Chapter 9, Supergirl in the following 3 days. Kara donned the new costume crafted by Russell, officially appearing before the citizens of International City. She fought against crime and assisted the vulnerable, swiftly carving out a reputation for herself. The residents of International City were exhilarated to realize that their city had birthed a genuine superhero. However, due to the remarkable speed of her actions, no one had managed to catch a glimpse of her in person after 3 days, driving the local media to the brink of frenzy. At this critical juncture, Russell entered Kate's office, presenting several photographs. "Wow," Kate exclaimed, her alluring demeanor evident as she widened her eyes, pursing her lips at the corner of her glasses, fixating on the 4 images of the superheroine. The lighting and angles were nearly flawless, as if the heroine had deliberately posed for the shots. "How did you manage this?" "You know, I'm an investigative journalist with some connections at the police department. I told them that whoever could capture a photograph of this lady would receive 400. By the way, can this expense be reimbursed?" Of course. To be honest, Kate was less concerned about the origins of the photographs. Her priority was to maximize their potential impact. "Kara, assemble everyone. It's time for a meeting." Soon, a throng of people poured into the room. Kate raised the photographs, addressing the assembly. "I am thrilled to announce that while I was anxiously awaiting our new hero's presence, not everyone has been idle, ignoring the facts. Kara, please inform my accountant to triple Russell's payment. He deserves it. Andrew, over the next 4 days, I want these 4 images to headline every media outlet in International City." As the editor-in-chief of the newspaper, Andrew took the photographs, exclaiming in admiration, "Stunning. No problem. Leave it to me." Meanwhile, Jimmy, clutching a document, observed the peculiar exchange of glances between Kara and Russell. Continuing her praise, Kate turned to Russell and inquired, "It seems my choice was not in vain. Russell, do you have any suggestions for the name of our superhero?" Under Kara's curious gaze, Russell spoke up, "I have one. Supergirl or Superwoman, which do you think is better?" Without allowing for any debate, Kate decisively proclaimed, "Supergirl. I like it. We'll go with that, and prepare immediately." In their secret lair, Russell's voice rang with joy. "Ha ha ha. I told you, Kate would absolutely love the first option." Kara, however, wore a glum expression. Truth be told, she preferred the latter. Noticing Kara's demeanor, Russell subdued his laughter and placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "Enough with the gloomy demeanor. Summon one, and let us indulge in a sumptuous feast to commemorate our Supergirl's debut." Observing Kara's persistent melancholy, Russell could only offer words of comfort. "The name is of little consequence. What truly matters is the deeds we undertake, is it not? Kara, let us go, unwind, and indulge in something sweet to lift your spirits." Surely, you are not fretting about gaining weight, are you? Would a Kryptonian maiden harbor such concerns? Witnessing Russell's earnest attempts to console her, Kara felt a wave of gratitude wash over her, and her mood brightened as she replied, "Of course not. I intend to feast heartily. Not a problem. Indulge as you please. Let us be on our way." Just then, Kara's phone rang unexpectedly. Upon answering, she gazed at Russell with astonishment. "It's Alex. She is waiting for us downstairs at the restaurant. Thus, you came to inform me that a group of lunatics, imprisoned by my mother, has escaped and are intent on my demise?" Inside the restaurant, Kara lowered her voice as much as possible, her eyes wide with disbelief as she questioned her sister. Indeed, Alex cast a glance at Russell beside Kara. "Regrettably, due to confidentiality protocols, I cannot divulge further details. However, I must stress that you are in grave danger, Kara. Why disclose this only now, rather than on the day you revealed my identity? Quite simply, your recent actions have alerted those prisoners to your existence. This is precisely why I have always wished for you to lead a normal life. You are now in a perilous situation. They could come for you at any moment. I can assist you." "No, Hank would never permit it. And I refuse to place you in such jeopardy." Kara fell silent, feeling vulnerable and indecisive in the face of her sister's concerns. She turned her gaze to Russell, who always provided clarity in her moments of confusion. Listening to Alex's revelations, Russell understood that the main narrative of Supergirl was finally unfolding. However, he harbored a question. "I have a query. Why must I be informed of such matters?" Alex grasped the reason behind Russell's inquiry. "Minister Henshaw believes that, given your self-identification as an Earthling and your relationship with Kara, we consider you temporarily trustworthy." What Alex withheld from Russell was that, due to his demonstrated extraordinary understanding of many matters, they hoped to glean intelligence about superhumans and extraterrestrials from him. "Very well, I comprehend," Russell stated, naturally grasping Kara's hand under the watchful eyes of the others, holding it firmly as he addressed Alex. "So, do you wish to know my thoughts?" "Indeed. That is the very reason for your presence here." "Then splendid. It is quite simple." Russell cast an encouraging glance at Kara and addressed Alex. "I believe you could afford to place a bit more trust and encouragement in your sister. You have protected her for so long. Now it is her turn to stand up for you." Kara's eyes brightened instantaneously. This man always seemed to grasp the thoughts swirling within her heart, evoking a profound sense of identification. Moreover, as you rightly stated, those adversaries are ruthless and may wield formidable malevolent powers. Are you certain you can withstand them? Although Kara is a novice, she is, after all, Superman's cousin, possessing powers akin to his. With a period of learning, she will undoubtedly be of assistance to you. "Indeed. That is precisely my sentiment," Kara exclaimed excitedly, leaning closer to Russell to convey her solidarity with him. Alex observed her sister's closeness to a man with a hint of exasperation on her face, yet she maintained her composure and remarked, "I understand. I will relay today's discussion to Minister Henshaw, but I doubt she will acquiesce to allowing Kara to join the agency." No. Russell gently shook his head. "You misunderstand, Alex. I am referring to helping you, not the agency, and certainly not the undercurrents." Russell's sentence trailed off, but Alex had already caught on, narrowing her eyes as she responded, "It seems you harbor doubts regarding the government?" This sudden shift to a confrontational atmosphere left Kara somewhat bewildered. Yet Russell spoke with unwavering conviction. "Do not argue with me, Alex. Having witnessed the realities of war firsthand, I am undoubtedly more aware of the American government that lies behind you." Chapter 10, Non-Staff Personnel. Within the Operations Department, Alex recounted every detail of the day's meeting to Minister Hank Henshaw, word for word. Once she finished, Henshaw pondered for a moment before remarking, "That was his exact phrasing." Indeed, not a word was changed. Alex nodded in affirmation, then hesitantly added, "Although I'm not particularly fond of that fellow, I must admit he has a point. Kara has indeed matured." Before Alex could elaborate further, Henshaw had already made up his mind. That settled, but she must adhere to the directives of the Operations Department during missions, and only after training can she be deployed with that. He turned to leave, allowing Alex to finally exhale in relief. However, just then, Henshaw abruptly turned back to say, "Do not forget about that man named Russell. If possible, bring him along as well inside the helicopter." Amidst the roar of the whirring blades, Kara, clad in her superhero attire, excitedly asked her sister, "So, we are now non-staff personnel of the Operations Department?" "Yes, but as we agreed, we will not concern ourselves with your superhero activities during regular hours. However, when it comes to executing the Operations Department's missions, you must obey orders, just like a soldier. Is that understood?" Alex replied, her gaze sweeping over Kara and Russell. "Don't ask me. Just pose your queries to Kara." "I have no interest in being a superhero," she said, then turned back to Kara to explain. "Our Supergirl will certainly require a stable support system while she carries out her heroic deeds, won't she? So, Kara, do what you must, charge ahead, and I shall be your strongest ally." "Thank you." This scene only deepened Alex's perception of the man before her as a smooth talker, especially since her sister Kara was quite taken by his charm. All right, we have arrived. At the entrance of a certain base of the operations department, Hank Henshaw welcomed them with a somewhat inscrutable expression, making it difficult to discern whether he was pleased or displeased. Welcome back, and greetings to Supergirl. Welcome to the operations department. As the minister, Henshaw personally extended his welcome to the two, but his dark demeanor left much to be interpreted. Russell and Kara, filled with curiosity, glanced around. Noticing their intrigue, Henshaw simply said, "Follow me." As they entered the operations department, Henshaw continued, "Next, I will have Alex assist you in creating identification cards. This is the only way you can access this facility at any time. Additionally, I expect you to remember our confidentiality protocols. Nothing here is to be disclosed to outsiders, even to your closest companions." Soon, the four individuals entered the inner sanctum of the operations department, surrounded by an array of sci-fi-inspired machinery and colossal screens displaying unmistakably non-human figures. These were the infamous escapees from Roswell, whose means of escape remain a mystery. Years ago, propelled by your spacecraft, they fled the Phantom Zone. And now they have descended upon Earth. They are among the most nefarious criminals in the galaxy, some possessing unimaginable malevolent powers. They had concealed themselves for decades, but have only recently begun to surface. It appears they are plotting something, though we have yet to ascertain the details, Alex added. This revelation momentarily bewildered Kara, as if she bore the weight of responsibility for these events. Russell approached her, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. "It is not your fault. You were merely a young girl at that time." Hank Henshaw exchanged glances with Alex before speaking. "We do not blame you. This department was established following the emergence of your cousin Superman. After all, your cousin's arrival demonstrated that Earth is not alone in the cosmos. However, we did not anticipate your appearance alongside Roswell." Upon finishing his statement, the screen transformed to reveal a menacing figure, bald with a head resembling a shark's fin. Hank Henshaw pointed at the image. "According to our investigation, this individual is the perpetrator behind the recent incident involving Alex's aircraft." Kara's expression shifted to one of concern as she inquired, "Did he also escape from Roswell?" "Indeed, his name is Vitokis, and then? There is no one then." Hank Henshaw maintained a calm demeanor, while Alex provided further clarification. "Currently, our knowledge is limited. We owe the discovery of his name to your mother, Kara." "Mother?" Kara's eyes widened in shock and confusion. An hour later, tearful Kara emerged from the operations department's secluded chamber, comforted by Alex. What transpired? Russell approached with a worried expression. In need of support, Kara suddenly collapsed into Russell's embrace. "I saw my mother." Russell wore a puzzled expression but refrained from probing further, gently patting Kara's back to help her relax. After a considerable time, Kara slowly released Russell. Glancing at the tear-soaked fabric of his shirt, she apologized. "I'm sorry, Russell, I was overwhelmed." "It's all right, I understand. I too once dreamed of the day I could see them again." Russell's words reminded Kara that he shared a similar experience, perhaps even one more painful than her own. This realization filled her with guilt, prompting her to suppress her sorrow. "I'm sorry." Russell intervened, halting her. "There is no need for us to speak of such matters." Gazing into Russell's sincere eyes, Kara managed to suppress her tears and explained. "They have located the spacecraft in which I first descended upon Earth, where my mother left behind her image." Hank Henshaw cast a glance at Alex. Recalling that he had likely advised Alex to caution Kara to keep everything confidential, yet it was evidently of no avail. "Well, we do not have much time to wallow in sorrow. Since you wish to assist us, you must mature swiftly. Follow me. We have a training facility specifically designed for Kryptonians." Under the guidance of Hank Henshaw and Alex, Kara and Russell arrived at a vast training arena reminiscent of an open sky. As the unique green light emitted by the kryptonite-infused walls enveloped them, Kara was instantly overcome by a profound sense of weakness. Had it not been for Russell's timely support, she might have collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Russell, holding Kara up, felt a surge of exhilaration, realizing that his Kryptonian constitution remained unaffected by the radiance. Moreover, he comprehended that this was not due to any extraordinary nature of his Kryptonian heritage, but rather because his telekinesis enabled him to shield himself from the Kryptonian radiation. This realization filled him with a sense of gratitude for the choices he had made. Chapter 11. Russell's past. It has been a full 27 years since Russell, guided by this peculiar system within his body, arrived in this realm of superheroes. For a traveler, such a duration is indeed quite lengthy. Despite the passage of time, he has not attained the formidable powers typically possessed by protagonists in other narratives, which might seem somewhat disheartening for a transgressor of worlds. However, he finds himself in an unavoidable predicament. Firstly, he has traversed into a realm of exceedingly high danger, populated by various superheroes and supervillains. And even within the vast expanse of comic book universes, he has landed in the domain of the mightiest of heroes, Superman's world. Here, he must adopt a low-profile approach to survival. Secondly, his system is not as potent as one might hope. Rather, It is better described as slow to warm. According to the system's own delineation, its function is quite straightforward. The more seamlessly he, as the host, assimilates into this world, the more formidable his capabilities become. In a world where the protagonist's influence reigns supreme, how can a traveler like him achieve such perfect integration? Naturally, this necessitates aligning himself with the protagonist and forging a favorable relationship with them. However, a significant obstacle arises from the fact that he arrived in this world at the tender age of 6 and first encountered Superman through the pages of the Daily Planet in Metropolis. Compounding this issue, the image of Superman he saw was not the familiar figure from Man of Steel, but rather a version he had glimpsed in the CW series Supergirl. Truth be told, his knowledge of this Superman is virtually non-existent, with his sole recollection being a fleeting appearance in a montage with the small-town Superman from Smallville. Yet, this is not the most vexing dilemma. The real trouble lies in the fact that the CW's The Flash, which he is familiar with, does not exist within the same universe as this Superman, but rather in an alternate reality. This signifies that he has lost the most reliable anchor to navigate this world, his foresight of the plot. Fortunately, there is a modicum of luck on his side. Although his understanding of this world as Superman is limited, he possesses some familiarity with Superman's cousin, Supergirl. After all, as a man, he finds himself particularly captivated by striking blonde beauties, especially one as renowned as the Shame of Krypton. Coupled with the appealing aspects of a blonde sweetheart adorned in a seductive uniform and long, alluring black stockings. However, in terms of chronology, the narrative of Supergirl is still a decade away. Thus, Russell has been living a stable life as an ordinary individual in this world, attending to his studies, until the year he turned 18. It was at this juncture that the long-dormant system seemed to grow weary of his deep integration into this reality, offering him a chance to traverse into another world. Unlike his inexplicable and involuntary transition into this DC universe, this time, the system granted him the privilege of choosing his destination. While this should have been a fortuitous opportunity, it instead rendered him indecisive, as the possibilities of where he could go were vast. Should he journey to Hogwarts to learn the art of magic? Or perhaps venture into the world of the enigmatic Uncle Nine to master the ways of Taoism? Should he venture into the Marvel Universe to acquire superpowers? This indecision, however, cost him the lives of his parents in this world. Is this truly a curse of the traveler? The greater the power, the greater the loss. Thus, in that pivotal moment between life and death, he seized the opportunity to journey into the realm he favored most, where acquiring formidable strength seemed most attainable, namely, the telekinesis from Chronicle. He indeed succeeded. Within the world of Chronicle, he allied himself with the protagonist group and entered the cave harboring the mysterious crystal. The group, rather than rejecting his presence as an outsider, welcomed him with open arms, allowing him to obtain the powerful telekinesis he so desired. In gratitude, he intervened to prevent the protagonist, Andrew, from succumbing to darkness, actively assisting him in dealing with his abusive father by hurling him from a great height. Subsequently acquiring substantial wealth that enabled him to heal his mother, thus earning the acknowledgement of the protagonist, which further amplified his telekinetic abilities. He then returned to his own world. Regrettably, despite acquiring such formidable telekinesis, he remained unable to resurrect his parents, who had been fatally struck by bullets. Although he had the mindset of an adult since childhood, which made it difficult for him to perceive his parents in this world as his true biological parents, it did not negate the existence of their bond. After 4 years of university life, balancing studies and the development of his superpowers, he embarked on a quest for vengeance as a journalist in the Middle East. A month ago, aware that the narrative was about to unfold, he returned to International City, joined Cape Media, and sought proximity to Supergirl, Kara Danvers, thereby acquiring the greatest advantage in the DC universe, Kryptonian physiology. However, despite the immense power of Kryptonian abilities, he found himself still favoring his telekinesis. This preference stemmed partly from the glaring weaknesses of Kryptonian traits, where a single piece of kryptonite could render Superman powerless, even weaker than an ordinary human. Additionally, the telekinesis he had acquired appeared to be largely independent of the system, although the system had transported him to the world of Chronicle. His means of obtaining telekinesis did not rely on the system's force, but rather the direct influence of that mysterious crystal. Ultimately, he perceived telekinesis as the quintessential superpower, arguably the most potent ability, due to its virtually limitless applications, perfectly encapsulated by the adage, the heart's aspirations define the expanse of the stage. Presently, he enveloped his form with an invisible armor using telekinesis, effectively shielding himself from the effects of kryptonite. Now, bolstered by Kryptonian physiology, his telekinesis transcended to a new realm, granting him the astonishing capability to manipulate energy, not merely matter, deepening his understanding of the potential of this superpower and unveiling a promising future ahead. However, his apparent detachment from reality left Alex, who was diligently training his sister in the gym, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Having grown up among men, Alex possessed a keen sensitivity to certain gazes. Thus, after effortlessly executing a chokehold that subdued his sister beneath him, Alex rose to his feet and helped the breathless Kara up, addressing Russell with a hint of defiance. You seem rather indifferent to my training methods. Do you perhaps have some suggestions, or would you like to give it a try? I have heard that your skills are quite commendable. Chapter 12. The alien bar. Alex's words roused Russell from his reverie. However, do not presume that he was oblivious to the battle unfolding before him. After all, he relished watching women engage in combat. With the cognitive capacity of his brain, he could effortlessly manage multiple lines of thought simultaneously. In simpler terms, he was adept at multitasking. Kara gazed at her sister with a look of exhaustion, bewildered by Alex's sudden provocation of Russell. Fortunately, Alex swiftly dimmed the kryptonite lights within the training room, and Kara felt invigorated as she inquired, "What's up, Alex?" "Nothing much," Alex replied, arching an eyebrow protectively over her sister as she provocatively addressed Russell. "I was merely seeking your opinion. So, do you have any suggestions regarding my training for Kara?" Upon hearing Alex's inquiry, Russell did not shy away. In truth, although he was not well versed in the plot of Supergirl, he had witnessed some of the fight styles that rendered Kara a disgrace to Krypton. After all, it was rather rare to see a protagonist who was consistently bested, especially one who had triumphed over Superman. Thus, he candidly responded, "There are indeed a few." Alex was clearly taken aback that Russell would dare to offer criticism, which left her feeling quite indignant. It was worth noting that she was the most exceptional and talented agent in the action department, having mastered various combat and shooting techniques in just 2 years. "Then I shall be all ears." Kara did not intervene. Instead, she observed the exchange with delight, enjoying the playful atmosphere. "This feels like family." Russell, unwilling to allow his future sister-in-law to sulk, continued, "Do not misunderstand. Your combat skills are not fundamentally flawed. However, to be frank, they do not suit Kara and somewhat squander her innate abilities." "My abilities?" Kara's curiosity was piqued. "Indeed, Kara, you are Supergirl, not an ordinary human. Such intricate fighting styles are suited for those with equal strength, who need technique to compensate for their shortcomings. But you are different, Kara. Your strength, speed, and reflexes far exceed those of humans, even surpassing some superpowered beings. These are your advantages. There is no need to squander your talents on convoluted techniques." Russell's perspective could be distilled into a simple maxim: sheer strength can overcome myriad methods. Kara's gaze fell into confusion, seemingly unable to envision such a scenario. However, Alex, standing nearby, grasped the concept and interjected, "Do not forget about kryptonite. I am well aware. But there is no need to forsake all your strengths for a single weakness. Moreover, there are solutions. First, given your reflexes, unless faced with deliberately set traps, you can easily evade kryptonite attacks. Additionally, leave it to me. I can devise a set of equipment that will render kryptonite no longer a liability." "Well, is it really possible?" Kara was filled with excitement. If she had previously been unaware of how much kryptonite restrained her, the recent feeling of weakness in the training room had now instilled a profound aversion to it. Of course, it is possible. In fact, it is not difficult, as Earth's technology can achieve this. To be honest, in that moment, Alex found it hard to dispute Russell's words. After all, she was not a superpowered individual and lacked such formidable strength. Even the entire agency did. Nevertheless, she instinctively resisted conceding defeat and said, "Since you understand superpowered beings so well, perhaps you can help us locate Waddox." At this, even Kara looked at Russell with a glimmer of anticipation. Noticing this, Russell replied nonchalantly, "I do not mean to boast, but if you wish, Kara, I can take you to a place in the international city." At the entrance of a peculiar bar exuding an odd aroma within a dirty, concealed alleyway, Kara, now dressed in casual attire, stood with Alex. Listening to the music emanating from within, her expression one of curiosity. Fortunately, Russell soon approached from a distance, carrying a bag prominently marked with the Apple logo. Alex, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "You cannot be telling me that you made us wait here just to buy a new phone?" Kara, however, was far more intrigued and puzzled by the bar itself. "Russell, can this place help us find Waddox?" "I cannot be certain, but if you cannot gather any information here, then it will be even more challenging elsewhere. Follow me." Alex clearly regarded Russell as merely posturing. As a strong woman, she seemed to harbor a prejudice against men who flaunted their prowess. However, the moment the three pushed open the bar's door and stepped inside, Alex's demeanor instantly shifted, and she instinctively placed her hand near her weapon. Fortunately, Russell restrained her. "Calm down, do not display hostility." Yet Alex disregarded this, retorting, "Are you joking? What exactly is this place, an alien den?" Indeed, although everyone inside the bar appeared human, as a member of the agency, Alex could easily distinguish between humans and aliens, especially since the aliens' disguises were rather poor. Kara, on the other hand, wore an expression of exhilaration. Her X-ray vision allowed her to see through the facades of these beings effortlessly. "Well, I swear, I have never seen so many aliens. Where is this place, Russell? Safe Haven. Russell succinctly stated the name of the bar. Not all aliens who arrived on Earth harbored malicious intent. Many simply wished to lead ordinary lives among humans. Yet their identities made it difficult for them to integrate into human society, hence the existence of this place. Now, remain calm and follow me. Upon witnessing this, Alex retracted his hostility and, under Russell's guidance, accompanied an excited Carla to the bar counter. The bartender today was a striking young woman of African descent. Upon noticing Russell and his companions, she cast a surprised glance but quickly regained her composure and inquired, "Would you like to drink?" Russell posed the question, yet Alex, growing impatient, extracted a photograph from his pocket and placed it before the young woman. "This individual is named Vadix. Have you seen him?" Unfortunately, the bartender paid no heed and continued polishing the glass in her hand, stating, "I'm sorry, but this is a haven for revelry and libations." The implication was unmistakable. Alex, feeling a surge of frustration, was on the verge of taking action when 3 burly men approached, led by a redneck with a long goatee, reeking of alcohol. "You punks aren't welcome here. Get lost." At this moment, Alex truly raised his hand, ready to teach these intruders a lesson, but Russell swiftly stepped in, positioning himself between the two parties. Calm down. Calm down. We didn't come here to fight. I understand you don't want us here, so," Russell declared, raising his newly purchased iPhone, addressing everyone in the bar. "I am offering 1000 or the latest iPhone to anyone who provides us with information about Vadix. He is yours for the taking. But you only have 2 chances, first come, first serve." Instantly, both Carla and Alex noticed a palpable shift in the bar's atmosphere. To their astonishment, the very man who had just told them to leave now spoke up, saying, "I know." Chapter 13, Kara's First Defeat, the Action Department. Under the license plate provided by the aliens at the safe harbor, the personnel of the Action Department swiftly located a large oil tanker traversing the wild roads through various surveillance cameras. The cameras at the highway entrance captured a clear image of Vadix in the driver's seat. Before the monitoring screen, Alex's eyes brimmed with confusion. The Vadix they had been searching for so long had been so easily discovered by Russell, which left her feeling immensely disheartened. In contrast, Kara, filled with excitement, embraced Russell and, like a curious child, inquired, "Wow, how did you do that, Russell, and all with just a phone? In front of everyone?" Russell responded to Kara's embrace, saying, "It's quite simple. Do not assume that these aliens possess some extraordinary power that allows them to thrive on Earth. Aside from those exceptionally well-disguised aliens, most struggle to integrate into earthly life and lead meager existences. Therefore, it merely requires a hint of temptation. I must admit, you have altered my perception of the Action Department's operations, Mr. Russell." Hank Henshaw remarked with a hint of implication. Russell replied, "Isn't that precisely the reason you invited me here, Director Henshaw?" The two exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Hank Henshaw who averted his gaze and stated, "All right. Since we have located Vadix, it is now time for us to take decisive action. Leave it to me." Kara, finally having her moment to shine, could hardly contain her eagerness as she soared outside. As the elder sister, Alex found herself unable to intervene in time, venting her frustration towards Russell. Why didn't you stop Kara? Vadix is a vicious criminal, while Kara is merely a novice who is trained for a day. Of course, I am aware. But haven't you heard that practical experience is the finest teacher? Moreover, do you not wish to witness the true nature of the combat between the extraordinary abilities I mentioned? With that, Russell transformed into a gust of wind and pursued her. Beneath the inky night sky, in the desolate outskirts of International City, Kara soared through the cosmos. Utilizing her extraordinary vision, she swiftly located Vadix's oil tanker. Plummeting from the sky, she seized the moving vehicle, lifting it into the air. Vadix, behind the wheel, sensed something amiss and immediately shattered the window, leaping out and landing heavily on the ground. Upon raising his gaze to the girl in uniform above him, a cruel grin spread across his face. "It's you, Alara's daughter. I was contemplating how to find you, and here you are, presenting yourself at my doorstep." Kara was taken aback. "You know my mother's name?" Vadix spat with venomous hatred. "I can hardly forget the woman who imprisoned me. Rosberg. She served as both the judge and the executioner in that place. Initially, I lamented her demise, as it thwarted my desire for vengeance. However, now I am determined to make her experience the anguish of losing a daughter." In an instant, Batokas leaped from the ground with astonishing force, soaring towards Kara, who, faced with such a fearsome foe intent on her destruction, found herself momentarily flustered. Nevertheless, she swiftly regained her composure and collided with Batokas. Kara's Kryptonian physique evidently conferred her a significant advantage. Her speed and strength sent Batokas crashing to the ground like a meteor, creating a vast crater and billowing clouds of dust. This filled her with a fleeting sense of joy, but before she could savor it, a towering figure erupted from the pit and collided with her, sending her sprawling. A series of relentless blows followed. As an executioner, Vitoka showed no mercy, providing Kara, who had scarcely engaged with superpowered beings in her mundane life, no opportunity to counter. She found herself dazed as Vitoka's massive fist struck her abdomen, leaving her head spinning. Eventually, he seized her by the throat, slamming her back to the earth, then planted a foot upon her belly, rendering her immobile under the sheer force of his might. Having so easily vanquished Kara, Vitoka succumbed to the classic villain's folly of excessive monologuing. Gazing upon Kara's terrified visage, he unleashed a roar of hatred. Do not think that the emblem upon your chest makes you Superman. Only a battle with Superman can be deemed a true confrontation. You are merely a practice target. As he sneered, he brandished a massive axe, glowing ominously red, aimed directly at Kara's head. It is time to settle the score, he proclaimed, and as Kara's eyes widened in fear, he swung downwards. Yet, just as the wicked blade hovered less than an inch from her face, time seemed to freeze. The axe could not descend any further, and Vitoka stared in astonishment, bewildered by the inexplicable halt. He strained to push the axe down, but it remained stubbornly still, until a tremendous force sent him hurtling away. In that moment of desperate escape, Kara beheld the descending figure of Russell, who rushed to her side, lifting her into a warm embrace. "Are you all right, Kara? Are you hurt?" he inquired with genuine concern. At that moment, enveloped in the warmth of his presence, Kara felt an overwhelming sense of reliance. Russell always appeared precisely when she needed him most, understanding and safeguarding her. I'm fine. Be careful," she replied, just as she caught sight of the massive axe hurtling towards them from afar. To her astonishment, Russell did not even glance back. The axe seemed to come to an abrupt halt, suspended a mere meter away from them. "Do not fret." Russell gently released Carla from his embrace, tenderly caressing her now grimy visage. "Next, I shall impart to you the inaugural lesson on the art of combat exclusive to those endowed with extraordinary abilities." As his words hung in the air, the enormous axe soared back into the hands of Vitokas. Russell then turned to face the bald figure before him, his voice resonating with the gravity of a judge. "So, have you prepared your last words?" Chapter 14. Speed, Strength, Agility. Who are you? Waytox, tightly gripping his weapon, glared furiously at the man before him. Just as he was about to take the life of his enemy's daughter, an unexpected interference ignited his wrath. He paid little heed to the sudden control exerted over his weapon. Rather, it fortified his confidence. As a notorious criminal within the galaxy, he had encountered countless extraterrestrials and witnessed a myriad of peculiar abilities, leading him to understand one fundamental truth: those who wield such control abilities often possess frail physiques. As a being capable of battling superhumans, he harbored unwavering certainty that as long as his weapon remained in his grasp, he could vanquish any foe. Unfortunately, in response to Waytox's inquiry, Russell had no intention of revealing his identity. Instead, he turned to Kara, instructing her, "The lesson is about to commence. Observe closely, Kara. Pay attention to my movements and understand your advantages." This provocation left Waytox feeling humiliated, and in his fury, he charged forward with his massive axe. The first was speed. In Kara's astonished gaze, Russell unleashed an alarming velocity, propelling himself directly in front of Waytox. Yet, rather than engaging in a foolish frontal confrontation, he deftly sidestepped, landing a blow to Waytox's left cheek that sent him sprawling. "Your speed has now reached 3 Mach, 3 times the speed of sound. This is your first advantage, particularly in short-range combat, where you can achieve an effect akin to teleportation, rendering your adversary incapable of reaction, just like this." As Russell's words echoed, he seemed to possess the ability to flicker through time and space, appearing at various angles around Waytox. The latter flailed about like a headless fly, subjected to Russell's playful onslaught, his body absorbing blows like a punching bag, emitting furious roars as he spun in confusion, only able to retaliate by wildly swinging his axe. Attempting to fend Russell off, retreating swiftly, Russell maintained his composure, continuing, "Moreover, your speed will only increase. Coupled with your supercognition, you will easily manage various criminals. However, this alone is insufficient. The foes you will soon face will possess tough hides, making it challenging to incapacitate them with mere brute force. In such instances, you must enhance your explosive power. How do you achieve this? Quite simply, you must learn to harness the power of speed to amplify your explosive force. Kara, you possess such potential. A steel physique combined with super speed, like this. Exploit the openings your opponent presents." In that moment, Russell keenly observed Waytox's chaotic vulnerability. Accelerating to the limit, he closed in on Waytox, channeling the strength derived from his speed into a powerful punch. Waytox was struck as if by a meteor, sent hurtling backward and crashing into a nearby hill, creating a human-shaped cavity accompanied by a thunderous crash. At this moment, Kara suddenly found Russell to be incredibly cool. The battle, infused with power and speed, exuded a masculine energy that made her heart race. At this juncture, one of the most critical lessons in combat emerged. One must never underestimate the enemy, regardless of how defeated they may appear. Kara, You possess my unachievable abilities of super hearing and X-ray vision. Do not hesitate to utilize them. Remain vigilant in battle, for negligence can prove fatal. I understand. Kara obediently employed her super hearing and X-ray vision to probe into the smoke-filled cave. In an instant, she beheld Vatox charging forth like an enraged bull. She was astonished. Despite enduring Russell's formidable punch, Vatox appeared unfazed, aside from a trickle of blood. What heightened her anxiety was Russell's lack of evasion. He boldly advanced, fists raised. The consequence of this was dire. As Vatox, with bloodied features, seized Russell's hands in a fierce grip, he snarled, "You bastard, I will crush your bones." Alarmed, Kara instinctively moved to assist, only to hear Russell calmly state, "Now, I shall teach you how to combat an enemy while being restrained. Transform your body into a weapon." Oh, like this. To Kara's astonishment, Russell delivered a headbutt to the close-approaching Vatox. The impact reverberated painfully, even to Kara. Vatox's eyes rolled back as he became disoriented. Releasing Russell's grip, after swaying momentarily, he collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of strength to resist. Russell, seemingly unperturbed, stood resolutely, addressing Kara with composure. Just like that. Observing the incapacitated Vatox, Kara approached and inquired with concern, "Are you all right, Russell?" "Rest assured," Russell replied, lightly tapping his head. "While I may lack your iron physique, I can envelop myself with telekinetic energy, forming an impenetrable armor. Beyond headbutts, there are numerous effective techniques, especially against men, such as the infamous groin kick. Quite effective indeed." Witnessing Russell's earnest dedication to teaching her even in such a moment, Kara felt deeply moved and enveloped him in a heartfelt embrace. "Thank you, Russell. You saved me." With a smile gracing his face, Russell looked closely at Kara and asked, "Is there any reward for me? Perhaps a kiss?" Kara's face lit up with a captivating smile. "Certainly." As she spoke, she leaned in, preparing to give Russell a loving kiss. Just then, a blinding light illuminated the two of them, accompanied by the sound of propellers echoing through the sky, as Alex descended from above, exclaiming, "Kara, are you all right?" In an instant, both of them let out an awkward sigh of disappointment, releasing each other and straightening their clothes. "It appears that this kiss will have to wait for another time. Don't forget, you still owe me a date. How about this weekend?" Rosenberg, once the notorious Kryptonian prison that housed the most vile criminals in the galaxy, had now become a sanctuary for these very offenders. In the control room, the supreme leader of this establishment, Astra, the general of Krypton and Kara's aunt, along with her husband, known, the Observer, were analyzing the recently received intelligence. It seems that Alara's daughter has found herself a rather commendable boyfriend. Do we have any information on him? Certainly. But it is rather astonishing that such a powerful entity is, in fact, a human from Earth, and a superpowered one at that. A human from Earth. Indeed surprising. It appears we must expedite our plans. We cannot allow her to flourish. If she becomes a woman like Alara, it will spell great trouble for us. Chapter 15. Promotion and raise. What is this? Another bright and sunny morning. In the offices of Kate Media, Russell remained focused on his duties, producing several photographs to present to Kate. The images were somewhat blurred, yet one could still discern the silhouette of Supergirl soaring through the skies, alongside Vatox wielding his imposing axe. Last night, a truck driver in the outskirts captured this moment. It appeared to be our superhero's inaugural confrontation with genuine extraterrestrial criminals, though regrettably, the photographs lacked clarity. Not sufficient. Russell, I must admit, your abilities truly astonish me. Our Kate Media Forum is in need of a news editor. Might you be interested? Of course, I have no reason to decline. In fact, I am currently in need of funds. Excellent. I have a new task for you, aside from our superhero endeavors. I am all ears. Have you heard of Maxwell Lord? Certainly, the president of Lord Technologies, a genius scientist, reputed as the smartest human, and a billionaire. It seems you are well informed. There is an opportunity. This afternoon at 3 o'clock, he will grant us 15 minutes of his time. I hope you can extract some exclusive news from him. You do understand what constitutes exclusive news, do you not? Of course, it certainly won't be about his newly developed energy-efficient train. Smart indeed, if your conversation goes well. There is a banquet next month, and I hope you will attend. Meanwhile, in the secret base on the upper floor, a shocked one inquired, "Did I hear you correctly? You are to interview that lord, the wealthiest man in International City, the genius scientist." Indeed. However, before we proceed, should you explain why Mr. Jimmy is in our secret base? Russell, gazing at the young man, appeared perplexed. It was Kara who responded, her excitement evident as she stood beside Russell, introducing the young man, Jimmy Olsen. "Russell, do not worry. I just learned that he was sent by Clark to look after me. He is Clark's personal photographer." Earlier that morning, after the morning meeting, Kara had passed by Jimmy. Overhearing him recount her recent victories over alien villains, the two introduced themselves on the rooftop. And upon discovering that Jimmy was sent by her cousin Clark to watch over her, she joyfully brought him to their secret base. However, It seemed that her joy may have been a tad premature. "Hello, Russell." Jimmy eagerly extended his hand for a greeting, but unfortunately, Russell showed no inclination to shake hands. "I am well aware. So what brings you here?" The sudden tension in the air left Kara momentarily bewildered, unsure of the source of Russell's apparent hostility towards Jimmy. Meanwhile, Win, seated before the computer, appeared to relish the unfolding drama as he fiddled with the keyboard. Jimmy, feeling slightly awkward, withdrew his hand and feigned indifference as he replied, "I wanted to change my surroundings. When Clark learned of my intent, he recommended this place because Kara is here." "Indeed, you have chosen a splendid location," Russell remarked before diverting his attention to One. "How is it today? Another peaceful day?" One, caught off guard by the sudden inquiry, hastily tapped the computer, glanced at the screen, and then calmly responded, "All is tranquil." By the way, a thought struck him, and he retrieved the belt that Russell had gifted to Kara. "Here you go, Kara." Due to time constraints, Russell and I made only minor modifications, adding features for tracking, photography, and communication, while removing some unnecessary components to make it more lightweight. You can wear it casually without drawing attention. "Oh, and I added your emblem." Upon seeing the large emblem on the metallic belt, Kara's heart brimmed with joy, momentarily dispelling her earlier confusion. "Thank you, Russell. When I feel incredibly fortunate to have you as friends." Jimmy, intrigued, inquired about the belt. "What is this?" Although One was not particularly fond of Russell, he found himself disliking Jimmy even more and replied, "Wow, this is a treasure Russell made for Kara. It's quite remarkable." Kara proudly showcased the belt, revealing an array of impressive tools that left Jimmy momentarily astonished. "It truly is a splendid item. It seems, Russell, your experiences are far richer than I had imagined." Unfortunately, Russell ignored his comment, causing the atmosphere to grow awkward once more. Fortunately, at that moment, the computer behind One emitted an alarm, prompting him to nervously turn around, and after a brief glance, he stated anxiously, "Kara, there has been a severe fire at the International City Port. We may need you." "All right, I understand. I'll head there immediately," Kara responded, and just then, Russell retrieved a communicator from the belt and affectionately placed it in her ear. Kara then tore open her shirt, revealing the large, and flew out through the window. One clearly noticed Jimmy's discomfort as he observed Russell placing the headset on Kara. At that moment, while one would expect him to feel similarly out of place, he instead experienced an odd sense of satisfaction. At the International City Port, a ship laden with millions of barrels of crude oil was docked beside a raging inferno, which continuously erupted with explosions. Fire trucks relentlessly sprayed water. Yet it was evident that their efforts to extinguish the flames were futile. "Captain, what can I do?" As the fire chief here, I observed the recently renowned Supergirl descending from the heavens without displaying much enthusiasm. This vessel contained over 10,000 barrels of crude oil, and should the flames spread, it would unleash an explosive force equivalent to over 2 tons of dynamite. Unfortunately, the tugboats could not reach this location in time. At that moment, Kara found herself utterly at a loss. Having only just begun to reveal her true self, she had yet to master the freezing breath that her cousin Superman had perfected. Meanwhile, her days only exacerbated the fire chief's frustration. "What are you waiting for?" If it were Superman, he would have resolved this by now. Reluctant to disappoint those who were watching her, Kara hastily replied, "Okay, I understand, leave it to me." With that, she envisioned her cousin Superman utilizing his freezing breath, hoping to wield similar powers to extinguish the flames. Clearly, she had overestimated her abilities. Instead of exhaling a chilling breath, she inadvertently released a fierce gust of wind, which only intensified the flames and made them more ferocious. Boom! The fire blazed more violently, resulting in a more severe explosion that rendered the situation, which had previously been under control by the firefighters, utterly chaotic, injuring several firefighters in the process. "What are you doing? You're making things worse." The surrounding accusations only served to further unnerve Kara. Just then, a reassuring voice reached her ears once more. "Don't panic, Kara. Remember to remain calm at all times." Russell's voice was like a heavenly melody to her. It reminded her of the earpiece she wore. Russell was secretly monitoring everything through the cameras at the base. "What should I do?" Kara inquired hurriedly, sensing a glimmer of hope. "It's quite simple. Consider what fire requires to burn: oxygen and fuel. In the absence of the ability to remove the fuel, there remains only one solution: eliminate the air." Chapter 16: The Curse of Knowledge, Removing Air. This answer not only left Kara bewildered, but even gentle Jimmy, who was observing from the base, wore a look of confusion. How can air be removed? Fortunately, Russell provided them with the answer. "Yes, let us not forget what I previously mentioned about your advantage: speed. When you fly around the flames at your utmost velocity, the air you displace can extinguish the fire within." Kara's eyes brightened as she exclaimed, "Just like a range hood." "Precisely. Kara, I understand now. Leave it to me." With her confidence restored, Kara swiftly transformed into a gust of wind and soared towards the flames, quickly encircling them. Under the watchful gaze of everyone at the port, a colossal tornado materialized. and it appeared as though the flames were being drawn into the vortex, vanishing into the sky. As they beheld the stunning sight of Kara descending gracefully after extinguishing the fire, the crowd, including the fire chief, finally offered her their heartfelt applause. This brought a radiant smile to Kara's face. International City, Rod Technologies. When Russell arrived at Maxwell Rod's office, guided by his secretary, he found Maxwell standing before the enormous screen, engrossed in footage of Kara's morning firefighting endeavor. Mr. Rod, a reporter from the Forum News is here. Very well. You may leave now. After the secretary exited, Maxwell Rod inquired without turning his head. Mr. Reporter, what is your opinion on our International City's superhero, Supergirl? Russell shrugged, glancing at the screen displaying Kara's cheerful visage. To be honest, I rather admire this golden-haired sweetheart. This response left Maxwell Rod momentarily taken aback. He turned to look at Russell, raising an eyebrow with a faint smile. Indeed, who wouldn't he be fond of a golden-haired darling, much like Marilyn Monroe? Call me Max, make yourself comfortable. As Maxwell Rod spoke, he returned to his desk and seated himself. Russell casually settled onto a nearby sofa, producing a voice recorder and camera for his introduction. Russell, a reporter for Cape Media. I am aware. In fact, it is your work that has compelled me to accept this interview. I have come across some of your experiences, and to be frank, they astonished me. Judging by your earlier response, it is evident that you are not one of those Forum News reporters who merely extol Supergirl. They seem to regard this golden-haired sweetheart as humanity's savior. Oh, Mr. Max, do you not share this sentiment? It appears you hold a differing opinion on this Supergirl. Maxwell Rod did not respond directly but posed another question. And what about you? What is your perspective on these extraterrestrials? Russell shook his head. Me? Indeed, I harbor numerous uncertainties. After all, since the advent of Superman 2 decades ago, extraterrestrials and individuals with extraordinary abilities have seamlessly integrated into our lives, dominating the headlines of our daily newspapers. Thus, I find myself intrigued by the question of whether we can truly expel them from our midst. If that proves impossible, what course of action should we take? Mr. Max, I wonder if you, being one of the most intellectually gifted beings on this planet, might illuminate my queries. What is your perspective on those terrorists? I'm aware that you have had extensive interactions with them for over 5 years. Maxwell Lord exhibited an inclination to deviate from the established interview protocol. I cannot claim to have all the answers, although I have encountered a few extraterrestrials. Most are rather docile, save for a few temperamental ones. Oh, you have encountered extraterrestrials? From what I gather, you were the one who captured the photograph of that Supergirl for the Forum Gazette. Maxwell Lord appeared to be intrigued. Indeed. Russell did not deny it. As an investigative journalist, one invariably uncovers many truths that elude the general populace. Fascinating. To be candid, I initially anticipated a rather mundane interview, yet Mr. Russell, you have proven to be more engaging than I had envisioned. Allow me to address the first inquiry. Whether it pertains to your golden-haired darling from the Forum Gazette or to extraterrestrials, I am indifferent to their moral standing. My focus lies in preparing for the worst possible future. Maxwell Lord feigned indifference, yet Russell sensed an underlying urgency. Do you harbor a sense of mission, or perhaps a feeling of impending crisis? Do you believe that is misguided? Not at all. On the contrary, I admire your proactive stance. However, I must confess, perhaps I have been influenced too heavily by Hollywood narratives. Is it conceivable that humanity might not fall victim to extraterrestrial forces but rather to its own technological advancements? Take, for instance, that fellow, Mr. Luthor, from Metropolis. Maxwell Lord's demeanor shifted as he inquired, somewhat warily, do you believe I would become a villain akin to Luthor? Russell, seemingly oblivious to the change, replied, no. Of course not. I merely speculate on potential future occurrences from the perspective of a journalist. Noticing the shift in tone, Maxwell Lord calmed slightly and posed a question. If placed between Superman and Lex Luthor, to whose side would you align yourself? Russell's response was straightforward. I choose to stand with humanity. An extended silence enveloped the office as Maxwell Lord regarded Russell, who returned his gaze. After what felt like an eternity, Maxwell Lord finally rose, glanced at his watch, and they exchanged a handshake. I must say, today's conversation has been quite delightful, regrettably. Time has run its course, and I have other matters to attend to. Of course, I appreciate your willingness to partake in this interview. There is an upcoming soiree hosted by Cape Media in a month. Rest assured, I shall be in attendance. Under the guidance of the secretary, they arrived at the exterior of the Rod Technology Building. Gazing at the edifice brimming with a sense of technological advancement, he found himself enveloped in a myriad of thoughts. For it was in that fleeting moment of their handshake that a familiar voice resonated in his mind. Ding is one of the most brilliant minds of this world. You have garnered the recognition of Maxwell Rod, thus earning the favor of the deity of knowledge. Reward, the curse of knowledge. You have acquired the ability to comprehend knowledge that eludes others. While this gift grants you creative insights that transcend time and convention, it also bestows upon you a profound understanding of the world, rendering you often incomprehensible to others and leaving you with a lingering sense of solitude. In that instant of acquiring this power, the knowledge stored within his mind, honed through mental discipline and endowed with exceptional memory, intertwined, unveiling a new portal to understanding the world around him. Chapter 17. The first date. The headline of the Forum News, titled Maxwell Road, God, Humanity, captured widespread attention across both the press and the public. Prior to this, Maxwell Road was often perceived as a playboy, a wealthy individual, and a brilliant scientist. However, Russell's article bestowed upon him an almost ethereal quality. Although many religious figures expressed discontent with the report, Kate remained unfazed and, during the morning meeting, joyfully praised Russell while announcing his appointment as editor-in-chief. Maxwell Road seemed to appreciate the article as well, reaching out with an invitation for Russell to be among the first passengers of the super train a month after its launch. Truth be told, Russell was indifferent. He found himself immersed in a boundless sea of knowledge, unable to extricate himself. After acquiring what he termed the curse of knowledge, he felt as though he had crossed a threshold into another realm. The information that once required rote memorization now came alive in his mind, intertwining to unveil a new world before him. It was as if he had returned to his university days, caught in an insatiable thirst for learning. Nevertheless, he did not allow this to distract him from the week's most significant event. On Saturday evening, he meticulously tidied his home, replacing everything with new items. The room was aglow with candles, and an array of delectable dishes simmered on the stove, filling the space with a warm ambience. At precisely 7:30, a knock echoed at the door. When Russell opened it, he was greeted by the sight of Kara, resplendent in a captivating blue gown. He was momentarily entranced, causing Kara to blush under his unabashed gaze. Kara, you look absolutely stunning. Please, come in. I have prepared everything. As Kara stepped inside, the aroma of food enveloped her. And the immaculate room, adorned with warmth, evoked memories of her life when her adoptive father was still alive. It reminded her of the comfort of home, a sentiment that had faded since his passing. Please, have a seat, Russell gestured, guiding her to the candlelit dinner he had arranged. I initially thought to make our first date more formal by taking you to some exciting places. However, upon reflection, I realized that there is no place more significant to me than this home. I grew up here, and it holds everything I cherish. I hope this doesn't come across as a lack of effort. And no, Kara quickly shook her head. I adore this cozy atmosphere. Please, show me around. I wish to know more about you. Of course, follow me. In all honesty, Russell's home was much like any other, especially on the first floor. As he led Kara through the rooms, he shared tales from his childhood. It was only upon reaching the second floor that she began to notice some unique aspects. This is my parents' room, and I have maintained it exactly as it was since their passing. As Kara followed Russell inside, she noticed numerous photographs adorning the walls, capturing Russell's childhood and family moments. These images vividly illustrated that Russell had always been a source of pride for his parents. However, one particularly large photograph caught Kara's attention. It depicted a gathering of many Asian individuals, with Russell and his parents merely among the crowd. This prompted Russell to reminisce, saying, "These are my parents' friends. We as Chinese deeply understand the bonds of blood. Thus, despite lacking direct familial ties, the shared lineage compels us to support one another. After my parents' tragic incident, it was they who looked after me. In fact, they organized my parents' funeral and provided the financial support necessary for me to continue my education. I would love to introduce you to them." The opportunity he hinted at was, naturally, the prospect of them becoming a family. In that moment, as Kara gazed at the photographs, she felt an increased sense of kinship with Russell. The notion of blood ties resonated deeply with her, reminiscent of the values upheld in her home planet, Krypton. Just like the emblem on her costume, symbolizing her proud house of El. She held a sense of pride in her heritage. After leaving Russell's parents' room, he led Kara into his own sanctuary. Upon entering, Kara was struck by the myriad of books and electronic devices lining the walls, making her feel as though she had stepped into a library. Curiosity piqued. She approached and inquired, "Wow, to be honest, I've never seen so many books in my life. Have you read them all?" "Yes," Russell replied. "You see, my telekinetic abilities have enhanced my cognitive functions, allowing me to read books swiftly and effortlessly. Of course, some of these are recent acquisitions, rekindling my joy for knowledge." Although Kara possessed remarkable cognitive capabilities and an excellent memory as a Kryptonian, she found little interest in reading. At that moment, she approached the computer and observed rippling waves on the screen, with several pristine electronic devices adorning the desk. "What is this?" she asked. "Do you remember what I mentioned?" "I'm working on creating a suit to protect against kryptonite," Russell exclaimed. Kara's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is this it?" "Sort of. But it's still a work in progress," he replied, pointing at the waves on the screen. In truth, both kryptonite radiation and other forms of energy predominantly propagate as electromagnetic waves. Therefore, if I can identify the frequency of kryptonite's fluctuations, I can devise a method to absorb or reflect them. Kara, eager to learn more, asked, "So, have you found it?" "Unfortunately, Kryptonite is not easily detectable, so we need to wait a bit longer. I can have Alex assist. Kara conceived an idea she believed to be splendid. However, upon sharing it, she noticed Russell shaking his head, his expression serious as he articulated, "No, there is no rush, Kara. I sincerely appreciate your trust in me. Yet the significance of the kryptonite to you is far too profound. Unless I truly become a part of your family one day, I would prefer not to create any misunderstandings for Alex and the others." Russell's thoughtfulness deeply moved Kara. She clearly wished to respond, but he deftly shifted the conversation, saying, "There is another room, located in the attic, where I typically hone my abilities. It offers a view of the moon above, particularly enchanting at night. I have prepared a film there. After we finish dinner, we can enjoy some leisure time." Naturally, Kara found no reason to decline. Why not? Chapter 18. Taking a step further, the candlelit dinner brought immense joy to both individuals, particularly Kara, who, in a moment of unrestrained delight, let out a hearty laugh, momentarily losing her composure. Since leaving home and subsisting on fast food with her sister, this was her inaugural experience of such an exquisite banquet. "Russell, I had no inkling of your culinary prowess. Pray, tell me, how many more astonishing talents do you possess?" Although Kara, being of Kryptonian lineage, was almost impervious to intoxication, she felt a delightful haze enveloping her as the red wine flowed. Russell seemed to sparkle with an enchanting allure. To be honest, Kara was uncertain about the kind of man she envisioned as her future partner. Her limited romantic encounters had always led her to follow her instincts. Yet, in that moment, she began to comprehend the essence of what she truly desired. Just like Russell, whose presence in her life felt like a wondrous twist of fate, he openly expressed his admiration for her, consistently understood, trusted, embraced, and encouraged her. Their experiences in family matters were strikingly parallel, fostering a deep mutual understanding. And they shared similar values regarding family. Furthermore, with such remarkable culinary skills at his command, she found herself devoid of any reasons to resist. After the dinner, Kara willingly allowed Russell to take her hand, guiding her to the attic. Indeed, the space was as beautiful as Russell had described, though devoid of artificial light. The bright moonlight streamed through the skylight, illuminating the room. The entire area resembled a miniature toy room, filled with an array of Lego creations. As if they had stepped into a whimsical Lego fairy tale, with only the central area left vacant, arranged as a cozy cinema. They nestled together on a crimson sofa, bathed in moonlight, as a classic romantic film began to play. Titanic. "Do you know why I chose this film, Kara?" "Why?" she replied, laughter dancing in her voice. Kara was clearly exhilarated, perhaps intentionally so, to embolden the young man. As the movie unfolded, Russell pointed at the screen, where the jubilant Jack was winning tickets to the ship. "I feel as though I am Jack, a mere, unremarkable young man who, through fortune or fate, has arrived at this moment, winning this ticket, while you are my Rose, beautiful, noble, and captivating. Our paths should never have crossed, yet destiny conspired to unite us." In the wake of Russell's romantic declarations, Kara felt a whirlwind of emotion swirling within her. Under the intoxicating influence of the wine, she found herself leaning closer to Russell, her lips inching toward his face. Seizing the moment, Russell did not hesitate. In that instant, they shared a kiss, embracing each other and collapsing onto the sofa. The room was filled with an enchanting melody, and on the movie screen, time gently flowed, reaching the most pivotal and exquisite moment of the film. Desire and flesh intertwined, thickening the very air around them. Yet, at this pivotal moment, Kara's voice suddenly pierced through the atmosphere. Wait, Russell. In that instant, Russell, lost in the ecstasy of the moment, cast a peculiar glance at Kara, whom he had pinned against the sofa, his hands having already pushed her long skirt down to her waist, poised for the final step. Noticing Kara's momentary panic, Russell, opting for a gentler approach, said, "I apologize. Kara, it's my fault. I was too hasty." He initially believed that his eagerness had caught Kara off guard, but to his surprise, Kara, her face flushed, gently caressed Russell's bare chest with her hands, shyly confessing, "No, that's not what I meant, Russell. I truly enjoyed what just happened. It's just, I'm not quite ready yet. My body, I don't want to hurt you. Next time, I will be prepared." Russell seemed to grasp the essence of her words, longing to reassure Kara that this was not a concern for him at present. After all, he had acquired 30 of Kryptonian physiology, yet he refrained from rushing things. "Then I shall require some compensation," he declared, leaning down to bestow a soft kiss. Kara, far from resisting, responded with fervor. Russell traversed her lips, kissing her nose, earlobe, then her neck and collarbone, before sliding down the shoulder strap of her long dress and continuing his descent. In that fleeting moment, Kara experienced a sensation that elevated her very soul. However, becoming a superhero always exacts a toll. Mere minutes later, the sudden ringing of a cell phone shattered the enchanting atmosphere. Kara, amidst her enjoyment, fumbled through her handbag to retrieve her phone. Upon glancing at the screen, she was jolted upright from the sofa. In that moment, Russell, unprotected by telekinesis, finally understood the sensation of being collided with. Though Kara was petite, undeniably adorable, and soft like any ordinary Earthwoman, the impact still stung. Kara, disregarding her exposed state, urgently grasped Russell's arm, exclaiming, "Alex has been kidnapped." "Why?" In the operations department, alongside Russell, Kara confronted Hank Henshaw, her fury palpable as she surveyed the injured agents. "Why was I informed to protect you? If I had been there, Alex wouldn't have been in danger." It turned out that earlier that day, the operations department received reports of an extraterrestrial sighting. After Kara recognized it as a potential chlorine-feeding fish-like entity, the department devised a bait plan, intending to lure the alien out using DDT, an organic chlorine pesticide. However, they had not disclosed their operational plans to Kara. The reason remained unspoken as Hank cast a glance at Russell, but Kara comprehended the implication, her body trembling with realization. Russell sensed something amiss and took the initiative to comfort Kara, saying, "Do not panic. Alex is not in any immediate danger." Really? Kara had always placed great trust in Russell's words, yet Hank Henshaw curiously inquired, "Why do you believe that, Mr. Russell?" "It's quite simple," Russell explained. "According to your descriptions, that extraterrestrial being does not exhibit a penchant for consuming humans. Among all the operatives in the department, she has only captured Alex. This suggests that she must require Alex for some purpose. Therefore, at least until she achieves her goal, Alex is not in peril." Russell's words alleviated Kara's anxiety. Yet she could hardly contain her eagerness as she asked, "What should I do now?" "Very straightforward," Russell replied. "Alex is aware of your powers and abilities. She will undoubtedly create some sounds to draw your attention. Now, use your superhuman abilities to listen and locate her." Without a moment's hesitation, Kara soared into the air, and shortly thereafter, the department was filled with Kara's exclamatory voice. "I found her." Chapter 19 True Evolution. Within the confines of a factory, Kara descended from the heavens and immediately spotted Alex sprawled on the ground. However, upon seeing Kara approach, Alex did not express joy. Instead, he urgently shouted, "Leave quickly, Kara. There are traps here." Before Kara could fully comprehend the situation, she was struck and sent flying by a punch. As she turned to see her assailant, disbelief washed over her face. "Long time no see, little one. Aunt Astra. You. I thought you were dead, after the explosion of Krypton." "Regrettably, I was not present at that moment. I was a prisoner in Roseburg. Did your mother never mention how she can find me there?" "What?" While Kara and her Aunt Astra engaged in this ethical drama, Russell, who was en route to assist, was intercepted by another individual above International City. Amidst the vibrant lights and sounds of the bustling city below, Russell hovered in the air, gazing at the man before him, clad in a form-fitting black uniform adorned with an S-shaped emblem. Curiously, he inquired, "So who are you?" "My name is Known. A warrior from Krypton and the husband of Kara's Aunt Astra," the man replied with a tone that was both indifferent and proud. "Oh, so should I address you as Uncle Known? However, your presence before me is certainly no coincidence. I apologize, but Astra is currently reminiscing with her lovely niece. I cannot allow you to interfere. I have witnessed your battle with Vartox and am astonished that a warrior as formidable as you exists on Earth. Therefore, I am willing to offer you a chance to join us. I can secure a position for you in the new world after the cleansing." "Wow, what an honor. But I must regrettably decline your vision of the future. Such a pity. I shall have to eliminate you here. Is that so?" As those words left his mouth, Russell suddenly retrieved something from his pocket and hurled it towards Known. Unfortunately, for a Kryptonian soldier born for combat, such a sneak attack was futile. He effortlessly caught the egg-shaped object, mocking, "Foolish, did you truly believe such a trivial thing could harm me?" In response, Russell wore a derisive smile. "Is that so?" As soon as he spoke, the egg in Known's grasp erupted, enveloping him in a dense cloud of red smoke rich in capsaicin. Seizing the opportunity, Russell unleashed his utmost speed, propelling himself past Known towards Kara's location. Meanwhile, Known, now flailing his arms in frustration amidst the choking fumes, pursued him with fury. Yet, at that moment, Russell felt no fear, for he had acquired a far more potent Kryptonian physique. "Ding, your relationship with Supergirl Kara Danvers has reached a pivotal juncture. She is prepared to entrust her body to you. Please continue your efforts to solidify your formal bond. Reward, 50 Kryptonian physiology. Kryptonian genes. You have embarked on a genetic evolution, acquiring the unique DNA hereditary material of Krypton. This will influence your cells, growing increasingly potent under the energy of a yellow sun. Strictly speaking, at a genetic level, you are evolving toward a hybrid of human and Kryptonian. Super strength. Your physique is no longer constrained by physical limitations. Instead, by absorbing the energy of the yellow sun, you enhance your cells to gain greater strength. Super speed. Your flight speed is no longer reliant on gravity. Rather, it is generated through your own energy, creating a unique gravitational field. Although your gravitational field is currently feeble, you can harness it to achieve flight. Super defense. Under the influence of Kryptonian genes, your cells are becoming remarkably resilient. Typically indistinguishable from an ordinary person, when faced with a strong impact or shock, your cells will activate a self-protective capacity, gaining formidable strength to withstand the majority of physical damage and exhibiting powerful self-healing abilities. Super breathing. With enhanced cellular capabilities, your lung capacity has significantly improved. Not only can you survive without air for extended periods, but you have also adapted to a vacuum environment. Freezing breath. With your powerful lung capacity, you can compress air within your lungs, granting you the ability of freezing breath. Super brain. Your brain has experienced enhanced development due to cellular augmentation, bestowing you with not only exceptional memory but also a quicker capacity for processing information. Supervision. Your eyes can perceive spectrums invisible to the human eye, granting you extraordinary sight that allows you to see further and observe the microscopic world with greater acuity. Super hearing. Your ears can detect sounds beyond human capability, largely unaffected by medium interference, endowing you with remarkable hearing, though it renders you highly sensitive to sound. Ding. Your telekinesis has achieved a new breakthrough under the enhancement of Kryptonian genes. With your heightened observational abilities, your control over all things has become increasingly adept. As the system describes, you are now evolving at a genetic level toward a Kryptonian hybrid. Although there remains a significant disparity compared to soldiers like Noen, engineered for combat, you are confident that your telekinesis can entirely offset this gap. Nonetheless, you harbor no inclination to engage in battle with such a being. After all, you are merely an ordinary human endowed with formidable telekinetic abilities. You are grateful to Russell for his meticulous control over power during the brain development process, which allowed you to avoid the cacophony of sounds upon acquiring super hearing, enabling you to effortlessly discern those sounds you wish to hear. For instance, at this moment, you can hear the conversation between Kara and Astra from the distant factory. He did not seem to be involved, especially judging from Kara's tone. The woman named Astra held profound significance for her. With this thought in mind, he glanced at Noen, who relentlessly pursued him from behind, and for the first time attempted to harness the power of the gravitational field. In an instant, propelled by a fusion of telekinesis and gravitational force, Russell felt as though he had mounted a spacecraft equipped with a super engine, and with a resounding whoosh, he vanished from Noen's sight. This left Noen momentarily stunned, before he angrily resumed his chase. The battle at the factory came to a swift conclusion with the arrival of the action unit, and Russell seized the opportunity to descend from the sky, landing beside Kara. "Are you all right, Kara?" Russell inquired with concern, prompting a hint of discontent from the nearby Alex, who sarcastically remarked, "You certainly arrived in a hurry." Under Kara's worried gaze, Russell hurriedly explained, "I encountered a man named Noen." As soon as the words left his lips, Kara's expression shifted dramatically as she touched Russell's body and asked, "Are you unscathed?" "Rest assured, while he does seem formidable, I possess my own tricks. After I delayed him for a while, he eventually took off on his own." This revelation allowed Kara to breathe a sigh of relief, though Alex, intrigued, questioned, "Who is Noen?" Kara, wearing a worried expression, responded, "He is Astra's husband. A naturally born warrior created specifically for combat on our Krypton. To be precise, he is even more terrifying, ruthless, and merciless than Astra." This caused the members of the action unit present to pale slightly. One Astra was already enough of a concern, and now a more powerful adversary had emerged. At that moment, Russell added a statement that further deepened their alarm. "While I cannot be certain, my instincts as a journalist have led me to suspect that they seem to be plotting something, as Noen mentioned a great purge." Chapter 20. Old friends. Women, indeed, are the most enigmatic of beings. It has been nearly 3 days since Alex was abducted. During this time, Russell had anticipated that the breakthrough following their recent date would naturally lead to a deeper connection between them. However, to his bewilderment, he noticed that Carla began to evade him, employing various excuses to distance herself. If she had simply lost interest, that would have been one thing. But each time Carla departed, Russell caught a glimpse of regret in her eyes, leaving him with a sense of something unspoken yet elusive. He could only observe as best he could, waiting for an opportune moment to converse. Nevertheless, before that, he had another pressing matter to attend to. He needed to meet someone. As night fell, the vibrant lights of the international city illuminated the scene. Ever since the emergence of Superman, which confirmed that Earth was not alone in the cosmos, the presence of extraterrestrial beings on Earth has increased. Most of these beings, like humans, are preoccupied with their daily survival. However, their identities prevent them from living and working on Earth as ordinary humans do. Thus, various avenues have opened in many cities for these aliens to earn a living. For instance, the place where Russell currently finds himself, the underground fighting club for aliens in the international city. In the dim light, within the vast arena resembling a cage, 2 reptilian aliens were engaged in a brutal battle, their green blood and severed limbs splattering through the air amidst a crowd of cheering humans. including both dignitaries and societal elites. Meanwhile, on the second floor of a ruawash in red decor, the sounds of a woman's moans filled the air. After what felt like an eternity, everything eventually subsided. As the crimson curtains parted, a stunning Asian woman donned in a provocative red gown languidly reclined upon Russell, licking his chest and uttering enticing words. "Russell, you have indeed grown stronger. I never imagined that the little boy I once knew has transformed into such a robust man. And you have become increasingly alluring." Veronica. Her real name was Veronica Sinclair, styled like Ada Wong from Russell's favorite film, Resident Evil. She exuded the allure of a mature woman, rolling her eyes at Russell's compliment. With her eyes closed in a frown, she exhaled a deep sigh, reluctantly allowing that vexing yet enjoyable presence to depart from her body before rising from Russell's side. She slowly adjusted her attire and touched up her makeup while gazing into a mirror. "Little one, your sweet words no longer hold sway over me. I am no longer one of those young, pretty girls. Now, tell me, what brings you here?" Russell lay on the bed, admiring the sensual curve of Veronica's back as he replied, "Indeed, I require your assistance." "Oh, now that is a rare occurrence. What is it?" Russell retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket and presented it to Veronica. "I am aware of your connections, and I require assistance from those laboratories and some trustworthy individuals. Could you facilitate this for me?" Well, when Veronica took a look, she saw that these laboratories and talents encompassed various fields, including physics, biology, and chemistry, all at the forefront of innovation. However, "No problem. Thank you. But remember what I mentioned. I understand, confidentiality is paramount, is it not? Rest assured, we are allies, not those of different races or extraterrestrial beings. Blood runs thicker than water." Yet, as Veronica spoke, she turned back, climbing once more onto Russell's robust chest, caressing his chin with her delicate fingers. Exuding fragrance as she said, "Shouldn't you reward me with something, perhaps a child?" This took Russell by surprise. "Did you not previously express otherwise? You seemed more preoccupied with fleeting encounters." "That was then," she replied, "when there were fewer extraterrestrials. Now, times have changed, and I am of an age where I desire a formidable heir to inherit my legacy. You will acquiesce, won't you, Russell? Rest assured, my child, and I will not intrude upon your life." "No." Russell grasped Veronica's alluring hips, causing her to let out a playful protest. "You know I am not that sort of person. I shall treat any child of mine equally, and I am not ungrateful. However, there lies a dilemma." Veronica was evidently pleased with Russell's response, but just as she was about to inquire about the issue, she felt herself being embraced. Taking a sharp breath as she gazed at him with affectionate eyes. "What is the dilemma?" "The dilemma is that I am too robust, and you." Russell caressed Veronica's exquisite, supple abdomen. "You cannot bear my child." A hint of disappointment crossed Veronica's face as she grasped his meaning. "That is truly unfortunate." She began to rise, but just as she was about to leave, Russell pulled her back into his embrace. "Wait, I have not finished. Although it is not possible now, it does not preclude the possibility in the future. Therefore, if you eagerly anticipate this, you must expedite the task I require of you." Veronica's eyes sparkled once more as she settled back onto Russell's chest. "I understand. I will assist you, and I look forward to that day. However, this does not preclude us from enjoying another hour, does it?" "Certainly not. An entire night is quite acceptable." As Russell indulged in revelry throughout the night, elsewhere in the international city, a troubled Kara was unable to sleep. When she arrived at the office the next morning, bleary-eyed, she was greeted with another piece of news that left her speechless. "Recently, I have been feeling exceedingly troubled by our competitor, the Planet Daily. I had assumed that once they acquired their own superhero, they would be satisfied. But now, their headlines." As the words hung in the air, the television screen behind Kate displayed various segments from the Planet Daily, all featuring their female superhero. "It appears they are now intent on usurping my Supergirl, which is utterly unacceptable. Jimmy, I am aware of your connections with some of your acquaintances, hence, I seek an interview with Supergirl." Before Jimmy could respond in astonishment, Kara couldn't contain a chuckle. This left her feeling somewhat embarrassed, as she babbled a multitude of nonsensical phrases, yet could not alleviate the murderous glare emanating from Kate. Fortunately, at that moment, Jimmy intervened to divert the conversation. I had thought, Miss Kate, such matters would be entrusted to Russell. After all, he knows Supergirl far better than I do." "Of course, I am aware of that," Kate replied, "but he does not possess your level of connections, and moreover, he has taken leave recently." It was then that everyone comprehended why Russell was absent today, further aggravating Kara, who believed she had hurt his feelings. "So, will you assist me, Jimmy? Speak with your friend in the blue outfit." Regrettably, Jimmy firmly declined. "I'm sorry, but that won't work." Following the conclusion of the meeting, Kara faced a few reprimands from Kate. Upon returning to the secret lair, she encountered Russell, who had not been present at the office. Chapter 21. The promotion of lovers. Kara felt a flicker of joy within her heart, initially eager to greet him warmly, but a sudden thought caused her to halt involuntarily. A fleeting shadow crossed her face, which did not go unnoticed by the gentle Jimmy in the room. In truth, 3 days prior, both had sensed an unsettling shift in the relationship between Kara and Russell. Though perplexed, they felt a glimmer of opportunity arising from the situation. Fortunately, it was Russell who broke the silence. Apologies, Win, Jimmy, could you grant Kara and me a moment of privacy? Oh, of course. Win acquiesced first, stepping outside, while Jimmy wore a concerned expression, casting a glance at Russell. Once the room was left solely to Russell and Kara as he moved to approach her. She instinctively retreated, waving her hands in rejection. I'm sorry, Russell. I believe we should discuss our relationship more thoroughly. Why? Do you despise me? No, Russell. You remain the most significant person in my heart. However, I do not wish to hurt you. Russell furrowed his brow tightly, struggling to comprehend Kara's meaning. With a hint of sadness, she continued, ever since Alex was kidnapped and my Aunt Astra and Uncle Non appeared, I have been pondering a question, Russell. As she spoke, Kara stepped closer, gently caressing Russell's face. You are wonderful. You have always been wonderful. But perhaps we are not suited for one another. I might not be deserving of a love as ordinary as others enjoy. This revelation deepened Russell's furrowed brow. You once mentioned the price of being a superhero. I now finally grasp it. I do not wish for you, or anyone else to suffer because of our closeness. At last, Russell understood Kara's perspective, which brought him a sense of relief. Although he possessed a formidable 50 Kryptonian physiology and was gradually acquiring the true powers of a Kryptonian, it was evident that this was merely the beginning. Kara harbored even greater potential. Moreover, he genuinely cherished Kara, the golden-haired sweetheart. Slowly, he extended his hand, brushing against her face as he spoke. Do you know why I did not appear at the office today, but instead found myself here? Before Kara could respond, Russell continued. In half an hour, I must leave International City for another location. We may not see each other for at least a week, perhaps even longer. The reason is that I need to create a suit capable of withstanding kryptonite. Merely possessing theoretical knowledge is insufficient. I require advanced equipment to validate my hypotheses. And my access to such resources is limited. Upon realizing that Russell had taken leave for this purpose, Kara felt an even deeper sense of regret. I am so sorry. No. Russell interrupted her. I expressed these sentiments not to elicit an apology from you, Kara. Rather, I wish to convey that, in this world, following the passing of my parents, you shall forever hold the foremost position in my heart. There is none other. In that fleeting moment, Kara's gaze became clouded with emotion. Your concerns, I assure you, are entirely unwarranted. Do not forget, I too possess extraordinary abilities, complemented by a rather astute intellect. Recall my words? While I harbor no desire to embrace the role of a superhero, I am more than willing to be your unwavering support, to encourage and bolster you. And should you truly require it, I would stand beside you in battle. In that instant, what more could Kara articulate? She could only embrace Russell tightly and bestow upon him a kiss imbued with affection. The two shared a kiss. And the room was soon filled with a cacophony of chaotic sounds, persisting until they found themselves somewhat disheveled and breathless. So, Kara, your spirits must be quite elevated at this moment. Indeed, I have never felt so elated. Her cheeks flushed with warmth, Kara wore that unique, cheerful smile characteristic of her golden-haired sweetness. Might it be time for me to adopt a new role, perhaps that of a boyfriend? After delivering a deep kiss, Kara gazed lovingly at Russell. I love you, Russell. I love you too, Kara. Haha. When will you return? I can hardly wait to don the new suit you've crafted for me. You know, the realm of science is perpetually perplexing, but fret not. I shall endeavor to expedite the process, and I will call you daily to update you on my progress. Just like a true couple. Haraha. I relish this feeling. By the way, I have something I wish to seek your counsel on. Kara recalled a recent morning meeting when Kate had proposed interviewing Supergirl. Do you think I should acquiesce? Russell did not respond directly, but instead inquired. What is your impression of Miss Kate? This question elicited a pained expression from Kara as she replied, proud, sharp-toned, acerbic. Honestly, I can conjure numerous descriptors, none of them favorable. Would you care to hear my assessment? Certainly. Well, I can tell you that Miss Kate is an exceptionally strong and wise woman. To be candid, while I strive to comprehend and support you, Kara, I am, after all, a rather rugged man and, in certain aspects, I lack the delicacy often found in women. Therefore, if you can cultivate a good rapport with her, she may offer you valuable insights, considering her remarkable success. Russell's words sparked a glimmer of realization in Kara's eyes. You are indeed correct. Perhaps I should reevaluate my perception of Miss Kate. Outside the secret base, Jimmy and Win, upon hearing the chaotic sounds emanating from within, initially assumed that a quarrel had ensued between the two. However, moments later, they were taken aback to see Kara emerge, her face radiating joy and exuberance, as she cheerfully declared to them, I have made up my mind. I am ready to accept an interview with Miss Kate. With that, she descended the elevator alone, leaving Jimmy and Win exchanging bewildered glances. In the end, Jimmy could only fumble with the watch on his arm, a gift from Superman, meant to summon him in times of peril, and remarked, "He certainly knows how to charm a lady, doesn't he?" As time progressed, everything gradually returned to normal. Kara immersed herself each day with fervor in her superhero endeavors as Supergirl. It seemed that the strength of her emotions empowered her abilities, and she delighted in this newfound vigor, for it enabled her to protect her loved ones. Of course, not everything unfolded smoothly, particularly concerning the matter of the interview with Kate. While the overall experience was relatively pleasant, Kara unintentionally revealed her identity as Superman's cousin due to her inexperience, thus attracting a formidable supervillain seeking revenge against Superman, the Radiant Man. Chapter 22. The Radiant One having just engaged in a fierce battle with the Radiant One, Kara returned to the action department, seeking intelligence on this new adversary. Regrettably, aside from his name and the fact that he had previously fought your cousin Superman to a standstill, we possess no further information. However, there is someone who might know. Who? Jimmy Olsen, for it was he who coined the name Radiant One. Ah, I see. With that realization, Kara soared out, returning to Kate Media's secret base where she encountered Jimmy and Win. Yet, the advice Jimmy offered was something she found intolerable. I believe you should summon your cousin. I have witnessed the prowess of the Radiant One. He nearly inflicted severe injuries upon your cousin. No, Kara would certainly not acquiesce. She refused to become merely a backdrop for her cousin. If she were to call for his aid every time trouble arose, what significance would her identity as Supergirl hold? The two debated for quite some time, but it was evident that Jimmy was unable to sway Kara's resolve. I understand your concern for me, but Jimmy, this signifies more than just safety. I am not merely Superman's cousin. I am Supergirl. Whether in victory or defeat, the narrative must be pinned by my own hand, not another's. Well, it appears your family is quite obstinate, Jimmy replied, exuding a sense of helplessness. Just then, Win, struck by inspiration, interjected, why not reach out to Russell? He might have some insights. Though he isn't here, you should have his contact information. Of course, Kara was determined not to become a woman reliant on men. Yet sometimes circumstances dictated otherwise. I hope he isn't too busy right now. After all, Russell had previously informed her that certain high-tech laboratories prohibited the use of electronic devices within their premises. Fortunately, luck was on her side as the call connected smoothly. Well, Kara, did you miss me so soon? Both Win and Jimmy exchanged bemused glances. However, Kara quickly transitioned to the matter at hand. I've messed things up. Have you seen the recent news from International City? Apologies. I just arrived in Switzerland today and haven't had a chance to check my phone for the news from International City. Mr. Russell, the particle accelerator is ready, and we can commence the first experiment. Just a moment, I'll be right with you. Listening to the bustling sounds on the line, Kara felt a twinge of regret. I hope I'm not interrupting you. Of course not. And remember, I told you, you will always be my top priority. So what exactly has transpired? Kara wasted no time in asking. I encountered a villain today. He is referred to as the Radiant One. I was wondering if you have any information about him. The Radiant One, you say? Noted. Give me 10 minutes. I need to consult my informants. I will call you back in 10. Sounds good. As the call ended, One, curious, inquired, did I hear that correctly? Particle accelerator? Russell is currently at the CERN. What could he possibly be doing there? Kara replied without much thought. He mentioned he would assist me in crafting a new suit that would render me impervious to kryptonite. This revelation left Jimmy momentarily stunned. As Superman's friend, he had a keen awareness of kryptonite's peril. Meanwhile, One wore an envious expression. Wow, that sounds incredibly cool. Moreover, it appears Russell has some remarkable connections. It's worth noting that many leading physicists aspire to utilize the particle accelerator, but cannot even secure a spot in line. Kara didn't dwell on this, but Jimmy seemed to have been reminded of something. 10 minutes is but a fleeting moment, and soon Russell's call came through. Meeting Kara's expectations, I found some information regarding Radiation Man. His real name is Ben Kroll. 5 years ago, terrorists attempted to create a disaster at the Berkeley nuclear power plant, but your cousin Superman thwarted their plans, saving millions. However, 2 reactor engineers perished in the incident, Ben Kroll and his wife, Elisa Kroll. They were a very happy couple, but it seems Ben Kroll is not dead. He has transformed into Radiation Man. Kara suddenly grasped the situation. I see now why he harbors such animosity towards my cousin. He blames Clark for his wife's death. Is that the case? She asked with a newfound sympathy. How should we locate him? I'm uncertain, but I can provide you with a lead. I observed the news of your confrontation with him. It appears his battle suit malfunctioned. Ben Kroll requires his suit to sustain his life, and presently, the only individual in International City capable of repairing it might be. One was immediately enlightened and named Maxwell Lord. Brilliant. Thank you, Russell. No need for thanks. I may be away for some time, so I cannot assist you directly. But I have faith in your abilities, right, Kara? Absolutely, I am Supergirl. Then I can rest easy. I'll hang up now. I look forward to seeing your new suit. After the call ended, Kara promptly flew to the Department of Action, relaying all she knew to Alex and the others. Meanwhile, in Switzerland, at the European Nuclear Center, two Asian men, their faces reflecting disbelief, presented Russell with the recently obtained experimental results. This is utterly astonishing, Mr. Lord. These elements are indeed those known to constitute life. Yet the experimental results indicate that the electromagnetic forces between their atomic nuclei and electrons do not conform to any known isotopes. This suggests a closer proximity between the atomic nuclei and electrons, rendering the atoms more compact and the molecules denser. Even more astonishing is that this alteration continues to intensify. Russell was taken aback and turned to the two doctors. Dr. Chun, Dr. Wang, what would life be like if it were composed of these elemental components? The two Asian doctors exchanged glances, and with a hint of astonishment, Dr. Chun replied, to be honest, I cannot envision it. However, one thing is certain. Organisms of the same cellular size would consist of a greater quantity of matter. This implies a higher nutritional requirement. Yet it would also yield a more potent energy output and enhanced efficiency. Similarly, if an organism were composed of such cells, its structural organization would be more compact, enabling it to withstand greater impacts. Fascinating, Russell thought to himself. He was eager to understand how his own cells, influenced by Kryptonian genetics, had transformed under the power of the system. Thank you, Dr. Chen. Dr. Wang. I hope everything discussed today remains confidential. Rest assured. You can trust our integrity. We will not retain any data that could be traced back to you. Thank you immensely. I shall not impose further. I need to visit the ICUMS at Kodo University. I hope we have the opportunity to meet again. Chapter 23. The emergence of Superman. Russell's experiments were proceeding smoothly, but the situation for Kara was quite different. Despite Russell providing Kara and the action department with ample intelligence regarding the Radiant Man, they were unable to prevent Maxwell Lord from being abducted. The reason was simple. Maxwell Lord harbored deep mistrust of everyone, especially extraterrestrials, and thus declined the protection offered by the action department. As a billionaire, he possessed the right to make such choices. Fortunately, through his research on the Radiant Man, Wynn discovered a potential hideout. However, by the time Kara arrived, it was already too late. Maxwell Lord had repaired the Radiant Man's armor. Consequently, Kara found herself at the mercy of the Radiant Man, receiving a severe beating. But thankfully, Superman appeared just in time to intervene. On the rooftop of the Catco Media building, Jimmy arrived to meet Clark, the reporter from the Daily Planet, who had transformed into Superman. It seems you're adapting quite well to your new surroundings, Jimmy, Clark remarked, his glasses perched on his nose, exuding an air of scholarly delight upon seeing his old friend. Thank you, Clark, you saved Kara, Jimmy replied, his expression brimming with gratitude. Clark shook his head in response. No need to worry, Kara is robust and will regain consciousness shortly. But you, Jimmy, have you summoned me here for another reason? Yes. I need your help to investigate someone. Who? Jimmy, somewhat awkward, produced a file and handed it to Clark. His name is Russell, and he is now Kara's boyfriend. Wow. Clark's expression turned peculiar as he scanned the file Jimmy had handed him. Kara has a boyfriend? Why didn't she mention this? What makes you want me to investigate him? From what I see, he appears to have no issues. No, Clark, that is precisely the issue. Jimmy's agitation was evident, prompting a curious look from Clark. Taking a moment to compose himself, Jimmy continued, I know I may seem overly excited, but this guy is shrouded in too many mysteries. He knows more than the action department, and what they cannot uncover, he can. Furthermore, he has effortless access to the most advanced laboratories, which is quite abnormal. Clark, we are all family to Kara. We cannot entrust her to someone untrustworthy. All right. It must be said that Jimmy succeeded in persuading Clark. I will have Lois investigate. Thank you for trusting me. It's nothing. It's the least I can do. If there is nothing else, I must take my leave. Even without Luthor, Metropolis has its fair share of criminals, and Kara will be waking soon. You should consider how to explain today's events. Clark was not mistaken. As soon as Kara awoke and realized that her savior was Clark, a fierce argument erupted between them, with neither able to persuade the other. Jimmy could only excuse himself from the heated exchange. Observing this, Alex offered some comforting words. He merely wishes to protect you. I know. Kara was acutely aware of this, yet she found herself unable to forgive her own failures. Her original mission had been to Earth, to safeguard her cousin. But the 24 years lost in the Phantom Zone had ironically rendered her the one in need of protection, filling her heart with guilt for failing her purpose. However, if it were Russell, he would never act in such a manner. Alex, harboring little trust for the smooth-talking man, countered. If he truly cared for you, he would not have placed you in such perilous situations, Kara. No, you do not comprehend at all why I chose him. It is because apart from him, you all regard me as a child. He was the only one who enlightened me about the trials one must endure to become a superhero. Yet even so, he did not deter me, even knowing the dangers I might face, for he understands that these are experiences I must undergo. Would you prevent my cousin from confronting the radiation man? Alex was left momentarily speechless, finally conceding, perhaps you have a point. But Kara, I am your sister, and protecting you is my duty. In earlier times, Kara might have felt touched by this sentiment, but now all she felt was a throbbing headache. Seeing her distress, Alex urged, enough of this. What matters now is how we will capture the radiation man. You wouldn't want him causing chaos, would you? I understand. But the question remains, how can we locate him? Kara replied, her head throbbing. Alex offered her own suggestion. Why not call your boyfriend? If he has information on the radiation man, he might possess a way to track him down. A spark of realization ignited in Kara's eyes, and she promptly dialed his number. The phone rang several times before it was finally answered, and after Kara articulated her dilemma, Russell swiftly provided his insight. It's quite simple. If your cousin Superman ranks first among those the radiation man despises, then you would be second. Kara's eyes brightened as she grasped Russell's implication. But Alex quickly interjected with indignation. No, Kara, I absolutely refuse to let you be a decoy. Russell, do you realize what a terrible idea that is? The confident voice on the other end responded, of course I do. Kara, my girlfriend, while you are undeniably intelligent, beautiful, and strong, I hope you won't mind if, as your boyfriend, I offer you some advice. Of course, certainly. I presented your news to Dr. Chun, a leading scholar in the field of nuclear physics. He informed me that the essence of the radiation suit lies within the core located at the chest, which contains a substantial amount of subcritical plutonium. If forcibly compromised, it could unleash a nuclear radiation capable of contaminating the entire international city. However, there exists a means to avert such a disaster. If one encases it and let it the moment of its meltdown, the threat can be neutralized. Thank you, Russell. Please do not feel an overwhelming burden. Regardless of what transpires, Kara, I will always stand behind you in unwavering support. Therefore, proceed with confidence. Of course, Alex and the others are equally significant, and it would be wise to consider their perspectives as well. I love you, Kara. I love you too, Russell. As the call ended, Alex gazed at her sister, who had regained her confidence, feeling momentarily lost herself. She found herself uncertain about who was truly at fault, Russell or herself. Nevertheless, for now, she decided to address her sister's inquiries. So, Alex, do you have any suggestions? Chapter 24. Kryptonian cells. Despite the operational department's reservations regarding Kara's proposal to act as bait and confront the Radiant Man alone, they ultimately yielded to her stubbornness. Once preparations were complete, Kara faced the Radiant Man, and the outcome was favorable. She successfully defeated him and imprisoned him. So, was I wrong? After the successful mission, Alex, witnessing Kara's elation and the captured Radiant Man, inquired of her superior. Certainly not. Your desire to protect Kara is commendable. However, it appears we should place more trust in your sister. As Kara approached, Alex reluctantly extended her hand to share a celebratory high-five with her sibling. Congratulations. Yet, should there be a next time, I still would not endorse such an operation. Kara, however, remained undeterred by Alex's reservations and embraced her sister tightly. Thank you. Now, I must share the good news with Russell. Watching Kara depart in high spirits, Alex could only shake her head in disbelief. Her trust now rested solely with that scoundrel. In Japan, at Kyoto University, within the Institute of Cellular and Material Sciences, Russell stood alongside two Asian colleagues, one male and one female, enveloped in a pristine and sterile environment. Before them loomed a massive screen displaying the intricate movements of countless cells. Although they were in Japan, their conversation flowed in Mandarin. To be honest, I have never encountered such peculiar biological cells. They are mammalian in origin yet exhibit certain capabilities akin to plant cells, such as the ability to absorb sunlight and perform photosynthesis, Russell remarked, gazing at the woman speaking before him with a perplexed expression. Dr. Liu, are there no alien cells? Indeed, while numerous extraterrestrial cells have been delivered here, none possess such characteristics. The vast majority of their cellular structures differ entirely from Earth's organisms, let alone humans. The resemblance is striking. Truthfully, one could not discern the differences without meticulous examination. At that moment, another man, resembling a quintessential bookworm, interjected. Moreover, these cells represent only a fraction of what you provided. Within the tissue samples you sent, aside from these cells, there exists another segment. Initially, I discerned no differences compared to human cells, and various tests yielded no reactions. Strangely, however, they coexist harmoniously with the other powerful cells, defying logic. Fortunately, through energy spectral analysis, I began to observe some anomalies. As he concluded, the computer screen transformed, revealing a vibrant array of colors. Truth be told, without the acquired ability of the curse of knowledge, Russell would have struggled to comprehend it, but now he grasped its significance. In these organizational samples, I have detected three exceedingly potent energies. The first, naturally, is the energy response of ordinary human cells. The second comprises those formidable plant-like cells. However, the third. This scarlet radiance, to be candid, if I did not place my faith in science, I might question its very existence. Yet, it is evidently this third form of energy that safeguards this subset of human cells, allowing them to coexist on equal terms with these powerful cells. Thank you, Dr. Luo. Although Dr. Luo could not grasp the significance, Russell discerned that this scarlet glow was identical to the luminescence of the crystal that had bestowed upon him superhuman abilities and superpower unleashed. Everything seemed to fall into place. At that moment, Dr. Luo elaborated further. Of utmost importance, these cellular tissues, even after severance from their maternal source, retain such formidable vitality, reminiscent of cancer cells. Accompanied by the photosynthetic capabilities of plants, I harbor no doubt that these cells will outlive me, if you would allow me to preserve a sample. I swear I could unearth a cure for cancer from it. Before Dr. Lu could finish her thought, she was interrupted by Dr. Luo. Wenjie, please stop. My apologies, Mr. Luo. Wenjie meant no offense. She is merely engrossed in her research. Rest assured, all cellular tissue samples will be entirely destroyed under your supervision. Russell cast a glance at the somewhat reluctant female doctor before regarding Dr. Luo, who shared his surname. One must admit, you have made a remarkably wise choice. Thank you. Now, there is one more matter I would like to inquire about. Please speak. I shall answer to the best of my knowledge. Excellent. Do you know anyone engaged in research on nanomaterials or nanorobots? The two doctors exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Dr. Lu who spoke up. Many individuals are involved in these fields, and there are numerous distinguished scholars. However, if you seek the pinnacle of expertise, your best course of action would be to consult the Luthor Group. The name sparked a thought in Russell's mind. Luthor? Lex Luthor? Indeed. Since he was incarcerated by Superman, the Luthor Group has been under the stewardship of his sister, Lena Luthor. It appears she is another remarkable woman. I wonder, if I wish to acquire technology from her, what might I offer in exchange? Dr. Lu was inclined to suggest the cellular tissues you provided, but under Dr. Luo's admonishing gaze, she decisively chose silence. I apologize, I am unaware of that. I have merely heard of her accomplishments, but know little of her personally. If you require, I can provide you with relevant papers and news articles. Russell was not hesitant. Thank you very much. Seeing this, Dr. Lu sifted through her portable tablet and handed it to Russell. Here you go. Upon glancing at the document, Russell's initially indifferent gaze transformed upon encountering the paper titled Extreme Biochemical Nanorobots. This instantly illuminated his thoughts, evoking memories of the few narratives surrounding Supergirl, particularly the scene where she is enveloped by countless seductive nanobots. What a fascinating concept. Previously pondering how to acquire related technologies, he suddenly found clarity. He refrained from reading further and returned the tablet to Dr. Lu. I am grateful to both of you for your assistance, and I hope we cross paths again in the future. Chapter 25. Lena Luthor. Nightfall enveloped the metropolis, and the Luthor Group headquarters stood tall amidst the turmoil. Ever since Lex Luthor, the formidable leader of the Luthor Group, was incarcerated by Superman, Lena Luthor, the sole heir of the Luthor lineage, had ascended to helm this vast enterprise. Yet, this was far from a joyous occasion. The throngs gathered below, brandishing placards and vociferously demanding the imprisonment of all Luthors, underscored the gravity of her predicament. However, as a renowned businesswoman, self-pity was not in Lena Luthor's nature. She endeavored to compensate those harmed by her brother Lex's transgressions, striving to reshape the public's negative perception of the Luthor Group. In truth, this was no simple feat. Lena toiled daily amidst a mountain of paperwork, navigating a myriad of hearings and participating in various social activities aimed at mending her brother's tarnished reputation. This relentless grind left her weary, and thoughts of fleeing the metropolis occasionally crossed her mind, though she recognized such an escape was impossible, at least until the majority of Lex's issues had been resolved. In the president's office, clad in a flowing white gown and adorned with striking red lips, Lena sat at her desk, signing the final batch of documents with a wrist that felt as though it might fracture under the strain. She then passed the papers to her assistant. Surely, this must be the last batch for today, she mused. Indeed, but there will be another set to arrive tomorrow. With an expression of calm determination, Lena replied, Tomorrow's matters will wait until tomorrow. For now, please leave me undisturbed. I require solitude. Understood. As her assistant hurriedly exited with a stack of files, Lena finally exhaled, rising from her chair to stretch. However, upon glancing through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows at the multitude of protesters below, a wave of frustration and melancholy washed over her. It would be disingenuous to claim she harbored no resentment towards her current situation, yet her surname was Luthor, and that bore its own weight. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed in the office, prompting Lena to express her displeasure. Did I not specify that I wished to be left alone? To her surprise, the voice that followed was not her assistant's, but that of an unfamiliar man. Apologies, it seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment. Your mood appears rather somber. Startled, Lena turned swiftly, her heart racing as she caught sight of a shadowy figure at the office door, obscured in darkness. Who are you? She inquired, cautiously advancing toward her desk where a concealed alarm mechanism lay. There's no need to fear me. I have come to propose a transaction. Lena, wholly uninterested, retorted. I have no desire to engage in business with someone who hides in the shadows, too cowardly to reveal their face. A light chuckle emanated from the darkness, followed by a serious tone. I apologize for my earlier comments. You make a compelling point. To be candid, I never intended to reveal my identity. However, in the presence of an extraordinary woman such as yourself, Lena Luthor, sincerity is indeed the finest form of honesty. As these words hung in the air, Russell emerged slowly from the shadows, revealing his figure as he introduced himself. I am Russell, a reporter from Cape Media. It must be said that this gesture had a certain effect. Lena Luthor paused in her approach towards the alarm, regarding the man who exhibited such fearlessness in revealing himself before her, and inquired with curiosity, Cape Media, Kate Grant. Indeed, Lena Luthor visibly relaxed, her curiosity piqued. I apologize, but I fail to see what transaction could be of interest between a journalist and myself. If you intend to expose something, there's no need for you to intervene. The Luthor Group has long since established a notorious reputation. Russell remained unperturbed, retrieving his phone from his pocket. Do not be hasty. First, take a look at this, he said, adjusting the content on his device before tossing it towards Lena Luthor, where it landed squarely in her embrace. Her previously indifferent gaze transformed upon recognizing the familiar visage displayed on the screen. It was her former boyfriend, the man who had once brought her the greatest joy, Spear Jack. A sense of foreboding washed over Lena Luthor as she pressed the play button. With the progression of the footage, she soon grasped the incredulous reality of the situation. 5 years prior, when she and Jack were still a couple, they had been among the brightest minds in the world, with nanorobots as their focal point of research. Regrettably, their endeavors had not proceeded smoothly. To manage the vast swarm of nanobots, they had chosen bees as their model, reasoning that by controlling the queen bee, they could command the entire hive. However, the results were far from satisfactory. For reasons unknown, their experiments consistently failed. Before long, due to family and career pressures, they opted to part ways, leaving the project unresolved. Yet now, through the enigmatic figure known as Russell, she discovered that Jack appeared to have succeeded, albeit at a perilous cost. He seemed to have lost his consciousness and, alarmingly, had chosen himself as the first human test subject. What on earth was happening? Concern for her former love compelled Lena Luthor to approach without trepidation, urgently asking, "What is going on? Do not fret. There is another video to watch. Just press the next button." Russell encouraged. Lena Luthor, now anxious, continued to watch, her expression shifting dramatically as the truth unfolded before her eyes. The clandestinely recorded footage revealed that her ex-boyfriend, Jack, had indeed lost his sense of self, reduced to a mere shell of his former self, with an unfamiliar woman exerting control over him. Who was she? What was happening? Russell did not keep his findings under wraps. He revealed the results of his investigation. Her name is Beth Breen, the chief financial officer of Spear Industries and the assistant to Mr. Jack, the owner of the company. It was evident that Mr. Jack, having subjected himself to human experimentation, lost consciousness and subsequently came under the control of his assistant. At this moment, Lena Luthor had regained her composure, gazing at the man before her who had divulged everything. "So what is your proposition?" she inquired. "It's quite simple. Although Mr. Jack appears to be under the sway of his assistant, I believe that with Lena Luthor's intellect, there must be a way to salvage the situation. In exchange, I require this technology." Russell gestured toward the screen, depicting Jack transformed into countless nanobots. Lena Luthor instantly comprehended the entirety of the situation, yet she was not one to easily capitulate. "However, Mr. Russell, you have disclosed all this to me. Even if I do not acquiesce to your demands, I possess the means to rescue Jack just the same." Russell, undeterred, observed Lena Luthor's alluring red lips and replied, "Of course, you may proceed in that manner, Ms. Luthor. In fact, upon discovering this situation, my desire for the technology could be fulfilled through another avenue, which involves seeking out Ms. Beth Breen. She might be more amenable to negotiation. However, to be candid, while I do have a penchant for attractive femme fatale, I am not particularly fond of striking deals with them. There is another reason, too. I wish to meet Lena Luthor, one of the most exceptional women in this world." Chapter 26. The super-trained Lena Luthor found no reason to decline. Her concerns for her former boyfriend Jack, coupled with the subtle threats emanating from Russell, facilitated a smooth transaction between them. The agreement entailed that Lena Luthor would provide Russell with all the technology related to nanobots owned by the Luthor Group. In return, Russell would grant Lena a brief respite to resolve her issues with her ex-boyfriend before choosing to expose the significant news as a journalist, all the while concealing Jack's unethical human experimentation. Having successfully acquired this technology, Russell set his sights on the next destination, the ABB Robotics Super Factory, where all the personnel and materials necessary to implement these technologies awaited him. During this period, several noteworthy events transpired in International City. The most significant being the announcement by Maxwell Rod, the president of Rod Technologies, regarding the successful development of his powertrain, with a trial set to take place in a few days. In addition, Kate Grant, the president of Kate Media, was honored with a Media Award, the Silver Prize. Although modest in stature, it held special significance for her as it was awarded for defeating her rival, Louise Lane of the Planet Daily. Eager to attend the award ceremony, Kate faced a dilemma as she wouldn't have time to care for her son due to the unfortunate injury of their nanny. Fortunately, Kara stepped forward, willingly accepting the task of looking after Kate's son, Carter, despite Kate's sharp tongue. During Russell's absence, Jimmy Wilson, who harbored a fondness for Kara, sought to use this opportunity to draw closer to her. However, his plans were quickly thwarted when his ex-girlfriend, Lucy Lane, appeared in International City. Seeking him out at Kate Media, Kara encountered Lucy at the media company and, upon discovering that Lucy was the sister of her cousin Clark's girlfriend, the renowned Lois Lane, she warmly welcomed her, setting a lunch date at the restaurant downstairs. "Do you know Clark?" Lucy Lane asked, her surprise evident as she regarded the blonde sweetheart before her, her eyes tinged with suspicion. As a woman, she could sense that her boyfriend's gaze held a hint of something more for this girl. "Clark never mentioned you?" Kara remarked innocently, oblivious to Lucy's wariness, as she internally mused about being his cousin. Unable to explain why she appeared younger than her cousin, she simply smiled like a Navi girl and continued, "I also met him through Jimmy. We have a decent relationship, so you were Jimmy's girlfriend? Wow, Jimmy. You have a beautiful girlfriend." Observing Kara's rather foolish demeanor, Lucy could distinctly sense that the girl seemed devoid of any intentions to vie for her boyfriend. With her guard slightly lowered, yet still feeling uneasy, she inquired, "You are quite beautiful as well, Kara. I presume there must be numerous suitors pursuing you?" Kara, with a silly smile, waved her hand dismissively and replied, "I already have a boyfriend. His name is Russell, a journalist at Kate Media. I could introduce you if the opportunity arises." This revelation completely eased Lucy's worries, a smile gracing her face as she exclaimed, "Wow, how cool. An office romance. I have always yearned for such an opportunity, yet alas, I am a lawyer." As she spoke, her gaze shifted to her boyfriend, only to find his expression rather unusual, leading Lucy to realize that this was merely a case of unrequited love on his part. Kara, recalling something, whispered, "In fact, Lucy, there is an opportunity. Miss Kate is currently in need of a lawyer. Perhaps you could consider it. However, be prepared, Ms. Kate's temperament is rather formidable." This sparked a glimmer of interest in Lucy's eyes, while Jimmy, taken aback, had not anticipated having to share an office with his ex-girlfriend. He quickly diverted the conversation, stating, "Has T. Russell been absent for 3 weeks now?" Upon hearing this, Kara appeared somewhat dejected, but she managed to force a smile and replied, "Yes, but he is due to return shortly, within these few days." After all, they had just confirmed their relationship, and it was impossible for Kara not to feel a sense of longing after such a prolonged separation. At this point, an idea struck her, and she suddenly queried the two, "By the way, I have 2 tickets for the Rod Technology Super Train tonight. Would you be interested? Perhaps it could serve as a lovely date opportunity." "Well, is it the Maxwell Rod?" Lucy now clearly recognized that this seemingly foolish girl, Kara, shared a commendable bond with her boyfriend. Thus, she felt reassured about her own reconciliation with Jimmy, free from the fear of unwelcome interference. Having heard of Maxwell Rod, she was eager not to miss this chance for a date. "Is that possible?" Kara continued. "Of course, Russell once interviewed Maxwell Rod. He was invited to this press conference, but he obviously could not make it, so he passed the opportunity to me. However, I must confess, I am not particularly fond of this Maxwell Rod fellow. So rather than squander this opportunity, I'd prefer to see it utilized," Kara boasted, causing Jimmy to feel a twinge of jealousy as he firmly rejected, "I'm sorry, but I have other commitments tonight. You two go ahead." Jimmy. Kara expressed confusion, while disappointment washed over Lucy's face. Kara, noticing the apparent strain in her friend's relationship, intended to offer further encouragement. However, just then, a deafening explosion erupted outside, shaking the very ground beneath them. It must be said that International City is indeed a perilous place. Though Kara, embodying the essence of Supergirl, successfully thwarted the explosion that threatened to bring down a building, the action department swiftly uncovered the presence of a deranged bomber, whose potential target was none other than Maxwell Lord's super train. Consequently, she entrusted Miss Kate's son, Carter, to win care, while she soared through the skies as Supergirl, utilizing her extraordinary vision and hearing to seek any information concerning the bomber. At that moment, the action department received alarming news of a bomb threat at the train station. This left everyone perplexed. Was the bomber's target the station itself, or the super train? Just as Kara grappled with this dilemma, a call from Wynn compelled her to make a choice. "I'm sorry, Kara, I've made a mistake. Carter is missing. He is on the super train, and worse still, I've discovered the bomber is here too." Ultimately, Kara made her decision and confronted the bomber, only to realize that this incident was far more complex than it appeared. It seemed that someone was using the bomber's daughter to coerce him into making the fatal decision to take his own life. Regrettably, no one could provide him with the answers he sought, not even the action department. That night, as Kara lay alone in bed, she reminisced about the sorrowful gaze of the bomber in his final moments, and she recognized her growing dependence on Russell. If only Russell were here, he would undoubtedly offer her the best counsel. Thus, she pondered, when would Russell return? The following day, upon returning to the office, Kara was astonished to see Russell standing before her, momentarily questioning her own perception. Once she confirmed it was indeed Russell, joy enveloped her as she embraced him, sealing their reunion with a kiss. However, she had evidently forgotten that this was in the workplace, as evidenced by the astounded expression on their boss, Kate Grant's face, which spoke volumes. Chapter 27. Return to the international city. In the radiant morning sunlight. Following the conclusion of the morning meeting at Kate Media, Kate Grant, with an expression of astonishment, retained Russell and Kara after the office door had closed. With her hands on her hips, Kate inquired, "So, when did my little assistant and my chief editor become romantically involved?" Kara's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, while Russell took the initiative to respond. "In truth, I have been fond of Kara since my first day at the company. But we only solidified our relationship the day before I took my leave." Observing Russell's candid demeanor and Kara's foolish grin, Kate found herself momentarily at a loss for words. "You certainly surprise me. Perhaps I should amend the company regulations to include a prohibition on office romances." After uttering this, she returned to her chair and regarded Russell sternly. "So, Russell, should you not provide me with an explanation for your 2-week absence, lest I be compelled to consider your dismissal?" Of course. In the face of Kara's concerned gaze, Russell calmly produced his mobile phone, walked over, and handed it to Kate. "This is absolute headline news." Kate's initially disinterested expression transformed into one of excitement upon viewing the video. "Wow, this is indeed significant news. If I am not mistaken, this is Jack Spear, the president of Spear Industries. Why does he appear to be acting like a fool?" "Jack Spear? Who?" Kara asked, her face a mask of confusion, prompting Kate to respond disdainfully. "My dear assistant, you ought to engage your mind a bit more. Jack Spear is a renowned genius scientist. His Spear Industries was previously based in Metropolis but relocated to the international city a year ago. Although not widely recognized now, everyone in the international city knows he is the sole entity capable of posing a threat to Rod Technologies. Most importantly, his ex-girlfriend is Lena Luthor, as Supergirl." Kara was particularly sensitive to the Luthor surname. "Luthor, as in Lex Luthor?" "Indeed, Lena Luthor is Lex Luthor's sister and currently the head of Luthor Corporation." At this moment, having also finished watching the video, Kate disdainfully remarked, "So, Jack Spear, who regards himself as a subject of experimentation, is being manipulated by this young lady?" "Yes. Her name is Beth Breen. She is the chief financial officer of Spear Industries and also Jack Spear's assistant." "Assistant?" The mere mention of the term caused Kate to cast a sideways glance at Kara, who, having grasped the situation, raised her hands in protest. "I swear, I would never do such a thing." Kate merely rolled her eyes at Kara before continuing her discourse. "I must admit, Russell, you have certainly delivered quite the revelation. To be frank, I once held this individual in high regard, believing he could rival Maxwell Rhodes, but it appears he is merely a fool. Thus, I presume I am not the first to have viewed this video, am I?" Russell stated without hesitation. "Indeed, the first to see it was Lena Luthor." This revelation left Kara in shock, as she harbored many biases against the Luthor surname, rendering her momentarily perplexed by her boyfriend's actions. Kate, too, regarded Russell with a questioning gaze and remarked, "Are you implying that upon acquiring this video, you chose to share it with Lena Luthor rather than your superior, me? You had better provide a justification." Russell, undaunted, replied, "The rationale is quite simple. I believe saving a life holds greater significance than an exclusive headline. I am uncertain of the potential repercussions of revealing this directly for Mr. Spear. Ms. Luthor is the only person I could think of who might help me comprehend the situation. Perhaps she has a chance to save Mr. Spear. Of course, I did gain a slight advantage, but I assure you it will not detract from the prominence of this news or our future collaboration." Yet, despite Russell's explanation, Kate remained unsatisfied and retorted, "As an ordinary person, I am gratified that you prioritize life over news. However, as your employer, Russell, I find myself somewhat disillusioned. Pray tell, what clandestine agreement have you forged with Lena Luthor?" "It's quite straightforward. I delayed the release of this news to afford Ms. Luthor some time to rescue her ex-boyfriend. In return, once she is prepared, she will grant our forum exclusive rights to all news concerning Spear Industries. She is also willing to participate in an exclusive interview with us. Furthermore, the Luthor Group intends to deepen its collaboration with our forum in various business aspects, including advertising. I believe that if Mr. Spear awakens, he would likely not object. Of course, this arrangement is not without its costs. We must strive to obscure the fact that Mr. Spear used himself as a test subject in our future reports. Wow, this appears to be quite a lucrative deal. So, is there a chance that Mr. Spear will awaken? Well, Ms. Luther's answer is not particularly promising, but she will exert every effort. Should any complications arise, the Luther Group is prepared to acquire Spear Industries, thus not affecting our collaboration. I understand. So when does this commence? This very evening, Miss. Luther will summon certain covert government agencies to resolve the matter. At that time, I shall be invited as the sole reporter on site. The Action Division. Upon hearing Russell's account, everyone in the Action Division, including Kara, wore expressions of astonishment. So, you were suggesting that you informed Lena Luther of your connections with some secret government agency capable of assisting in the rescue of Mr. Spear? And this clandestine agency is us, the Action Division? Are we to understand that we are now working for you? Hank Henshaw, the head of the Department of Action, inquired. Russell, however, remained unfazed. There's no need for such formality. Firstly, I have assisted you on several occasions, be it with Vartox or the Radiants. I possess my own intelligence channels, just as you have yours. Thus, it is a mutually beneficial arrangement, and I believe you have no grounds to refuse. Secondly, I require this affiliation to help conceal Kara's identity. Otherwise, how am I to explain the nanotechnology acquired from the Luther Group appearing on Supergirl? Working for a mysterious government agency serves as a rather convenient excuse, does it not? Furthermore, I have always been an unofficial member of your team, have I not? Hank Henshaw exchanged glances with Alex before reluctantly conceding, very well. But you must not conduct any other activities under the department's name that do not adhere to the established protocols. Not a problem, Russell replied with eagerness. Hank Henshaw then breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Kara, saying, Now, may I see the new equipment you have prepared for Kara? Of course, Russell replied, retrieving a silvery metallic sphere from his pocket, gazing at his girlfriend. Kara, are you ready to witness a miracle? Chapter 28, The Nanosuit. Oh. Of course. At this moment, Kara felt a twinge of anxiety. Clearly, Russell was oblivious. This was the first gift he had ever presented to her since their acquaintance. What should I do? Gazing at the silvery metallic sphere before her, Kara found herself at a loss. Very simple, Russell said, cradling the metallic sphere in his hands as he approached Kara. You just need to hold it, just like this. As Kara was about to reach out, Alex suddenly intervened, her distrust towards Russell unmistakable. Shouldn't we conduct a test, just to be safe? Alex. Kara felt utterly exasperated, yet Alex stubbornly persisted. It's not that I distrust anyone, but according to Russell, this is technology from the Luther Corporation. We all know what kind of person Lex Luthor is. It must be said, Alex had a knack for striking at Kara's vulnerabilities, and now Kara found herself hesitating. Russell shrugged nonchalantly, addressing Kara with a comforting tone. It's all right. He casually extended the metallic sphere towards her. Seeing this, Alex unceremoniously took it and handed it over to a technician from the operations department. Go check it out. Kara felt increasingly frustrated. She sensed she had let down Russell's trust in her. Fortunately, at that moment, Russell grasped her hand and inquired with genuine concern. How have you been during my absence? Is everything all right? This morning, I noticed you didn't seem particularly happy. Kara was touched by Russell's understanding and recounted the suicide incident involving a bomber she had encountered yesterday. I saw him. I could sense he meant no harm to others. Was someone threatening him with his daughter? Russell, already grasping the situation, responded, Have you checked his daughter's medical records? Perhaps we could uncover something. Suddenly, a thought struck Kara, and she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Oh no. It's my fault. I should have thought of this sooner. I spent the entire day taking care of Ms. Kate's son, and Jimmy's girlfriend, Lucy, was also there. We had dinner. And given the suddenness of the event, he could have been saved. Kara, frustrated, buried her head in her hands. Do not blame yourself, Kara. Striking a balance between being Supergirl and living as an ordinary person is no simple feat. You have already done remarkably well. And there is still time to make amends. Russell reassured her, casting a glance at Alex. You should be able to look into this, right? Alex shot an exasperated glance at Russell and promptly instructed the technicians to investigate. Russell then continued to hold Kara's hand, observing her distressed expression as he spoke. Indeed, I have been nurturing an idea, merely a suggestion, Kara. Have you ever considered becoming a journalist, much like myself? Journalist. Russell's sudden proposal left Kara momentarily bewildered. Yes. This way, you would enjoy greater freedom of movement, avoiding the constraints of spending the majority of your time confined to an office, allowing you to truly embrace your identity as Supergirl. To be candid, at that moment, Kara felt quite intrigued, especially given that her cousin, Clark, is also a reporter for the Daily Planet and excels at it, which piqued her interest in the field of journalism. However, she harbored some doubts about her own capabilities. Can I do it? Certainly. To be frank, your inner integrity is the most commendable I have encountered among anyone. And this is a rare and invaluable trait for a journalist. Kara found herself enveloped in hesitation, prompting Russell to offer a comforting embrace, reassuring her. There's no rush. Take your time. Moreover, your relationship with Ms. Grant seems to be quite favorable. If possible, you might inquire about her opinion. Upon hearing this, Kara promptly shook her head. No, absolutely not. I can already envision how she would mock me. The two exchanged a knowing smile. And Kara's spirits lifted considerably, for which she was grateful to Russell for his unwavering understanding and ability to bring her joy. Curiosity then compelled her to voice a question that had been lingering in her heart. So, you truly met Lena Luthor. What impression did she leave you? Is she as malevolent as Lex Luthor? No. Russell met Kara's gaze and sincerely praised her. To speak honestly, I hold her in high regard. Before our meeting, I was concerned she might be akin to Lex Luthor, so for safety's sake, I conducted some research. The results astonished me. Setting aside the possibility of her being an exceptional actress, I must say that despite having spent less than 3 hours with her, she struck me as somewhat naive, easily trusting others, genuinely sincere about her feelings for her ex-boyfriend, and truly remorseful for her brother's transgressions, actively seeking to amend for them. This response caught Kara somewhat off guard, leaving her skeptical. Russell, noticing her reaction, encouraged her. If you wish, after our activities conclude this evening, I can introduce you to her. As Kara, I sense you two would forge a wonderful friendship, for you share many similarities. This piqued Kara's interest. She was unafraid of any Luthor. Absolutely, I look forward to it. At that moment, 2 technicians approached, one of whom began to share the results of their investigation. We have discovered the medical records of that little girl. For all these years, there has been a benefactor providing financial support, and that individual is Maxwell Rod. The moment this name surfaced, it dawned on Kara, and she recalled the incessant mockery he had directed at her online during these days. Her fury boiling over as she exclaimed, I knew it was him. I must confront him. He has caused a death. Fortunately, Russell and Alex hastily intervened to calm her down. Alex urged, No, Kara, I understand your anger, but we lack evidence. Russell firmly placed his hand on her shoulder, attempting to soothe her. Calm down, Kara. Alex is right. Without evidence, charging in like this will only make him more cautious. Moreover, we still do not know his intentions. With a furious strike, Kara slammed her fist onto the table, creating a deep dent in the thick metal surface. Seeing his sister gradually regain her composure, Alex exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to the technician clutching a metal sphere, inquiring, Have you managed to retrieve any information? The technician, looking rather awkward, surveyed the room and replied, I'm afraid the technology is quite advanced. I'm unsure how to proceed. Chapter 29. 5 modes. The embarrassment was not confined to the technician alone. It enveloped the entire operations department. As one of the clandestine branches of the United States government, especially one tasked with countering extraterrestrial threats, the operations department prided itself on its technological prowess, believing it to be superior to that of most other governmental entities. Yet, this very department found itself utterly powerless in the face of the metallic sphere produced by the journalist, Russell. The technician, clearly flustered, felt his pride shattered. Fortunately, Russell graciously reassured them. With a mere gesture, the metallic sphere soared back into his palm, and he spoke, This is not your fault. I enlisted the world's most distinguished robotic engineers to create this. It is only natural that you cannot decipher it, although meant to be comforting. His words struck a discordant note among the members of the operations department, particularly with Alex, who could not help but challenge, Oh really? How does a mere journalist manage to recruit such exceptional robotic engineers? It's quite simple, Russell replied. As I mentioned, you have your channels, and I have mine. Alex was poised to retort further, but Kara could no longer contain herself and interjected, Enough, Alex. I trust Russell, all right? Faced with Kara's resolute demeanor, Alex refrained from further comment. Kara, visibly relieved, turned to Russell and inquired, Am I ready? All I need to do is place my hands on it, correct? Indeed. After exhaling a nervous breath, Kara gently placed her hands upon the metallic sphere held by Russell, under the watchful eyes of the onlookers. In that instant, the sphere radiated a blue light, rippling like waves, as a child's voice emerged from within. Hello, Kara, my name is Wednesday. I am delighted to serve you. The unexpected greeting made Kara glance nervously at Russell. What comes next? It was not Russell who responded, but the voice of the entity named Wednesday. I am an artificial intelligence created by Mr. Russell. Simply call my name, like this. Hello, Wednesday, and you can awaken me. I possess 5 functional modules, blue mode, green mode, red mode, gold mode, and white mode. You can control me by voice, such as, Hello, Wednesday, initiate blue mode. Wow, that sounds amazing, Kara said, casting a glance at Russell. Encouraged by his reassuring gaze, she declared, Hello, Wednesday, initiate blue mode. Very well, Kara. The first activation may take a little time. So do not worry. As the words fell, the metallic sphere began to undulate, transforming into a liquid-like form that enveloped Kara's arm and spread across her body. After approximately 3 to 4 minutes, Kara was transformed into a figure of shimmering silver metal, her entire being covered except for her brain. Body information collection complete. Proceeding with mimetic integration. As her words fell, the silvery metal began to shimmer with a unique radiance. To the astonishment of onlookers, it transformed into a brand new Supergirl uniform. Gone were the ultra-short skirt and the long legs clad in black stockings. Instead, she resembled Superman, enveloped in a striking blue suit, with a red cape billowing behind her. Blue mode activated. With those words from the little girl, Kara marveled at the hero's attire adorning her form, her face alight with joy. Wow, pants. Cool. Russell, how did you manage this? I feel no discomfort at all. It's as if it's my original uniform, perhaps even more comfortable. I absolutely adore it. In truth, she favored this outfit, for it shed the awkward feminine traits of her previous attire, the short skirt and stockings, transforming her into a mature warrior, akin to her cousin, Superman. The enveloping blue uniform accentuated her powerful physique. There's still a distinction. Russell smiled as he pointed out the unique features of the new blue nanotechnology suit. Firstly, it grants your original uniform enhanced tensile strength, making it durable while absorbing impacts. Secondly, its anti-static surface repels dust, requiring no maintenance. Furthermore, it aids in resisting various energy impacts, such as electric shocks and energy pulses. Of course, the most crucial aspect is this. Try saying, deactivate blue mode. Okay, Wednesday, deactivate blue mode. As her command echoed, the nanobots adorning Kara began to retract, converging at her waist to form a palm-sized disc emblazoned with the S symbol. This is the key feature. It is easily concealable. You can place it wherever you wish. And when needed, simply press it to activate quickly. However, there are a few drawbacks. Firstly, it bears a slight weight, but that should not pose an issue for you. Secondly, as a robotic entity, it requires substantial charging to function. Naturally, if you refrain from utilizing the remaining 4 modes, the power consumption is not rapid. A single charge can last you half a month. However, when in use, it's best to recharge in a secure location, such as the Action Department or my place. Since standard home power sources cannot accommodate such significant energy demands, regrettably, current technology limits us to this extent. I will implement further enhancements concerning energy efficiency and size in due course. No. Kara, deeply moved, embraced Russell and humorously remarked, I am quite satisfied with it. Now, at least I won't feel awkward shedding clothes during transformation. So what are the other functions? You'll find out by trying. Kara's enthusiasm surged as she eagerly responded, Hello, Wednesday, activate green mode. As the words fell, the swarm of nanobots began to envelop Kara once more. However, this time, their speed was astonishingly swift, almost instantaneously covering her entire body. The result was a suit remarkably akin to the newly designed Supergirl uniform. Yet it shimmered with a green luminescence woven between its patterns. This emerald glow evidently evoked certain thoughts among those present. Russell, without reservation, elucidated. Although I do not possess kryptonite, the Luthor Corporation does have some research materials regarding it. Utilizing those documents, I have developed this mode. In this configuration, the nanobots emit green light that can simulate the electromagnetic waves emitted by kryptonite, neutralizing its radiation. Thus, you need not worry about the exposure of your head. Much like the Earth's magnetic field, these electromagnetic waves will create a field that envelopes you. However, as I mentioned earlier, this requires a substantial amount of energy. I may address this issue in the future, but for now, you must act swiftly. It was clear that kryptonite was a sensitive topic, and Russell, aware of this, refrained from elaborating further, promptly initiating the next mode. Next came the red mode. Kara astutely opted to bypass any discussion of kryptonite and activated the red mode. In stark contrast to the green luminescence that resembled intricate patterns, the new Supergirl uniform transformed into a vibrant crimson, exuding a captivating allure. This has been prepared for you to counter the effects of a red sun. You have informed me that a red sun strips Kryptonians of their powers. Therefore, I have devised this mode. Under its influence, the red uniform will shield you from the radiation of the red sun, allowing you to retain your formidable strength. However, it is not without its flaws. You will also be unable to absorb energy from a yellow sun, implying that your power will gradually diminish. Thus, I have also prepared a golden mode for you. Hello, Wednesday, activate golden mode. As Kara's command resonated, her uniform erupted in a radiant golden glow, illuminating the entire operations room. Enveloped in this golden light, Kara felt an indescribable sense of comfort, as if she were basking in a warm spring. She sensed her strength magnifying immensely. However, the golden radiance surged forth swiftly, only to dissipate just as quickly. Wow, Kara exclaimed in delight. I feel incredibly powerful. Unfortunately, Russell, lacking in tact, interjected, it's merely temporary, akin to a battery. This mode is intended to complement the red mode because, under the radiation of a red sun, even with the protection of the red mode, your energy will wane. Thus, the golden mode can provide you with a one-time surge of energy, But this will consume 50 of the nanobot's power. No, this is more than sufficient, Kara asserted, clenching her fists and exclaiming joyfully. This only heightened her curiosity towards the final mode. After all, the best is always saved for last. Hello, Wednesday, activate white mode. As these words echoed, amidst the incredulous gazes of onlookers, the nanobots began to detach from Kara, flowing gracefully to her side before gradually converging into a figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to Kara, albeit with a rather vacant expression. Observing this, Russell expressed his satisfaction, declaring, "This is the final mode, employing mimetic capabilities to create another Kara. However, fret not, for she is merely a shell, devoid of any abilities or essence of Kara herself. I shall refer to her as white mode. To prevent potential infiltration, her AI is rudimentary, controlled through simple modular commands. And she is incapable of connecting to external networks, lacking any means of external communication." Noticing the puzzled expressions from Kara and the others, who seemed to struggle with the significance of Russell's creation, he revealed the crux of the matter. Imagine, while Supergirl is out there fighting crime valiantly, Kara Danvers remains in the office of Kate Media. No one would suspect that Kara Danvers is Supergirl, despite their striking resemblance. Just a pair of glasses apart. Chapter 30. Spear Industries. As a burgeoning enterprise recently established in the international city, Spear Industries sought to secure its foothold while simultaneously boosting its stock prices. Engaging with the media for promotional purposes had become a routine affair. However, not every media outlet could be summoned at will to speak favorably on their behalf, particularly the larger media conglomerates. Thus, when Beth Breen, the clandestine mastermind behind Spear Industries, learned that Kate Media desired an exclusive report on the company, she eagerly accepted the interview invitation. As evening approached, around 5 o'clock, Russell arrived at Spear Industries. The interview proceeded smoothly, with Spear Jack and Beth Breen first guiding Russell through a tour of the factory before returning to the office to discuss their entrepreneurial experiences in America. Both Beth Breen and the subservient Spear Jack were of Indian descent, yet they had lived in America for an extended period and had fully integrated into its culture. Russell, being of Asian descent, found some common ground with them. Little did Beth Breen realize that Russell's interview was merely a pretext. His true intention was to delay her and buy time for the operations department and Lena Luthor. At that moment, Russell's phone buzzed, revealing a message from Lena Luthor that simply read, "Okay." Maintaining his composure, Russell put away his phone and addressed the visibly pleased Spear Jack and Beth Breen. "Apologies, but we must continue," he declared. "No problem." In fact, the interview was nearing its conclusion, and Spear Jack seized the opportunity to present his latest achievement. Soon, Spear Industries will unveil an invention capable of impacting the entire world. I have named it the ultimate biochemical nanorobots. It shall herald a new future and create the third miracle in medical history. Beth Breen appeared immensely proud, envisioning the surge in the company's stock prices following the news report. However, unexpectedly, Russell delivered a staggering blow to both of them. "Well, I am quite looking forward to it. In truth, my motivation for this interview largely stems from the ultimate biochemical nanorobots. Someone approached me and shared a video." As Russell spoke, he retrieved his phone and, to the shock of both, began to play the footage. Spear Jack was rendered speechless upon witnessing the video in which he was subjected to human experimentation. Trembling, he stammered, I can explain." Yet Russell did not respond. Instead, he posed a question. "Mr. Jack, I would like to inquire whether your previous statement was your own volition or if it was prompted by Ms. Beth Breen standing beside you." Spear Jack appeared utterly bewildered, while Beth Breen's expression darkened ominously as she interjected, "Mr. Russell, it seems you did not come merely for an interview, did you?" Russell maintained an expression of indifference as he spoke. "Indeed, someone informed me that Mr. Jack has been subjected to mind control due to his self-experimentation. To be frank, I find it hard to believe." Upon hearing this, Spear Jack's face contorted with sheer rage. "This just is far from amusing, Mr. Reporter. If you continue down this path, our visit shall conclude here." "Is that so? Then I must take my leave," Russell retorted, gathering his belongings in preparation to depart. Just then, the voice of Beth Breen pierced the air. "I'm afraid, Mr. Reporter, you may not be able to leave." Spear Jack, taken aback by the demonic demeanor of his assistant Beth Breen, was momentarily stunned. "Bess, you mean to say?" However, before he could finish his thought, he appeared to lose his very essence, becoming strangely vacant. Observing this, Russell's expression shifted to one of realization. "So, the intel I received is indeed true. The one who has controlled Mr. Jack is you, Ms. Breen." "Yes, that is correct," Beth Breen replied, extracting a blue device resembling an earpiece from her pocket and affixing it to her ear. With an air of indifference, she patted Jack beside her. "This technology carries significant side effects, namely the forfeiture of one's will, transforming individuals into mere puppets. This poor yet endearing young man has recognized the issue and wishes to dismantle it." but he is unaware of the immense value this technology holds. Whether in medicine or military applications, I suspect many would be willing to invest in it, hence I cannot allow him to act. So, are you prepared to eliminate me for revealing this? If I were to vanish, suspicions would soon arise regarding you. No, of course not. Bess Breen confidently patted Spear Jack, and as her form shifted, she morphed into Russell's likeness. Many will witness you departing Spear Industries, even returning home to sleep. No one shall connect your disappearance with Spear Industries. Wow, it seems you were well prepared. No, merely taking precautions. I anticipated this day would arrive. Is that so? Then did you foresee that I anticipated your anticipation? What? Bess Breen suddenly felt a wave of unease, just as a crash echoed from nearby. And Kara descended from above, forcefully bursting through the office door. Countless operatives rushed in, and Russell, in a moment of fear, addressed the camera. Ms. Breen, everything you have just stated has been recorded. In a fleeting moment of fury, Bess Breen yearned to exert control over Jack, transforming into a swarm of nanobots to obliterate everything in her vicinity. Alas, she soon discovered that her commands were rendered utterly ineffective. Instead, the figure of Lena Luthor emerged, brandishing a machine that emanated a similar azure glow. I have modified the code of the nanobots within Jack's body. Are you prepared to spend the remainder of your life in prison? Bitch. The wailing sirens echoed throughout the entrance of the Spear Industries building. Journalists from various media outlets rushed to the scene, yet they arrived too late, relegated to reporting mere scraps of information. For Kate Media had already broadcast the entire incident across its platforms. This ignited a sensational uproar. The president of a major corporation had, astonishingly, been subdued by a mere assistant. Nonetheless, this did not deter the reporters from incessantly directing their cameras toward the distant Lena Luthor, capturing her every move. What is his condition? Russell inquired, observing Spear Jack being loaded into the ambulance. Lena Luthor's expression was far from favorable, as the data she had just gleaned from her former boyfriend left her in despair. It's not looking good, to be frank. Jack's body has been irrevocably altered by the nanobots he created. The likelihood of reversing this process is virtually non-existent. Russell comprehended Lena's implication. It signified that Spear Jack would no longer be considered human. However, do not fret. I will be acquiring Spear Industries, and I will fulfill every promise I made to you. As for the exclusive interview, I am available tomorrow, and I will personally visit Kate Media. That sounds splendid. My girlfriend has been eager to meet you. Very well, then. Until tomorrow. Chapter 31. Interview with Lena on the following morning. Lena Luthor arrived punctually at Kate Media to partake in an exclusive interview. The entire team at Kate Media was on high alert. After all, when discussing figures of immense stature, few could rival the notoriety of the superstar, Superman, aside from his formidable adversary, Lex Luthor. Even Supergirl, to some extent, could not compete. Following Lex Luthor's incarceration, many anticipated that Lena Luthor would step into his shoes. However, this matter did not concern Russell, as it was evident that Ms. Kate was displeased with some of Russell's prior decisions, leading her to take the reins for this interview with Lena herself. Fortunately, Russell was unperturbed. His interview the previous day had catapulted him to the headlines, particularly his fearless demeanor when confronting the nefarious assistant, Bess Breen, which left a lasting impression on many. Beneath the radiant morning sun, a throng of Kate Media staff gathered outside Ms. Grant's office, their curiosity piqued by the presence of Lena Luthor within. It was clear that everyone was eager to learn more about the newly appointed head of the Luthor Corporation. On the periphery of the crowd, near the skylight, stood Russell's colleagues, Kara, Wynn, and Jimmy. Wynn's curiosity matched that of the onlookers, as he remarked, honestly, "This is the first time I've seen someone hold their ground against Ms. Grant. Truly impressive for Lex Luthor's sister. I watched yesterday's news. Kara's new suit resembles those nanobots, doesn't he? You traded that technology with Lena Luthor for the suit, right?" "Indeed," Russell responded, feeling no need to conceal the truth from Kara and Wynn. "However, we only borrowed certain patented technologies. They are fundamentally distinct. Kara's new suit does not require such complex control codes. Speaking of which, Wynn, I need your assistance. Your unparalleled skills in computing are essential for refining and controlling the intelligent module for Wednesday, of course, ensuring it remains impervious to breaches." Wynn basked in the compliment, akin to a child anticipating an exciting new toy, and cheerfully replied, "No problem, leave it to me. Nanobots, just the thought is exhilarating." Seeing this, Kara pulled her new uniform from her pocket and handed it to the enthusiastic Wynn, before turning to the three gentlemen, particularly her boyfriend, and inquired, "I say, have you forgotten something crucial?" The three men looked momentarily perplexed. "What is it? Is the weekend approaching? Isn't there's still a day left?" When toyed with a silver disc in his hand, Kara was left speechless. "Today is Thanksgiving. Have you all forgotten? Do you have no plans for this Thanksgiving?" At this revelation, the gentleman experienced a moment of clarity. Unfortunately, this did not seem to spark much enthusiasm, as Win was the first to voice his thoughts. Indeed. As an orphan, I have not celebrated Thanksgiving in quite some time. Russell assumed that Kara resented him for forgetting such a significant holiday and sought to make amends. Neither have I, but this year is different. Do you have a place in mind, Kara? Kara looked at Russell, a hint of regret on her face. Russell, I would love to spend this Thanksgiving with you, but there is a major issue at hand. Major issue? Kara gazed at Russell, a look of exasperation crossing her features. Yes, my foster mother unexpectedly arrived this morning. She intends to spend the weekend with us. Mrs. Danvers? What seems to be the problem? We can celebrate Thanksgiving together. Kara hesitated for a moment, then looked at Russell with a glimmer of expectation, albeit with a touch of peculiarity. You must be mentally prepared. Mentally prepared? Indeed. My foster mother has always disapproved of me revealing my identity, so while she appeared quite pleased upon our meeting this morning, both Alex and I know she is concealing her anger. Alex has already bombarded me with countless calls this morning. Thus, if you truly wish to join us for tonight's family gathering, you'd better devise a strategy for dealing with her. Especially once she learns from Alex that I have become Supergirl, and you are the one to blame. Although Kara outwardly seemed to warn Russell to tread carefully. Any fool would know he would not choose to evade the situation. Upon hearing Russell agree to meet her foster mother and attend the family gathering, Kara's spirits soared. I shall look forward to your performance. Leave it to me. Lena Luthor's interview was brief, considering she is a woman of considerable engagement. The affairs of Luthor Corp already wearied her, and the matter of her ex-boyfriend added to her fatigue. Thus, half an hour later, the interview concluded swiftly. Lena Luthor emerged from the office, beaming alongside Kate Grant. Honestly, I am delighted to have had this exchange with a lady of your caliber, Ms. Grant. Likewise, Ms. Luthor. At that moment, Lena Luthor spotted Russell approaching and extended her hand. Thank you, Russell, for saving my boyfriend. I shall forever remember this kindness. No need for thanks. It is merely the duty of a journalist. Allow me to introduce my girlfriend, Kara Danvers. She is eager to meet you. A perfunctory smile graced Kara's face. Truthfully, she found it challenging to harbor any fondness for someone bearing the Luthor surname. Yet, Lena's approachable demeanor swiftly bridged the gap between them. Hello, Lena Luthor. You are indeed as beautiful as Russell described. Thank you. To be honest, I would love to treat you all to a meal as a gesture of gratitude. However, I have a donation event at a welfare home to attend this morning. Perhaps we can arrange a time for next time. My treat. With the infectious smile of Lena Luthor, everyone bid farewell. As they watched Lena Luthor's departing figure, Kara couldn't help but exclaim, honestly, she gives off quite a pleasant vibe. With Lena Luthor's exit, the office once again fell into tranquility until the arrival of another woman. You will regret this, Kate. In a fit of rage, the woman slammed the door behind her as she stormed out of Kate's office. Who was she? Although Russell was well-versed in many matters of this world, he was not omniscient. Responding to Russell was a colleague seated beside him, Vince Brandt, who spoke with a peculiar inflection. She is our radio host at Kate Media. Announcer Leslie Willis. She is a staunch opponent of Supergirl. Kate used to admire her, but that is clearly no longer the case. Supergirl has become the star of our forum, yet she continues to malign her incessantly. Despite Kate's numerous warnings, she seems oblivious to the limits of propriety. In truth, Russell was not particularly interested in this woman's exploits. What truly concerned him were her words, which felt reminiscent of a villain's rhetoric, instilling within him an unsettling premonition. Unfortunately, his forebodings soon materialized. That night, while selecting gifts for a family gathering on the street, he witnessed with his own eyes Leslie Willis and Kara, pierced by lightning from a helicopter in the sky. Chapter 32. Thanksgiving on a Thursday evening. Outside the apartment where Kara and Alex reside, Russell, impeccably dressed in a suit, clutched a magnificent bouquet of flowers. After a brief check of his attire, he knocked on Kara's door. The door was opened by the radiant Kara, who greeted Russell with a warm embrace before quietly reminding him, Ms. Danvers is on the brink of an explosion. You'd best be prepared. Rest assured, I shall speak well of you. Turning towards the kitchen, she called out, Eliza, Alex. Russell has arrived. Eliza was the name of Miss Danvers. Oh, by the way, Eliza is still unaware of Alex's employment with the Department of Action, Kara added. This prompted Russell, stepping into Kara's home, to exclaim internally, what is this? The Smith family. Perhaps due to Kara's presence, Ms. Danvers, Kara's adoptive mother, appeared quite amiable upon seeing Russell for the first time. Welcome, Russell. Kara has shared much about you. Your support has meant a great deal to her. Please, take a seat. Dinner is about to commence. As is customary on Thanksgiving in America, the turkey occupied the grandest position on the table. After the four, Ms. Danvers, Kara, Alex, and Russell settled in and exchanged familial pleasantries. Ms. Danvers glanced at the turkey and remarked, Kara, it seems the turkey has grown rather cold. Would you mind placing it in the oven for a bit? No need. Kara, initially perplexed by her adoptive mother's intent, removed her glasses, preparing to use her heat vision to warm the dish, but was halted by Ms. Danvers. No, Kara. I'm at the oven. Only then did Kara realize that her mother held an inexplicable authority over her. Casting a meaningful glance at Russell, she took the turkey and headed for the kitchen. With Kara absent, the atmosphere at the table shifted, leaving only three: Ms. Danvers, Alex, and Russell. The jovial mood dissipated, and Ms. Danvers, knife and fork in hand, began to carve the food, stating, "Russell, I have heard about your parents from Kara. I am truly sorry for what transpired, but given your experiences, you should comprehend the importance of family safety." Noticing that his mother had not directed the first cut towards him, Alex wore an expression of amusement. Russell, feeling compelled to respond, paused with his utensils and said, "Indeed, Ms. Danvers, you make a valid point. However, it is precisely because I genuinely consider Kara my beloved family that I encourage her to become Supergirl." "Oh, let me hear your explanation." At this juncture, the dinner had come to an impasse, and Kara, anxiously listening from the kitchen, hung onto every word exchanged. "Ah, indeed, I comprehend, Ms. Danvers, your concern for Kara, particularly in light of that unfortunate incident. Prior to that moment, I had always perceived myself as an independent individual, possessing mature thoughts, often disregarding the affectionate guidance of my parents. My mother frequently uttered a phrase that resonated deeply. No matter how much you grow, even until your hair turns gray, as long as I am alive, Russell, you will always be my son, my eternally youthful child." It was not until that fateful day when I lost everything that the gravity of her words struck me. This revelation compelled everyone present to cease their actions, and I could discern a hint of remorse in Ms. Danvers' gaze. In the days that followed, I pondered whether my previous actions had been misguided, whether I had wronged and overlooked their love for me. Yet, I ultimately recognized that such was not the case. The majority of parents aspire for their children to thrive and become self-sufficient. No parent dislikes witnessing their child's growth, and this does not contradict their enduring affection. This realization is also why I encourage Kara to embrace her identity as Supergirl. Gazing at Ms. Danvers, I articulated my prepared response. Much like my current endeavor to inspire Kara to pursue her aspirations, I fulfill the role of a loving family member by encouraging and supporting her, standing as her steadfast ally. Should a dreadful event ever transpire, I would be ready to step forward and assist her in reclaiming everything. Upon hearing this, Ms. Danvers' tone softened slightly, yet she expressed her profound concern. "Can you truly help Kara reclaim everything?" "I cannot say for certain, but I possess the resolve to try." My words momentarily faltered as I turned to Alex and revealed a monumental secret. "Kara may have informed you that I served as an investigative journalist for ABC, spending 5 years in the Middle East. However, there is a truth I have never disclosed to anyone. My motives were not rooted in the pursuit of truth or justice, but rather in vengeance. Ultimately, I succeeded. I personally delivered a bullet into that man's skull. Marking the singular occasion, I took a life with my powers." The countenance of both Ms. Danvers and Alex shifted dramatically, and Kara, in the kitchen, was equally taken aback. "I apologize. I should not have broached such a topic during a family dinner, yet as family, I feel it necessary to be transparent. If this causes any distress, I believe it may be time for me to take my leave." As I spoke, I wiped my mouth, stood, and prepared to depart. At that moment, Kara rushed from the kitchen and embraced me tightly. "No, this is not your fault, Russell. If I were in your position, I would have acted similarly." I gazed into Kara's eyes, filled with emotion, as I caressed her cheek and replied, "You would not do such a thing, Kara. This is precisely why I firmly believe you will become an extraordinary superhero." Upon witnessing her daughter and boyfriend in such an affectionate display, Mrs. Danvers found herself reluctantly persuaded. Realizing that her little girl had indeed matured, no longer the child in need of her care, she now had a partner genuinely willing to look after her. "All right. Sit down," she said, unwilling to play the villain in her daughter's romantic life, as their family dinner had only just begun. Cradling Russell, Kara observed her adoptive mother's expression and knew that her boyfriend had finally gained her approval. Meanwhile, Alex, sensing something, turned to his mother with a somewhat awkward demeanor. "Actually, Mom, I have something to tell you." Mrs. Danvers felt a twinge of apprehension. "You're not about to tell me that you also have a boyfriend, are you?" Of course not," rather thus. Alex proceeded to explain to his mother that he had joined a clandestine government agency known as the Action Department and had become an operative. This revelation left Mrs. Danvers utterly speechless. "You all are indeed growing up." Nevertheless, she ultimately acquiesced. "Take good care of your sister." "Of course, I will." With that, the family's most pressing concern dissipated. Just as Mrs. Danvers thought they could finally commence their Thanksgiving dinner without further incident, a call from Mrs. Grant interrupted. But fortunately, Kara remained in good spirits. She embraced Russell and then her adoptive mother, echoing Mrs. Danvers' earlier words. "It's Mrs. Grant, Russell. Make sure to keep Mrs. Danvers and Alex company while I'm away. I'll be back shortly." However, Kara did not return promptly, for as the entire city suddenly plunged into darkness, The action department's call came through Chapter 33, the frontline, Kate Media's headquarters. When Russell arrived at the scene, the remnants of the explosion were evident as soon as he stepped out of the elevator. Several agents from the action department were diligently using instruments to conduct their investigations, while Minister Hank Henshaw was engaged in conversation with Ms. Kate Grant and Kara. Upon noticing Russell's presence, Ms. Grant remarked with a hint of annoyance, "Wow, Russell, I never expected you to be so fond of your workplace. Coming to the office on Thanksgiving evening." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Russell explained, "I was nearby, dining with Kara and her family. After hearing about the situation here, I thought I would check in. Are you all right, Ms. Grant?" Ms. Grant quickly understood the situation and shot a glance at her assistant, saying, "What could possibly happen to me? It's just my deranged employee, Leslie Willis." Intent on eliminating her boss. After saying this, Kate looked around, her dissatisfaction directed at Hank Henshaw. "I must say, what was your name again?" "Agent Romont." Hank Henshaw revealed his alias. "All right, Agent Romont, the damage your operatives have inflicted on my office is far worse than what Leslie has done. I believe the FBI should compensate me." Hank Henshaw shrugged dismissively. "We don't cause damage, Ms. Grant. They are all professionals. It's just that you refused our protection and to relocate to a safe area. We must make preparations for your safety." Ms. Grant remained obstinate. "I have not reached this point by running away. Tomorrow is Black Friday, and Kate Media will operate as usual." Clearly, neither could sway the other, and Ms. Grant had no choice but to temporarily vacate the premises. It was then that Russell approached Kara, inquiring, "What exactly is going on?" Kara, with a forlorn expression, responded, "It's Leslie Willis. She now goes by the Frontline. Because of me, she has gained superpowers, allowing her to manipulate electrical energy and teleport at will. She is here to exact revenge on Ms. Grant." Russell, perplexed, asked, "What does this have to do with you?" Kara continued to explain. "Although I am unaware of the specifics, the lightning that struck me linked Leslie and me, enhancing her genes with my Kryptonian DNA, transforming her into a pure energy entity." "What about the suit I gave you?" Russell inquired. Kara looked embarrassed. "When took it?" "Yes, on his own today, and thought he'd help me modify it. I assumed there would be no issues." Russell chose not to press further. "Well then, do you have any way to defeat her?" Hank Henshaw, glancing discreetly at Ms. Grant in the distance, responded quietly. "Although Kara's new uniform can withstand the impact of electric currents, capturing the Fireline is no simple task. She is currently a pure energy entity, capable of traversing electronic devices at will. We must devise a means to maintain her in a corporeal state if we are to have any hope of apprehending her. So, what shall we do?" Kara glanced at Russell, then at Hank Henshaw. The warehouse of the action department contained some equipment designed specifically for extraterrestrial beings of pure energy, perhaps with some modifications. It could prove useful. This seems to be a commendable approach. However, it lacks certainty, and Kara naturally yearned for more reliable methods, thus she looked to Russell with anticipation. Russell did not disappoint her, stating, "My approach is rather straightforward. Regardless of the changes in Leslie's body, one thing is certain. She has transformed into a woman filled with electric currents, much like a charged battery. Therefore, our options are simple. Either induce an overload or drain the energy from her body." Hank Henshaw's expression sharpened. "That is indeed a viable plan. But the question remains, how do we achieve this? We do not know the limits of Leslie's energy storage. Today, she drained the entire power of International City, and moreover, Leslie is no fool. She will not allow us to do this so easily. Then it becomes simpler. Kara, what do you think is the quickest way to damage a sophisticated electronic device?" Kara understood that Russell was testing her. She pondered numerous answers. Yet none seemed to align with Russell's intent. At that moment, Russell offered a reminder. "Do you recall the fire on the oil tanker at the port?" Fire. Kara suddenly grasped the connection, exclaiming in delight, "It's water. Water and electricity are incompatible." Hank Henshaw also understood, but another question arose. "Where shall we find such a large quantity of water? We cannot simply tie Leslie up and toss her into a swimming pool." Kara's eyes began to gleam with realization. "I know where to find water, and it's readily available." Hank Henshaw responded, "You mean the fire hydrants throughout the city?" "Exactly. A brilliant idea. Now, we face only one remaining question. How do we lure Leslie out?" Just then, Ms. Grant, unable to tolerate the agents wreaking havoc in her office, approached Hank Henshaw. "I have a way to draw Leslie out, but I will only trust Supergirl. You must have her direct contact information, correct?" Half an hour later, after the agents of the action department departed to provide space for Ms. Grant and Supergirl's meeting, the two finally came face to face. Ms. Grant boldly proposed using herself as bait to entice the Fireline to appear. The plan proved successful, as Grant provocatively challenged Leslie throughout her time at the Kate radio station, where Fireline had previously worked. Leslie, who had vowed to make Ms. Grant regret her actions, fell easily into the trap. Then, the Supergirl emerged, and a fierce battle erupted in the streets. Indeed, high technology tends to falter at critical moments. The particle container prepared for Kara by the agency was swiftly detected and sent flying by heatwave. Fortunately, there was a second avenue, as Ms. Grant bravely stepped forward to divert Heatwave's attention. Just as Heatwave was illuminated by flashing lights, poised to strike down Ms. Grant, Kara kicked a fire hydrant on the street, unleashing a powerful jet of water that struck Heatwave like a cannonball, with sparks flying and electricity crackling around her. Heatwave finally experienced the sensation of her own currents coursing through her, and she collapsed to the ground, shrieking in agony. With the crisis averted, Supergirl soared back into the sky while agents from the agency arrived, using a suppressor to escort the incapacitated Heatwave into a prison transport bound for the agency's facility. However, unbeknownst to anyone, as Heatwave was being taken aboard the transport, countless minuscule nanobots infiltrated the vehicle under the cover of night, burrowing into her clothing like mosquitoes and piercing her skin with their sharp tubes. As the faint red lights at their ends illuminated, these nanobots completed their mission, passing through the vehicle's windows and vanishing into the darkness. Chapter 34, Cohabitation with the notorious Fireline being incarcerated in a specially designed prison within the Action Department. International City once again descended into tranquility. However, despite the absence of supervillains, the crime rate remained alarmingly high. Even with Supergirl's presence, these criminals seemed undeterred. As incidents of robbery and violence proliferated, leaving Kara perpetually engaged in her mission to combat crime. Yet, not all was bleak. Following the Fireline incident, the relationships among Kara, Supergirl, and Ms. Cat Grant appeared to blossom harmoniously. Kara felt quite buoyant, though Ms. Grant's disposition was less favorable due to a visit from her mother. It was unnecessary for Kara to eavesdrop with her super hearing. The tension between Ms. Grant and her mother was palpable, evident even to the naked eye in the office. As Kara, Ms. Grant's assistant, offered a few words of comfort, Russell remained indifferent to the familial discord. When lunchtime arrived, Kara accompanied Russell to the upstairs restaurant, where they encountered Jimmy and his ex-girlfriend, Lucy Lane. Kara had long wished to share a meal together, but had found no opportunity. Lucy had intended to leave International City that very day, but an unexpected crisis involving a bomber had delayed her flight, inadvertently rekindling her feelings for her former boyfriend, Jimmy. Nevertheless, her career lay elsewhere, and after several days in the city, she would ultimately have to depart. Thus, aware of the circumstances, Kara seized the chance to dine together that day. Upon entering the restaurant, Kara and Russell spotted Jimmy and Lucy seated in the main hall. The two noticed their arrival and rose to greet them. As Kara approached with her boyfriend, she intended to make introductions, only to realize that Lucy's gaze seemed oddly fixated on Russell, a fact not lost on Jimmy either. With a mix of curiosity and surprise, Lucy inquired, "Are you Mr. Russell?" Kara was taken aback. "Do you know each other?" Russell shook his head, confirming his unfamiliarity with the woman before him. Lucy, feeling slightly embarrassed, also shook her head and extended her hand, saying, "I apologize. I've seen you at my father's place. Thank you for your contributions to world peace." This unexpected statement left both Kara and Jimmy momentarily bewildered, as the conversation had taken an unexpected turn towards the concept of world peace. Observing the confusion, Lucy urged everyone to sit down and, looking at Russell with a hint of embarrassment, added, "I'm sorry, I know this is a secret. Did I say something wrong?" Russell waved his hand dismissively. "It's quite all right. I am merely an ordinary journalist now, and I trust Kara and all of you." Kara, feeling a twinge of jealousy, remarked, "It seems, Russell, that you have many secrets yet to share with me." Lucy hastily began to clarify, "It is not Mr. Russell's fault. In fact, had it not been for my father's influence, I would remain unaware. His actions are, in truth, quite reasonable, for should this information surface, many would seek to exact revenge upon him. So, what exactly is the matter?" To my surprise, Russell immediately became the focal point of conversation, especially when I noticed the admiration in his girlfriend's gaze, prompting Jimmy to inquire, somewhat enviously. Lucy, observing Russell's nonchalant demeanor, quietly remarked, "I can only say that 4 years ago, the Federal Bureau of Investigation received a confidential tip that aided them in apprehending a notorious terrorist leader. Upon investigation, it turned out that this individual was none other than Mr. Russell. That is all I can disclose. 4 years ago, 2011. Well, both Kara and Jimmy, being part of the news industry, especially concerning such significant events, instantly recognized the gravity of the situation and fell silent. Seeing this, Lucy realized that she should not have broached the topic and wisely redirected the conversation, glancing at the affectionate couple and asking, "So, are you two living together now?" Both looked astonished, and Kara blushed slightly as she replied, Actually, not yet." Russell merely held Kara's hand. So soft." "Oh." Lucy raised her eyebrows and remarked, "But it's coming soon. Isn't it?" Kara chuckled awkwardly, hastily changing the subject. "Lucy, are you heading back today?" "Yes, I have stayed here long enough. There are numerous matters awaiting me in Metropolis." "What time is your flight?" "At 3 p.m. The rest of the time was spent discussing trivial matters until, half an hour later, They finished dinner, and Jimmy and Lucy were the first to depart. Watching Lucy leave, Kara couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, she truly is an outstanding woman, isn't she?" Indeed, especially one thing she said resonated deeply with me. Still immersed in the pleasant atmosphere of their conversation, Kara instinctively asked, "What was that?" No sooner had the words left her lips than she felt Russell grasp her hands. Gazing at her with tender eyes, their foreheads touching as he softly spoke, "Shouldn't we consider living together?" Kara's face flushed with embarrassment. For the unabashed desire in his words left her feeling shy. Noticing Kara's hesitation, Russell further sweet-talked her. "This way, you could save on rent. And we could even buy a car, living a life akin to that of a true couple, like a real family." It must be said that Russell had accurately tapped into some of Kara's thoughts. Both she and the traditional values of Kryptonians place great importance on family. After pondering for a moment, Kara ultimately made up her mind, adjusting her glasses, and shyly whispered, "After Ms. Eliza departed, you came to assist me with my relocation." Upon uttering these words, you hastily took your leave. Gazing at Kara's retreating figure, Russell's face was adorned with a triumphant smile. At that moment, his phone vibrated in his pocket, revealing a call from Veronica. "So, has everything I requested arrived?" "It's already cleared customs, but it will take another 4 days." "Then, what prompted your call?" "Surely, it isn't merely a longing for my presence. There are 2 matters of significance. First, I have encountered a few extraterrestrial beings who have escaped from Roseburg, bringing with them an intriguing assortment of alien weaponry. Are you interested? Do not jest. I am a person of integrity and do not engage in unlawful activities." "Very well, then for the second matter, someone is investigating you. Although they can maintain absolute confidentiality, I felt it prudent to forewarn you." "Who is it?" Louise Lane from the Planet Daily. Chapter 35, The Department of Military Intelligence. As the shadows of Black Friday receded, the weekend swiftly approached. Ordinarily, it would be a day of respite, even for Supergirl, who could afford a brief interlude from her dual obligations of working at the office and combating crime. However, the operations department harbored a different perspective. Despite their numerous collaborations and victories against formidable supervillains, Kara remained, in the eyes of these seasoned agents, somewhat inadequate. Thus, in the spirit of mutual understanding, the department had meticulously chosen this weekend to conduct assessments of Kara's abilities. With nothing pressing to occupy him, Russell made his way to the headquarters nestled in the wilderness. 2 radar vehicles, 2 missile trucks, and an armored vehicle were stationed there. Amidst the cacophony of sonic booms, Kara soared through the sky, pursued by supersonic missiles. Clearly, these missiles lagged behind her astonishing speed, easily outpaced and left in her wake. On the ground, Alex shielded her eyes from the sun as she watched Kara's flight. Marveling at the data she had just gathered, she turned to Hank Henshaw and Russell, her voice filled with admiration. "It's truly remarkable. Kara's speed has reached 3 Machs. And it seems she still has more to give." Hank Henshaw maintained his composed demeanor, responding, "It is evident that our Supergirl possesses extraordinary potential, akin to that of her cousin, Superman. However, it is precisely for this reason that she must learn to harness this power to avoid inadvertently endangering ordinary lives." Hank's caution stemmed from Kara's recent surge of enthusiasm in her superhero endeavors, which had expanded her sphere of influence beyond merely confronting heinous criminals. She found herself addressing a myriad of societal issues, ranging from rescuing balloons for children stuck in trees to mitigating traffic accidents. This inevitably led her to display her formidable strength before the public, a power that, while intimidating to wrongdoers, instilled fear in ordinary citizens. Particularly as an inexperienced hero, Kara often grappled with emotional control. While an ordinary individual might express anger with little consequence, her actions, magnified by the spotlight, drew scrutiny and concern. Kara swiftly completed the speed test and joyfully descended to join her companions. "How did I perform?" she inquired with enthusiasm. "Near perfection." Russell generously praised her. Delighted, Kara flexed her arms, exuding strength as she proclaimed, "What shall we test next?" "I am eager to begin." At that moment, the sound of rumbling wheels caught their attention, and they turned to see 3 armored vehicles speeding towards them. Hank Henshaw glanced at Alex and asked, "Have we received any recent applications from the military?" With a roll of her eyes, Alex retorted, "When have they ever applied? They always arrive unannounced." Upon witnessing this, Russell inquired, "Should I take cover?" "No." Hank Henshaw waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need. You are one of us." The 3 armored vehicles swiftly approached the assembly, and as they came to a halt, an elderly man clad in a U.S. Army general's uniform emerged, flanked by soldiers. Alongside him was a familiar face, Lucy Lane, clearly startled by Russell's presence. Lucy refrained from speaking further, instead standing properly behind him while casting glances at both Russell and the woman beside him, Supergirl. In an instant, their gazes interlocked. And though she had initially been indifferent, Lucy appeared to have suddenly realized something, her expression turning to one of disbelief. However, she quickly composed herself. while Kara sensed that she might have been recognized, causing her a momentary fluster. Hank Henshaw evidently recognized the elderly man as well and greeted him with an air of reluctance. General Lane, how may I assist the Department of Military Affairs? General Lane approached with an imposing demeanor, glancing at Kara as he spoke. I am here for a special requisition. I need to transfer one of your agents under my command. Is that so? Who might it be? Why, it is this lady in red. Alex, clearly distrustful of the military's overtures, interjected. Regrettably, Supergirl does not, strictly speaking, work for the Action Department, Hank Henshaw retorted. In response, General Lane employed a persuasive tone, asserting, if I were to operate in my usual manner, there would be no need for outsiders to work for the Action Department. Your covert operations would be more effective with just my subordinates assisting, without the need for external aid. As he spoke, Lane's gaze fell upon Kara, clearly implying that this external aid referred to her, an extraterrestrial. This remark irked Kara, who countered, so, what exactly do you want me to do? We are developing a device for counterinsurgency combat, codenamed RT. I require her assistance for testing. You have no choice. We possess a government mandate. At the mention of her name, Lucy Lane awkwardly stepped forward, producing a document. This is my daughter and legal officer, Major Lane. It bears the president's signature. If there are any issues, you may inquire directly with the president. However, at this moment, you must obey my orders. Such a haughty and commanding demeanor irked everyone present, particularly the impetuous Kara, who felt compelled to speak out. Fortunately, a pair of hands shielded her from impulsively stepping forward. Do not rush, Russell said, calming his girlfriend with a reassuring glance before slowly approaching General Lane. Standing before him, he scrutinized Hank Henshaw's requisition order and asked, May I take a look? Having developed a modicum of trust in Russell through their numerous collaborations, Hank Henshaw handed over the requisition. Russell glanced at it briefly, immediately discerning the flaws within, and remarked, Apologies, General Ryan, but may I bring to your attention a matter of significance? General Ryan regarded the unexpected interloper with a disdainful gaze and inquired, Who are you? Russell responded calmly, My identity is of little consequence. What truly matters is that, thus far, neither our esteemed president nor Congress has acknowledged the legal rights of extraterrestrials on American soil, nor has any legislation been established to define or regulate them. Moreover, it poses a greater dilemma, for any law on Earth holds no jurisdiction over beings from other planets. Do you comprehend the implications of this? It signifies that even the President of the United States lacks the authority to command Wonder Woman. At that moment, General Ryan's daughter, Lucy, approached quietly and whispered into her father's ear. It was then that General Ryan's realization dawned upon him, and the disdain in his eyes dissipated. Although he still maintained an air of arrogance as he remarked, so it is you. I have heard your tale. To be frank, I initially presumed you to be an astute individual, but it appears otherwise. However, Russell remained unfazed and retorted, Whether I am intelligent or not is inconsequential. What is vital is that both I and the entire operational unit regard Wonder Woman as a friend. Therefore, should she choose to assist us in combating those nefarious criminals, it is imperative that such commands are not issued without just cause. Frankly, I harbor reservations about this approach. With that, Russell fixed his gaze upon General Ryan and delivered his final words without any semblance of politeness. If one seeks assistance, a modicum of courtesy is surely in order. Chapter 36. The Red Whirlwind. It must be said, at this moment, Kara felt an undeniable sense of satisfaction, observing the once arrogant individual before her, now rendered speechless by Russell's words, filled her with a profound sense of vindication. Meanwhile, the members of the operations department merely watched from the sidelines, their expressions betraying a sense of amusement, their disdain for the intelligence department being no less than Kara's own. Fortunately, Lucy emerged to defend her father, saying, "You certainly have a sharp tongue, Russell. However, I believe the real question is, do you, Wonder Woman, consider the people of Earth as friends or foes?" Recognizing Wonder Woman's true identity, Lucy's tone softened, her eyes glimmering with a hint of mischief. Kara, noticing this, smiled and replied, "Of course, they are friends. So, what do you need me to do?" In any case, she was feeling quite pleased with herself. General Ryan, seizing the moment, turned to the green crate being unloaded from the armored vehicle and declared, "We have created a robot." Unfortunately, before he could finish his statement, a well-dressed man holding a tablet interjected. "No, he is not a robot. To be precise, he is an anthropomorphic pseudo-entity equipped with combat capabilities." General Ryan's expression darkened at this man's interruption. "All right, I accept your correction." As the man swiped across the tablet, the green crate slowly opened, revealing a humanoid robot clad in red, strikingly similar to a human. "I call him the Red Whirlwind. So, when do we commence?" General Ryan shrugged. "I certainly hope it is immediately." On the desolate plains that housed the operations department headquarters, a vast space was cleared to serve as the battleground for Wonder Woman and the Red Whirlwind. Most individuals took refuge in tents to avoid collateral damage from the impending clash, leaving only Russell and Lucy to remain by Kara's side. Observing the two combatants, Lucy remarked with a mixture of disbelief and amusement, "You truly surprise me, Kara. Just how many people are aware that you are Supergirl? I hope I am not the last to find out." Kara, feeling slightly embarrassed, glanced at her boyfriend and whispered, "As you can see, aside from the operations department and Russell, it's just Jimmy and Wynn. Jimmy knows too. They are certainly keeping your secret well." Kara, with a clever glimmer in her eye, added playfully, "Now you are one of them. You will keep my secret, won't you, Lucy?" Lucy, though exasperated, eventually nodded in agreement. "To be honest, if it weren't for Russell being here, I wouldn't have noticed. You two are like entirely different individuals." Pausing to reconsider her words, Lucy opted for a change of topic rather than using her prepared descriptor of foolish girl. "I sincerely apologize. Ever since the influx of extraterrestrials to Earth, my father has been deeply concerned." Although Kara harbored some discontent towards General Ryan's domineering demeanor, she could only nod in agreement with Lucy's remarks. "I understand. And I shall demonstrate that I am an ally, not an adversary." After uttering these words, she glanced at her boyfriend and the crimson robot before her. "Do you have any suggestions for this experiment, Russell?" Russell shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "I can't offer much advice. I do not intend any disrespect towards your father, Lucy, but if Superman were present, I believe your father would not speak so readily. Kara, I recognize that you often restrain your powers out of concern for others. Yet now may be the opportunity for you to show them why you are known as Supergirl." Kara's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her fists clenched as she cast a pleading gaze at the robot before her. "I understand." At that moment, the voice of General Ryan echoed from the tent behind them. "Lucy, hurry back. The test is about to commence. I shall see you shortly. I look forward to your performance." As Russell brushed past General Ryan and entered the tent, the general halted his daughter and inquired, "Do you know them?" It was evident to General Ryan, with a modicum of intelligence, that there existed a unique bond between his daughter, Supergirl, and Russell. Fortunately, Lucy was no fool. Recalling their prior agreement, she replied, "I know Russell. He is a journalist at Cape Media, just like Jimmy. Well, I am unaware of your connection, but it would be prudent to avoid any entanglement with this man." General Ryan's warning left Lucy perplexed. "Why?" The general, watching Russell disappear into the tent, whispered to his daughter, "I know far more than you realize. You cannot genuinely believe this fellow has managed to navigate the treacherous waters of terrorism for 5 years simply because he is a good person. Trust me, Lucy. He is 1,000 times more dangerous than you can imagine." As everyone entered the tent, the battle between Red Tornado and Supergirl was poised to commence. Heeding Russell's advice, Kara cracked her neck and displayed an expression of exhilaration. To be candid, despite her current status as Supergirl, she had long suppressed her powers, which had cultivated a reservoir of anger and resentment within her. Now, with a sparring partner at hand, how could she possibly contain her joy? As the battle commenced, aside from Red Tornado's formidable winds generated by his hands causing Kara a momentary inconvenience, the ensuing clash was one of utter domination on Kara's part. In terms of speed, strength, and ability, she overwhelmed the robot with ease. Inside the tent, the sound of Kara's powerful punches landing on the Red Cyclone resonated like a crisp drumbeat. Dr. Morrow, the creator of the Red Cyclone, wore a visage of anxiety and embarrassment. In the face of Supergirl's might, the Red Cyclone appeared as nothing more than a child's Lego toy, easily manipulated and utterly defenseless. As the Red Cyclone was on the brink of being dismantled by Supergirl, Dr. Morrow hastily interjected, declaring that the machine's operational system had been compromised, rendering it incapable of further combat. Test terminated. Alex, observing the scene, expressed his satisfaction through an earpiece, informing Kara of the cessation of the test. Kara, with a sense of relief, halted her impending strike. A group emerged from the tent, gazing at the Red Cyclone, which lay defeated before Supergirl, akin to a vanquished warrior. General Ryan's face was etched with disappointment. Yet before he could utter a word, the robot unexpectedly activated itself, soaring into the sky and vanishing from sight. Dr. Morrow, now more frantic, exclaimed that the emergency self-preservation mechanism must have been triggered, and the machine was now beyond his control. The general, feeling humiliated by the Red Cyclone's swift defeat, promptly shifted the blame onto Kara. "This is all your fault," he accused. Kara retorted with indignation, "You were the one who insisted I fight him. Now, due to your recklessness, this out-of-control killing machine will rampage through International City." Kara's disbelief was palpable. She realized that in a battle of wits, she could not best this shameless old man, especially when he wielded the lives of innocent citizens as leverage. Fortunately, Russell interjected with sarcasm, Wow, so, General Ryan. Was this so-called test merely a ploy to have Supergirl go easy, so you could build the army out of funding with your so-called robot? And then tell the military you squandered billions of dollars to create a machine that indiscriminately slaughters civilians in a state of malfunction? General Ryan was momentarily silenced, his face a mask of fury directed at Russell. but he knew he had no grounds to defend himself in this embarrassing debacle. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the Red Cyclone's creator, Dr. Morrow. Now immediately locate that heap of scrap metal and destroy it before it causes further calamity, Doctor. Morrow's neck veins bulged as he shouted. No, you cannot destroy it. I have invested immense time and effort into its development, however. General Ryan remained unmoved, condemning the Red Cyclone project to its demise. What are you talking about? Morrow, the Red Cyclone is a failure. You are a failure, and henceforth, you are dismissed. Chapter 37. The move. On a Sunday morning, Alex, Wen, and Lucy gathered at Kara's home to assist her in packing her belongings. As she was preparing to move in with Russell, to be candid, Wen, who had long harbored unspoken feelings for Kara, felt a twinge of discomfort. So, you have truly made up your mind to move in with Russell? Yes, I have. Kara, bustling about and organizing her personal items, appeared exhilarated, eagerly anticipating the life she would share with her partner. As for Alex, despite her lingering reservations about Russell, she had observed the genuine affection he showed toward Kara since their acquaintance, which gradually softened her stance. Moreover, Russell's earnest desire to establish a serious relationship with Kara rather than merely indulge in a fling garnered her growing fondness for him. However, she quietly cautioned. Moving in is fine, but do take precautions. I certainly do not wish to hear news of impending aunthood in a few days. Although Eliza might be thrilled at the prospect, this comment flushed Kara's cheeks, while Wen wore a look of constipated perplexity. At that moment, Kara noticed Lucy, who seemed somewhat downcast, and curiously inquired, "What's wrong? Has something happened? Jimmy didn't come today?" With the absence of the previous tension caused by Jimmy's divided affections, which had fueled discord between Kara and Lucy, their relationship had naturally grown closer. Not to mention, Lucy was Kara's cousin and the sister of Lois, the girlfriend of Superman, which made them, in a sense, family. Now they shared a mutual secret, Kara's identity as Supergirl, which endeared their friendship even more. Although Lucy was reluctant to voice her troubles during this joyful occasion, her desire to confide in someone prevailed, and she expressed her distress. Last night, my father met with Jimmy. Without needing much imagination, both Kara and Alex could discern the implications. Indeed, my father does not approve of our relationship, and their conversation was rather unpleasant. Lucy sighed, prompting Kara and Alex to exchange glances, uncertain of how to console her. Fortunately, just then, the sound of a car horn echoed from below. Kara instinctively glanced down and spotted Russell, who had pulled up in a pickup truck, waving at them. This sight filled her with delight. She relished the feeling of being cared for. Yes, it's Russell. He's here with the car. We can start. Let me see. Which item should we move first? Seeing Kara so blissfully enraptured in her newfound romance, Alex and Lucy exchanged looks of envy intertwined with joy. Meanwhile, one could only transform his sorrow into determination. I'll lend a hand. In truth, Wen's assistance was hardly necessary, for as a tech enthusiast, he possessed little physical strength, even less than the three ladies present. Of course, there was no need for the women to assist. Russell was more than capable of managing the task alone. About half an hour later, Russell loaded all of Carla's belongings onto the pickup truck. After securing them with ropes, he turned to the three ladies and one gentleman, saying, I will take these over first. You can drive over yourselves. Once everything is settled, I shall personally prepare dinner, allowing everyone to savor my culinary skills. Well, Russell, you can actually cook, Lucy exclaimed in disbelief. Carla appeared quite proud, snuggling next to her boyfriend and giggling. Russell's cooking is exceptional, especially his Chinese cuisine. You certainly do not want to miss it. You should have told me earlier. I would have at least brought a bottle of red wine. Lucy feigned annoyance. Carla hugged Lucy and playfully remarked, It's not too late now. All right, let us first go buy a few good bottles of wine. Thus, the three ladies, accompanied by Alex, set out to procure red wine. As a gentleman, one felt awkward following along and reluctantly climbed into Russell's pickup, heading towards Russell's home. The three ladies were evidently in high spirits and soon found a winery. However, they had not been selecting wine for long when Lucy's phone rang, and Wen's voice came through. Carla, you might need to hurry over. There's a killing machine that wants to eliminate Russell. 2 minutes prior, Russell was driving the pickup alongside when on the road. Despite Russell's attempts to spark conversation, an air of awkwardness lingered in the vehicle. So, how is the transformation of Carla's new uniform coming along? Wen inquired, forcing a semblance of bravado. There's not much I can do. I lack the upload and download interfaces for these nanobots. However, I must admit, these nanobots are flawless. I have yet to discover any gaps or weaknesses. With that said, I feel more at ease, Russell replied with a smile, casting a peculiar glance at Wen. You might think I'm flattering you, but I genuinely believe you are the smartest person I know in this world, at least in the realm of computing. Wow. Wen, taken aback by Russell's sincerity, found the situation rather strange. Thank you for the compliment. No need to thank me. Although we may be rivals in certain respects, I believe our intentions toward Carla are aligned. If even you cannot find flaws in these robots, then I trust that very few people in this world could breach their systems and harm Carla. As for the upload and download interfaces for these robots, I have one at home. I can give you one later, so you can enhance Carla's new uniform even further. Russell's openness eased Wen's discomfort somewhat. But you don't seem to extend such courtesy towards Jimmy. Russell did not look at him, but instead gazed ahead at the bustling road. Would you like to hear my true feelings? Of course. Well, the truth is that I do not harbor any fondness for Jimmy Watson. I believe that loyalty holds paramount significance in romantic relationships. Yet Jimmy seems to lack this virtue. On one hand, he maintains a tenuous connection with Lucy, while on the other, he seeks to draw closer to Carla. Russell, of course, would not divulge to one another reason, despite his disdain for racism. He harbors an aversion to individuals of a certain ethnicity, with the exception of black beauties. It must be said that Wen found himself at a loss to counter Russell's assertions, for he had witnessed firsthand Jimmy's ambiguous entanglements in matters of the heart. Nevertheless, he felt a twinge of discontent. Did he not have one or two ex-girlfriends he was reluctant to part with? He presumed to know what Russell would say next. In this regard, Russell exuded confidence. However, I can assert with certainty that I did not. During my high school years, I was indeed quite popular. Yet I never entered into a committed relationship. Later, while studying in the UK, I devoted every waking hour to my studies and personal development, leaving no room for romance. After graduation, one cannot deny that in such an environment, I had little inclination for love affairs. At this point, one was truly at a loss for words and could only inquire, so what exactly were you doing in high school if you weren't dating? You wouldn't be a bookworm like me, would you? Of course not, Russell replied. I was quite clear in my priorities. Earning money took precedence over romance. So, before Russell could finish his thought, Wen heard his startled exclamation, followed by a whirlwind of chaos. Chapter 38 Awakening of Consciousness on the Bustling Thoroughfare. The cacophony of sirens resounded incessantly. A crimson humanoid robot plummeted from the sky, crashing violently onto the pavement, while opposite it, a pickup truck was overturned. Its contents strewn across the ground. Inside the cab of the pickup, although the two occupants had sustained no injuries, the sensation of the world spinning around them left one feeling uneasy and nauseated. Russell, aren't you a superpowered individual? Can't you stop it? Are you suggesting that I expose my abilities in front of all these onlookers? Besides, you're unharmed, aren't you? Enough with the idle chatter, called Carla. And I will stall for a moment. With a resounding thud, the car door was violently kicked open, and Russell climbed out, immediately spotting the robot known as Red Whirlwind, which had fled the previous day. Upon seeing Russell emerge, the Red Whirlwind's arms began to whirl rapidly, evidently intent on swiftly eliminating him. In response, Russell hastily raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Wait. Even if you intend to kill me, shouldn't you at least allow me to understand why? To his astonishment, the robot actually ceased its movements at Russell's words. Seizing the opportunity, Russell continued his verbal maneuvering. As the saying goes, debts should be paid to their rightful owners. I was not the one who attacked you yesterday, so we should have no grievances between us. As he spoke, Russell distinctly observed a flicker in the light of the robot's eyes, as if it were expressing some emotion, before it furiously raised its arms and began to spin once more. A powerful gust of wind surged towards Russell, yet he remained unscathed, for Carla had descended from above, shielding him with a concerned gaze. Russell, are you all right? Gazing at the valiant Carla before him, Russell experienced the profound sensation of being rescued by a hero. Truth be told, it felt rather splendid. No wonder both men and women are easily captivated by such displays. However, time was of the essence. Rest assured, I am fine. But remember, when you engage it in battle, simply disarm it by severing an arm or a leg. Do not capture it. Allow it to escape. Noting the look of bewilderment in Carla's eyes, Russell had no time for a detailed explanation. I will clarify later. For now, I must extricate one from the vehicle. Choosing to trust her boyfriend, Carla confronted the distant Red Whirlwind. The encounter unfolded in an overwhelming display of dominance. After Carla shattered one of its arms with her icy breath, the Red Whirlwind took to the skies and fled. At the headquarters of the Action Department, the arrival of the Red Whirlwind had evidently disrupted Carla's relocation efforts. After organizing their belongings and parking the vehicle outside Russell's home, Russell, Carla, Lucy, and Alex were compelled to return to base. Upon entering the facility, they were met with the furious roar of General Ryan. Why? You could have dealt with it, Superwoman. Why did you allow it to escape? The news regarding the emergence of the Red Whirlwind in the international city swiftly reached the Action Department and even made its way to General Ryan's ears. Hank Henshaw, having reviewed the surveillance footage of the incident, gazed at the others with a look of perplexity, awaiting their explanations. Without the need for Kara to speak, Russell stepped forward. As one of the victims of the attack, I was the one who allowed Kara to release that robot. Observing General Ryan's countenance, which appeared on the verge of anger, Russell hastily gestured for him to remain silent and continued, There is a rationale behind my actions. It is quite simple. The Red Whirlwind is being controlled by someone. Would you prefer to capture a single machine? Or would you rather address the individuals behind it? This left General Ryan momentarily taken aback, prompting Hank Henshaw to inquire. Why do you hold such a belief? It is straightforward. I do not believe that a machine governed by a program possesses the intelligence to comprehend the intricacies of life and death. Furthermore, unless it possesses self-repair capabilities. How can we explain the state of its body, which was battered and bruised by Kara yesterday? General Ryan and Hank Henshaw exchanged glances, ultimately leading General Ryan to acquiesce. Very well, you have persuaded me. So, who exactly is controlling the Red Whirlwind from behind the scenes? Russell shot a glance at General Ryan and replied, I believe you already have an inkling about this matter. However, that is of little consequence. What truly matters is to locate its whereabouts. This is also the reason I instructed Kara to remove its arm. General Ryan inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure, and asked, So, have you found it? There should be no issue. I have a friend who is the most skilled computer expert in the world. Just as Russell finished his sentence, his phone rang. And upon answering, a warm voice echoed through. I must say, Russell, you have secured me an excellent job. I have located both the puppeteer and the Red Whirlwind's whereabouts. They are currently at. When Alex and Kara, leading the action department, arrived outside the laboratory of Dr. Morrow, the creator of the Red Whirlwind. The surroundings were eerily tranquil, as if nothing had transpired, save for the mechanical sounds resonating in the air. Alex waved his hand, signaling a combat gesture. And the members of the action department surged inside. They encountered no dangers. The laboratory was empty, save for Dr. Morrow, who wore a blue sensor on his head, diligently working to repair the Red Whirlwind before him. Noticing the absence of threats, Alex ordered everyone to spread out for vigilance before cautiously approaching Dr. Morrow, who had his back turned to them. Dr. Morrow, in light of your actions in controlling the Red Whirlwind and endangering society, you are now under arrest. Please cease any resistance and surrender. Upon hearing these words from behind him, Dr. Morrow paused for a moment, then set down his tools and slowly turned around, a smug smile gracing his face, resembling a typical villain. Do you have any idea how much time and effort I invested in creating it? You would never have guessed. Yet, such a magnificent machine is deemed worthless by you. What father would allow his child to be so tainted? Upon witnessing this, Kara stepped forward to offer her apologies. I'm sorry, Dr. Morrow, Unfortunately, before Kara could complete her sentence, Dr. Morrow interrupted her with a sardonic tone. There is no need to apologize to me, Supergirl. I have never harbored any resentment towards you. In fact, I should be the one apologizing. You are likely unaware of the true purpose for which this machine was created, and why it was necessary to recruit you as a test subject. Kara's brow furrowed in concern. Wow, it seems you might have guessed correctly. Indeed, this machine was commissioned by the military of the United States to eliminate you and your cousin, Superman, and indeed all Kryptonians. Dr. Morrow suddenly became unhinged. Those military officials have never believed in your kind, despite the fact that you strive relentlessly to protect this world, much like I do. So, I have come to a realization. At this point, Dr. Morrow abruptly produced a handgun from his pocket, causing panic among all present. Then, amidst the incredulous gazes of everyone, he aimed it at his own temple. Bang! Dr. Morrow collapsed to the ground, blood pooling around him. This unexpected turn of events left Kara and Alex in stunned silence, unable to comprehend why Dr. Morrow would choose to take his own life. Just then, a voice crackled in Kara's earpiece. Oh no, Kara, this is quite dire. I have just detected a highly anomalous information flow through the arm of Red Tornado that you provided me. Oh no, this is troubling. Is this man insane? He has uploaded his consciousness into the brain of Red Tornado. It now possesses self-awareness. As the words left the speaker, under the horrified gazes of Kara and Alex, the dormant robot, Red Tornado, opened its crimson eyes. Chapter 39, Courage and Strength. Before the surveillance screens of the action department, Hank Henshaw, General Ryan, and Lucy gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scenes. Just moments ago, the Red Cyclone had been overpowered by Kara. Yet now it appeared as if he had undergone a complete awakening, turning the tide of battle. Kara found herself at the mercy of Red Cyclone, unable to retaliate. What had transpired? General Ryan, his face etched with confusion, ultimately turned his gaze toward Russell, observing the clash. Russell quickly grasped the situation and communicated through the earpiece to Kara. Supergirl, do not panic. After the initial encounters, Red Cyclone has discerned your combat patterns. Therefore, you must adapt to regain the upper hand. I understand, Kara replied, her recent training having transformed her from a novice fighter. However, she continued, the challenge lies in determining how to adjust, and he has evidently evolved. Not only has he developed self-awareness, but his body has become more resilient and agile. With that, she charged back into the fray, determined to hold off Red Cyclone. Failure would mean peril for Alex and the operatives of the action department. At that moment, the simplest solution would have been for Russell to intervene, yet he had faith in Kara's abilities. As a superhero, she must sometimes confront challenges independently. Thus, he refrained from action and instead inquired of Win, do you have any suggestions? at Russell's residence when sat before the computer, nervously analyzing while connected to the arm of the red cyclone, which Kara had previously interrupted. I do have a few insights. Although this maniac named Morrow has infused his consciousness into the machine, granting it self-awareness, human intellect encompasses more than mere programming. To make a long story short, when continued, but Kara, weary from the relentless assault, had little patience for his lengthy explanations. Okay, it's quite simple. His current intelligence resembles that of a child. His only data comes from your two battles, so if you employ an unfamiliar technique, he will act like a fool. However, this opportunity is fleeting. Should he become accustomed to your moves, it may not work again. This revelation sparked an idea in Kara's mind. She recalled a technique she had never employed. Fortunately, since her encounters with Red Cyclone, she indeed had one unused move. With renewed determination, she called out to the robot, which was entangled with the action department's operatives. Dr. Morrow, I am here. Indeed, upon hearing Kara's voice, Red Cyclone soared directly towards her. Kara remained still, merely consolidating the energy within her cells, focusing it into her eyes, from which searing red rays erupted. The Red Tornado, confronted with this unfamiliar attack, stood like a fool, offering no resistance and absorbing the onslaught. Initially delighted by the efficacy of her heat vision, Kara's joy was soon eclipsed by confusion. Why did my attack have no effect? Although the Red Tornado halted in its tracks under the assault of Kara's heat vision, it remained unscathed. Within the command chamber, General Lane reluctantly provided an explanation. The Red Tornado was engineered to counteract Kryptonians. While we lack specific data on Superman and your heat vision, we utilize lead-infused biopolymers in its construction, which can effectively withstand your heat vision. Oh, no. This revelation struck Kara with dismay, and at that moment, the Red Tornado began to acclimate to the heat vision's impact, gradually resuming its movements. Just then, Russell's voice echoed through Kara's earpiece. Supergirl, remember, the true limitation of your power, whether it be Superman or yourself, does not stem from your Kryptonian abilities, but rather from the courage within your heart. Your cousin, Superman, has faced even more perilous situations countless times, yet he emerged victorious. I believe you can do the same. At this moment, Alex understood that her sister needed encouragement. Supergirl, I believe in you. You can do this. With the support of her two most cherished family members, Kara, who had felt a moment of trepidation, finally summoned genuine courage. Fueled by this newfound strength, a tremendous power surged through her, and with a fierce roar, she unleashed an even more formidable torrent of heat vision, engulfing the Red Tornado entirely. This spectacle prompted spontaneous applause from all present. With Alex excitedly rushing to Kara's side and embracing her, Russell's voice resonated in Kara's earpiece once more. You did it. Yes, I did. In that moment, Kara's demeanor underwent a profound transformation, her Kryptonian power swelling within her with renewed vigor. To celebrate Kara's triumph over the Red Tornado, coupled with today's joyous housewarming, the evening's festivities became even more exuberant. In addition to Jimmy's presence, who added a delightful touch, the warmth of camaraderie among those who had collectively vanquished the Red Tornado, along with Russell's enlightening conversation, invigorated the atmosphere. The three ladies, clearly interested in culinary pursuits, busily assisted Russell in the kitchen, their antics filled with laughter, despite often being more of a hindrance than help. Yet, their spirits remained undeterred. In the living room, one, filled with delight, recounted to Jimmy the events of the day's fierce battle against the Red Tornado, as if he were the one who had faced the formidable opponent. However, after a while, he noticed that Jimmy seemed rather disinterested, his gaze fixated on the several ladies in the kitchen. Recalling the topic Russell had mentioned earlier regarding Jimmy, when decided to shift the conversation. I heard that Lucy rejected her father's wishes and chose to stay in International City. Congratulations to you. Jimmy's expression was ambiguous, neither overly happy nor sad. Indeed, he replied, yet his eyes lingered on Carla. To be honest, one found himself somewhat in agreement with Russell's words at that moment. If a remarkable girl like Lucy was willing to forsake her career in another city and defy her father for him, he certainly would not let her down. Nonetheless, it was evident that such a fortunate circumstance was not in store for him. He could only turn on the television and watch a monotonous program. Fortunately, Russell and the ladies soon finished preparing dinner. Ding, ding, ding. The housewarming and celebration feast commenced. Chapter 40. The return of one amidst the delightful company of exquisite cuisine and fine wine. The three women engaged in an endless exchange of stories ranging from their school days to their professional journeys, from attire to fashion, and from the intricacies of womanhood to the complexities of manhood. The three gentlemen, it seemed, could not quite measure up, particularly when their thoughts diverged. As the evening progressed, the ladies, including Carla, appeared to be somewhat intoxicated, their eyes glazed with merriment. More than the triumph over the Red Tornado of the day, Carla reveled in her undeniable role as the evening's hostess. Once satiated with food and drink, the gentlemen and ladies nestled on their sofas, encircled in conversation. Observing the ladies, flushed with joy, When found himself at a loss for words. His earlier observations had confirmed that despite Carla and Russell's seemingly stable relationship, Jimmy was intent on inserting himself into the conversation, which rendered one reluctant to engage with him, prompting him to converse merely with Russell on trivial matters. Fortunately, Russell, blessed with the curse of knowledge, was able to reciprocate one's topics, fostering a harmonious dialogue between them. After a while, one recollected a subject from their earlier discourse. You mentioned in the car that you started earning money in high school. Do you have any financial wisdom to share? This piqued Russell's interest. Are you in dire need of funds? Russell inquired. One, somewhat speechless, responded, Who isn't? I merely fix computers at Cape Media, unlike you. How much do you think Miss Grant could possibly pay me? The only value I see in remaining at Cape Media is the pension they provide. This topic seemed to provide Jimmy with an opportunity to interject. When, if you're interested, I can recommend some stocks to you. Stocks? When replied, to be honest, I've considered it, but I know nothing about them. What about you, Russell? Any advice? At that moment, when clearly placed his trust in Russell's counsel, which irked Jimmy slightly, Russell sincerely offered his suggestions. If I were to advise you, stock investment is indeed a viable option, however. I believe changing jobs would be the best course of action. Change jobs. This response left one bewildered, while Jimmy unabashedly expressed his displeasure. I don't think that's a good idea. Apart from Cape Media, I can't think of a place more suited for you, Jimmy. What? Fixing computers at Cape Media? Russell retorted. And soon the quarrel among the gentlemen captured the attention of the ladies. Carla, her face flushed, leaned on the sofa and inquired of the three men. What seems to be the trouble? You appear to be having an unpleasant discussion. Jimmy, eager to assert his presence before Carla, contended that Russell believed one should seek a better job and leave Cape Media. The revelation left Kara somewhat astonished, as Winston was undeniably her closest companion at Cape Media. She approached and took a seat beside her boyfriend, wrapping her arms around his neck, the scent of alcohol lingering on her breath. Why would you think that, Russell? If Winston were to leave Cape Media, I would lose one of my best friends. You're not going anywhere, right, Winston? The two other ladies, witnessing this, moved closer. Lucy naturally settled beside her boyfriend, while Alex could only take a seat next to Winston. Winston felt a twinge of anxiety, suddenly becoming the focal point of conversation. He wished to assure everyone that he would indeed stay, but at that moment, Russell spoke up. I understand that Winston is our best friend, but I genuinely believe he deserves a more promising future. What do you mean? Kara, slightly dazed, queried. Russell turned his gaze toward Winston, speaking softly. Winston, I hope you don't misunderstand me, but I truly believe you should not merely be an ordinary technician at Cape Media. You possess exceptional talents in computing and mechanics that far surpass those of most individuals, as demonstrated in today's encounter with the Red Cyclone. At this point, Russell glanced at Alex. I mean no offense, but honestly, within the action department, I cannot identify anyone with a comparable talent in this realm to yours. Even among the brilliant minds I know in International City, only Maxwell Rod and Spearjack could be mentioned in the same breath as you. Yet here you are, merely a computer technician at Cape Media. The entire assembly was taken aback by this declaration, including Winston, who was surprised that Russell would liken him to such geniuses. A wave of self-doubt washed over him, prompting him to quickly wave his hands. No, Russell, I am genuinely flattered by your words. Frankly, this might be the highest compliment I've ever received in my life, but I don't deserve such praise. Actually, I believe Russell has a point. To everyone's astonishment, it was Alex who spoke up, as if she comprehended Russell's intentions. Today, the personnel from the intelligence department attempted to breach the Red Cyclone S system to extract its technology after collecting its wreckage. Regrettably, none could achieve what you did. They sought your assistance, but for your safety, I declined their request. Therefore, at least in the realm of computing, you are indeed, as Russell stated, a genius. This revelation left Winston in a state of self-reflection, as he did not perceive Alex, a woman of such strength and rationality, as one who would flatter him for the sake of social niceties. So, am I truly a genius? Although Kara remained somewhat confused, she seized the opportunity to encourage her friend. Certainly, Win, you are undoubtedly a genius. Not only have you assisted me in enhancing my uniform at Belth, but you have also aided me in vanquishing the Red Cyclone and establishing our secret base. At this point, one felt a surge of excitement and gazed gratefully at Russell. Wow, I never imagined I could excel to such an extent. Perhaps I should consider your advice. But Russell, what job do you think would suit me best? Of course, a higher salary would be preferable. Russell smiled faintly, glanced at one, and then directed his gaze toward Alex, who stood nearby. You already have a commendable boss by your side. Perhaps you could have a conversation with her. Understanding Russell's implication, one raised his hand in a gesture of alarm and replied with trepidation, Alex, the operations department. No, that is far too perilous. I cannot become a secret agent. I am just an ordinary person. At that moment, Alex seemed to have an epiphany and did not dismiss Russell's suggestion. She gently grasped one, akin to cradling a chick, and reassured him, "Do not worry. Not everyone in the operations department is an agent. There are also technical personnel who do not engage in missions. However, to be candid, whether you can meet the requirements of the operations department remains uncertain. Coincidentally, I have a task that requires your assistance." Chapter 41. The Son of Krypton. As the clock struck 11 at night, the joyous atmosphere inevitably approached its conclusion. Lucy, observing her boyfriend Jimmy's restless demeanor, was the first to bid farewell, followed closely by Alex, who seemed to carry Ren with the utmost care, like a fragile chick, towards her car. Although Ren feigned reluctance, his excitement suggested an eagerness for the forthcoming career as a secret agent. After bidding farewell to everyone, the two returned to their home. Kara gazed at the house before her, which felt unfamiliar yet resonated with a profound sense of belonging. A wave of indescribable security and tranquility enveloped her. Turning her attention to the gentleman before her, she playfully implored, "Hold me tight." In that fleeting moment, emotions and ambience aligned perfectly. Russell reached out, pulling Kara into his embrace, their eyes locking, separated only by a heartbeat from a kiss. However, it was evident that Kara's state was somewhat askew. She spoke as if intoxicated. "Russell, my darling boyfriend, I feel incredibly fortunate. I once believed I could never experience love like ordinary people do, yet fate has brought you to me." Russell, without uttering a word, leaned in and kissed her. They embraced, savoring the depth of their connection, before slowly releasing each other. By then, their gazes were completely enraptured by a haze of desire. Unwilling to part even for a moment, feeling the fire within, Russell held Kara tightly, as if wishing to meld her into his very being. He whispered into her ear, "I have prepared the largest room for us. We shall reside there from now on. My other room will be for our future child. In a couple of days, I will purchase a car so we can commute together, just like a true couple. I will also begin planning our wedding. Tell me, Kara, where would you like to go?" Russell's tender words expressed his dreams of their life together, yet Kara's response was singular. "Carry me to bed." In that moment, no further words were necessary. Russell effortlessly swept Kara into his arms and hurried upstairs. He opened the door to the prepared room, and they tumbled onto the bed, lost in a fervent kiss. As they entwined, a dazed Kara managed to retain a flicker of awareness, saying, "There is something in the cabinet, dear. Please retrieve it." Russell rummaged through the bedside cabinet and discovered a box. Upon opening it, a small vial emanating a green glow was revealed. "What is this?" he inquired, noticing Kara's flushed cheeks as she endured the uncomfortable radiance. "This was a gift from Alex. It is the only way I can suppress my powers." Without a moment's hesitation, Russell closed the box and returned it to the cabinet, looking at the blushing Kara with determination. "Never underestimate your boyfriend." Upon uttering these words, he transformed into a ferocious beast and lunged forward. For the couple enraptured in their passionate embrace, this night was destined to be sleepless. Even the system seemed to fade into insignificance. Ding! You and Supergirl Kara Danvers have officially merged into a singular entity. From this moment forth, you exist within one another, becoming the most pivotal halves of each other's lives. Reward: 70 Kryptonian physiology. Kryptonian child. You are no longer merely a genetic replica of Supergirl Kara Danvers. Your genes derive from the Genesis Codex of Krypton, signifying your emergence as a true Kryptonian child. Even Kryptonian intelligence cannot discern this, greatly amplifying the yellow sun's influence upon your cells, granting you boundless strength. Super strength: your physical form is no longer constrained by earthly limitations. Rather, through the absorption of yellow solar energy, your cells are fortified, bestowing upon you immense power, potentially enabling you to effortlessly move stars. Super speed: your velocity in flight is no longer reliant on gravity. Instead, you generate a unique gravitational field through your innate energy, reaching even the speed of light. Super defense: your cells are undergoing a profound enhancement, providing not only formidable defensive capabilities, but also granting you limitless regenerative abilities wherever yellow sunlight is present, allowing you to withstand the core pressures of a sun. Super breath: under cellular augmentation, your pulmonary capacity has been significantly enhanced, allowing you to survive with minimal air and enabling prolonged flight in a vacuum. Freezing breath: with your augmented lung capacity, you can compress air within your lungs, acquiring the formidable ability of freezing breath, capable of extinguishing stars. Super brain: with cellular enhancement, your cerebral faculties have been greatly developed. In addition to enhanced memory and rapid information processing, you have inherited genetic advantages in analysis, science, logic, and rationality from the Kryptonian Thinkers Guild within the Genesis Codex. Supervision: your eyes can perceive wavelengths beyond human sight, endowing you with extraordinary vision, allowing you to see further and observe the microscopic world with unparalleled acuity. Heat vision: X-ray vision: your eyes have gained the ability to absorb and emit light, granting you the powers of heat vision and X-ray perception. Super hearing: your ears can detect sounds beyond human capacity, largely unaffected by medium interference, bestowing you with exceptional hearing across vast distances. enabling you to perceive any sound on Earth that you desire. Consequently, you will also become increasingly sensitive to sound. Ding! Your telekinetic abilities have experienced a breakthrough due to your Kryptonian heritage. As your observational skills of the world enhance, your control over all things becomes more intuitive. You can now manipulate any visible object, energy, and alter the structure of matter, while beginning to touch upon the formidable control at the molecular level. As you increasingly harmonize with this world, a remarkable fusion of your acquired abilities, the curse of knowledge, and the genes of the Thinkers Guild from the Kryptonian lineage, bestows upon you a delightful surprise, the ancient legend. Ancient legend. 18,000 years ago, during the zenith of the cosmic colonizers, the Kryptonians dispatched countless spacecraft to various corners of the universe, conquering and colonizing numerous planets, Earth being among them. However, due to certain extraordinary circumstances, the vessel destined for Earth encountered a mishap, resulting in its crash and severance from Krypton's communication. It is rumored that all aboard perished, yet whispers persist of a lone Kryptonian survivor, or perhaps two. Chapter 42. The Mystery of Hank as Dawn Broke. The sun ascended slowly from the horizon, casting golden rays of light through the windows into countless homes. Within a seemingly cozy abode, a pair of slumbering figures lay entwined upon a minimalist yet luxurious four-poster bed, their embrace radiating warmth, while an intoxicating scent of desire lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. Time seemed to lose its meaning until the Kryptonian genes within them, drawn to the sun's golden warmth, prompted them to open their eyes simultaneously, exchanging tender glances filled with sweetness. Unlike the chaotic intoxication of the previous night, a now-awake Kara felt a hint of bashfulness, her fair skin blushing with a delicate hue, especially when recalling her wild, warrior-like actions from the night before. Yet, this did not deter her from nestling against her boyfriend's chest, savoring the warmth of their bare bodies and the tranquility of the moment. Just then, her phone rang, shattering the serenity with the commanding voice of Ms. Grant. "Good morning." "Ms. Grant," Kara replied, startled. "Good morning." "Kara, please tell me you're aware of the time." Kara, momentarily bewildered, glanced at the top right corner of her phone screen and felt a rush of panic as she realized the time. 9:30. "Oh, I'm so sorry." "Ms. Grant, I overslept." Frantically, she began searching for her clothes on the bed and floor. Ms. Grant, poised to reprimand her tardy assistant further, was interrupted by a man's voice on the line. "Don't worry, Kara. Your underwear is right here." Ms. Grant recoiled as if evading something dreadful, before cautiously inquiring, "Kara, Russell, did you too?" "Sorry, Ms. Grant. I'll be there shortly." No need for explanations. I am not oblivious, Kara. Today, I grant you a day off. However, when you return to work tomorrow, ensure I detect no peculiar sense." With that, Miss Grant hung up, a peculiar blend of distaste and relief crossing her features as she resumed her tasks. Back in their shared home, having just donned her lingerie, Kara exhaled deeply upon the call's conclusion, relieved that she wouldn't be the subject of Ms. Grant's teasing at work. At that moment, Russell stealthily approached from behind, playfully pinning her down once more and kissing her passionately. Their bare bodies melded together again, rekindling memories of their joyous encounters from the night prior. Kara's thoughts swirled with desire, yet, as a woman of conviction and a superhero in her own right, she hesitated to succumb entirely to such distractions. "It is now daytime, my dear. We can continue our conversation in the evening." Russell gently kissed Kara's forehead upon hearing this. "All right, my dear, whatever you say." In a small room within the agency, Alex gazed at the blushing Kara, her eyes glinting with playful mockery. "It seems you had quite a delightful evening last night." Kara, momentarily embarrassed, could only manage a silly grin. She quickly shifted the topic, inquiring, "So, what is it that even Russell cannot disclose?" It turned out that the previous night, as Kara bid farewell to Alex, she had taken advantage of Russell's absence to quietly inform Kara that she should visit the agency the following day. Kara initially assumed it to be of little consequence, but to her surprise, Alex cautiously glanced around before whispering, "Hank seems a bit off." Kara was taken aback, questioning her own hearing. "Why? Do you recall the incident with the explosive guest over a month ago? The one involving the Rod Technologies super train?" This recollection struck Kara. Yes, was there an issue? There is indeed a significant problem. The area threatened by the bomb was not limited to that super train. The airport was also at risk. Yes, but didn't you dismantle the bomb at the airport? That is precisely where the issue lies. Hank was the sole individual who disarmed that bomb. He assured me it was a dud, but upon further inspection, I discovered it had a safety mechanism. Think about it, if it was a non-explosive dud, why would there be a seemingly unnecessary safety feature? Kara, sensing the gravity of the situation, pressed further. "So what does this imply?" "I conducted my own investigation for a while, but regrettably found nothing until last night when your boyfriend Russell prompted me. I enlisted Wynn's help to accomplish one task, to infiltrate the agency's mainframe." Kara looked at Alex as if she had lost her senses, knowing that such an act was tantamount to treason. However, After a moment of contemplation, she managed to ask calmly, "What did you uncover?" When successfully breached the agency's mainframe and retrieved some information pertaining to our father, Jeremiah. Most of the content had been altered, but the gist is that 2 years ago, Jeremiah accompanied an agent to South America. Their mission was to apprehend a hostile extraterrestrial. However, the outcome was disastrous. Both Jeremiah and that agent vanished, only for the agent to return a month later, unharmed and claiming to have no memory of the events. That agent is Hank. What is even more troubling is that Hank is the one who modified and concealed this information. Do you realize what this signifies? Kara's expression shifted to one of seriousness and indignation. This implies that we, along with the entire agency, may have been deceived by an extraterrestrial, the very being responsible for Jeremiah's demise. What shall we do? Seeing this, Alex hurriedly reassured his sister, "We must not rush, for he may be the last person to have seen Jeremiah alive." Although Kara was merely an adopted daughter of the family, her feelings for her adoptive father were no less profound than those of Alex. Despite the dim prospects, Jeremiah had been missing for 2 years. One must never abandon hope as long as a glimmer of it remains. "I understand, so what should I do?" Alex gazed at his sister, his eyes brimming with expectation. "Although I still believe Russell is quite the rogue, it appears he is, apart from one, our only potential ally in this matter." "I comprehend. I will contact Russell immediately." Alex grasped Kara's hand firmly. "Do not be hasty. We are still uncertain about Hank's capabilities. I have already set up a jammer here to prevent eavesdropping, but I cannot ascertain whether he can intercept other electronic devices." Kara nodded in understanding. "I will go straight to his house and inform him of everything." "Yes, that is for the best. By the way, don't you have work today? Ms. Grant has given me the day off." This struck Alex as somewhat peculiar, and to lighten the tense atmosphere, he inquired with a smile, "What is this, a holiday for singlehood?" Unfortunately, Kara was in no mood for jest. She was solely intent on relaying all this to Russell. Thus, she stepped forward and declared, "I am going to find Russell now." Yet, at that moment, she suddenly felt an unsettling sensation, an unfamiliar weakness enveloping her. Chapter 43, The Golden Sun. What transpired? Upon receiving the news, Russell hurried to the operations department, where he was immediately struck by the sight of Kara lying on the medical apparatus, her blood being drawn. Her skin, which could typically withstand missiles, was now pierced by an ordinary syringe. Upon noticing Russell's arrival, Kara, feeling frail and uneasy, extended her arm towards him. Without hesitation, Russell rushed over, grasped her hand, and helped her to sit up, cradling her in his embrace. Alex was remarkably composed in light of the situation. There is no need for concern. Tests have confirmed that Kara likely expended all her cellular energy during her battle with the Red Tornado. Once she absorbs sufficient radiation from the Yellow Sun, she will return to her normal state. However, during this interim, her body will be as vulnerable as that of an ordinary human. She will become ill and susceptible to injury. Kara, nestled in his arms, expressed her confusion. "But why was I fine yesterday, and yet today?" Alex glanced at his sister and brother-in-law, adopting a peculiar tone. "Perhaps the exertion from your battle last night took a toll on your stamina." This revelation left Kara feeling quite embarrassed. Thankfully, the doctor had stepped out, prompting her to turn to her boyfriend with a question. "Russell, the uniform you crafted for me, doesn't it replenish my energy?" Once again, it was Alex who responded. "I'm afraid that's a different matter, Kara. The sun's energy is far more potent than any energy source humanity can currently create, including your new uniform. It merely simulates the radiation of the golden sun to recharge you. The issue at hand is that your cells have entered a state of dormancy. Ordinary energy cannot activate them. Only the formidable energy of the golden sun can do so. Do not fret. This may be a fortuitous opportunity for you to rest. Your brother, Superman, once lost his powers too, but he recovered in just a few days." Despite Alex's attempts at reassurance, the sudden loss of her powers left Kara feeling anxious. Observing her distress, Russell felt compelled to offer comfort. "Perhaps I have a solution." This caught Alex off guard, while Kara's hope was reignited as she looked at her boyfriend with anticipation. "If you say that only the light of the golden sun can help, then wouldn't it suffice for Kara to be in closer proximity to its rays?" Alex pondered aloud. "Theoretically, yes, but you must proceed with caution. Kara's body is currently in a state akin to that of an ordinary human. She may not be able to adapt to high-altitude conditions." "I understand. Leave it to me," Russell declared, turning to his new girlfriend. "As fortune would have it, Miss Grant has granted you a leave of absence as a sort of commemoration. Perhaps we could embark on a journey into space, just the two of us. What do you think?" Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the cacophony of sonic booms, Kara, cradled in Russell's embrace, soared skyward, trailing plumes of shock clouds behind them. "How are you holding up, Kara?" "No problem. It's my first time being flown to the heavens like this, I must admit. It feels delightful." Kara's spirits were evidently high, despite her body feeling as frail as an ordinary human's. Russell's psychic protection rendered the gravitational acceleration of their supersonic flight inconsequential to her. Before long, they breached the troposphere at altitudes exceeding a kilometer, emerging through the clouds into the stratosphere. Here, devoid of clouds, the sun blazed brilliantly above, casting its radiant light upon them. In that moment, both Kara and Russell felt as if they were luxuriating in a hot spring. The sun's rays enveloped their bodies like warm water, flooding them with a sensation of blissful warmth. This feeling is magnificent. Observing his girlfriend reveling in such delight, Russell gently released Kara from his grasp. Sensing the change, Kara fully extended her body under the sun's embrace, eyes closed, as if she were hugging the sun itself. Every cell in her being greedily absorbing the energy emanating from the celestial sphere. Behind Kara, Russell stood immersed in the golden sunlight, feeling his own cells come alive as if fueled by high-octane energy. At that moment, gazing at Kara, his eyes brimmed with affection. He could not deny that his initial pursuit of power had drawn him to Kara, a pursuit rife with deception and concealment, yet his love for her was genuine. In Russell's view, love was a simple affair. Firstly, he found himself irresistibly drawn to Kara's golden-haired charm. Secondly, her kindness, integrity, and bravery endeared her to him even more. Lastly, her willingness to reciprocate his affection, rather than being solely a taker, ensnared him completely. Of course, not everything was without conflict. Kara's naivety and impulsiveness occasionally clashed with Russell's inherent rationality. However, he was fortunate enough not to mind these differences. As a traveler who understood the essence of this world, he possessed a remarkable tolerance for the naive behaviors of superheroes, especially when mutual affection was involved. This was also why he sometimes indulged in playful banter, employing the art of conversation as a technique. Moreover, it must be acknowledged that in this world, talk proved to be quite effective. Yet, as he felt the surge of power within him, though only possessing 70 of Kryptonian attributes, the description of a Kryptonian child suggested he was nearing a complete Kryptonian constitution. This indicated that Russell no longer had to disguise or conceal his powers to such an extent. As the sun's rays once again illuminated the international city the following day, Kara, floating in the vastness of space, found herself no longer reliant on Russell's assistance. Her crimson cape billowed behind her as she ascended into the sky. My powers have returned. At that moment, as she felt her strength surging back into her being, she did not hesitate but leapt into Russell's embrace. Only she understood the sacrifices her boyfriend had made for her. Russell had remained by her side for nearly 24 hours, meticulously controlling and safeguarding her, ensuring that the sun's light shone upon her at all times. This made her feel an undeniable urge to reciprocate, and so she shared a profound kiss with her boyfriend high above in the sky. After what felt like an eternity, they slowly parted. With a sense of anticipation and seriousness, Kara softly spoke, "I wish to take you somewhere, to formally announce our relationship to my mother and family." Russell paused. Then, realizing something, inquired, "Is it the Department of Action, with the artificial intelligence your mother left aboard your ship?" Kara shook her head, her gaze drifting towards the distant north. "No, it is another place, in the Arctic. My cousin Superman refers to it as the Fortress of Solitude. Though Krypton has vanished, it holds everything that once belonged to us as Kryptonians. If all goes as planned, you will also meet my cousin and his girlfriend there." Chapter 44. The Fortress of Solitude in the Arctic. The howling winds echo through the frigid air, while the night sky is adorned with twinkling stars, illuminated by the enchanting green auroras. Silence and frost are the sole melodies of this desolate landscape, occasionally interrupted by the distant cracking of glaciers. Although it is the early hours of the morning, the unique polar night casts an eternal darkness over the region, reminiscent of twilight. Typically, this place sees few visitors. Yet today, it welcomes a remarkable gathering of individuals. Descending from various directions, two pairs of individuals land upon a colossal glacier. Kara Danvers, the Supergirl, and her cousin, Clark Kent, the Superman, reunite at long last after many years. Alongside them are their respective loved ones, Russell and Lois Lane. As the only remaining blood relatives on Earth, Kara and Clark embrace the moment, their connection palpable. Clark, Kara. After a lengthy embrace, they part ways to stand beside their partners. "Allow me to introduce. This is Russell, my boyfriend, and this is Lois, my wife." Lois, bundled tightly in a down jacket and clad in thick gloves, regards Russell with the keen eye of a seasoned journalist and extends her hand. "Hello, I am Lois Lane. Please, just call me Lois. Pleasure to meet you." "I am Russell. I apologize for my rather awkward handshake. The cold here is quite unbearable, and I find myself wrapped in layers every time I visit," Lois explains, slightly embarrassed by her gloved handshake. "I completely understand," Russell replies, a hint of surprise in his expression as he glances at Lois and then at the legendary figure before him, Clark Kent, the renowned superhero from the DC universe, now a middle-aged version of himself in his 30s. "So, Clark Kent is Superman, and Superman is Clark Kent," he remarks. Clark chuckles and shrugs his shoulders. Although he is not unfamiliar with Russell, this is their first face-to-face meeting. And given Russell's relationship with Kara, he extends his hand graciously, their handshake firm and sincere. Clark, it's a pleasure to meet you. The last time I visited International City, I wish to express my gratitude for your immense support to Kara. Unfortunately, you were not present then. Indeed, I was elsewhere, creating Kara's new uniform. Kara beams with pride as she taps her nanosuit. Russell helped design this. It protects me against kryptonite and red suns. Perhaps you could use one as well. Impressive. My suit, while crafted from Kryptonian materials, provides merely basic protection against conventional weaponry. Not a problem. Simply provide me with your biometric data, and I can create an identical suit for you. That would be immensely appreciated. 3 individuals engaged in a cheerful conversation, yet Louise was not as fortunate as the trio, enduring the biting cold. I remarked, surely we need not linger at the entrance for our discourse. At that moment, Clark seemed to awaken to the situation. Casting an apologetic glance at his wife before surveying the snow-laden ground, where a colossal diamond-shaped object, adorned with a golden emblem, emerged from the snow. Kara, upon witnessing this, expressed her incredulity, exclaiming, "Are you jesting? You have left the key to the Fortress of Solitude right at the doorstep. Fear not. This is crafted from compressed dwarf star material, weighing several million tons. Only a select few could possibly lift it," Clark replied, effortlessly raising the key and inserting it into the S-shaped slot embedded in the glacier before them. In an instant, a flicker of blue light illuminated the surroundings, causing the glacier to tremble and part, revealing an entrance that glowed with a dim, azure luminescence. "Follow me." As the 4 entered, Russell beheld the legendary Fortress of Solitude for the first time, a sanctuary brimming with the technological wonders of Krypton. Curiously, he noted that Kara, too, exhibited a demeanor of excitement and curiosity, prompting him to inquire, "Darling, is this your first visit as well?" "Superman," Clark responded while advancing, "Indeed, this is Kara's inaugural visit. I had previously extended invitations, but she always found various excuses to decline. Thus, I was quite astonished when I received her message expressing a desire to come here." Kara remarked with a hint of melancholy, "I merely felt a pang of homesickness." Russell, grasping his girlfriend's hand, replied, "From now on, you have me." "Thank you, Russell." Kara responded gratefully. Meanwhile, Clark and Louise observed the affectionate exchange between Kara and Russell with peculiar expressions, reminiscent of their own youthful days. Suddenly, Louise interjected, "So, you are both certain about being together now?" "Yes," Kara affirmed with conviction. "I came here with the intention of sharing this news with my mother and all of you in this extraordinary place. Congratulations. It takes immense courage to become a superhero's partner. For instance, I see Clark more frequently than I do Perry, the editor of the Daily Planet, whom you may have heard of. Clark is perpetually combating crime across the globe." Louise, now of an advanced age, began to reminisce incessantly, resembling a woman lamenting her solitude. Clark appeared both embarrassed and helpless, confessing, "I owe her so much." Louise continued unabated, "Have you both contemplated your life after marriage? Perhaps children? Clark and I have argued about this countless times. We are both so busy that it is unfathomable to consider how we would manage with a child." This inquiry caused a flicker of panic in Kara, for she had never truly pondered such a matter before. She certainly adores children and hopes to have a family with Russell. However, the mere thought of having children makes her feel a sense of unease, as it would undoubtedly shift the focus of her life entirely onto them. Clark, noticing his somewhat bewildered cousin, remarked with an expression of exasperation, "Louise, we agreed not to discuss this matter." "I apologize," Louise replied, her face betraying a hint of embarrassment as she turned to Kara. "I feel like I'm increasingly becoming a weary housewife." At that moment, Russell stepped forward and said, "In my view, this is not an issue at all." He gazed tenderly at Kara, smiling as he continued, "Kara knows that while I indeed possess some formidable abilities, I have no interest in becoming a superhero. I would much prefer to lead a normal life, and I wouldn't mind being a devoted homemaker, standing as Kara's unwavering support." Kara's expression softened, while Louise shot a peculiar glance at Clark, saying, "If only Clark shared your perspective." "Congratulations, Kara." This left Clark feeling quite awkward. Fortunately, at that moment, as the 4 ventured deeper into the glacier, the interior of a colossal spaceship revealed itself before them. Accompanying this sight was a golden robot, who greeted them with utmost politeness, saying, "Hello, Kal-El, Kara Zor-El, Louise Lane." Just then, the robot's gaze seemed to linger on Russell, eliciting an incredulous gasp. "Wow, this is impossible." Chapter 45, Ancient Legends. The robot's sudden and peculiar utterance instantly captivated the attention of the 4 individuals present. Among them, Russell was undoubtedly the one least connected to the enigmatic Fortress of Solitude. Yet, this robot inexplicably floated around Russell's form, its bulbous eyes scanning him incessantly. "What is happening? Why is this robot circling me?" Although Russell suspected this might be linked to the ancient legend he had recently acquired, he maintained a facade of astonishment and confusion as he inquired of those around him. Never underestimate Russell's acting prowess. It was a skill honed through countless brushes with mortality. Kara appeared equally perplexed. This is the robotic assistant we employed on Krypton. Its name is Chris. Chris, can you explain what you are doing? Upon hearing Kara's voice, the robot soared forward and hovered before Russell, its luminous eyes fixated on him. This is impossible. My scanning data indicates that his body contains Kryptonian genes. At this declaration, Clark, Kara, and Louise were all taken aback. Kara, struggling to comprehend, asked, "Are you jesting?" Russell mirrored her disbelief. "Are you suggesting that I am actually a Kryptonian? That cannot be. I have no spacecraft at home, and I was undoubtedly born of my mother." Yet, the robot's assertion remained unwavering. "I apologize. My readings are infallible." This unforeseen revelation disrupted all prior arrangements. Clark exchanged glances with Louise before finally speaking up. "What is going on? You must clarify this." The robot gradually ascended, reaching the central control console, and gestured toward the screen overhead. "I do not know. But if you seek answers, please place your hand here." Russell glanced at Kara and then at Clark. "You cannot be serious. I am undeniably an Earthling." At that moment, Kara, equally bewildered, nevertheless yearned for answers. "Darling, give it a try. You wish to uncover the truth, do you not?" Reluctantly, Russell stepped forward under the watchful gaze of the three, approaching the console and gently pressing his palm against the screen. The instant his hand made contact, a crimson light emanated from his palm, rippling outward like waves, gradually enveloping his entire being. The other three approached, their eyes fixed on the unfolding spectacle. After nearly a minute, the phenomenon subsided. "Is it over?" Russell inquired, a hint of confusion lacing his voice. "It is done," Clark responded. His curiosity piqued even more than Kara's. "Chris, do we have an answer?" Indeed, the response to Clark did not come from Chris, but rather from the two ethereal blue figures that suddenly materialized on the console. One appeared to be an older gentleman, while the other was a woman clad in a flowing robe. Upon seeing these figures, both Clark and Kara exclaimed in unison, "Father, mother." Indeed, the man was Clark's father, Jor-El, and the woman was Kara's mother, Alara Zor-El. "Hello, Cal." "Hello, Kara." They greeted their son and daughter simultaneously, heightening the sense of unease in both Clark and Kara. Concerned for her boyfriend, Kara anxiously inquired, "Mother, what is happening? Is what Chris said true? Russell is a Kryptonian." Alara responded, "No. This human is indeed from Earth." This revelation left everyone present in a state of bewilderment. It was Jor-El who then took the initiative to clarify, stating, "Let me explain. This human, Russell, you may call me Russell. Indeed, this individual named Russell is a human from Earth, but his body contains a fragment of our Kryptonian genes linked to an event that transpired 18,000 years ago. It is precisely for this reason that we have been simultaneously activated and appeared here." At this revelation, both Kara and Clark were momentarily taken aback. Did I hear that correctly? 18,000 years. Kara struggled to comprehend such an immense number. It was not merely 18 years nor 180 years, but a staggering 18,000 years. "You did not miss here," Jor-El affirmed, floating gently before his son Clark. "In fact, Cal, you are not the first Kryptonian to arrive on Earth. Long ago, 18,000 years in the past, our Kryptonian spacecraft descended upon your planet. But an accident severed our connection with Krypton, along with the explorers on board and countless Kryptonian embryos." At this moment, Louise, the reporter, keenly discerned something and, without any pretense towards the artificial intelligence representing her husband's father, boldly asked, "Wait, explorers? Are you certain? Because it sounds an awful lot like colonizers." This seemingly unfriendly designation left both Kara and Clark momentarily stunned, for in their understanding, their homeworld, Krypton, and its people were a peaceful race. Yet, regrettably, their understanding was flawed. After a brief pause, Jor-El's apparition chose to unveil the truth. "You are not mistaken. According to human understanding, Kryptonian technology was remarkably advanced 18,000 years ago. Periodically, we dispatched numerous spacecraft, along with countless explorers and Kryptonian embryos, to various planets, transforming them into habitable environments suitable for Kryptonians, thereby establishing colonies. However, unforeseen issues arose on Krypton, leading to the present state known to you." This revelation left Kara incredulous, as if her entire worldview had been upended, her mouth agape. She found herself at a loss for words. It was Russell who stepped forward to speak. "Kara, this has nothing to do with you after all. These events transpired 18,000 years ago." As a man, Clark remained more composed, casting a rational glance at Russell before responding. "But what relevance does this hold for Russell?" Kara's mother, Alara, provided the answer. In fact, the Fortress of Solitude was once the Kryptonian spacecraft that had descended to Earth, only to be encased in ice for 18,000 years after landing in the Arctic. It was not until 26 years ago that Cal activated it with the Sunstone. Although the ship's malfunction resulted in the complete loss of records from those 18,000 years, we have reason to suspect that the explorers and embryos aboard that vessel did not perish entirely in the ice. The appearance of this man serves as evidence, as the Kryptonian genetic sequences embedded within him bear a striking resemblance to those of the explorers and embryos from that ancient spacecraft. Coincidentally, the name of the ship's captain was also Kara Zor-El. At that moment, even Kara could not restrain her expletives, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening?" Chapter 46, More Secrets. Wow. Russell wore an expression of sheer astonishment. This time, it was not an act, but genuine surprise. It is worth noting that no matter where or when, Kara always presented herself as a golden-haired, sweet-natured lady. Even when expressing emotions, she typically exhibited only slight excitement. However, this was the first time she had ever let loose with such a profane outburst. This revelation also stunned Clark and Lois. Kara, realizing what she had just said, wore a look of embarrassment. Did I just curse? Oh no. Yet Russell appeared unfazed as he remarked, "Would you like to hear my honest thoughts? You were absolutely incredible just now." This time, however, Kara did not find solace in her boyfriend's words. She shot him a bewildered glance before turning to her mother. "My mind is utterly in turmoil." Russell managed to clarify the statements made by the two Kryptonian intelligences. "So, what you're implying is that a portion of my genetic makeup contains the DNA of Kryptonians who arrived on Earth 18,000 years ago. To put it more simply, you are suggesting that those Kryptonians might be my ancestors." The two phantoms spoke in unison. "From the most rational perspective, that is correct. The Kryptonian genes have enhanced your cells, which is why you possess such extraordinary power." Russell hesitated for a moment before continuing. "To be honest, this feels somewhat like listening to a Klitsch novel, the most formulaic kind." Clark and Lois exchanged glances, both agreeing that Russell had articulated their innermost thoughts perfectly. At this juncture, Russell stepped back to stand beside Kara, standing in solidarity with her. "I trust this does not hinder your blessing for Kara and me." It was then that Kara recalled the purpose of her visit. The apparition of Alara seemed to grasp the situation as well. "In other words, my daughter, you have found your other half, and have come here, seeking my blessing?" Although Kara's mind remained a bit foggy, she still remembered the matter of importance. "Yes, Mom, this is my boyfriend, Russell." "Very well, I bestow my blessing upon you." Alara's response was succinct and unequivocal, which left Kara feeling somewhat unsettled. "Are you sure you don't want to say anything more?" "No, my daughter. My blessing is entirely heartfelt. If you truly desire more words, I could speak for 10 days and nights." Upon Alara's declaration, Jor-El floated over to add, "I can attest that your mother's sentiments are indeed sincere. In fact, we all believe this to be an incredibly fortunate development." "What do you mean?" Jor-El approached Russell, scrutinizing his eyes as he spoke. "Since the destruction of Krypton, the technology for gestating Kryptonian embryos has also vanished, signifying that no new Kryptonians will be born. Although this individual is indeed a terrestrial inhabitant, the Kryptonian genes within his body, if they could intertwine with yours, might potentially give rise to a new lineage of Kryptonians." Upon hearing this, Russell instinctively raised his arm. "May I pose a question?" "Of course, please do." "If my memory serves me correctly, there are currently other Kryptonians on Earth, such as Kara's Aunt Astra and her husband. Could they not conceive a new offspring?" "That's an excellent inquiry, and it's quite straightforward to elucidate." Jor-El departed and approached his son, Clark. Since the internal crises on Krypton, stringent reproductive regulations have been enacted. All Kryptonians must be created through the Genesis Codex and embryonic technology. Clark stands as the first naturally conceived Kryptonian since that era. Yet we all recognize that the impulses of desire and love can sometimes be uncontrollable, despite Kryptonian law explicitly forbidding it. This statement rendered the two groups of men and women present somewhat awkward. Thus, we had to implement measures from other aspects, such as genetics, education, and culture. In such an atmosphere, after millennia, natural procreation has become an intolerable transgression for Kryptonians. Their bodies reject it vehemently. However, Kara and Clark are different. Having grown up on Earth, the influence of their Kryptonian heritage has been minimal, and compared to fragile human females, the male physique, enriched with Kryptonian genes, is more adept at nurturing offspring. The pointed reference to Louise elicited a frown, filled with discontented sarcasm. "Fragile human females? Surely you cannot be referring to me, Kryptonian." Clark could only offer an apology on her behalf. At that moment, Aluna also stepped forward, affirming, "What Jor said is indeed correct, and I sincerely advise you." "No, please, no more, Russell. Let us depart." Despite receiving blessings, Kara's mind was in utter disarray as she seized Russell and sought to leave. He had no choice but to follow her in flight. Gazing at the receding figures of his cousin and her boyfriend, Clark turned to his wife and inquired, "What are your thoughts?" "I am uncertain." Louise's expression became exceedingly cautious. "I cannot find any flaws in him, which nearly leads me to believe he is indeed a simple man, if not for my prior investigation." As she spoke, Louise cast a somewhat uncertain glance at her husband. The mysteries concealed within him were countless. Who would believe that a mere 10-year-old child could grasp stock trading, and by the age of 14, amass a fortune of $100 million? Moreover, no one was aware of the bloodshed he wrought during his 5 years as a reporter, driven by vengeance. Yet this very individual now willingly assumes the role of an ordinary journalist. I can fathom no other motive than to draw closer to Kara. So, why did you not reveal all of this to Kara earlier? Clark retorted. Louise shook her head. I am uncertain. Perhaps it is because I genuinely sense his affection for Kara. This feeling is palpable to me. Or perhaps it is simply that, before we uncover the true reason, I do not wish to conjure a formidable adversary. Of course, the revelation of his connection to Krypton astonishes me immensely. Clark, observing his somewhat disoriented wife, tenderly caressed her cheek. Since even you are unable to make a decision, there is no need to rush. As the saying goes, adapt and improvise. I shall take charge. Gazing at her dependable husband, Louise seemed to be transported back to the moment of their first encounter, nestling once more in his embrace. You always evoke such a sense of reliability and safety. Meanwhile, in the skies above the Arctic, Kara, hurrying away, contemplated that she ought to provide her boyfriend with an explanation. Consequently, she paused, just as she was about to speak, only to have her words silenced by her boyfriend's kiss. In that instant, Kara understood her boyfriend's feelings. Without uttering further words, she responded with a passionate kiss. The golden dawn bathed the two in a celestial light, crafting a splendid tableau. This day was particularly significant for Russell, as the Kryptonian genes served as a convenient excuse for many of his actions and powers. Chapter 47. The Submarine Factory. The moments of passion are always fleeting. Even though the young couple seeks each other endlessly each night, a significant portion of their lives remains devoted to the mundane routines of work and daily existence. Furthermore, there is the pursuit of justice against criminals. Kara also informed Russell about the possibility that Hank Henshaw, the minister of the Action Department, might be disguised as an extraterrestrial. Although Russell was aware that Henshaw's true identity was that of a Martian hunter, an unequivocal benefactor, he could only offer an alternative suggestion for reasons unbeknownst to him. Truth be told, I have never encountered a human being more devoted to Earth than Minister Henshaw, and his kindness towards you and Alex is evident. Even if he were an alien, he would likely be a decent fellow. My recommendation is that, if possible, you might engage in an open conversation, especially with Kara present, so there is no need for concern. After Kara relayed this information to Alex, she considered Russell's advice. However, she remained somewhat hesitant about the idea of transparency between the two parties. Nonetheless, this did not impede her from continuing to follow Hank Henshaw's directives within the Action Department until an unexpected earthquake struck. An alien criminal possessing telepathic abilities thus escaped from the department's dungeon, seizing control over all personnel and inciting an internal conflict. Alex seized this opportunity to confront Hank Henshaw, discovering his true identity as a green Martian, which ultimately resolved the tension. The ensuing days seemed to settle into a more tranquil rhythm. Kara's relentless efforts against crime over the past months began to yield results, with a noticeable decline in the crime rate in International City, affording everyone a bit more time for both work and life. However, despite Russell and Kara both being employed at Kate Media, with their workstations less than 10 meters apart, they maintained a discreet demeanor, refraining from excessive displays of affection in the office, often communicating through professional software. Wait, I have an interview to attend. From, where to? To, the International City port. A source has tipped me off about significant news, and I must investigate. From, you must be careful. To, don't worry, I'll be fine. What about you? What do you feel like eating tonight? I might be able to return home early today. From, honestly, I love everything you make. But if I must choose, I would select Coca-Cola chicken wings and corn rib soup. Smile. To, okay, it's on me. See you tonight. Wave. Unlike Kara, who must remain close to Ms. Grant as her assistant, Russell, as an investigative journalist, is tasked with field investigations, interviews, and the collection of accurate information for fair reporting, which affords him greater freedom. Of course, major news does not occur every day, and Russell is not infallible. However, each exclusive story he provides tends to place Kate Media's Forum Daily at the forefront of all media outlets, which suffices for Kate Grant. As Russell drove into the International City port, he was greeted by an old friend, Veronica. Clearly, the headlines were misleading. Russell had ulterior motives for his visit. Observing Russell as he emerged from a Honda sedan, clad in a scholarly attire with a backpack slung over his shoulder and a notebook in hand, Veronica's expression was one of astonishment. To be honest, if we weren't childhood acquaintances, I would hardly recognize you. And it seems you are quite enjoying this, she remarked. Russell, unfazed, replied, in our language, we have an ancient adage, life is but a play. Thus, the distinction between reality and illusion is not particularly significant. Are the items I requested prepared? Of course. Veronica replied succinctly, leading Russell toward a warehouse while inquiring, how is the situation with Louise Lane? Do not worry. At least for now, it is manageable. That is reassuring. Soon, they arrived at a warehouse, visibly stocked with numerous large silver boxes, exuding a sense of technological advancement. Everything you need is here. These are the automation devices I procured from the ABB Robotics Super Factory in Shanghai. The prices are fair, and confidentiality is assured. Thank you. Veronica, you have truly been a tremendous help. Do not rush to express your gratitude. I have another gift for you. What is it? Veronica asked, her excitement palpable. Have you considered where to establish your super factory? If not, I would like to share my suggestions. Of course, I am all ears. Russell's gentlemanly demeanor delighted Veronica, who responded with a twinkle in her eye. I am captivated by your modesty. How about a submarine? This answer took Russell by surprise. A submarine? Indeed, in fact. It is right beneath our feet. Upon hearing Veronica's words, Russell's interest was piqued. Activating his vision's penetrating ability, he unleashed X-rays from his eyes, revealing the layers beneath them. A colossal black submarine, reminiscent of a mythical sea creature, emerged in Russell's sight, hidden in the dark depths below. Russell was utterly astonished. How did you manage that? Quite simply, many super-rich Americans harbor a severe apocalyptic fixation, leading them to construct doomsday fortresses for themselves. A submarine is an excellent choice. This particular vessel, a fourth-generation attack nuclear submarine that served in 1969, was decommissioned in 1996 and subsequently purchased by a billionaire who transformed it into his personal fortress. Unfortunately, the apocalypse never arrived, and shifting times led to a gradual decline in his assets until he could no longer afford the upkeep of such a money-consuming beast. Recently, I learned that the previous owner was interested in selling, so I acquired it. What do you think of this gift? Russell caressed Veronica's cheek and spoke softly. Veronica, I must confess, no one has ever understood my heart quite like you do, knowing precisely what I desire. Veronica gently leaned against Russell's chest as she spoke. You have bestowed upon me everything I yearned for, fame, status, and wealth, granting me control over such vast assets. I cannot fathom what my life would be like without you, so I merely seek to reciprocate your trust in me, nothing more. It must be said. A woman so perceptive has indeed captured Russell's heart, and he has never been one to be stingy. Perhaps I know now what I should reward you with, Veronica. As Veronica gazed into Russell's eyes, she clearly realized something, her voice tinged with excitement. You have agreed? I have never declined. Merely struggled to find the right means to enhance your physique. But now, the situation has changed. Chapter 48. Nanorobots. The vessel formerly known as the Rosefish is indeed a nuclear submarine, belonging to the esteemed United States Sturgeon class. It measures an impressive 92.1 meters in length and 9.7 meters in width, with a submerged displacement of 4,960 tons. Powered by nuclear energy. It boasts a maximum underwater speed of 30 knots and can reach depths of up to 500 meters, manned by a crew of 107 individuals. However, the current incarnation of the Rosefish is merely an animated shell, devoid of its formidable arsenal and nuclear reactor, which have been meticulously dismantled by the American government to ensure that such a vessel does not fall into the hands of ordinary civilians, regardless of their wealth. What remains is a stripped-down power unit reliant on fuel, significantly compromising its speed and diving capability. Additionally, the reduction in crew requirements has led to the removal of numerous superfluous facilities, resulting in a cavernous interior. While a submarine may seem somewhat constricted as a factory, its security is unquestionable. Submerged beneath the ocean, it remains undetectable, offering boundless mobility. For Russell, this serves perfectly as a clandestine base, rather than an expansive industrial complex. Should the need arise in the future, it can be modified further utilizing the alien technology he has acquired. On the vast sea, a speedboat races over the waves, while beneath the azure surface, a colossal shadowy specter follows closely. After traversing over 20 nautical miles from the international city coastline, now in international waters and surrounded by desolation, the speedboat comes to a halt. Let them aboard, commands Veronica, clutching a walkie-talkie, as the waters churn and the massive black steel behemoth surfaces slowly. In this moment, Russell cannot help but acknowledge the profound impact that this embodiment of mankind's destructive prowess has on the soul. Indeed, men remain boys at heart, irresistibly drawn to such grand toys, regardless of their immense power. As the submarine fully emerges from the depths, Russell utilizes his X-ray vision to discern the extensive modifications it has undergone since passing through the hands of previous owners. It appears that this submarine has been entirely reconfigured, segmented into 9 isolated compartments. Aside from the 8th compartment, the fuel engine room, and the 9th compartment, the propulsion motor, which retain much of their original structure. The remaining 7 compartments have been stripped of intricate machinery to create more expansive spaces. The 1st compartment serves as the control room, the 2nd as an entertainment area, the 3rd as living quarters, the 4th combines dining and living spaces, and the 5th and 6th compartments are designated for supplies. The 7th compartment functions as an escape pod. However, this was the case before. Now, these spaces lie empty, allowing for unfettered creativity in adorning this magnificent vessel. Her information has been fully registered with the United States Navy Department of Defense under my name, allowing you free access. As Veronica finished speaking, the hatch above the Rosefish submarine opened, and 3 men with Asian features emerged, one of whom was an acquaintance of Russell, catching his attention. Dr. Luo, it appears you have accepted my invitation. Indeed, the bespectacled man before him was Dr. Luo, whom Russell had met at the Kyoto University Institute of Cellular and Material Sciences in Japan, although their acquaintance was brief. This intelligent and tactful man left a favorable impression on Russell. The man, whose real name was Luo Wengying, nodded nervously. The conditions you offered were impossible to refuse, especially those extraordinary blood samples. However, I must clarify that I am here merely to assist. I have my own professional obligations. No problem. Let us enter and discuss in detail. Veronica then introduced the other 2 men. They are responsible for the routine maintenance and operation of the nuclear submarine, completely trustworthy. Of course, once you familiarize yourself with this grand apparatus, you may invite individuals you trust. Thank you, my dear Veronica. Due to the submarine's unique underwater navigation requirements and its need to withstand immense pressure, the vessel was entirely sealed. Its entrances were originally quite narrow, but fortunately, its former owner had modified it, transforming the torpedo launch bay at the bow into a hatch resembling a shark's mouth, allowing for entire small craft to enter. Although some performance was sacrificed, this alteration rendered it considerably more comfortable. Veronica had evidently prepared the submarine well. Upon entering, it was clean and new, and the space was much larger than anticipated, with each compartment resembling a spacious room. Do you need me to find someone to assist in arranging these items? No, leave it to me. As Russell spoke, to the astonishment of those present in the cabin, he retrieved a blue object resembling a headset from his pocket and placed it on his head. Immediately, a cacophony of sounds emanated from the backpack behind him, and a swarm of nanobots surged forth, bustling about the silver boxes, methodically dismantling and assembling the machinery. Veronica appeared genuinely intrigued by the spectacle. What is this, Doctor? Luo recognized it and replied, these are nanobots from the Luther Group and Spear Industries. However, I read in the news that this technology had failed, and Spear Industries Spearjack even became senile as a result. Russell did not conceal the truth. Whether it is the Luther Group or the Spear Industries, the fundamental reason for their failure with nanorobots lies in the challenge of perfectly controlling the immense swarm of these minute machines. To address this, they chose bees and starlings as models, hoping to harness the synergy found in nature. However, they evidently fell short. I, too, found myself incapable of achieving such feats, limited to employing the simplest programming languages to manage only a handful of nanorobots. Yet, fortune smiled upon me, Russell remarked, tapping the blue headphones perched atop his head. Just 2 months ago, the U.S. military developed a robot that caused considerable trouble in the international city. The Red Tempest. Veronica immediately recalled that sensational news. Indeed, the Red Tempest, although the machine itself did not astonish me in its design, possessed an extraordinary control module. Its creator had linked his own neurons to the robot, even managing to transfer his consciousness into it. This sparked a flicker of inspiration within me, leading me to utilize this technology to forge a connection between my own neurons and these nanorobots. Dr. Luo suddenly grasped the implications, yet his confusion deepened. Are you suggesting that you have become a model for these nanorobots? In simpler terms, these nanorobots are merely another extension of yourself, sharing a singular brain. However, this seems implausible. While the human brain is indeed remarkable, it is inconceivable to process such an overwhelming amount of information simultaneously. Most individuals find it challenging to multitask, let alone control such a vast array of robotic entities. In response to Dr. Luo's perplexity, Russell offered but one answer. Who told you I am an ordinary human? Doctor. Luo's expression transformed into one of sudden realization and incredulity. Very well, let us discuss matters of substance, Dr. Luo. How have your analyses of the blood samples I provided progressed? Chapter 49. The post-human experiment. Dr. Luo did not disappoint Russell, expressing his exhilaration. It has gone remarkably well. The blood sample you provided this time is far easier to analyze than the first. Under normal conditions, it retains its human characteristics. However, when stimulated by a certain unique energy, it undergoes a miraculous transformation, converting into a pure energy form. Even more astonishingly, this transformation is controllable, possessing the burden of knowledge. Russell remained curious about all things. Could you elaborate further? Veronica seemed to sense that this was the gift Russell had mentioned, and her interest was piqued. Certainly. In fact, the cellular tissues you provided on both occasions share some similarities. They are more potent than ordinary cells, brimming with energy. According to my analyses and the data you supplied, this is evidently related to the intensified electromagnetic forces between the electrons and atomic nuclei that compose these life elements. This enhancement results in the atoms, molecules, and chemical substances of these life elements being bound more closely than their normal counterparts. For instance, one might compare it to balloons of the same size. These abnormal cellular balloons can contain 100,000 or even 10,000 times more air than the normal cellular balloons. Yet, there are distinctions. Dr. Luo continued, his excitement evident. The first cellular tissue you provided was remarkably stable, allowing it to maintain the appearance of normal biological tissue. However, the second sample is different. Its cellular structure is unstable. The sudden variations in electromagnetic forces within the atoms can easily cause electrons to escape their atomic nuclei. This is why it can purely transform into an energy form and absorb and release electrical energy. Fortunately, forces are always reciprocal. When electrons are distanced beyond a certain threshold from the nucleus, the interactions within the electromagnetic forces ensure that they do not completely detach, allowing it to maintain its fundamental energy form rather than dissipating entirely into the air. Of course, there exists a critical boundary. The maintenance of this electromagnetic force hinges on the basic energy supply within the cells. Are you suggesting that it must be alive? Russell ventured. Indeed, if it were dead, there would be nothing left, not even a corpse. Veronica responded. Upon hearing this, Veronica offered her perspective. It seems there is little distinction. I have no desire to be resurrected like one of those mummies. Dr. Luo immediately grasped the implication and, upon hearing Russell's inquiry, he asked, so, how is your reverse engineering research progressing? Can the secrets of this blood lead to enhancements in human physical capabilities? Dr. Luo cast a glance at Russell and then slowly replied, please hold on. With that, he hurried towards the isolation chamber. Watching Dr. Luo depart, Veronica turned to Russell and inquired, so, is this your plan to transform me into the new frontline? In the heart of the international city. Veronica was somewhat aware of the news, particularly concerning the incident that had instilled panic throughout the entire metropolis, plunging it into darkness during Thanksgiving, the electric girl known as Fireline. Indeed, Leslie Willis's transformation from an ordinary woman into Fireline embodied a tantalizing possibility, the potential for ordinary individuals to ascend to superhuman status. And she would certainly not be the sole example. Thus, I devised a means to procure her blood sample, should my research prove successful. Even if you could not become the new Fireline, your physique might nonetheless be significantly enhanced. In that moment, Veronica's gaze towards Russell shimmered with anticipation. Having grown up alongside him, she understood the sheer magnitude of his strength and brilliance, a chasm akin to that separating deities from mere mortals. She felt fortunate to be a woman who could bask in the wealth, power, and prestige that came from winning Russell's favor. Yet, an unsettling anxiety gnawed at her. For beauty fades and youth slips away. Especially now, she was no longer the youthful maiden she once was. Moreover, Russell's heart had never truly belonged to her. This realization instilled in her the dread that one day, he would drift away, taking with him all that she had acquired. This also explained her profound unease and the fervent desire to bear Russell's child. She had once thought that motherhood was her only path, but now, Russell had presented her with an alternative, to become a deity of formidable power, just like him. How exhilarating the prospect was. Dr. Rowe swiftly approached. Cradling a box draped in a black veil, a mixture of nervousness and excitement etched upon his face. While science seldom offers certainties. Ever since I acquired these blood samples and grasped your intentions, Russell, I have conducted some animal experiments with promising results. I have dubbed it Sonic. As he spoke, Dr. Rowe unveiled the black drapery, revealing a transparent glass enclosure before them, within which lay a charming, slumbering squirrel. As light flooded the enclosure, the squirrel awakened. Startled by the sudden presence of so many onlookers, it erupted into a flurry of electric energy, darting about the glass box, its body aglow with brilliant blue sparks, illuminating the faces of the trio. Wow, this is truly astonishing. So you have succeeded. Veronica gasped. Not quite, Dr. Rowe replied. After all, I have only experimented on animals. Due to confidentiality, human trials were not an option. Therefore, I remain uncertain how these experiments will translate to the human body. At that moment, Veronica gazed enraptured at the electrifying little creature darting within the glass cage, her eyes brimming with impatience. No, you will soon find out, she said, turning her attention back to Dr. Rowe. Surely, we can conduct the experiment here? Dr. Rowe glanced nervously at Russell, his unease palpable. Immersed in the anticipation of becoming divine, Veronica was swiftly roused from her reverie by Russell's chilling words. Veronica, I have warned you not to let desire cloud your judgment. Turning her gaze, she was instantly met by Russell's obsidian pupils, sending a shiver down her spine as her body instinctively recoiled in fear. That icy gaze was hauntingly familiar, evoking memories of the first time she witnessed Russell transform a man into a mere puddle of flesh. I apologize, Veronica stammered, her usual composure evaporating, her eyes wide with terror. Observing her fright, Russell slowly extended his arm, resting it upon her shoulder to soothe her. No, there is no need for you to apologize. I merely wish to convey that you hold greater significance in my heart than you might realize. Therefore, do not recklessly place yourself in perilous situations. Do you understand? Moreover, since a path has been laid before us, waiting a moment longer is of little consequence. With your capabilities, procuring some test subjects should pose no challenge. And do remember to ensure that everything is conducted with utmost cleanliness. Chapter 50. The new uniform as night enveloped the cozy little abode. Russell found himself immersed in the joy of preparing a delightful meal, eagerly anticipating the return of his beloved girlfriend. The presence of a woman in the home imparted a certain warmth. The previously sparse dwelling was now filled with Kara's belongings, transforming the space into a harmonious arrangement of pairs. The refrigerator brimmed with an array of ingredients, while the rooms radiated with vibrant hues, adorned with an assortment of feminine touches that uplifted the spirit. At that moment, the sound of the door creaking open heralded the arrival of Kara, accompanied by her sister Alex and One. "Darling, I'm home." The love-struck couple gazed at one another, their eyes reflecting an unspoken affection. After sharing a tender kiss, Russell greeted Alex and Wynne, though it was evident that both Kara and Alex bore a cloud of discontent. "Please, make yourselves comfortable. What seems to be troubling you?" Russell inquired, observing their somber expressions. Kara hung her bag and coat on the rack, offering an explanation. Alex took one for an interview with the action department, but unfortunately, he was not selected. Russell struggled to comprehend this. How could the officials, including Director Henshaw, be so blind? "No, it's not that," Kara clarified as One, in a fit of frustration, plopped down onto the sofa. Alex regarded him with silent exasperation, while Kara donned a look of disappointment. However, as a true friend, she prompted, "Why didn't you tell us sooner about your father?" Curled up on the sofa, One shouted in a mix of anger and helplessness, "What is there to tell? My father is a notorious murderer. For years, I've tried to forget him and avoid any connection. Who could have imagined that I would still be ensnared by his shadow?" Russell seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. It appeared that regardless of the nation, aspiring to join any governmental body necessitated an unavoidable scrutiny. He approached Wynne and gently patted his shoulder. "I have faith in you. Please, remain seated. I've prepared dinner. Let us eat and converse. I'll help." Kara chimed in cheerfully, eager to assist, as Alex observed Russell clad in an apron, embodying the role of a devoted homemaker. Alongside the bustling Kara, she couldn't help but acknowledge that they indeed resembled a couple in their own right. Seeing this, Alex felt a sense of relief and sought to comfort her companion. "Do not fret. Both Henshaw and I recognize your capabilities. As long as we clarify your father as circumstances, there remains hope for you." Regrettably, One remained curled on the sofa, biting his thumb in silence. Before long, Russell and Kara brought forth several abundant dishes to the dining table. Dinner is served. As superhumans, both had hearty appetites. Ensuring that each dish was plentiful, there was no need to worry about having enough to eat. Today, however, the focus of the dining table shifted to One, who seemed utterly disinterested in engaging with others. He channeled all his pent-up frustrations into his appetite, incessantly shoving chicken wings, ribs, beef, and vegetables into his mouth. This behavior prompted Russell, Kara, and Alex to exchange glances, uncertain of how to initiate a conversation. Ultimately, it was Kara who directed a look at her boyfriend, silently urging him to find a way to break the ice. Reluctantly, Russell seized an opportunity to speak. "One, it seems you have some time on your hands lately. Perhaps you could assist me with something?" Of course, though their relationship bore the tension of rivals in love, One appreciated Russell's consistent support and acknowledgement. "What do you need help with?" "I've prepared a new set of nanotechnology uniforms, and I need your expertise to evaluate their safety." Russell's words captured the attention of the three, and One, now intrigued, leaned in with curiosity. "You're so considerate toward Kara. What is it? Let me see." In truth, Kara assumed Russell's preparation was intended for her, but to everyone's surprise, Russell shook his head. "No. This new nanotechnology uniform isn't for Kara. It's for Alex." The revelation stunned everyone present, and Alex, who had been eating, nearly choked in disbelief, exclaiming, "Me?" "Yes," Russell explained, meeting his girlfriend's bewildered gaze. Ms. Danvers once wisely remarked that it is inappropriate to place family in jeopardy. However, I also understand that, Kara. You would never relinquish your desire to become Supergirl. Thus, I pondered whether there might be a solution that serves both our interests. Russell's words stirred Kara's emotions and led her into deep reflection. Fortunately, an idea struck me, albeit one that might provoke Ms. Danvers to wish for my demise. I propose granting Alex superhuman abilities, thus providing Kara with a trusted ally to fight alongside her. Yet, this is also driven by my own selfish desires, potentially placing Alex in grave danger. Hence, before Russell could finish, Alex's eyes lit up with excitement as she interjected, "What a brilliant idea." Kara's expression shifted, instinctively rejecting the proposal. "No, Alex, I absolutely cannot agree to this. I won't allow you to be put in harm's way. You have no idea how terrifying those foes can be." Alex wore an expression that conveyed a mix of disbelief and amusement as she replied, "No, Kara. I understand far more than you realize. Don't forget, I am an agent, and I have encountered far more extraterrestrial threats than you have." This left Kara momentarily speechless, her eyes filled with reproach as she cast a glare at her boyfriend, quietly exclaiming in frustration, "Russell, look at what you've done." The conversation between the two was hardly concealed from Alex, who, rather than being perturbed, gazed at Russell with eager anticipation. "Let me see the new uniform you have prepared for me." "All right, just a moment." Shortly thereafter, Russell emerged from upstairs, carrying a silver box. As he opened it under the expectant gazes of the crowd, 2 bracelets with a deep black hue and silver lines were revealed. Knowing these were prepared for him by his sister's boyfriend, Alex unhesitatingly reached out to take the bracelets. "What should I do?" "It's quite simple. Adorn your wrist with them. Then cross your wrists to let the 2 bracelets touch each other." With decisive movements, Alex adorned both wrists with the bracelets, then rose and stepped into a more spacious area of the living room. After taking a deep breath under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, he gently tapped the 2 bracelets together. In an instant, countless black nanorobots, resembling fine granules of sand, crawled out from his wrists, enveloping Alex's entire form as he wore a slightly anxious expression. Within mere seconds, a figure emerged before everyone, clad entirely in black with white patterns weaving through. Featuring a white X emblem on the chest and a pair of alluring eyes, a striking female superhero materialized. Chapter 51. Cadmus Wow. One instinctively let out an exclamation, his cheeks slightly flushed. The alluring black uniform unmistakably accentuated Alex's magnificent figure, making it exceedingly difficult for him to divert his gaze from certain areas. It was also Russell's first realization of Alex's stunning physique, a striking embodiment crafted from his memories of Poison Ivy's alluring design, synonymous with sensuality. If Kara's previous uniform represented a youthful channel, then Alex's attire was undoubtedly for the mature audience. Nonetheless, he maintained a serious facade and inquired, "How does it feel?" "It feels absolutely wonderful," came the deep, husky response, indicating that the uniform had altered Alex's voice in some manner. Alex, undistracted, reveled in the sense of empowerment the new outfit bestowed upon her. Although her eyes were partially obscured by nanobots, her vision remained unaffected. In fact, it was enhanced, offering an expansive view nearly approaching 360 degrees. Clearly, these nanobots had also augmented her field of vision. After a moment of acclimatization, she gracefully approached the full-length mirror, gazing at her reflection with a hint of pride, stating, "Aside from feeling a tad embarrassed, I finally comprehend what Kara experiences in that superhero costume." At this juncture, Kara, momentarily disregarding the potential peril Alex faced, couldn't help but voice her jealousy to her boyfriend. "Is it just my imagination? Or does Alex's uniform seem cooler than mine?" Russell, of course, would not concede, explaining, "No. In fact, this uniform is considerably simpler than yours, lacking numerous functional modules. Its sole purpose is to harness the kinetic energy provided by each nanobot, granting Alex enhanced strength, speed, defense, and observational skills, nothing more. And these attributes are ones you inherently possess, Kara. Of course, if you desire, I could secretly craft one for you." His final remark was whispered, yet it earned him a knowing glance of forgiveness from Kara. Russell then turned back to Alex with a serious tone. "Of course, Alex, you may require some time to acclimate to the power of this nano uniform, allowing you to maximize its combat potential. As for the design, it is not fixed. I was." At this point, Russell abruptly halted, furrowing his brow as his gaze drifted towards the window. This sudden shift left the 3 present momentarily stunned. Kara was the quickest to react, her super hearing detecting the ominous sounds of an approaching threat. As she removed her glasses and employed her X-ray vision, alarm surged within her. "Be careful." Without a moment's hesitation, Kara transformed into a blur and dashed out of the house. Soaring high above the sky, Kara, now adorned in her Supergirl uniform, instantly spotted 3 missiles, trailing long tails of flame, swiftly approaching under the cover of the dark night. With a powerful surge, a searing beam erupted from Kara's eyes, incinerating the missiles midair in a brilliant explosion. The intense blast illuminated the surroundings, rousing the residents of the community, setting off car alarms and plunging the area into chaos. It was precisely dinner time, and the neighborhood was bustling with activity, with pedestrians still lingering on the streets. In the wake of the sudden explosion, initial panic transformed into exhilaration as the sight of Supergirl gracing the horizon enthralled the onlookers. They eagerly pulled out their phones, akin to fervent fans, snapping pictures and shouting greetings, undeterred by the perilous situation. "Look over here, Supergirl. Wow, she is stunning. Supergirl, Supergirl." Seeing this, Kara urgently shouted at the crowd, "Get away from here. It's dangerous." However, the bystanders hesitated, rooted to the spot, for after all, Supergirl was their city's guardian. And where could possibly be safer than in her presence? Just then, a green energy pulse shot through the sky, locking onto Kara, and in an instant, their beloved heroine plummeted to the ground like a severed kite, leaving a long trail on the pavement. Above, a buzzing sound, reminiscent of swarming insects, filled the air as ominous dark clouds converged, forming the colossal visage of an Indian man who roared at the crowd. Simultaneously, another shadowy figure descended heavily, creating a deep crater upon impact, revealing a half-mechanical, half-human body. Beside this dark figure emerged a creature with a bare chest, adorned with a mechanical apparatus resembling a spider, its center embedded with a green kryptonite stone. All three gazed intently at the fallen Kara. At that moment, even the most oblivious onlookers recognized the gravity of the situation. 3 against 1. Panic swept through the crowd as they fled in every direction, frantically dialing 911. Fortunately, at that critical juncture, Russell, Alex, and others burst from their homes, rushing to Kara's side. "Kara, are you okay?" Russell inquired with concern. "Fear not, dear. Your suit is finally proving its worth. Be cautious, that creature's chest stone is kryptonite." Kara appeared at ease, her playful demeanor suggesting that she had sustained no harm. The moment she perceived the green glow, she instinctively activated the green mode of her nanosuit, effectively shielding herself from the influence of the kryptonite. Only upon confirming her sister's safety did Alex exhale in relief, his gaze incredulously fixed on the half-machine, half-human monstrosity before him. "Hank, is it truly you? You are alive." Indeed, the creature before him bore an uncanny resemblance to Hank Henshaw, the head of the operations department. In response to Alex's words, the blue mechanical eye of the creature glimmered ominously as it coldly retorted, "Of course I am alive. But everything that was once mine has been usurped by that imposter in the operations department. Nevertheless, it matters not. I am now a mechanical Superman, and I shall reclaim all that rightfully belongs to me." As the words left his lips, the blue mechanical eye transformed into a vivid crimson hue. Witnessing this transformation, the tech-savvy went gasped instinctively. Wow, a mechanical Superman, that sounds incredibly cool. However, he soon realized the inappropriateness of his comment and quickly added, "My apologies." Meanwhile, Russell, supporting Kara as she rose, directed his gaze towards another adversary composed of nanobots, and, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "If my memory serves me correctly, Spearjack, you should be receiving treatment at Lena Luthor's Luthor Corp." Indeed, the foe that had materialized before them was the very same Spearjack who had been rescued by Lena Luthor and the operations department after being exposed by Russell, ultimately taken away by Lena Luthor. Yet, the voice responding to Russell was entirely different from the Spearjack of old, sounding mechanical in nature. "No, I am not Spearjack. I am Nanoman. Cadmus has granted me a new existence." Chapter 52, 3v3 Cadmus. The mere mention of the word Cadmus elicited expressions of astonishment from Russell and Alex, while Kara and Wynn appeared blissfully unaware. "Cadmus, what is that?" In response to Kara's inquiry, Alex's demeanor was noticeably troubled as she pondered how to delicately convey the existence of such an organization. The Cadmus Project, spearheaded by the U.S. military, is an initiative targeting extraterrestrials, exhibiting a far more extreme stance than the Action Department. If the Action Department can be likened to a prison, then the Cadmus Project resembles a dissection room, where aliens are treated as mere subjects for vivisection, blood extraction, skinning, and any other conceivable acts of cruelty. What? This inhumane and bloody revelation was unbearable for Kara. The naive girl could scarcely fathom the existence of such a horrifying organization on Earth dedicated to extraterrestrials. Why do they engage in such acts? The answer is straightforward: to harness the abilities of aliens for military enhancement. Russell responded to Kara, his expression equally grim as he turned to Alex. "This is one of the reasons I have always harbored distrust towards the government behind the Action Department." Alex was taken aback, surprised that he was aware of the Cadmus Project. Of course, Russell did not intend to boast, rather. This project is not the top-secret affair many might imagine. Numerous individuals are cognizant of its existence, yet many choose to turn a blind eye. For in the eyes of many, aliens are no different from those lab mice. It was only after engaging with some extraterrestrials that I became aware of this organization. At this juncture, Russell glanced at Kara and, after some contemplation, added, "In fact, this project is also related to your cousin Superman." There was no need for further explanation. Kara understood immediately that one of the objectives of the Cadmus Project was undoubtedly to target Superman. This realization ignited even greater fury within her, as she had always regarded the protection of her cousin as a paramount duty, even though she now found herself in need of protection. Consequently, Kara rushed forward and shouted at the group, "I will stop you." "Oh really, sweetheart? But perhaps you are mistaken. Even your cousin Superman cannot thwart us." The speaker was the man among the trio adorned with a green kryptonite emblem on his chest, his countenance epitomizing that of a classic villain. Utilizing his supervision ability, he revealed that beneath his exterior, there was no flesh, only a metallic skeletal structure. Russell intervened to restrain his impulsive girlfriend and inquired of the man, "So, what do you call yourself?" "Metal Man." The reply was succinct and straightforward. "All right then. Russell turned to face the three individuals before him, his expression slightly menacing as he queried, "Mechanical Superman, Nanoman, Metal Man, could you provide me with a reason? Why are you attacking me? I cannot recall any grievances between myself, you, and Cadmus." "Enough." The response came as an impatient roar from the mechanical man. "Do you believe your lackluster performance could deceive the great Cadmus? We know who you are, and we are well aware of Supergirl's identity. Our knowledge surpasses your imagination." This retort left several present somewhat astonished, yet Russell remained unfazed, inquiring, "Wow, you truly are impressive. So what is your objective? If it's a fight, we shall stand our ground." With that, he cast a glance at Alex and remarked, "It appears we have no time for you to familiarize yourself with your new suit. Are you prepared, Alex?" "Absolutely." Alex's eyes sparkled as she clenched her fists tightly. Despite her extensive combat training, her human frailty had always hindered her from standing alongside her sister in battle. However, this time was different. Feeling the strength bestowed by her new uniform, Alex was filled with fighting spirit. "You once said that practical experience is the best teacher, did you not? Very well, Win, retreat to the house. I assure you it will be completely safe." "Okay." Win understood that remaining here would only hinder them, and he swiftly ran towards the house. Nevertheless, no one paid him any heed. The deserted street was solely occupied by the 6 superhumans locked in confrontation. Russell, Supergirl, and Alex faced off against the Nanoman, the Mechanical Man, and the Metal Man. The scene instantly transformed into a 3 versus 3 confrontation. At that moment, Kara felt the greatest exhilaration, as the sensation of fighting alongside her family was simply magnificent, filling her with confidence as she declared, "It seems your timing is rather unfortunate." Clearly, this did not intimidate the 3 opponents, as the Nanoman stepped forward and spoke. "While I do not shy away from employing violence prior to the commencement of our battle, Mr. Russell, I would like to extend an invitation to you, an invitation to join the great Cadmus. To have acquired such formidable power in a human form is precisely what Cadmus requires." The Nanoman's sudden declaration startled everyone present. Without a moment's hesitation, Kara shouted, "No way, Russell will not join you." "No, Supergirl, or should I refer to you as Kara Danvers?" "That may very well be." Upon hearing the Nanoman accurately utter her name, Kara instinctively felt a pang of alarm. This confirmed that the trio had indeed spoken the truth. They were aware of Supergirl's true identity. "I do not believe you can make decisions for Mr. Russell. You are merely boyfriend and girlfriend, are you not?" "Sweetheart, not even family?" The statement caught Kara off guard. Indeed, she and Russell were merely dating, despite cohabiting. They had not formalized their relationship through registration or a ceremony witnessed by a clergyman, which meant that they were not legally recognized as married. Furthermore, even if they were married, the label of an independent woman in this new era would not strip Kara of her husband's right to express his opinions. Fortunately, Russell stepped forward and declared, "At least in this matter, Kara's opinion is my opinion." "Is that so? How unfortunate." In that moment, under the cloak of darkness, the quiet street was thick with tension, as if a great battle was about to unfold. Observing this, Russell quietly inquired, "Are you ready?" "Of course. Hank is in my hands." Alex was the first to select her opponent, her arm bracelets clashing together as the nanotechnology suit enveloped her entirely. "That Metal Man is mine." As her words fell, Kara's suit transformed into a kryptonite-resistant mode, shimmering with a green luminescence. This unexpected display took the trio of villains by surprise, instilling a sense of unease in them. Yet, Kara offered them no opportunity for contemplation. She charged forward, executing a powerful tackle that sent the Metal Man flying as if he were a cannonball. Although Alex was slightly slower, she too advanced a few steps towards the mechanical superhuman, striking at its face, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Hank Henshaw's. The nanotechnology suit endowed Alex with strength beyond her imagination, and without any deliberate control, the unleashed power sent the mechanical superhuman hurtling away in an instant. Wow! Alex marveled at the effectiveness of her punch, a feat she had long wished to accomplish. However, she had little time for astonishment, for within her line of sight, the mechanical superhuman, fueled by rage, was returning with vengeance. Chapter 53, Lillian Luthor. The fierce battle between Kara and the Metal Man, as well as Alex and the mechanized Superman, raged on. Yet at the heart of the battlefield, Russell and the Nanoman remained still, gazing intently at one another, seemingly devoid of any intention to engage in combat. Russell was not alone in this. The Nanoman, too, merely glanced towards the distant fray involving Kara and Alex before turning back, his expression exuding a sense of complete control. "Now that your beloved golden-haired sweetheart and her sister are absent, perhaps we can engage in an open and candid discussion," he began. "I have conducted my research on you, Mr. Russell. With your intellect and ambition, it seems unlikely that you would settle for merely being this blonde darling's boyfriend, unless you harbor ulterior motives." Russell's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he interjected, "And what do you presume those motives might be, Ms. Lillian Luther. At this, the nano-man momentarily paused, his gaze momentarily vacant. After a few seconds, he regained his composure, his expression darkening as he replied slowly, "You remind me of my son. Lex Luthor, perhaps? Indeed, you both share a remarkable intelligence, a cunning nature, and an aptitude for disguise, not to mention a profound connection to Kryptonians. It is unfortunate that Lex, who should have been friend of Clark, ended up imprisoned by his own hand. Do you think you will follow in my son's footsteps? Not at all. While I appreciate the comparison to Mr. Lex Luthor, I must clarify that we are not of the same ilk. At the very least, I have never perceived Kryptonians as a threat. Oh, then what do you consider them? A girlfriend? You are human, and she is a Kryptonian. Why should that matter? At least in the time we have spent together, setting aside Supergirl's identity, Kara is no different from any human girl. The disparities between us are even less pronounced than those stemming from mere skin color. Or, might I suggest, Ms. Lillian Luther, that you are a proponent of racial purity? Regrettably, Lillian Luther, the puppet master behind the Nanoman, did not directly address this assertion. Instead, she replied, "I should add, you possess a rhetoric akin to his. Thank you for the compliment. It seems we have reached an impasse, and thus, I must resort to some rather unconventional measures." Her tone shifted to one of somber gravity. "I must say, had you not approached this sweetheart, perhaps I would not have taken such early notice of you, nor uncovered your true identity and past. But now, perhaps as soon as tomorrow morning, everything about you shall be laid bare before the media, the military, and your adversaries, including your identity, family, wealth, powers, and all your past, including the true identity of Supergirl." Lillian Luther initially believed that her threat was quite formidable. However, upon concluding her statement, she noticed that Russell appeared utterly indifferent, even harboring a hint of disappointment in his gaze. "Ms. Lillian Luther, would you care to hear my assessment of your threat?" "Of course," came her response, only for Russell to succinctly label it as petty. He shrugged nonchalantly, adding, "You actually think this could intimidate me? It seems, Ms. Lillian Luther, you do not understand me as well as I had anticipated." Lillian remained unperturbed, responding coolly, "You are merely posturing. If that is the case, why are you so deliberately concealing your identity?" "No, I'm not intentionally hiding. Rather, it is to evade numerous complications without incurring excessive costs. Since you have conducted your inquiries about me, you must be aware of my whereabouts over the past few years before arriving in International City. While many Middle Eastern nations are affluent, I have ventured into the most impoverished and chaotic regions, where people struggle to secure their next meal, let alone access the internet or smart devices. This implies that the inhabitants of those areas possess no voice in this world, and thus, whatever I do goes unnoticed. This is the reason why no one knows where I have been or what I have done. However, International City is a different matter. Smart devices abound, surveillance is ubiquitous, and there are even vast satellites overhead, not to mention various clandestine departments." Lillian Luther grasped the essence of Russell's words and remarked, in other words, "From the moment you approached Kara Danvers, you were prepared to announce your existence to the world?" Russell, however, shook his head in disappointment. "No, Ms. Lillian Luther, you still do not grasp my point. The emphasis is on cost. It appears you fail to understand why your son, Lex Luthor, has never employed this tactic against Superman." The nanoman's eyes grew vacant once more, and after a prolonged silence, he slowly responded, "It seems you consider yourself akin to Superman, a deity among mortals, do you?" "Forgive me, but I am not religious," was Russell's straightforward reply. "I must say, you are increasingly resembling my son. Were Lex here, he might engage in a delightful conversation with you. However, now that you have completely declined my invitation, I shall resort to another method. I find your powers quite intriguing." As his words hung in the air, the nanoman's body began to writhe, unleashing a swarm of nanobots that surged forth like a devastating locust plague, charging towards Russell. "To be candid, if I were you, I would certainly refrain from such actions." With this seemingly nonsensical remark, Russell gently raised his hand, directing his palm towards the encroaching swarm of nanobots. In an instant, as if time itself had been frozen, the myriad of nanobots suspended in the sky remained utterly motionless. "Ms. Lillian Luther, you appear to be rather impatient." Somewhere within the confines of a secret base of Cadmus, located in the International City, 3 individuals occupied a dimly lit chamber brimming with intricate machinery. At the center sat a woman of advanced years, none other than Lillian Luther, the mother of Lex and Lena Luther. Flanking her were 2 men. One, a scientist intently observing the screen, and the other, a soldier adorned with a blue controller atop his head. Before them, the screen displayed an image of Russell, his palm directed towards them. The sudden stasis of the scene left the trio momentarily stunned. Furrowing her brow, Lillian Luther turned to her subordinate with a sharp inquiry. "What are you doing?" The soldier, visibly agitated, responded, "I don't know. I cannot move. I cannot control the nanobots." "What?" The scientist, however, appeared invigorated, operating the instruments while elucidating, "Ms. Luther, it seems this is the extent of Mr. Russell's abilities. This is impossible." The sensors are not registering any energy fluctuations. What force could this possibly be? What does this mean? The scientist exclaimed with excitement. This signifies that Mr. Russell's power is even more enigmatic than we had anticipated, surpassing any energy wavelengths we are familiar with. Just then, a red warning symbol abruptly illuminated the entire screen. What is happening? Lillian Luther questioned, her curiosity piqued. The screen's transformation provided an answer. The image of Russell, previously displaying his hand, swiftly morphed into a close-up of his face, accompanied by his chilling voice. Ms. Lillian Luther, did your adopted daughter, Ms. Lena Luther, fail to inform you that she has entrusted the nanobot technology of Luther Corp and Sphere Industries to me? Chapter 54. Mutual restraint in a space reminiscent of a still life. Teeming with countless nanobots, each controlled by a central rhomboidal controller, these mechanical entities bore claw-like appendages and slender, sharp proboscises. Their sheer number was overwhelming, akin to an ocean of indistinguishable entities from the perspective of the nanobots. Yet, amidst this multitude, it was all too easy to overlook smaller details. For instance, existing on a scale half the size of their larger counterparts, there were diminutive nanobots resembling ladybugs, with oval bodies, 6 sharp mechanical limbs, and equally pointed proboscises. Though fewer in number, they clung parasitically to the bodies of the larger nanobots, piercing their exteriors with their sharp mouths. These were the nanobots developed through Russell's collaboration with the Luther Group and Spire Industries, integrated with his proprietary control technology. Both Kara and Alex's uniforms were crafted from these nanobots. However, Russell's nanobots were more advanced in their control systems, having enhanced the pre-existing artificial intelligence known as Wednesday with the neural control technology of Red Cyclone. Furthermore, due to Wednesday's intelligent architecture, which was already embedded within the coding of the Luther Group and Spire Industries nanobots, Russell could infiltrate and manipulate these counterparts with ease. Russell harbored little concern about being compromised, for he had entrusted these nanobots to Wynn, whose expertise compensated for any vulnerabilities. Wyn's prowess in computing was beyond reproach, having been favored by the deity of knowledge. He was the technical backbone of the superhero ensemble in television dramas. Little did Wynn realize that by acquiescing to Russell's so-called request to enhance Kara's uniform control system, he was simultaneously augmenting Russell's nanobot command. Even if he were aware, it would pose no issue, as Russell now stood firmly on the side of justice. In addition to infiltrating and controlling his kin, these nanobots possessed other functions, such as the current situation at Cadmus's secret base. The unexpected breach of the base's systems caught everyone present off guard, yet this was merely the beginning. Gazing at the screen displaying Russell's taunting words, Lillian Luther's eyes glinted dangerously as she shouted, "Hurry, expel him." "I'm trying," exclaimed the scientist, fervently tapping the keyboard, yet the red invasion alert persisted, intensifying as he suddenly turned, terror-stricken and drenched in cold sweat. "This is bad," he asked, breaching the mainframe. The alarm bells rang not solely from the screen, but resonated throughout the entire base. "Impossible, he has successfully infiltrated and is downloading data from the mainframe." "What?" Lillian Luther, unable to remain seated any longer, stood up abruptly and seized the scientist by the arm, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Hurry and stop him." Although this was merely one of the secret bases of the Cadmus project, the data concealed within the mainframe remained of utmost importance. "I am trying, but..." The screen incessantly displayed the message, "Access denied. He has completely taken control here. I am utterly powerless, unless through physical destruction." Witnessing the man's helplessness, Lillian made the most judicious decision. She swiftly grasped a nearby submachine gun and, amidst the man's terror, unleashed a barrage towards the base's mainframe. The sound of gunfire echoed, accompanied by sparks flying. In an instant, the entire Cadmus base's network succumbed to paralysis, yet it appeared to be a moment too late. "Now, or even." Gazing at the screen as Russell's visage faded, his final words lingered in the air. Lillian's demeanor transformed from one of confidence to an expression of grave seriousness. "Call them back. Our adversary this time is more formidable than ever before. Perhaps we need to deliberate extensively." Beneath the night sky, upon receiving Lillian's command, the metal man prepared to depart. His sole advantage against Kara lay in the kryptonite shockwaves he could emit, yet these proved ineffective against Kara's new uniform. He could only rely on his extensive combat experience in metallic form, which paled in comparison to Kara's formidable steel physique. However, Kara was not inclined to let him escape easily. At that moment, the sound of helicopter rotors resonated in the air. Reinforcements from the operations department had arrived. The metal man, upon seeing this, allowed a sinister grin to creep across his face. The kryptonite embedded in his chest unleashed a green energy shockwave, striking the helicopter's rotor with precision. Realizing the danger, Kara had no choice but to prioritize the rescue of those aboard the helicopter, affording the metal man an opportunity to flee. In contrast to the clash between Kara and the metal man, the confrontation between Alex and the mechanical Superman was considerably more intriguing. Both were highly trained agents, empowered by technology. The mechanical Superman had augmented his body, while Alex relied on his nanotech uniform. In terms of strength, the disparity between them was minimal. However, their fighting styles diverged significantly. The mechanical Superman's assaults were forceful and relentless, while Alex's attacks were nimble and adaptive, utilizing the momentum of his opponent against them. Apart from initially struggling to adjust to his new nanotech uniform, which placed Alex at a disadvantage several times, the two engaged in a dynamic exchange of blows. As orders were relayed to him, the mechanical Superman displayed a desire to disengage. A void appeared in the center of his palm, from which a rocket was launched. Alex narrowly evaded the projectile, but by the time the explosion subsided, the mechanical Superman had vanished without a trace. Damn it! With a furious shout, Kara descended from the sky, wielding the out-of-control helicopter. The agents from the operations department, filled with trepidation, hastily leaped down from above, only to behold Alex, enveloped in a nanotech suit. Fortunately, Kara's words enlightened them. This unfamiliar figure was not an adversary. "Are you all right, Alex?" "Rest assured, I feel splendid. Please check for any issues around. We must find Russell." With the bracelet once again activated, Alex's nanotech suit was deactivated, and the two proceeded to the battlefield where Russell was located. To their relief, nothing unexpected occurred. The Nanoman, now reverted to Spearjack, lay quietly on the ground while Russell was engaged in a phone call. "Hello, Lena. Wow, what a rare visitor." A call from the illustrious reporter Russell. "Do you have another scoop? It seems you were unaware, Lena. Perhaps you should take a look at this." In the brightly lit office of Luthor Corp, Lena Luthor, exhausted from her busy duties, felt her previously uplifted spirits plummet to the depths upon viewing the photos sent by Russell. Chapter 55, Mars Hunter Headquarters. Upon their return, Russell, Kara, and Alex inevitably encountered Hank Henshaw, who was eager to inquire about the events that had transpired. However, the trio refrained from divulging anything and instead led him to the combat training room within the operations department, a space shrouded in utmost confidentiality. Hank Henshaw was initially perplexed, but upon hearing Alex's subsequent words, the purpose of their actions became clear. "We encountered Hank Henshaw. He is not dead. He now works for Cadmus, having been transformed into a mechanical superhuman, seeking vengeance against us." At that moment, Hank Henshaw grasped the gravity of the situation. Realizing that he was not the genuine Hank Henshaw, but rather a disguise crafted by the Martian hunter, Ronan Rose. This truth remained a closely guarded secret within the entire operations department. Ronan, feeling a wave of disappointment, remarked, "I had anticipated that this day might eventually come. I will explain everything to everyone." "Not yet," Alex interjected, fully aware of the dire consequences that could arise from revealing this truth. "Now is not the time." "Ronan, if those from the Department of Defense were to discover that the leader and architect of the entire operations department is an extraterrestrial, the ramifications would be unfathomable. Furthermore, we are already grappling with more pressing issues. Cadmus is aware of Kara and Russell's true identities." Alex proceeded to recount the recent events to Ronan, who gazed at Russell with immense astonishment. It was not particularly surprising that Cadmus had uncovered Kara's true identity, for the real Hank Henshaw, now a mechanical being, had once been the head of the operations department. He had long been aware of Kara's Kryptonian heritage and had even visited in an attempt to exert control over her. It was only through Kara's adoptive father, Jeremiah Danvers, agreeing to enlist in the operations department as an agent that they spared Kara from their clutches. However, the question lingered, how had they come to know Russell's identity? Sensing Ronan's inquisitive gaze, Russell offered a succinct explanation. "Cadmus has been observing Kara, which inevitably brought me into their line of sight." This revelation caused Kara to once again wrestle with her identity as a Kryptonian, as it seemed that anyone who drew near her was thrust into danger. Fortunately, Russell, attuned to her emotions, reassured her, "Do not dwell on it, Kara. This is not your fault, and you need not bear the weight of others' mistakes. Moreover, I do not believe that Cadmus knowing our identities poses as significant a threat as you might think." Why? Firstly, Cadmus's awareness of Kara's identity is not a recent development, but rather something they have known for quite some time. Yet, over the years, they have taken no action against her, indicating that they have ulterior motives regarding Kara. Secondly, their current target is me, not Kara, suggesting they are not yet prepared to engage in conflict with her, which implies that we may still have some time on our side. "Wait, was Cadmus targeting you?" Ron inquired, his keen perception picking up on something. "Indeed," Alex affirmed. They were eager for Russell to join Cadmus, intrigued by his ability to acquire such formidable powers while retaining his humanity. Ron grasped the essence of Cadmus, ultimately. It served the interests of the military, striving to endow ordinary soldiers with extraordinary strength. Thus, whether the subjects of their experiments were extraterrestrial or terrestrial mattered little to them. "All right, please continue." Russell then recounted to the assembly the events that transpired during the battle involving Alex, Kara, and the metallic beings. During the conflict, the nanoman refrained from direct engagement. We conversed for a while. Perhaps he believed he could leverage my identity as a threat to coerce me into joining them. However, they should never have attempted to manipulate me with such despicable tactics. His confident declaration left the three present momentarily taken aback. Kara, pleasantly surprised by her boyfriend's assurance, remarked, "Darling, what have you discovered?" Russell chose not to respond, instead asking, "Could I have a computer?" Without a moment's hesitation, Alex exited, returning shortly with a sleek black laptop, which she placed before them. Russell, without further ado, extended his thumb towards the USB port of the laptop, and a swarm of nanobots began to emerge from his clothing, crawling along his thumb and into the device. Instantly, the screen erupted with a multitude of files. The sight left everyone in awe, prompting Alex to exclaim in astonishment. "What is this?" "These are nanobots. More precisely, they constitute the nanomachines embedded in your and Kara's suits. However, they possess enhanced capabilities and can be regarded as controllers." Clearly, the nanoman's new master is unaware that I possess a superior understanding of this technology. Consequently, during the nanoman's assault, I successfully infiltrated his control system using my own nanobots, yielding unexpected results. Russell pointed at the flurry of files cascading onto the screen. "I managed to breach Cadmus's mainframe and download these files." Wow. The eyes of everyone present sparkled with excitement. Kara, elated, enveloped her boyfriend in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "You are simply amazing, dear." Yet, Alex, pondering something, queried, "You don't intend to use this to control us and infiltrate the operations department's mainframe, do you?" This sudden concern rendered Kara speechless as she gazed at her sister. "Alex, I understand your vigilance, but shouldn't you place a bit more trust in Russell? Don't forget, he crafted a nanotech suit for you. Had this been in the past, Alex might have remained indifferent. However, now, after a considerable passage of time, Russell's demeanor had gradually earned her trust. With a sincere apology, she uttered, "I'm sorry." Russell, unfazed, replied, "There's no need for apologies, Alex. I comprehend your perspective. Nonetheless, such an occurrence will not transpire. I have informed you all before that. Concerning both your and Kara's nano-uniforms, to prevent any potential intrusion in control of your nano-uniform's controller, I have implemented entirely enclosed modules, devoid of any external interfaces. This ensures, through the simplest physical means, that any possibility is eliminated, akin to a computer disconnected from any network. This signifies that they will not link to your operational unit's mainframe. If you harbor doubts regarding my assurances, you may consult with Wynn." At that moment, Hank Henshaw, having discerned something, inquired of Alex, "Did I mishear? Did he just mention that he crafted a nano-uniform for you, Alex?" Alex remained silent, responding instead through action. As the bracelets on her wrist once again came into contact, she materialized before Hank Henshaw, clad in a sleek black nano-uniform. "Now, I can fight alongside Kara. I have harnessed its power to restrain the mechanical Superman. This must be considered good news." Hank Henshaw, upon learning of Alex's newfound superhuman abilities, did not display overt resistance. With the genuine Hank Henshaw's emergence, he had begun to sense the impending uncertainties that loomed over his future. In this moment, if Alex could step forth to stabilize the situation, it would indeed be the optimal choice. Just then, Hank Henshaw's phone rang. "Minister Henshaw, Lena Luthor has arrived." Chapter 56, the technological master in the stark confines of the Action Department's medical room. The lifeless body of Spear Jack lay upon a cold iron bed, his eyes closed, lips tinged with a shade of blue, devoid of any breath. It was evident that Spear Jack had succumbed to death, transformed into a true corpse. Lena Luthor, clad in a tailored black suit, gazed upon the scene with tear-filled eyes, her sorrow palpable. After a brief moment, Hank Henshaw felt compelled to intervene, his tone slightly somber as he addressed her. "I regret the passing of Mr. Spear Jack, Mrs. Luthor, but for the sake of safety, I must ask you a few questions. When was the last time you saw Mr. Jack?" Henshaw's inquiry brought Lena back to the present. She wiped her tears away and, regaining a semblance of her formidable demeanor, replied, "A week ago. Prior to that, I had been tirelessly attempting to restore Jack's health, yet my efforts yielded little success. Coupled with the overwhelming responsibilities of the Luthor Group, I found myself utterly consumed, ultimately relegating him to the care of our hospital, visiting him once a week. Thus, Mr. Spear Jack has been missing under your watch for at least 7 days." Hank observed. "Enough, Hank," Kara interjected, unable to bear Henshaw's probing any longer. "It's quite all right." Lena responded with an air of resilience, her gaze fixed upon her former lover's lifeless form, her expression intricate. "This indeed falls upon my shoulders. I apologize for any distress caused to you." Seizing the moment, Hank pressed on, "Do you possess any valuable information regarding the mastermind behind the abduction of Mr. Spear Jack and his subsequent transformation into a nanoman?" Lena shook her head, her attention shifting to Hank as she sensed his palpable skepticism. "I understand your doubts. It may seem implausible that someone could abscond with Jack from the Luther Group's hospital without my knowledge as its president and former girlfriend. Nevertheless, I assure you, it is the truth. Had it not been for Russell's call, I would still be oblivious. Hank and Alex exchanged glances, their mistrust still evident. They yearned to inquire further. But at that moment, Lena spoke up. Could I have a moment of privacy? I wish to speak with Mr. Russell. The others exchanged looks, ultimately deciding to vacate the room, leaving Russell and Lena Luthor alone within the medical chamber. At last, Lena shifted her gaze from her former lover's body to Russell, her strikingly beautiful eyes locking onto his. Do you know who killed Jack? Russell, unflinching, responded with a question of his own. You must have an inkling, Lena. Who could possibly have taken Mr. Jack from the Luthor Group without your notice as its president? The two individuals gazed at each other until Lena Luthor, filled with sorrow and anger, broke the silence and asked, have you shared this with them? No. Why are you waiting to negotiate with me? What is it that you desire this time? No. I simply believe we ought to regard each other as friends. Since this concerns a friend's family, I feel I should consider their perspective. Russell's response left Lena somewhat astonished. Isn't that the conduct of a superhero? Russell replied succinctly, no. I am not a superhero. I am merely a terrestrial being who cares for family and friends. This answer illuminated Lena's eyes, though Russell did not explicitly state it. He subtly confirmed some of her suspicions. Being an astute woman, ever since Russell had coerced her into a deal, Lena had investigated him, only to discover that he was shrouded in mysteries beyond her complete understanding. This sparked her curiosity, especially after she scrutinized the surveillance footage of the Luthor Group's headquarters countless times without uncovering how Russell had entered her office. I understand. Thank you. With this revelation, Lena Luthor's gaze regained its determination. Leave Jack's matter to me. I will provide you with a satisfactory response. At that moment, Russell heard the system's voice echo in his ears. Ding. From this moment on, you have become one of the most intelligent women in this world, Lena Luthor, and a confidant. Thus, you have once again earned the favor of the God of Knowledge. Reward, Master of Technology. You possess an extraordinary understanding of high-tech, along with the ability to create advanced technological devices. It must be said, this buff arrived at a most opportune time. Previously, the buff Russell had received, the Curse of Knowledge, merely opened the gateway to comprehending the vast realm of knowledge. It did not imply that he had instantaneously transformed into a genius akin to Iron Man. He still had much to learn. For the ocean of knowledge is as boundless as the cosmos, and no one can master everything. Growth requires time, and there exists a substantial gap between theory and practice, particularly concerning sophisticated high-tech equipment. This explains why, whether in the creation of these nanobots or various research endeavors, Russell must rely on specialists. Now, however, with the newly acquired buff of Master of Technology, Russell has gained enhanced practical skills and the capacity to manufacture and innovate high-tech devices. Furthermore, what he obtained by infiltrating the Cadmus secret base was not trivial. Let us not forget, this was a clandestine initiative specifically targeting extraterrestrials. Although the incursion was brief, the downloaded data was substantial and contained some astonishing alien technologies. These Russells have long been meticulously concealed. Soon, gazing at the hurried farewell and the evident change in Lena Luthor's demeanor, the members of the operations department, including Carla, became intrigued by the hushed conversation that had just transpired between the two. What did you discuss with her? She mentioned that she would provide me with a response regarding the Spearjack's attack on me. Before that, I must keep certain matters confidential. My apologies. This revelation darkened Carla's gaze, as the notion of her boyfriend harboring secrets with another woman unsettled her. Carla was clearly poised to press further, but Russell proactively softened his tone, attempting to placate her. When the time comes, I will certainly inform you, Carla. Trust me. Observing her boyfriend's obsequious demeanor, Carla found her ire dissipating, for she had a more pressing matter to address. In light of your significant contribution, I shall let this slide this time. Significant contribution? What significant contribution? Carla exclaimed, her excitement palpable. We have just reviewed the data you acquired from the Cardamus base and uncovered something astonishing. What is it? As Alex produced a laptop, the screen illuminated with a myriad of photographs. Carla pointed to one of them, exclaiming, this is the complete list of agents from Cardamus in International City. Alex and I discovered my adoptive father, Jeremiah Danvers. He is still alive. Though this seemed but a minor alteration, within the depths of the multiverse, an unknown transformation was gradually unfurling, awakening the ever-watchful overseer of this universe, the Watcher. Chapter 57 or 38, the familiar ringtone of a mobile phone pierced through the tranquility of Russell's slumber, gently coaxing him to open his eyes. Yet, the moment he did, the sights that greeted him instilled a profound sense of alertness within him. His enhanced vision, acute hearing, and superintelligent mind converged with a singular purpose, to comprehend the circumstances surrounding him. The source of his unease was quite straightforward. He was not in his own home. Russell was certain he had not mistakenly entered another's domain. His mind retained vivid memories of the previous night, the battle with the Cadmus trio, the encounter with Lena Luthor at the Department of Action, and finally returning home to a night of gratitude from Kara for uncovering the mystery of her foster father's survival. Given their physicality, such displays of affection could hardly exhaust him to the point of oblivion, especially not with Russell's heightened vigilance against any encroaching strangers who might have relocated him. Unless, of course, this individual possessed powers that transcended his comprehension. Swiftly, his extraordinary intellect deduced his current whereabouts, the apartment Kara had rented before moving in with him. However, this residence should have long been vacated, its furnishings relocated to his home. As he glanced beside him, he was met with the sight of Kara, radiant and disheveled, peacefully sleeping next to him. With no answers to be found on his own, he resolved to consult the system. Just then, Kara began to stir, her eyes fluttering open. Upon seeing Russell, her expression transformed into one of sheer horror as she took in the sight of his naked form and then glanced down at her own unclothed state. Before he could react, she delivered a powerful punch that sent him flying. The force of her blow propelled Russell off the bed, crashing into numerous pieces of furniture. In another room, Alex, alerted by the commotion, rushed out, instinctively raising her firearm at the unfamiliar man sprawled on the floor, her voice laced with fury. "Who are you? Get your hands up." Meanwhile, Kara had swiftly donned her Supergirl attire and joined Alex, her confusion palpable as she shouted, "Who are you? Why are you in my bed?" The exchange left Russell momentarily bewildered. Unfazed by his lack of clothing, he stood and inquired, "Wait, Kara, Alex, do you not recognize me?" Kara and Alex shared a glance, both confirming the truth of their unfamiliarity with the man before them. "I am quite certain that I do not know you. So who exactly are you?" Russell, beginning to grasp the gravity of the situation, declared, "I am your boyfriend, Kara." "Boyfriend?" Kara exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief, as if she thought he were jesting. "This just is hardly amusing. This is no joke. Gaze upon your uniform, it is of my design." "A lie. This is." As Kara intended to express that the uniform was crafted by Wynn, she found herself utterly taken aback upon glancing down. For in that instant, the Supergirl suit she adorned was entirely dissimilar to her recollection. It had shed its short skirt and black accents, transforming instead into trousers. Alex too discerned the unfolding situation, her expression darkening ominously. The action department. Russell was brought here without resistance by Kara and Alex, who were strangers to him, and confined within the alien prison. Hank Henshaw also arrived, evidently no longer recognizing Russell. Observing Russell in the glass cell, deep in contemplation. And after hearing Kara and Alex's descriptions, he incredulously inquired, "Are you certain he speaks the truth?" At that moment, Kara found herself at a loss for words, gazing at the man in the cell who claimed to be her boyfriend. "I know not. I bear no memory of him, yet he appeared in my bed this morning. And look at my new uniform. I cannot even fathom how to remove it. How did you manage to put it on? I know not. I am utterly bewildered by this new uniform." At this juncture, Alex was also observing Russell in silence, and softly suggested to Hank, "I believe you should employ your powers to ascertain the veracity of his claims." "Understood." With his eyes emanating a crimson glow, Hank Henshaw, as the Martian Manhunter, activated his telepathic abilities, attempting to penetrate Russell's mind to uncover the truth of the matter. However, he encountered an astonishing barrier obstructing his telepathy, no matter his efforts. He could not breach this shield, leading him to realize that this man, who claimed to be Kara's boyfriend, was no ordinary human. Thus, he opted to concede, stating, "I have failed. This individual possesses the ability to shield against telepathy." What? This revelation left Kara and Alex utterly astounded. Kara contemplated for a moment before choosing to take the initiative, addressing Russell in the cell. "How can you prove you are my boyfriend?" This question finally roused Russell from his interaction with the system, and upon receiving an answer, he regarded Kara with astonishment. "No, I was mistaken. You are not my Kara." Now, Kara was even more perplexed. "Are you toying with me?" Russell refrained from elaborating, merely uttering a name. "Earth 38L. The world where my Kara resides." At this revelation, Kara's eyes widened in disbelief as understanding dawned upon her. "You refer to the Earth of the parallel universe." Just as she contemplated inquiring further, she discerned that Russell's figure was gradually becoming translucent, fading away. Likewise, the new uniform adorning her form vanished into oblivion. Beep. Host's influence on Earth 38 within the multiverse has been detected. The quantitative changes have reached a qualitative transformation, resulting in the distortion of the sacred timeline of Earth 38. Tearing apart the multiverse, birthing a new universe named Earth 38L. Beep. The multiverse is actively attempting to rectify this anomaly, with the host's doppelganger being created to integrate the host into the sacred timeline of the multiverse. To avert unnecessary errors, the system is intervening. Beep. Intervention successful. The doppelganger in this world perished during the horrifying attack the host endured at the age of 18, consuming the system's creative energy. thereby temporarily depriving the host of the opportunity to traverse into the new world. Beep. Earth 38L has successfully separated. It is a realm devoid of past and future, existing solely in the present. The host has become another guardian of this world. Alongside Supergirl, you shall emerge as the protagonists of this domain. Every action you undertake will influence the very existence of this world. Beep. The nascent Earth 38L is exceedingly fragile, drifting outside the sacred timeline. As the multiverse continues its efforts to amend this error, you must acquire greater strength to protect this realm. Chapter 58. A new journey. The familiar sound of a mobile phone ringing once again stirred Russell from his slumber. Gazing at the ceiling, now a familiar sight, the events he had just experienced felt like a fleeting dream. Yet, he found no discomfort in the temporal disarray, as one who did not truly belong to this world. He had long since adapted to the notion of traversing dimensions. However, the deeper implications hinted at by the system as simplistic notifications caused his brow to furrow with concern. At that moment, Kara awakened beside him, seemingly unaffected, stretching with vitality and cheerfully greeting her boyfriend. "Good morning, darling." "Good morning," Russell replied with a smile, feigning normalcy as he indulgently inquired, "Do you have any plans for the weekend?" This seemed to jog Kara's memory, and glancing at her phone, she hurriedly dashed into the bathroom, her voice trailing behind. "I'm sorry, darling, but I want to be able to spend time with you these next few days. I need to meet with Alex, and we'll be staying there tonight. We hope to uncover more information about Jeremiah from the intel you found. Do you need my assistance?" "Not at the moment. We know too little." Nevertheless, the mere knowledge that Jeremiah is alive is a delightful surprise. Kara quickly finished her morning routine, tidied up, and prepared to leave. Before departing, she remembered to give her boyfriend a parting kiss. "I'll call you if anything comes up." Once Kara left, the gentle smile that had adorned Russell's face vanished, replaced by a calm, serious demeanor as he began to contemplate Earth 38L. Clearly, the previous night had been nothing extraordinary for Russell, yet it marked the birth of a new universe within the multiverse, one that had split from Earth 38 due to his existence. While Russell was not particularly well-versed in the storyline of Supergirl, he was grateful for the Flash, which had provided him insights into the multiverse he now inhabited, especially the engaging crossover episodes. In essence, within this multiverse populated by DC superheroes, Earth served as the unequivocal center, with each universe named after its Earth. These superheroes acted as guardians of their respective realms. For instance, Supergirl and Superman hailed from Earth 38, while the Flash, Green Arrow, and Legends of Tomorrow resided in Earth 1. The formidable antagonists from the Flash Season 2, Jesse Quick, and Dr. Wells' doppelganger belonged to Earth 2. There were also worlds like Earth 10, occupied by Nazis, Earth 27, home to the Injustice League, Earth X with its evil Kara, and the prequel stories of Superman, among others. To speak candidly, although his understanding of the plot remains superficial, leading to only a vague impression of the existence of these worlds, their reality is indisputable. Now, due to Russell's presence, a new multiverse has been born. He never anticipated that his very existence would give rise to an entirely new universe. While he had heard tales of time travelers causing disruptions in timelines, resulting in parallel worlds, the distinction between mere knowledge and tangible reality is profoundly significant, especially as he has now become the guardian of this new realm. Nonetheless, two pressing questions linger. First, according to the system, this new multiverse, Earth 38L, faces the imminent threat of being rectified by the multiverse due to its existence outside the so-called sacred timeline. Although the specifics of this threat remain unclear, it is reasonable to assume it is not a benign situation. Particularly alarming is the system's revelation that this multiverse is in the process of creating his counterpart, thereby incorporating Russell himself into the sacred timeline. As for the nature of this sacred timeline, the system offers no explanation. However, Russell has formulated a hypothesis that it pertains to the original plot, or, to use a term more befitting the grandeur of the multiverse, destiny. Russell does not resent the notion of being governed by destiny. His sole concern is whether this so-called future aligns with his interests. Should it not? As he articulated to Lillian Luthor, the shadowy figure behind Cadmus last night, he must ponder the cost. The second question arises from his status as a traveler. Does his existence in this DC superhero realm create a parallel world each time he traverses to another dimension? If every journey births a new parallel universe that he is tasked to protect, he would find himself overwhelmed. In truth, there seems to be an answer. For Earth 38 is not the only world he has traversed. During this period, he also visited the realm of the film Powerless. But that experience appeared to be devoid of such complications. Regrettably, Russell harbors numerous questions, yet the system seems disinclined to provide answers. Even withholding the most crucial inquiry, what precisely is the power of creation? This seems intrinsically linked to his ability to access new worlds. Prior to this, he indeed possessed another opportunity to venture into different realms, a reward bestowed upon him by the system 3 years ago when he personally eliminated the mastermind behind the terror attack that robbed him of his parents. However, Russell has refrained from utilizing this chance. Primarily, he has yet to approach Kara to acquire Superman's powers, and secondly, he wishes to retain a contingency plan. Although the DC multiverse he currently inhabits appears to be of a lower tier, lacking the formidable beings that routinely threaten multiverse annihilation, and with the unstable factor of the Flash absent from his universe, indeed, even the crisis on Infinite Earths concluded without calamity, he remains prudent, embodying the caution befitting a traveler. Thus, he has long held on to the opportunity to traverse into other worlds, but now, that chance has vanished. This signifies that Russell must continue to remain discreet while hastening the acquisition of that final 30% of Kryptonian physiology. However, how should he proceed? Marriage, perhaps? Now that they both share a bed, possessing each other, it seems that this is the only course of action left. Naturally, if one were to ponder further, the prospect of children appears to be another significant milestone. Yet, after cohabiting for quite some time, the absence of any signs of pregnancy from Kara suggests that this may not be a simple endeavor. Is it a matter of Kryptonian genetic issues? Or is Kara simply not yet prepared? Contemplating this, it becomes evident that there are numerous avenues still open to him to face the new future. He must also make adequate preparations. So, where to begin? Perhaps with the advanced technologies acquired from the Cadmus base. Chapter 59, Cutting-Edge Technology in the Vast Expanse of the Ocean. 20 nautical miles from the coast of the international city, a cargo ship navigates the waters. We've arrived. This is the place. As the vessel docks, machinery whirs to life, and countless iron containers, shrouded in an impenetrable wrapping, are cast into the sea. Once this task is accomplished, the cargo ship resumes its journey, seemingly unperturbed, swiftly vanishing beyond the horizon. Beneath the surface, approximately 100 meters down, a swarm of shimmering red lights emerges. An assembly of nanobots of unknown origin attaches themselves to the iron boxes. Gradually, the boxes begin to maneuver on their own, drifting deeper into the shadowy depths of the ocean. After a span of about 10 minutes, clusters of green light appear in the dim abyss, resembling airport guiding lights, leading the iron containers to their destination, the submerged steel leviathan, the submarine rosefish. Upon the arrival of these boxes at the submarine's bow, the hatch opens, allowing seawater to rush in as the cargo is systematically transferred within. The hatch closes, and as immense pressure expels the water, the inner door of the ballast chamber finally opens. The red nanobots exit, replaced by an even greater number of green glowing nanobots, which take over the duties of their crimson counterparts, transporting the boxes into another compartment. This chamber appears to serve as a storage facility, where countless green and blue nanobots diligently execute their tasks, creating organized pathways reminiscent of information superhighways. The green nanobots are responsible for unsealing each box and categorically storing the materials and equipment, while the blue nanobots transport the necessary supplies deeper into the submarine as per demand. As they pass through two hatches, a scene reminiscent of a sci-fi factory unfolds. These materials are sorted and directed by the blue nanobots to their designated locations. Fully automated production equipment operates tirelessly, and at the end of this process, more nanobots are generated, coded into red, green, and blue variations, each beginning to fulfill their respective roles. This simple tricolored nanobot assembly constructs a meticulous microsociety within the confines of the relatively modest submarine. In the sole experimental chamber, the only habitable space for humans, Veronica gazes in astonishment and admiration at the scene before her. She turns to Russell, who is lounging on a sofa, and exclaims, "You have captivated me further, Russell. I cannot believe that in such a short time, you have conjured a marvel of technology here. At this rate, you could even create a robotic kingdom." Russell, indifferent, replies, "I had no other choice. I needed assistance, and these machines are far more reliable than humans. They will never betray me, nor will I." Had it not been for the visibly awkward Dr. Luo's presence, Veronica would have welcomed the opportunity for an in-depth conversation with Russell. Russell, in turn, expressed his trust, stating, "Of course I believe in you, Veronica. Our relationship has withstood the test of time. So, Dr. Luo, how is your research progressing?" "Quite smoothly." Dr. Luo, finally seizing the chance to speak, replied with enthusiasm. "Veronica has provided some willing volunteers, allowing me to conduct tests. I now have a 70 confidence in successfully granting Veronica the power she desires." "Only 70. That seems rather low." "Not at all. To be frank, 70 is quite substantial. Evolution is the most elusive phenomenon. Humanity has traversed this path over thousands of years, yet we wish to accomplish it in just 3 months. If this is not a miracle, what is? Moreover, Russell, if you could resolve one issue, that probability could rise to 90. "What issue?" "Energy. I have meticulously studied the process by which that lady transformed into a conduit of lightning. Beyond the cellular changes, it is evident that the bolt of lightning is a critical factor, as the specific observational data is now lost. I can only estimate that I require energy in the range of 1 to 1,000 times, 1 billion joules, which is roughly the total electricity consumption of the entire international city for one night. Clearly, the power source of this submarine cannot meet such demands. It lacks even a nuclear reactor and relies solely on fuel engines. Upon hearing this, Russell's eyes lit up as he addressed Dr. Luo. Fate seems to be favoring us. Dr. Luo appeared somewhat perplexed. It's quite simple. I have recently acquired a technology related to energy, known as the Omega Polyhedron. It originates from a long-lost, obliterated planet and can significantly enhance the conversion rate between matter and energy. Unfortunately, it is not complete, but that is not an insurmountable issue. Let me ponder a solution. In the solitude of the dark night, amidst the howling winds of the Arctic, Russell descended upon a place known as the Fortress of Solitude, the secret base of Superman on Earth, housing remnants of Krypton. By infiltrating the mainframe of Cadmus, Russell had indeed gleaned a wealth of advanced technologies. Upon analyzing this data, he discovered that most of these so-called black technologies originated 12 years prior, coinciding with Kara's arrival on Earth from the Kryptonian prison known as the Fortress of Solitude. Although Cadmus had conducted extensive research on these advanced technologies, such as energy technology, anti-gravity technology, portal technology, and spacecraft technology, the complexity of these innovations left humanity with only a rudimentary understanding. Thus, Russell resolved to visit this place once more. Previously, he had come here accompanied by Kara, Superman, and Lois, but this time, he was alone. This represents a particular endeavor on his part. As the once most formidable race in this universe, Krypton had colonized the entirety of the cosmos over 10,000 years ago, possessing an immeasurable array of advanced technologies. Should he gain access to these extraordinary innovations, it would indeed be a splendid opportunity. Fortunately, the beginning unfolded seamlessly. As Russell utilized the key concealed at the entrance to unlock the door and stepped inside, he was greeted by Chris, the service robot of Krypton, who emerged with great respect and inquired, "Greetings, Mr. Russell. How may I assist you today?" Chapter 60 Kryptonian Technology. Hello, Chris. The robot's amiable demeanor took Russell by surprise as he cautiously inquired, "May I pose a question to you?" "Of course. It is my honor to assist you, Mr. Russell." One cannot help but note that Chris, the assistant robot, conducted himself with the grace of a true gentleman in both speech and action. "I am quite curious. I should not be a Kryptonian, so am I able to command you as well?" "Indeed. In fact, the Kryptonian intelligence system aboard this vessel is not designed to serve a singular Kryptonian, but rather all Kryptonians. Therefore, the true key to activating the system lies in Kryptonian genes, rather than in any name or identity. Furthermore, since your last visit with Miss Kara, the ship's intelligence system has automatically updated your identity information. If I were to request that you keep confidential any activities I undertake here, not disclosing them to anyone, including Kara and Clark, could you comply?" Chris, suspended in midair, seemed to ponder this for a moment before responding, "I regret to inform you, Mr. Russell, that your authorization is below that of Kara Zor-El and Kal-El. However, should Kara Zor-El or Kal-El not actively inquire, I will not disclose any events occurring here." "Very well. I understand," Russell replied, appearing to grasp the situation as he transitioned to the matter at hand. "I am here with a singular question regarding the prospect of having offspring with Kara. Despite my efforts, I have yet to see any results. I trust you comprehend my meaning?" "Certainly," Chris responded with unwavering certainty. Russell, encouraged by this, proceeded to articulate his critical inquiry. "So my question is there some reason that I am unaware of?" "Regrettably, I am unable to provide an answer regarding the matters of procreation due to my limited access," Chris replied with utmost honesty. Just as Russell was about to ponder whom he might ask instead, a figure materialized on the control console of the ship, illuminated by a flickering blue light. "Hello, Russell. Wow. I did not anticipate that this question would attract your attention, Ms. Alara." Indeed, the 3D holographic image before him was none other than Kara's mother. "Ms. Alara, there is no need for apologies. You are my daughter's boyfriend. In truth, I am aware of the root of your concern, which is precisely why I have appeared here." Russell wore an apologetic expression as he replied, "That is truly wonderful. I am not in a rush to have children with Kara, nor did I intend to secretly visit here without her knowledge. I merely wish to clarify matters beforehand, as there are certain topics I cannot broach with her directly." "I understand. In fact, Clark has previously inquired about similar issues. His situation with his wife, Lois, is equally intricate." "What, then, is the answer?" "Previously, you informed both Kara and me that due to the presence of Kryptonian genes within me, we should find it easier to conceive offspring than the Clark couple. However, the reality is quite the opposite. I distinctly recall that the term I employed last time was perhaps." "Very well. Might you elaborate on the distinction?" "Certainly." Aluna began to float gracefully, articulating her thoughts. "I once mentioned that Krypton's history is profoundly ancient, and over the course of time, in an effort to regulate population growth, Krypton effectively eradicated the possibility of natural procreation within its genetic framework. Even Clark's parents required technological assistance to conceive him naturally. This left Russell somewhat perplexed. If that is the case, why do you believe that Kara and I might have a chance? It is quite simple. While we remain uncertain of how this is possible, there indeed exists a portion of Kryptonian genes within you. Fortuitously, these genes likely originate from Kryptonians who lived 18,000 years ago, at which time population control had yet to be implemented, making natural conception the norm, coupled with your partial Earthling lineage. Calculations suggest that you may possess the potential to transcend genetic limitations. Is it not possible to ascertain the origins of my genes? Indeed. I mentioned that due to a malfunction aboard this vessel, coupled with 18,000 years of being encased in ice, all prior data has been irrevocably lost. It was during Clark's youth that he arrived here with a new solar stone, enabling the restoration of the ship's control system. The system embedded within the solar stone he brought forth originates from a Krypton that had already instituted population control measures. Consequently, much genetic information was either preserved or destroyed, leaving only remnants pertaining to the creation codex. Thus, we can only formulate the most reasonable hypotheses regarding your origins, rather than definitive conclusions. Moreover, in contrast to Clark and his human wife, Louise, Kara presents a significant complication. She was not conceived naturally like Clark, but rather through the creation codex and Kryptonian embryo technology. Consequently, while her earthly existence has diminished her body's aversion to natural conception, her genes continue to exert subtle influences. Therefore, you cannot simply relinquish your powers as a means to conceive offspring. Is there any possible solution? How did Clark's parents succeed? Would that method be applicable to Kara and me? This question rendered Aluna silent for a moment. After a pause, she resumed speaking. I regret to say that I cannot provide an answer to that inquiry. Your circumstances are not analogous to those of Clark's parents. Your genetic makeup comprises both Earthling and Kryptonian elements. This response seemed to plunge Russell into despair. Lowering his gaze, he inhaled deeply several times before finally speaking. I have an idea, though I am uncertain of its viability. Please, share it. In a certain sense, I too consider myself a scientist. Therefore, could you grant me some privileges to explore technologies related to Krypton? Perhaps I might uncover a solution. Unfortunately, Aluna did not seem inclined to acquiesce. I understand your perspective, yet I deem it unnecessary. The technology of Krypton far surpasses human comprehension. Aluna's words were left unfinished, interrupted by Russell, who activated his most formidable skill, talk. I am aware. I am fully cognizant that hope seems exceedingly remote. Yet should we not persevere? Russell gazed intently at Aluna, his words imbued with profound emotion. Kara has informed me that Kryptonians, much like us, hold family legacy in the highest regard, embracing the notion that blood is thicker than water. Thus, whether you stand before me as a supercomputer of Krypton or as the true mother of Kara, I believe you can comprehend and support me. In that moment, the interior of the Fortress of Solitude was enveloped in a prolonged silence, and Aluna's apparition appeared to be lost in contemplation. After a considerable time, she spoke slowly. In truth, you already possess these privileges. You are a son of ancient Krypton, brought here by Kara to receive our recognition and blessings. Russell, undeterred by the veracity of her statement, expressed his gratitude. Thank you. I shall take good care of Kara. No need for thanks. So what must I do now? Simply place your palm upon the controller. I shall bestow upon you new privileges. Moreover, there is much you must learn, the most crucial of which is the language of Krypton. Only then will you comprehend how to navigate this vessel's systems and interpret the language of Krypton. Chapter 61. The Multiverse, Earth 38. Although the recent journey through time and space felt to Russell more like a fleeting dream, it compelled the inhabitants of Earth 38 to take it seriously, particularly for Kara, as the man had boldly claimed to be her boyfriend, and they had even shared a bed that very morning. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Alex mobilized all resources of the action department to investigate Russell's background, and soon enough, results emerged. In a classified room of the action department, Kara anxiously inquired as Alex and Hank Henshaw entered. Did you find anything? Yes, but the results indicate that this individual perished in a terrorist attack 9 years ago. Alex replied, handing the findings to Kara. She pored over the information but found no connection between herself and this man named Russell. This left her at a loss for words. So, what does this all mean? Is it really a parallel universe? He claims to be my boyfriend from a world called Earth 38L. I cannot say for certain. It might indeed be true. Or perhaps it is merely a sinister prank from some supercriminal, Alex responded calmly. Hank Henshaw, however, pondered aloud. Do you sense anything, Supergirl? Since he has suddenly appeared in your life, claiming to be your boyfriend from another realm, you may hold the key to unraveling this mystery. Perhaps you possess the answer. Kara hesitated. She initially intended to express that she felt nothing, but an inexplicable emotion surged within her, rendering her speechless, her expression shifting to one of sorrow. It feels so strange. Though I have never met him, there is an unusual sensation that reminds me of Kenny. Who? The name sparked a recognition in Alex, who explained. That was Kara's first love, a high school classmate, and he was of Asian descent. Fascinating. Perhaps I could reach out to him to see if there are any connections. Alex glanced at Hank with exasperation, then turned to his sister, who was lost in painful memories, and whispered to his superior, Kenny is dead. He was murdered during our high school years. Oh, my apologies. Hank, realizing further inquiries would yield no answers, sought to console the visibly distressed Kara. In that case, Kara, you should return home and rest. As it stands, nothing particularly strange appears to be unfolding. Kara did not protest, for she was indeed feeling unwell. With that thought, she returned to her home. Yet her spirits did not improve. Lying on her sofa, her emotions became increasingly tumultuous. Kenny's death was an indelible sorrow for Kara. The first boy she encountered on this earth who, despite knowing his extraterrestrial identity, continued to cherish her and embraced her entirely. However, on the very night he confessed his feelings, panic seized Kara, and she rejected him. The following day, she received the devastating news of Kenny's murder, a regret that would haunt her for the rest of her life. In that moment, a haze enveloped her, and the world around her blurred, as if she were ensnared in a dream. Faintly, she discerned familiar voices. Alex, have you found any useful information? Just a bit. We might be able to trace Jeremiah through the agents of Cadmus. Should we inform Eliza that Jeremiah is still alive? No, not yet. I cannot bear for her to endure more pain. Let us speak of this only when we are certain. All right, let us proceed. At the mention of the crucial news that her adoptive father, Jeremiah, was alive, Kara, who had been somewhat dazed, felt a flicker of clarity. In her disoriented state, it seemed she was in the department of action, and in her line of sight were two figures she recognized intimately, her sister, Alex, and astonishingly, herself. This surreal scene prompted a realization. Was she in Earth 38L? Yet, just as she sought to confirm this and utter a word, a powerful force yanked her back, and she jolted awake in her own room, her expression transformed into one of disbelief. Unbeknownst to the Kara of Earth 38, at the very moment she was pulled back, the Kara of Earth 38L was sifting through computer records with her sister Alex, searching for information related to their father. In that instant, she sensed something and turned abruptly, her face a mask of confusion. What's wrong, Kara? Kara felt an odd sensation but could not articulate it, hesitating before replying. Alex, did you just feel someone standing here? Alex glanced behind them, where only emptiness lay, then looked back at her sister, uncertainty etched on her face. Are you tired? Perhaps we should take a break. No, Kara dismissed the notion, suspecting it was merely a misperception. Let us continue. Earth X is a uniquely extraordinary universe, possessing a timeline, history, and culture akin to the majority of universes, with one notable divergence. Germany invented the atomic bomb before the United States. Consequently, the Nazis triumphed in World War II, ruling over the entire globe. The F-Rare did not perish until 1994, with the new leader of this world being none other than Green Arrow, Oliver Queen, along with his wife, Supergirl. This implies that the existence of the Earth 38L Supergirl is not solely sensed by Kara of Earth 38, but also by the malevolent version of herself from this world. In a lavish palace, upon a blood-red bed, the nefarious Supergirl awakens from a nightmarish slumber, her mind flooded with the astonishing memories of what she had just witnessed. Beside her, her husband, the evil Green Arrow, Oliver Queen, stirs from the same unsettling awakening. What is it? Your heart? Oliver Queen gazes at his wife with concern. In her relentless pursuit of the formidable power to dominate this earth, the wicked Kara has drawn too close to the sun, bestowing upon her immense abilities while simultaneously causing her cells to prematurely deteriorate, leading to the exhaustion of her heart. However, her awakening this time is not due to this affliction. She turns to her beloved and recounts everything she has seen. I encountered another version of myself, a version that appeared foolish. I cannot discern if it was a dream or something else. Upon hearing this, the malevolent Oliver's eyes gleam with newfound hope as he grasps Kara's hand. What if this is not merely a dream? Perhaps it offers a chance for your salvation. The wicked Kara's eyes brighten momentarily, only to furrow in contemplation as she inquires, the multiverse. But how do we traverse to that world? This question causes Oliver to furrow his brow in thought. Just then, a sudden flash of red lightning illuminates the palace, prompting both Kara and Oliver to alertness as a figure clad in yellow attire materializes before them, uttering a singular statement. I just heard that you wish to travel to another world. Meanwhile, on Earth 38L, oblivious to the unfolding events, Russell immerses himself in an exhaustive study of Kryptonian language and script within the confines of his solitary fortress until a phone call interrupts his dedication. Russell, I require your assistance. Chapter 62, Astra, the Operations Department. The atmosphere appeared somewhat chaotic, evidently indicating that a grueling battle had just taken place, leaving many injured. Upon returning to this scene, Russell, guided by an agent, swiftly arrived at the alien prison of the operations department. In addition to Kara and Alex, who had been waiting, there was an additional presence. "My dear," Kara exclaimed upon seeing Russell, rushing into his embrace. It was clear that she too was utterly exhausted at that moment. Holding his girlfriend close, Russell glanced at the familiar faces in the prison, particularly Astra, who regarded them with a curious gaze, along with a visibly anxious Alex. "What has transpired? Where is Minister Hank?" Russell inquired. "Hank has been captured," Alex replied, a hint of disarray evident in his demeanor as he explained to Russell. This revelation startled Russell. "By whom?" Kara, now visibly steadied by Russell's presence, responded. "It was known. Astra's husband. This morning, Astra suddenly appeared over the city and engaged me in combat, but it turned out to be a mere trap. While I was distracted, Known led criminals from Rossburg to assault Rod Technologies. Hank rushed to provide support. Although I defeated Astra, Hank was captured by Known. At last, Russell grasped the situation, raising his brows. "It seems quite a lot has transpired during my absence. So, who is in charge of the operations department now?" "Currently, it's me," Alex replied. "Congratulations on your promotion," Russell jested before turning his attention to Astra in her cell. "So, did you manage to extract Hank's whereabouts from Ms. Astra?" Without needing a response, Russell discerned the answer from Kara's furious expression. With no other option, he decided to take matters into his own hands. "Hello, Ms. Astra. I believe this is our first encounter." Astra, unfazed by her imprisonment, regarded Russell with an air of triumph. "I know you, the boyfriend of my little niece. Even among humans, you are the most formidable, yet you cannot possibly expect me to divulge information that not even my niece could extract from me." Her audacious demeanor infuriated Kara, who, unable to contain her emotions, was about to confront Astra, but Russell restrained her, urging her to remain calm as she sulked to the side. Seeing this, Astra's amusement only grew. "Even with a boyfriend, my little niece still cannot temper her fiery temperament." Russell, unaffected, replied casually. "It seems that Kara was indeed correct, Ms. Astra. Your past relationship was exceptionally good. Kara shared numerous stories from her childhood, and I could sense that she regards you as a mother." Astra's gaze softened slightly, yet she firmly responded. "Surely you do not believe that such sentimental drivel can sway me." "Of course not. However, I have been contemplating how much Kara truly cares for you. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we were not adversaries at this moment? In that case, I would certainly invite you to my wedding with Kara. By the way, Kara took me to the Lonely Fortress, where I met Lady Aluna and received her blessing. Yet, I understand that the blessing she genuinely seeks is yours, Ms. Astra. After all, the Lady Aluna there is merely an illusion, while you are Kara's true family." In that instant, Astra's emotions finally wavered, revealing a hint of vulnerability. The anger within Kara dissipated as she gazed at Astra, reminiscing about their shared past, her expression softening. Russell seized the moment, continuing, "In fact, if circumstances permit, once Kara and I have children, we could live together as a true family, 3 generations under one roof. I believe that would create a profoundly warm scene, one that both Kara and I yearn for." Astra appeared to reflect on something, slowly responding, "Indeed, blood ties and family." Sensing the moment was ripe, Kara stepped forward, pleading, "Please, Astra, I know you have never changed. You will always be the one who cared for me." Astra's gaze flickered with hesitation as she looked into her niece's pleading eyes. Russell, recognizing the need for space between them, declared, "I will step outside to await your return." Alex, perceptively offering Kara a knowing glance, followed Russell out. As Astra watched Russell depart, she turned to her niece, saying, "You have chosen a fine man, Kara." Outside the prison, Russell and Alex waited. Observing Russell's relaxed demeanor, Alex remarked with admiration, "You truly are remarkable. You handle everything with such ease." Russell, unfazed, replied simply, "Everyone has something they cannot let go of. And what about you? What is it for you?" Unfortunately, Russell did not respond. Noticing this, Alex shifted the topic, inquiring, "Where have you been these past few days? You seem to have been absent from the international city." "Yes, I was preparing for something," Russell replied. "Can you share what it is?" Alex asked, her curiosity evident. After a moment's contemplation, Russell finally divulged, "A proposal." This revelation left Alex somewhat astonished. Yet it clarified her earlier confusion. Her demeanor relaxed slightly as she questioned, "So, you are planning to surprise Kara?" "It is unavoidable, in such matters. It is imperative for a man to take the initiative, is it not? Moreover, assistance may be required from you at that juncture. Rest assured, I am at your beck and call. Would you like me to offer some advice?" "That would be most splendid." However, at that moment, a frantic agent rushed in. "Director Danvers, a message has arrived from the Kryptonians. They wish to negotiate a trade." Upon exchanging glances, Alex and Russell hastened towards the control room. As they entered, they beheld the image of Lieutenant Known from Krypton on the screen, accompanied by his words, "I am Lieutenant Known of Krypton. We have each captured a key individual from the other side. Let us negotiate a trade. You return General Astra to us, and I shall provide you with Hank Henshaw. You have 48 hours. Otherwise, I shall revoke the agreement." With that proclamation, Noan's image vanished. This left everyone present in a state of bewilderment. Though Russell sensed something amiss and turned to Alex, remarking, "It seems something is not quite right." Before Alex could inquire further, Kara rushed out in a state of urgency. Alex, witnessing this, promptly asked, "Have you uncovered Hank's whereabouts?" No. Astra did not explicitly state it, but she did reveal certain details regarding the Great Purge. Chapter 63. Establishing Trust. The Great Purge. The three individuals present were no strangers to this term, for Russell had encountered it a few months prior from Lieutenant Norn of Krypton. The Action Department had conducted some investigations, but alas, they yielded no results. At this moment, Russell began to grasp the underlying implications. It appears my suspicions were not unfounded. Astra and her husband Norn's scheme is undoubtedly more intricate than it seems. Why do I assert this? As the acting director of the Action Department, Alex exhibited remarkable composure. It's rather straightforward. Russell first turned his gaze towards Kara. The circumstances surrounding Astra's defeat are indeed questionable. Although Kara, you have shown remarkable progress recently. Vanquishing Astra and capturing her is no trivial endeavor. Kara, undeterred, responded with understanding. In truth, I too sense something amiss. Given Astra's cautious nature, she would not openly challenge me. I am more inclined to believe that Norn would engage in such a tactic. Moreover, she just divulged some information regarding the events preceding Krypton's demise. Astra once contemplated initiating a great purge to salvage Krypton, but my mother intervened, using me as bait to lure Astra into revealing herself. At this point, Kara felt a profound sadness. She had just learned that her mother had deceived her. When she was very young, her identity was used to send messages to Astra, ultimately leading to the capture of the ever-cautious Astra, exploiting her affection for Kara. Did she elaborate on what the Great Purge entailed? No. Kara shook her head in disappointment. Observing this, Russell offered a comforting embrace to her shoulders before continuing, thus indicating that the focal point of this affair was neither Kara nor Astra, nor even Hank. This was merely a FAAD designed to draw everyone's attention. While their true objective, there was no need for elaboration, as Alex's eyes sparkled with realization. Rod Technologies, Maxwell Rod. Yet, Alex lamented, he is exceedingly reluctant to cooperate with us. It seems I must pay him a visit and see what can be done. Rod Technologies. This marked Russell's second visit to Maxwell Rod. During the previous encounter, Russell had acquired a formidable ability known as the Curse of Knowledge. Although it may lack the immediate impact of Kryptonian genetic powers, it has indeed been of great assistance to Russell, particularly when direct manifestations of Kryptonian strength are not viable. However, this did not foster a closer relationship with Maxwell Rod. In fact, subsequent to that meeting, there was no further contact. And he even declined an invitation to the trial run of Maxwell Rod's super train. Fortunately, Russell possessed a certain quality, a resilient disposition, an essential trait for an accomplished actor. When Russell arrived, he quickly realized that he was not the first to grace this location. Jimmy Olsen was also present, apparently embroiled in a dispute with Maxwell Lord, and was escorted away by security. Naturally, Russell's arrival piqued the interest of both individuals. Wow, one leaves and another arrives. Russell, are you here in pursuit of the so-called truth, just like your colleague? Jimmy paused, camera in hand, gazing at Russell. Despite having Lucy, who cherished him deeply, and his burgeoning relationship with Kara, Jimmy had not relinquished his pursuit of Kara. After learning everything from the warmth of the secret base, he was determined to uncover something at Maxwell Lord's, hoping to impress Kara. After exchanging a courteous greeting with Jimmy, Russell turned his attention to Maxwell Lord. While I would like to say yes, I believe that in this situation, a measure of candor is required. Therefore, my answer is no, aside from my primary duties. I also work for a clandestine special department. I believe, Mr. Lord, you may have encountered them before. This revelation sparked Maxwell's interest as he remarked, I had expected you to use the excuse of that feeble notion of press freedom, much like this gentleman. Jimmy was left speechless by the jab. No. I understand that someone as astute as Mr. Lord will inevitably uncover the truth of my statements, so there is no need for concealment. Maxwell shrugged in response. You don't think I would be swayed by such insincere flattery, do you? Of course not. However, I believe Mr. Lord would not mind granting me a moment to converse. A satisfied expression crossed Maxwell's face as he addressed Jimmy. Do you see? This is the attitude a professional journalist should adopt towards their interviewee. Follow me. The esteemed reporter may be excused. In the office of Lord Technologies, under Maxwell Lord's invitation, Russell settled onto the sofa. Maxwell appeared quite cordial, surveying his liquor cabinet in search of an appropriate libation to offer his guest. Would you care for something to drink? Coke. This response elicited a chuckle from Maxwell, lightening the atmosphere somewhat. He retrieved 2 bottles of cola from the refrigerator, placing one in front of each of them. After opening a bottle, he took a hearty swig and smacked his lips. I must say, cola is truly a marvel of human history. Few beverages can rival it: coffee, cocoa, wine, tea, each steeped in millennia of tradition. Yet cola, having emerged less than 150 years ago, has conquered the globe. I hadn't considered it so deeply. I merely prefer sugar over alcohol. Sugar, the very essence and source of life and energy for humanity, raises a curious contemplation about whether those from Krypton might share our fondness for it. The mere thought of a world governed by them, devoid of even a simple beverage like cola, fills me with despair. Thus, Mr. Max, could you enlighten us on the true purpose of the Kryptonians' visit today? However, upon hearing this, Max vigorously shook his finger, gazing intently at Russell. It is not as simple as that, dear journalist or agent. Trust is a reciprocal bond. Your candidness merely afforded you the opportunity to engage in conversation with me. To pose your next inquiry, we must forge a new foundation of trust. Very well, Mr. Max. What do you believe is essential for establishing this trust? Russell inquired with a relaxed demeanor. Let us first view a video, Max suggested. As he spoke, the screen in his office illuminated, revealing footage from several months prior, depicting the military's robotic entity, Red Tornado, intercepting Russell during his move. As Max observed the footage, he remarked, the military sought my expertise to decipher the Red Tornado's systems, and I was fortunate to unearth some intriguing information. You, Supergirl, Alex Danvers, Lucy Lane, Hank Henshaw, all featured prominently. Initially, I paid little heed until I stumbled upon a captivating detail: a beautiful blonde sweetheart who intricately connected all these seemingly unrelated individuals. Chapter 64, Mutual Probing at Long Last. A semblance of normalcy. This was the sentiment that enveloped Russell after absorbing the words of Maxwell Lord. There was no panic induced by threats, nor any discontent stemming from Kara's revealed identity. The rationale was straightforward. Russell had resided in this world for a substantial 27 years, a duration that afforded him a rather profound understanding of its peculiarities. To articulate it succinctly, this world bore a certain strangeness, perhaps reminiscent of the adolescent-targeted superhero dramas that often left viewers feeling the plots were somewhat illogical and melodramatic. Yet, being immersed in this reality elicited a sense of naivete and absurdity. For instance, the concept of talking one's way out consistently yielded unpredictable and illogical results in this realm. Whether it was superheroes or supervillains, their apparent innocence was often hard to fathom. The notion that a simple pair of glasses could flawlessly conceal one's identity struck Russell as ludicrous, coupled with some rather irksome political correctness. These elements created a profound sense of dissonance within him. In his imagination, a true superhero world should resemble the likes of Watchmen or The Boys, teetering on the edge of chaos, or evoke the essence of Man of Steel and The Dark Knight Rises, with even the weakest among them being akin to the Avengers, rather than engaging in child's play. The sole fortunate aspect was that he was not surrounded by unruly children, but rather by a stunning superheroine. This allowed him to endure the situation, treating it as though he were merely charming a lady. He had assumed that the majority of individuals in this world, including those he deemed intelligent, those wielding authority, and even those endowed with formidable superpowers, shared this tendency. Even Lena Luthor, whom he greatly admired, seemed no exception. However, it was a relief to finally encounter someone with a semblance of rationality. Maxwell Lord stood out as the sole individual Russell had encountered thus far, who, based solely on scan evidence, deduced that Kara was indeed the clever superheroine. As for Lillian Luthor, Russell harbored doubts about her ability to ascertain Kara's true identity independently. He was inclined to believe she had received assistance from her son, Lex Luthor, which added an intriguing layer to the exchange. I apologize, Mr. Lord, but what you are referring to comes at a different price. This was an answer devoid of resolution, yet it seemed to satisfy Maxwell Lord, who had an affinity for rational minds. Interesting. In that case, let me pose another question. Why did you join this clandestine government agency? Was it for your charming little girlfriend? No. There is one point I must clarify. I am not a member of this covert government agency. My primary occupation remains that of a journalist. The reason for my presence here is simply because we share a common enemy. Kryptonians. No. To be precise, evil Kryptonians. Russell corrected Maxwell's misstep, yet Lord remained unfazed and continued to inquire, then why not join this secret government agency? However, Russell did not respond directly. Instead, he remarked, I apologize, Mr. Rod, but that constitutes your second question. As you have mentioned, reciprocity is the foundation of trust. Perhaps you might first answer one of my inquiries? All right, what would you like to ask? Maxwell Rod's interest was clearly piqued. Not wasting any time, Russell proceeded to ask, why did the Kryptonians attack Rod Technologies? Maxwell Rod replied, they stole something from me. What was it? Maxwell Rod, with a sly smile, responded, you mentioned this as your second question? Very well, then, what is your second question, Mr. Maxwell? Quite simply, it is the question I posed earlier. Why do you not join this secret government agency? My answer is also straightforward. I do not trust them, including the Department of Defense and the government of the United States. Is that your response to my previous question? Now, it is my turn. Why do you distrust them? This seems at odds with your demeanor, especially considering your girlfriend's sister is a member of that agency. Maxwell Rod appeared quite eager. Russell's mind drifted into memories as he replied, "The truth is, I have never trusted the U.S. government, particularly following the incident involving my parents. They were not true Americans. They came to the U.S. believing in the American dream portrayed by television and newspapers. However, upon their arrival, they discovered a reality far removed from their expectations. Not only did Americans discriminate against them, but even their compatriots did. The experience changed them. Fortunately, they managed to endure the most challenging times, and as their fortunes grew, they found more good people around them. Yet, little did they know that just a few years of happiness would be shattered by a terrorist attack. I had expected a response from the U.S. government regarding this attack, but to my dismay, they remained silent. At that time, few were even aware of the incident. I could not comprehend it until I personally tracked down the individuals who orchestrated that operation. And then the truth became clear. The bombs that killed my parents were supplied by the U.S. The soldiers were trained by the U.S. And even their leader was a local representative of the U.S. Do you think I would trust them at this point? At that moment? Russell's answer plunged Maxwell Rod into a moment of reflection, and he did not hesitate to respond. The local thermal equilibrium system interface controller can be used by the Kryptonians to control all of Rod Technology's satellites in space. However, I do not know what the nefarious Kryptonians truly intend. Russell, regaining his composure, inquired, "Is there no way to neutralize it? It is challenging. One might perceive it as a unique interface, akin to a dedicated back-end account and password granted to each administrator by a website, endowed with the utmost authority. To amend it, there exist only two possibilities. Either obliterate all satellites or rewrite the system. However, such feats are inconceivable, even if I were to promise. It would remain unattainable. This is because Rod Technology does not solely belong to me. These privileges are shared with the shareholders. I firmly believe that even in the face of an apocalypse, they would never consent to allow you to destroy private property valued in the billions of dollars." Having acquired the desired answer, Russell found no further reason to linger. "Thank you, Mr. Max. I shall take my leave now. And I hope our next conversation will be equally delightful." One can only hope. As Russell departed, Maxwell Rod entered another clandestine laboratory. There, on a sickbed, lay a girl connected to numerous medical devices, her pupils as dark as night. Witnessing this, Maxwell Rod's expression turned to one of anticipation as he murmured, "I regret to say that our time is limited. We shall now proceed directly to the next phase of the experiment." Upon returning to the action department, Russell encountered yet another intriguing situation. Chapter 65, The Usurper: What is Happening? Upon Russell's return to the operations department, he was met with a striking transformation. Soldiers clad in American military uniforms had taken over, relegating the agents to the sidelines. Before Russell could voice his confusion, General Ryan from the Intelligence Division approached with an air of authority, stating, "This question should be posed to you, Mr. Russell. I did not see your name in the personnel records of the operations department. You should not be here." It was Alex who interjected, "Mr. Russell, like Supergirl, is an external employee of our operations department and does not appear on the agents list. You're the one in charge, Agent Danvers." General Ryan retorted, dismissively returning to his soldiers, for he was now the victor. Alex then led Russell and Kara to a corner, speaking softly. "They are following the president's orders to take over the operations department during Ron's absence. But enough of that. How did your conversation with Maxwell Lord go?" Russell replied nonchalantly. "It went reasonably well. He informed me that Noonan and his team had stolen something called the Local Thermal Equilibrium System Interface Controller from Lord Technologies. With it, they can control all the extraterrestrial entities under Lord Technologies' command." This revelation left Kara perplexed. Why would controlling these extraterrestrials be of any use to Noonan and his team? I am unsure. Mr. Lord seemed equally in the dark, or perhaps he simply chose not to share. Nevertheless, we must prepare ourselves. He mentioned that there are only two ways to render this controller ineffective. One is to destroy all satellites, which is clearly impossible. The other is to rewrite the systems of these satellites, but that requires the board's approval from Lord Technologies, making it no less challenging than the first option. This left Kara and Alex engulfed in worry. What should we do now? Should we inform them? Kara inquired, casting a glance at the soldiers from the Intelligence Division and General Ryan. Alex remained composed. Of course we should, whether to find a solution or to rescue Hank. Kara contemplated this before stating, "I will inquire further with Astra." But just then, they noticed General Ryan and a group of soldiers moving towards the operations department's prison, carrying a box. Upon their arrival at the prison, Russell, Kara, and Alex witnessed the soldiers preparing to inject Astra with a green syringe. The green kryptonite lights within the prison rendered Astra as vulnerable as any ordinary human. Kara immediately recognized the contents of the syringe and shouted in anger, "What are you doing?" General Ryan, unfazed, replied, "Supergirl, you should not be here." Since you are unable to extract the base's information from her by your means, I shall resort to my own methods. As he spoke, he waved his hand, commanding the soldiers to take action. Observing this, Kara, without a moment's hesitation, activated her nanofiber suit's anti-kryptonite mode and charged forward, effortlessly knocking the soldiers aside, positioning Astra safely behind her. This left General Ryan utterly astonished. Why do these kryptonite lights seem ineffective against you? However, Kara had no time to explain. She turned to Astra and implored, Astra, I know this isn't the true you. Now tell me, where is Hank? We must act swiftly. Astra remained obstinately resolute. No. Kara, the only way to rescue him is to agree to their terms. This incited an even angrier roar from General Ryan. I don't know how you've rendered kryptonite ineffective, but Supergirl, we will never negotiate with a terrorist. Should you dare to do so, I will arrest you for treason. In an instant, all the soldiers raised their weapons, aiming them at Kara and Astra, escalating the tension in the air. On one side stood the people of Earth, and on the other, the family of Krypton. Just then, Russell stepped forward, positioning himself between both factions, raising his hands in a gesture reminiscent of a French soldier. Wait. This situation does not require such hostility. Unfortunately, General Ryan paid no heed to Russell's perspective as a mere human, dismissively shouting, Get out of the way, or I will treat you as an accomplice. Seeing this, Alex rushed over, standing in solidarity with Russell. I apologize, General Ryan. It is not my intention to defy the President's orders, but I believe there must be a better way to resolve this. Please, remain calm. This gesture filled Kara with both gratitude and confusion, unsure of how to proceed. Fortunately, Russell provided an answer. 3 minutes. Give me 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, I will present you with a solution. Alex, keep an eye on Kara. Do not let her act impulsively. With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with his girlfriend and stepped away. General Ryan, unwilling to grant any concessions, could only gaze at the barricade formed by Alex and Supergirl. Particularly at the unyielding Supergirl, and relented, stating, You have 3 minutes. At this, both Kara and Alex breathed a sigh of relief, though their hearts raced with anxiety. Uncertain of Russell's plan. Yet, trust in her boyfriend ignited a glimmer of hope within Kara as she grasped Astra's arm. This is our last hope, Astra. Astra's expression softened, for she felt no disappointment. Her beloved niece, whom she had always believed in, chose to stand by her side in this moment of crisis. 3 minutes passed swiftly, and soon Russell re-entered the scene. Amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, he approached the center and announced, Rest assured, it has all been resolved. Are you joking? Resolved? Resolved what? Observing Russell's apparent inaction, General Ryan wore an expression of disdain, while Kara and Alex appeared equally perplexed. At that moment, a soldier from the intelligence division entered, visibly anxious, and approached General Ryan. General Ryan, there is a phone call for you. The general, irate, retorted. Did you not see that I am attending to matters of great importance? The soldier, looking awkward and tense, replied, The call is from the White House. It is the private line of the First Lady. What? General Ryan finally snapped to attention and took the call, his incredulous gaze fixed on Russell. I understand, Madam President. As the call ended, General Ryan gestured for his subordinates to lower their weapons. I do not know how you accomplished this, but remember, fortune only favors once. He glanced at Kara and Alex, begrudgingly adding, The First Lady has agreed to the prisoner exchange plan. Prepare yourselves. As General Ryan left, visibly reluctant, and the crisis abated, Kara joyfully rushed into her boyfriend's embrace, tightly holding Russell. Alex, in disbelief, inquired, You actually know the First Lady. Everyone harbors a few secrets. Do they not? Russell replied enigmatically. Yet, General Ryan's words echoed in his mind. Fortune indeed favors only once. Embracing his girlfriend, Russell turned his gaze toward Astra in the cell. Astra, Kara regards you as family and has done everything within her power for you. Such good fortune may never arise again. Chapter 66, The Sudden Assault in International City at a Certain Chemical Plant. The designated location for the prisoner exchange had been established. As several black sedans arrived, Astra, shackled with kryptonite cuffs, was escorted from the vehicle by Alex. Although I harbored no affection for Russell, who had taken Kara from me, he had uttered a truth. Such fortuitous moments are seldom repeated. If you truly regard Kara as family, do not let her down again. At that moment, Kara descended from the sky. Her gaze filled with a complex mix of emotions as she addressed her sister and aunt. They have arrived. As her words echoed, 2 figures plummeted from the heavens. These were Lieutenant Known of Krypton and the captured Operations Department Chief, Hank Henshaw. The 2 parties exchanged glances, and disdain filled Known's eyes as he directed Hank Henshaw, proceed. Meanwhile, as Astra's shackles were removed, she exchanged a glance with her niece and began to approach. The exchange proceeded smoothly, with Hank rejoining Kara and Alex, while Astra returned to Known's side. Hank Henshaw, now visibly more relaxed, remarked to Alex and Kara, Although our policy strictly prohibits negotiations with terrorists, I must extend my gratitude. This elicited involuntary laughter from both, with Alex adding, "Your gratitude should be directed towards Russell. He is the one who persuaded the president to agree to this transaction." Hank Henshaw appeared taken aback by this revelation. However, at that moment, Kara suddenly sensed something amiss, her expression tightening as she surveyed the sky. This is not right. Without need for reminders, everyone could see countless Kryptonian criminals converging from all directions, encircling the operations department personnel. It became clear to all that this was a trap. Inside the operations department, General Ryan, observing the unfolding events on the large screen, reproached Russell, "I warned you, these Kryptonians are untrustworthy." Russell, however, remained fixated on the screen, calmly replying, "Do not be hasty. Let us continue to watch." At the exchange site, Lieutenant Known, upon witnessing Alara's daughter and these Earthlings unwittingly stepping into his trap, commanded without hesitation, "Eliminate them." Kara, filled with fury, stepped forward, directing her gaze at Astra, while Alex prepared to transform. Just as combat seemed imminent, Astra suddenly shouted at her husband, "No? Stand down. Retreat." Astra's command halted the advance of all Kryptonian criminals. Known, perplexed, questioned, "Why, General? Now is the perfect moment. They are completely under control." Astra resolutely replied, "Honor the agreement. Known. There shall be no further conflict today." The response elicited an expression of profound resentment and helplessness on Known's face. Nevertheless, he ultimately turned to the Kryptonian criminals and declared, "Withdraw." As the cohort of Kryptonian felons retreated, Known, consumed by fury, soared into the heavens, vanishing from sight. This left Astra gazing at her niece, her eyes brimming with warmth yet laced with stern resolve. "Do not mistake my compassion for weakness, Kara. The cleansing has only just begun." With that, she leaped into the sky. Witnessing Astra's departure, Kara's gaze hardened with an unprecedented determination. "I will stop you," she proclaimed, exhaling a deep sigh before returning to the side of Hank Henshaw and Astra, stating, "Let us return." Within the confines of the operations department, General Ryan, feeling a twinge of bitterness, remarked sarcastically, "The war will never cease." With that, he turned to leave. Now that Hank Henshaw had returned, his presence here seemed redundant. Yet, just as everyone believed the conflict might momentarily subside, a resounding explosion erupted in the sky, illuminating the firmament with a brilliant green light. Kara whirled around, her eyes widening in shock as she beheld Astra descending from above. "No." In a flash, Kara soared into the sky, catching the plummeting Astra, only to see a glowing green Kryptonian arrow pierce Astra's chest. Tears welled in Astra's eyes as she gazed at Kara, frail and in agony. "Kara, I'm so sorry." "No, no, no." "Astra." At that moment, a shadow swept across the sky, striking Kara and sending her flying, while Astra was mercilessly hurled to the ground. The onlookers below were momentarily stunned, poised to rush forward, but were swiftly encircled by an overwhelming number of soldiers, armed and emerging from the shadows. In the operations department, the unexpected turn of events left everyone astounded. General Ryan, the head of the intelligence division, stared in disbelief at the screen displaying figures reminiscent of Nazi stormtroopers. "Nazis? What is happening? Where did they come from?" Russell, however, offered no response, instead transforming into a gust of wind that swept out of the operations department. Ryan stood utterly dumbfounded, realization dawning upon him, leading him to utter a curse. "Fuck." On the battlefield, the sound of gunfire erupted as the soldiers donned in Nazi attire opened fire. "Take cover." Fortunately, the presence of a car provided sufficient protection, resulting in minimal injuries. "Hank, this is your responsibility," Alex exclaimed, transforming and charging forth. The bullet struck her but merely sparked off her form, leaving her unharmed. Alex charged directly into the midst of the soldiers, her uniform bestowing upon her superhuman strength, allowing her to effortlessly send them flying. Just then, with a swift whoosh, an arrow shimmering with crimson light soared towards her. Through her recent training, Alex had acclimated to the capabilities of her nano uniform, experiencing a remarkable enhancement in all aspects, particularly in her reaction speed, as she deftly grasped the arrow. However, before she could ascertain the identity of her assailant, the arrow's red tip suddenly erupted in a fierce explosion. The violent shockwave catapulted Alex backwards. Witnessing the scene from behind, Hank Henshaw, he should be referred to as Martian Hunter Ronan Rhodes, immediately activated his psychic abilities, perceiving the figure clad in a hooded cloak, poised with a bow and arrow atop a colossal chemical storage tank in the distance. In that moment, he realized he could no longer conceal his identity. Whether it be Kara, Alex, or the operations team, they all needed him. Thus, with his eyes ablaze in crimson light, amidst the incredulous gazes of the surrounding operatives, a towering giant of verdant skin materialized before them as Martian Hunter Ronan Rhodes finally revealed his true form as a Green Martian. "Protect yourselves." As the final command resonated, Ronan Rhodes cast a complex glance at his subordinates, their expressions filled with terror, before soaring towards the hooded figure. Yet, an unsettling sensation washed over him. Within his line of sight, a streak of red lightning shot forth, closing in on him in an instant. At that moment, Ronan Rhodes beheld the visage of malevolence and heard a chilling voice. Ronan Rhodes, your name will be known to all in the future, and thus, I shall not allow you to thwart our opportunity to obliterate this world. With that declaration, a trembling arm was raised, aimed directly at Ronan's heart. Time seemed to freeze. Ronan felt he could see clearly, yet his body was paralyzed. Just as he resigned himself to his fate, a figure emerged, delivering a powerful punch that sent the malevolent presence reeling, leaving behind a resolute statement. You hold them off. I will retrieve Astra. She cannot perish. Chapter 67. The sinister trio. With a resounding thud, Russell's figure appeared like a fleeting gust of wind and vanished just as swiftly. However, Ron Rons did not have the luxury of expressing his gratitude. His entire being was on high alert as he gazed at the figure that had just been struck away by Russell. He sensed that this individual, who had nearly taken his life, was undoubtedly the most formidable adversary he had ever encountered. Especially haunting were those words, future, destruction. At that moment, Alex also noticed the commotion and rushed over. Protected by her nanotech suit, she emerged unscathed from the recent explosion. Realizing that their enemy was not a solitary foe, Alex resolutely chose to stand alongside Ron Rons to confront the threat together. Are you all right? Rest assured, Russell saved me, but we must remain vigilant. This enemy may prove to be the most troublesome we have ever faced. Indeed, Reverse Flash, also known as Albert Swan, had not suffered any harm from the recent blow. As a wielder of reverse super speed, his protective stance rendered him immune to the majority of physical damage. However, this did not mean he could tolerate the indignity of being ambushed. As a proud speedster, being caught off guard was an unbearable disgrace. In an instant, he regained his momentum, transforming into a streak of lightning, and confronted the assemblage with a furious roar. Who dares? Unfortunately, the assailant who had attacked him had already vanished from sight, along with the Kryptonian who had been struck by an arrow. Just as his fury reached its zenith, a towering figure suddenly appeared before him, a massive hand clenching his throat, lifting him off the ground as it posed an irate inquiry. Who are you? Albert Swan felt no fear. Beneath his yellow mask, a malevolent grin emerged, his body coursing with crimson lightning. With a jolt, he swiftly extricated himself from Ron Ron's grasp and began to sprint away. Seeing this, Ron Rons, with his cape billowing behind him, pursued without hesitation. Albert Swan's form transformed into a red flash, darting through the streets of International City, closely followed by Ron Rons, whose speed was hardly lacking, causing panic to ripple through the city's inhabitants. On the battlefield, Alex also spotted the cloaked figure atop the massive piggy bank and, without a moment's hesitation, raised her pulse blaster. The bow and arrow-clad man noticed this too. After evading the shot, he launched an arrow that soared with a long grappling hook. Once secured, he descended gracefully to stand before Alex. Only then did Alex discern the man's appearance. He was clad in a blend of black and crimson leather, his face obscured by a black mask, with a quiver of arrows and a bow slung across his back. In that instant, Alex comprehended that this individual was responsible for both injuring Astra and ambushing her. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised her weapon, ready to confront him. The individual before her displayed an astonishingly swift reflex, deftly evading several of Alex's shots before drawing an arrow and sending Alex's weapon flying. Consequently, the two were compelled to engage in close combat. Initially confident in her hand-to-hand combat skills, Alex soon realized the formidable nature of her adversary. Although the opponent appeared to possess no extraordinary strength beyond that of an average human, their combat experience was overwhelmingly superior, exhibiting a ruthless, lethal precision in every move. Devoid of hesitation, coupled with the sharp arrows, this adversary managed to exploit Alex's vulnerabilities, placing her, even with the advantages of her nanotech suit, at a significant disadvantage. Were it not for the suit's protective capabilities, she might have already met her demise. It was evident that she was facing an opponent unlike any she had encountered before, a truly terrifying foe. Where on earth did this scoundrel originate? Meanwhile, high above, Kara sensed something amiss, as her opponent exuded an eerily familiar aura, akin to battling another version of herself, possessing strength that mirrored her own. The death of Astra had left Kara in a state of extreme fury, and against this sudden assailant, adorned in a cloak reminiscent of her own, masked and appearing to be female, she held nothing back. Yet, astonishingly, in terms of speed, strength, and reflexes, the opponent proved to be her equal, employing the same freezing breath and heat vision as Kara. This uncanny resemblance only heightened Kara's discomfort, prompting her to demand answers. Who are you? Why did you attack Astra? Regrettably, her inquiries were met with silence, followed by a punch that struck her delicately crafted face. In an instant, the two were locked in fierce combat amidst the skies. Simultaneously, Russell, transformed into a gust of wind, returned to the medical bay with Astra, who was barely clinging to life. Quick, prepare for emergency treatment. Unlike the soldiers of the Military Intelligence Division, the agents of the Operational Department were well acquainted with Russell and recognized the depth of his connections with Minister Henshaw, Acting Minister Alex, and Supergirl, especially now, as Russell had contacted the president to facilitate this transaction and save their minister. The agents promptly complied with his orders to commence emergency procedures. In stark contrast, General Ryan approached with a serious expression, regarding Russell intently. "I had no idea you possess superpowers. I believe you owe me an explanation, Mr. Russell." Russell cast a weary glance at the old man, his eyes conveying a warning. "An explanation? No. General Ryan, who do you think you are? Even your president does not dare demand an explanation from me. If you seek clarity, consult your president." Russell's audacious retort instilled a sense of threat within General Ryan, yet he refrained from further comment. The mere fact that Russell could contact the president suggested that the situation was far from straightforward. Thus, with shrewdness, he redirected the conversation, turning his attention to the critically injured Astra receiving treatment. "I do not consider this a prudent course of action, regardless of who attacked her. The demise of a perilous Kryptonian is preferable to her continued existence." In response, Russell posed a question to him. "Why do you think those Kryptonians have not yet annihilated the world? General Lane, trust me. This woman is the sole individual capable of governing them. Should she perish, those Kryptonian criminals would be devoid of control. And the ensuing chaos is certainly not a scenario you desire." This query momentarily stilled General Russell, compelling him to concede with rare humility. "Perhaps you are correct. Yet I do not believe she can survive. She appears to be on the brink of death." Indeed, Astra in the emergency room had already commenced a torturous convulsion, as if she might slip away at any moment. The medical personnel from the operations department emerged, stating, "I am sorry, Mr. Russell. The concentrated kryptonite solution has entered her heart, and we are powerless to assist her." General Lane wore an expression of triumph. Yet Russell remained devoid of hope. If the operations department is incapable of helping, then there is but one remaining option: Metropolis, the Luthor Corporation. Suddenly, the shattering impact of the floor-to-ceiling window startled Lena Luthor, who was engrossed in her duties. Fortunately, she quickly discerned the identity of the intruder. "Lena, I require your assistance." Chapter 68, Project 7734. On the surveillance screens of the Operations Department, a fierce confrontation unfolded between Supergirl, Martian Manhunter, Alex, Evil Supergirl, Evil Green Arrow, and Reverse Flash. Overall, the battle appeared evenly matched. However, General Ryan's expression darkened as he observed Russell departing with a Kryptonian criminal. Suddenly, a realization struck him, prompting him to address the agents in the Operations Department with a pressing inquiry. "You must have known all along that Russell possessed superpowers, haven't you?" The agents remained silent, yet their conflicted gazes betrayed the truth. "You truly are adept at keeping secrets." He had assumed the department's secrets ended there, until he learned through the agent's communications that the green monstrosity before him was none other than Hank Henshaw, the head of the Operations Department, whom they had always believed to be human. "It appears I must inform the president. The organization meant to address extraterrestrial threats is, in fact, teeming with aliens." The agents exchanged bewildered glances, equally astonished to discover that even Director Henshaw was an alien. At that moment, the battlefield took an unexpected turn. All adversaries seemed to synchronously disengage from their opponents and retreat, which struck everyone as peculiar, especially Supergirl, Martian Manhunter, and Alex, who refrained from pursuing, sensing that their foes were far more formidable than anticipated. As General Ryan observed the disjointed battle, his keen instincts detected something amiss, though he could not quite ascertain what it was until a phone call interrupted him. "Report, General Ryan. The Department of Defense has been breached, and the Project 7734 laboratory has been compromised." Ryan's countenance shifted dramatically. "Astra? Where is Astra?" Upon returning to the Operations Department, Kara cared little for the identity of the enemy. Her sole focus was on locating Astra. The harrowing image of Astra being pierced by a kryptonite arrow loomed vividly in her mind, instilling a profound sense of unease within her. Fortunately, an agent stepped forward to reassure her, stating, "Do not worry, Supergirl, Mr. Russell has taken her." This brought Kara a modicum of relief, yet her apprehension lingered. For only Kryptonians understood that kryptonite was a far more insidious poison to them. At that moment, Hank Henshaw, no, it should be Martian Manhunter John Johns, returned with Alex. Upon entering, John immediately sensed the peculiar gazes directed at him. Although he had reverted to Hank Henshaw's appearance, he understood that he could never return to the way things were. It was Alex who spoke up, saying, "Hank, it's time for you to take charge." John, seizing the opportunity, inquired, "Have we determined the origins of these assailants? Where have they gone?" The agents of the Action Department hesitated for a moment, but ultimately obeyed the orders and busied themselves. No, the satellites could not track them at all. Their origins and destinations remained a mystery. Neither the military intelligence nor Rosberg, nor any crime records from years past bore any trace of them. Seeing that everyone was still willing to heed his commands, Director Ron Rons felt a sense of relief as he continued to fulfill his duties. Are there any criminal organizations in recent years that have taken to disguising themselves as Nazis? The agents searched the action department's files using Nazi as a keyword, yet regrettably, they found nothing. Kara and Alex exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the identity of this elusive enemy. Ron, is your telepathy of no use? No. Ron shook his head. I have attempted it, but they seem to have been well prepared. This only deepened the confusion and uncertainty among the group. Fortunately, at that moment, Ron recalled something. It's not entirely fruitless. That swift individual, while attempting to eliminate me, uttered a phrase, Ron Rons, your name will be known to all in the future. Hence, I shall not allow you to thwart our chance to annihilate this world. This statement left everyone present momentarily stunned. The future. Kara keenly noted the significance of the word, while Alex, hands on hips, lamented, at least we now know they wish to obliterate our world. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps approached, prompting the group to turn. General Ryan strode in, flanked by a contingent of soldiers, his gaze piercing as he addressed the trio. I have 2 pieces of bad news. Do you wish to hear them? Is there anything worse than what we are facing now? Kara inquired, exasperated by the general's penchant for delivering grim tidings. Indeed, and this one pertains to you, Supergirl. Ryan's expression was grave, instilling a profound sense of unease in Kara. While you were under attack, the Department of Defense's Project 7734 laboratory was infiltrated by the same group masquerading as Nazis. They absconded with the weapons within. Project 7734, what is that? Kara's expression darkened as she began to piece it together. Without reservation, Ryan elaborated. Project 7734 was initiated under my direct supervision to counter the threat posed by you Kryptonians. It contains every weapon capable of destroying you, including vast quantities of kryptonite. Red sun lamps, and even the red tornado was created for this purpose. Kara's eyes widened in horror, her emotions spiraling out of control as she approached General Ryan. Fury overtaking her. Why? My cousin and I have dedicated ourselves to protecting Earth, while you have continuously sought to annihilate us. Ryan, undeterred by Kara's wrath, retorted with equal fervor. Why, this reason should prompt me to inquire about the Kryptonian talents. In my childhood, although my world was engulfed in war, it never threatened to annihilate the planet until your arrival along with your cousin. Just look at what you have brought. Extraterrestrials, superhumans, and technologies potent enough to obliterate the entire world. This world has become increasingly fragile because of you. It is all your and your cousin's fault. General Ryan's accusatory words left Kara momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. She recognized the truth in his statement. After all, the criminals from Roseburg had indeed followed her to Earth. After reprimanding Supergirl, General Ryan shifted his gaze towards Ron Rons. The second piece of dire news is directed at you. How should I address you? Alien. Ron Rons. In that instant, Ron Rons had already deduced the impending revelation. As General Ryan began to speak, from this moment forward, you shall no longer serve as the Director of Operations. Henceforth, all matters here will be overseen by the Intelligence Division. The presidential decree will soon be delivered by soldiers, and you, alien, must undergo scrutiny to ascertain whether your tenure as Director of Operations has compromised national security. No, you cannot do this. We need Ron. Alex would not accept this, but alas, General Ryan remained unmoved, countering with, I certainly can, and even you, Agent Danvers, are subject to the same examination. This left Alex momentarily speechless, and Kara was also at a loss for words. Fortunately, the key figure always arrives at the most opportune moments. General Ryan. I do not believe that internal strife at this juncture is a prudent course of action. Chapter 69. The visitor from another realm. Kara yearned to embody the independence of her employer, Ms. Grant, facing all challenges alone. Yet, she had to concede that she could not manage it. Each adversary she encountered proved overwhelming. Were it not for Russell, she would be at a loss. More significantly, she did not despise this sense of dependence, particularly when the individual in question was her boyfriend or family. As she gazed at her boyfriend entering the room, Kara rushed into Russell's embrace, anxiously inquiring, "How is Astra?" Russell's response did not disappoint her. "Do not worry. Although she is yet to awaken, Astra's condition has stabilized." This revelation allowed Kara to exhale deeply, holding Russell tightly. Without him, she would have faced the loss of yet another family member. General Ryan, upon hearing this, stepped forward with a fierce demeanor. "Mr. Russell, where have you taken our criminal? I have now assumed command of the operations department, and I have the right to know her whereabouts." This outburst ignited Kara's fury, while Russell remained unfazed. "I apologize, General Ryan, but from the moment the transaction was completed, she is no longer a criminal of the operations department." This was clearly a spurious argument, yet Russell was indifferent. Sometimes, unreasonable behavior could be advantageous. Alex, witnessing the exchange, stepped forward and implored, "Russell, you can contact the president. Could you assist Ron?" Russell, filled with regret, turned to Ron Rons and said, "I am sorry, Ron. I wish to help, but you know that some favors can only be extended once. However, do not fret. Kara and I will find a solution. Ron Rones expressed genuine gratitude, shedding his previous wariness. I understand, and I trust you and Kara. General Ryan had been publicly humiliated by Russell on several occasions. Now that he had finally taken control of the operations department, he could not afford to overlook Supergirl and Russell, especially since they were both superhumans and extraterrestrials. No. You will not have such an opportunity, Russell, Supergirl. I now command you in my capacity as the Minister of the Operations Department to submit to an examination, or I will charge you with treason. Unfortunately for him, Russell was unconcerned. I apologize, General Ryan, but Supergirl and I are not members of the Operations Department. Thus your orders hold no weight with us. If you wish to prosecute me, you may need to seek a review order from the relevant authorities or the President. Now, we must take our leave. With that, Russell exchanged a knowing glance with Kara, who understood immediately. Before General Ryan could react, the two vanished from sight. As the whirlwind of their departure enveloped him, General Ryan could only seethe in anger, exclaiming, "Fuck." Meanwhile, high above in the sky. Although they had temporarily escaped the operations department, ensuring their freedom, Kara remained at a loss regarding their next steps. She turned to her boyfriend and asked, "What should we do now?" Russell, of course, had already prepared for this moment. First and foremost, we must ensure the safety of Alex and Ron within the operations department. Although I cannot once again beseech the President of the United States for assistance, there is someone who might lend us aid. Who is it? Lucy. The previously anxious Kara's eyes lit up at the mere mention of this name. As for Lucy, her presence was not a concern at all. For she had defied her father for love, choosing to remain in International City rather than return to Metropolis, where she had become the personal attorney to Ms. Kate Grant, cohabiting with her boyfriend, Jimmy Olsen. When Kara reached out to Lucy via telephone, she received another astonishing piece of news. It was already deep into the night when Russell and Kara descended upon the apartment where Jimmy and Lucy resided. As Kara removed her nano suit and donned her casual attire, the two knocked on Lucy's door. Lucy opened it, casting a peculiar glance at Russell and Kara. After ensuring no one was watching, she spoke with an air of exasperation. "Come in. I scarcely know how to explain this to you." Upon entering, they beheld a man seated on the sofa, strikingly identical to Wynn, yet bearing a distinctly weathered and mature demeanor, with disheveled facial hair. Beside him stood a man clad in a thick down jacket, brandishing an oddly shaped firearm, his hood obscuring his face, and protective goggles shielding his eyes. Opposite them, Wynn sat obediently on the sofa, his eyes brimming with curiosity as he gazed at this doppelganger, while Jimmy appeared lost in contemplation. Seeing Russell and Kara enter, Wynn leapt from the sofa, exhilarated, and rushed to their side, exclaiming, "You will never guess what has transpired. My double in another realm is the leader of the rebellion. A general. A world governed by Nazis. How terrifying is that?" Kara, instantly grasping the gravity of the situation, replied, "No. 1. We have already surmised." This revelation caused Wynn to comprehend the implications, his expression shifting to one of concern as he asked, "You haven't already encountered the so-called evil F-Rare, have you?" Kara's sigh conveyed all that needed to be understood. At that moment, the other one, seated on the sofa, finally stood and introduced himself, saying, "Call me General Short. This is my warrior, Captain Leonardo Snart. It appears you have already clashed with those malevolent individuals from our world." The room fell into a profound silence. After a brief pause, it was Russell who broke the stillness, stating, "So, you hail from another world, akin to those who ambushed us today." Undeniably. The arrival of these two individuals had taken Russell by surprise, yet it also proved beneficial, alleviating his need to concoct excuses regarding the source of his information. Although Russell had forgotten much of the plot surrounding the Flash, he retained some memories of the pivotal crossover episodes. Thus, upon encountering the soldiers clad in Nazi uniforms today, he instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Simultaneously, he understood why monumental events, which ought not to have transpired in this era, had manifested. Perhaps this was what the system was conveying to him, that the multiverse has been striving to rectify this error. The universe in which he was born was becoming increasingly intricate. In response to Russell's inquiry, the general, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Wally, did not rush to answer. Instead, he remained composed and posed a question of his own. "Who are you?" "I am Russell, the boyfriend of Supergirl," he replied. The general cast a glance at Jimmy, seemingly placing great trust in him. Recognizing this, Jimmy reluctantly nodded before speaking in a subdued tone. "Earth X is our universe. One that is nearly identical to yours in terms of history and culture. However, during World War II, the Nazis emerged victorious in that conflict. My freedom fighters and I have been battling against Nazi tyranny ever since. Just 3 days ago, my warrior, guardian Jimmy Olsen, received intelligence about the Nazis constructing a mysterious facility. Jimmy sacrificed his life to uncover the truth behind this enigmatic structure. They discovered your world and created a device to traverse into it. To prevent your world from falling victim to Nazi oppression, we aim to destroy that machine." And thus a confrontation ensued. Yet the Nazis were overwhelmingly powerful. Just as we believed we were on the brink of defeat, Superman appeared, granting us a moment of respite, allowing me and Schnat to reach out to your universe and warn you of the impending threat. This revelation left Kara in a state of confusion. Does your world also have a Superman? If so, how? Unbeknownst to her, Captain Schnat, with a charming smile, shook his head. No, not our Superman, but rather yours. Chapter 70, Crisis on Earth X. Within the confines of Lucy and Jimmy's apartment, Kara was anxiously conversing on the phone. The connection was quickly established, and the dialogue commenced. Okay, Louise, I understand. Do not worry, Clark will be fine. Yes, I comprehend, rest assured. Upon concluding the call, Kara turned her attention back to the individuals in the room and addressed her boyfriend. Clark has been missing for 3 days. Just 3 days ago, he discovered an unusual red lightning wreaking havoc in Metropolis. He went to pursue it and has since vanished. The implication seemed clear. Metropolis's Superman had likely been deceived by the reverse lightning, leading him to Earth X. At that moment, aside from the silent crowd, Lucy Lane, absorbing Kara's words, appeared utterly astonished. Did I mishear? My sister's husband, Clark Kent, is actually Superman? She then turned to her boyfriend, who wore a look of silence, seemingly understanding something, and questioned him. Fuck? Jimmy, you can't possibly tell me you were aware of this too. It was evident that being collectively deceived by everyone was incredibly disheartening, and Lucy was filled with indignation at that moment. I apologize. This should have been disclosed to you by Louise and Clark, but right now, Lucy, I need your assistance. Kara's emotions were a tumultuous mix, leaving little room for detailed explanations. Lucy, noticing Jimmy's continued silence, felt for the first time that her boyfriend might not care for her as much as she had believed, especially when compared to Russell, who had consistently supported Kara. Initially, she had no intention of agreeing to anything, feeling foolish for being kept in the dark by everyone. However, upon seeing Kara's pleading gaze, she could only suppress her anger and reply, All right, what exactly is happening? Lucy, due to the revelation of Hank being an alien, your father, General Lane, has now taken charge of the operations department. I fear for Hank and Alex. Only you can protect them. To be honest, after learning that her sister's husband was Superman, Lucy was not particularly astonished to discover that Hank Henshaw, the head of the operations department, was also an alien. Unable to refuse her friend's request, she responded, I understand. I will do my best. Thank you so much, Lucy. The two girls embraced. At that moment, Jimmy, who had remained silent, finally grasped something and addressed General Schott. You say that in your world, I am also a superhero? No, replied Captain Snart. We do not refer to ourselves that way. We call ourselves freedom fighters. Battling for liberty. Jimmy, seemingly unconcerned, inquired further, So, the version of me in that world also possesses superpowers? No, you rely on mechanical technology crafted by General Schott. In fact, General Schott is the most brilliant mind in our world. He has bestowed upon us the power to combat the Nazis, creating numerous weapons, including this freezing gun in my hand. This revelation ignited excitement within one. If he had previously harbored any skepticism about Russell's praise of being the world's most intelligent individual, he no longer did. At this moment, Russell voiced his own lingering curiosity, asking, "Is there no Superman in your world?" This was a concern for Russell, as the multiverse had already allowed Earth X to invade his world prematurely in its attempt to rectify his erroneous timeline. However, to be candid, based on the current combat capabilities displayed by Earth X, the formidable adversary seemed unchanged. Aside from the troublesome Reverse Flash, the others posed little threat that even Kara and her companions could not handle. His greatest fear was the emergence of an evil Superman from Earth X. That would indeed be a grave predicament. This question also captured everyone's attention, as no one wished to confront an evil Superman. Fortunately, Schnatt's response eased their apprehensions. No. There is one, whom we refer to as Nazi Superman, but he was killed by the Fuhrer. What? He had arrived on Earth even before the General. At that time, the Fuhrer was still alive, having already dominated the entire world. The Fuhrer adopted Superman and trained him to become Nazi Superman. His immense power instilled a sense of despair among all freedom fighters resisting at that time. It was only when the Fuhrer felt he could no longer control Superman that, in 1994, as he lay dying, he took Nazi Superman with him as a burial companion. At this point, Schnatt turned his gaze toward Kara. The death of Nazi Superman had led us to believe there was hope for resisting the Nazis, until 2003, when another spacecraft descended from the heavens, bringing you. In an instant, Kara comprehended everything, realizing why she felt such a peculiar sensation while battling that strange enemy. Thus, the individual who fought me today is, in essence, the version of me from your world. We refer to her as the General, although she bears other names, such as Ultimate Woman and Supergirl. One thing is certain, she does not possess the same amicable disposition as you do in this world. After her arrival on Earth, she was adopted by another malevolent figure. Just like Superman, she too was brainwashed, becoming a tool for the Nazi regime to dominate the world. The individual who adopted her, leveraging Supergirl's powers, ascended to become the new Fuhrer. His name is Oliver Queen. Oliver Queen? I believe I have heard that name. Lucy interjected, responding to Kara's inquiry. He is the sole heir of the Queen family from Star City, a notorious playboy, but he perished several years ago in a boating accident. Clearly, this universe's Oliver Queen did not become the Green Arrow. That is indeed good news, Schnat remarked with a smile. Kara then pondered something and asked, thus, Oliver Queen is the one. Oliver Queen is not endowed with superhuman abilities, yet he possesses remarkable archery skills and formidable physical prowess. So, who is the one that runs with such swiftness? This query left two warriors from Earth X simultaneously perplexed, as both turned in astonishment to the assembly and retorted, who? An uneasy silence enveloped the room as the others sensed the gravity of the situation. One individual, clad in a yellow uniform adorned with a lightning emblem, moved with astonishing speed, accompanied by a trail of red lightning. General Schott and Snart exchanged glances before Snart spoke up. Apologies, but we are unaware of whom you are referring to. In our world, there are certainly no individuals with such superhuman capabilities. This revelation cast a pall of silence over the gathering, yet it was Russell who seized the moment to interject. It appears that the reason these guests from parallel universes have arrived in our realm is significantly tied to this unfamiliar individual. Everyone present was astute enough to grasp Russell's implication, for those gathered here were undoubtedly the most intelligent among their kind. However, just then, General Schott delivered an even more unsettling piece of news. I believe this is of little importance. You have an urgent matter to address. Do you comprehend why? In my world, the Nazis emerged victorious in World War II. Why? A wave of unease swept through the hearts of the assembly. Because the Nazis were the first to develop the atomic bomb. Chapter 71. Nuclear threat in a clandestine factory located in International City. Countless soldiers clad in Nazi uniforms patrol the vicinity. Within the factory, in a certain warehouse, two figures descend from above. After the soldiers chant their fervent allegiance to the Nazi regime, they resume their duties, when suddenly, a flash of red lightning strikes. As their masks are removed, the true identities of three individuals are unveiled. Oliver Queen, the F-Frere of Earth X, General Kara Zor-El, and Reverse Flash, Albert Swan. In stark contrast to their earlier composure during the battle against this world's Superman, the removal of their masks reveals their true natures. It seems that infighting is a common affliction among the villains' alliance. The moment Albert Swan unveils his face, he erupts into a frenzied tirade. You won't be able to deceive them for long. You should never have allowed that Kryptonian to escape. As the leader of the Empire, the nefarious Green Arrow, Oliver Queen, does not extend trust to this unexpected newcomer, despite his assistance in bringing him and his army to this realm. She is dead. My arrows have pierced her body. Unless there is a flaw in the weaponry you provided. No. Albert Swan retorts sharply, refusing to coddle the wicked Green Arrow. Do you understand what my experience entails? In this multiverse, nothing is absolute. We do not even know who rescued that Kryptonian woman. Unyielding, the evil Green Arrow counters. Did you not claim to hail from the future, possessing knowledge of everything? What I know pertains to my universe, not this one, nor yours. The vastness of the multiverse surpasses your imagination, and our plans may falter due to your hubris. Do not forget, this world is home to Superman. The Metal Man cannot hold him for long. No, I do not share that belief. Our world's Metal Man has slain Superman. The obstinate demeanor of the Green Arrow drives Reverse Flash to the brink of madness, unleashing a thunderous roar of fury. I shall reiterate, that is your universe, not here. If you persist in this manner, I shall be compelled to resort to extreme measures, such as taking your life. The plan to reshape this world must not fail. Is that so? Go ahead and try. As the two men engage in a heated argument, the malevolent Supergirl, unable to bear the discord any longer, intervenes to separate them. She turns to Reverse Flash, warning, if you dare to act upon that, I will shatter your bones piece by piece. After issuing her warning, she glances at Reverse Flash, who is gradually calming down, and speaks to her beloved. Do not worry, I sense that my Uncle Known is already discontent with Astra. Yet, love and obedience ingrained in his very genes prevent him from defying her orders. Now, we have provided him with an excuse. As for Superman, that is no longer an issue, is it? The inhabitants of this world have equipped us with weapons to combat the superhuman, the malevolent Superwoman declared. Casting her gaze upon another hooded figure behind the three, Prometheus, a devoted subordinate of the evil leader, who had led soldiers to invade the Ministry of Defense and seize the arsenal designed to counter superhumans from the 7734 laboratory. Upon witnessing this, Reverse Flash regained his composure. Addressing the wicked Superwoman, I had thought you might hesitate to slay your cousin. No. The malevolent Superwoman replied, her expression tranquil. He is not my cousin. My cousin has long perished. My heart now belongs solely to the Empire. Recognizing her clarity, Reverse Flash ceased his bickering with Oliver, stating, then let us proceed as planned. It is time for the Superwoman of this world to willingly offer her heart. An atomic bomb. This revelation constricted the hearts of all present. No one was oblivious to the sheer terror of nuclear weaponry, the most horrifying armament humanity has ever forged. General Schott's words further substantiated this truth. Indeed, in our world, after the Nazis developed the atomic bomb, they obliterated New York, London, Paris, Moscow, Tokyo, and Rome from the map, extinguishing billions of lives. The entire globe has languished under the shadow of nuclear weapons. Over the years, the Nazis have created more portable, yet even deadlier nuclear devices, the neutron bomb. We cannot ascertain how many they have brought to this world, but it is certain that erasing this city from existence is more than sufficient. A profound silence enveloped the assembly, leaving them speechless, as if the apocalypse loomed before them. Observing the hushed crowd, one hesitantly inquired, should we not take action now? However, Kara had already sprung into action, her urgency palpable. No, this matter must be reported to General Ryan, and we must notify the Ministry of Defense, even the President. We must prepare without delay. The threat of this magnitude cannot be countered solely by Superwoman. At this juncture, Kara contemplated something and turned to the two visitors from another realm. You will testify on our behalf, will you not? Kara assumed her request was self-evident. Yet to her astonishment, General Schott shook his head without a trace of hesitation. No, offering you this warning is the extent of our benevolence. Had Superman not aided us, we would not even have ventured into this realm. Why? Kara exclaimed, bewildered. This concerns the lives of millions. No. General Schott's response remained chillingly indifferent. That bears no relevance to us. At least your world has yet to be tainted by the Nazis. While we have endured their tyranny for over half a century, with lives lost beneath the atomic bomb numbering in the millions. With this, General Schott directed his gaze towards Kara. Moreover, I harbor a profound distrust towards your government. You, more than I, should be acutely aware of the sordid hearts of politicians. If they were to discover a means to traverse into another realm, I cannot guarantee that their intentions would be anything but nefarious. At this juncture, rather than assisting you in providing testimony, our paramount need lies in returning to our own world, for it beckons us. For a moment, Kara found herself at a loss for words. It was then that Russell posed a pivotal question. So, can I infer that you possess a means of returning to your own world? This inquiry was evidently fraught with peril. General Schott pondered briefly before responding succinctly. Indeed. There are two methods. One involves the passage through which we arrived here, yet it is under Nazi control, although Superman is present on the other side. We remain oblivious to when the portal will next open. We cannot afford to take such a risk, especially considering that our world harbors creatures capable of vanquishing Superman. What creatures? Someone gasped in astonishment. The Metal Men, monstrosities birthed by the F-Rare, possessing powers akin to Superman, and endowed with kryptonite hearts. Superman stands no chance against them. Had he managed to confront them, he would undoubtedly have returned with us. What of the other method? Came the anxious inquiry. That would entail constructing a machine capable of facilitating our return. This revelation ignited a spark of hope in everyone's eyes. If they could venture into that world and bring back Superman, their odds of success would soar to at least 90%. Is it truly feasible? General Schott cast a glance at Kara. Though our world is subjugated by the Nazis, our technological prowess is not inferior to yours. This owes much to the Kryptonian technology you and your cousin brought with you, which has enlightened our people about the cosmos' truths. Furthermore, while preparing to dismantle that machine, I gleaned a rudimentary understanding of its principles. Of course, it would be unmanageable for me alone, but with the assistance of another version of myself, it may very well be achievable. In an instant, realization dawned upon all present, directing their gaze towards Wynn, who found himself fidgeting, timidly pointing to himself. Me. Chapter 72. The Alliance when found it utterly irresistible to decline such a temptation. Particularly when the individual requesting assistance was a version of himself from an alternate realm. However, a pivotal question soon cast a shadow of hesitation upon him. Creating a machine capable of traversing the multiverse must require substantial financial resources. Do you possess the necessary funds? One inquired, casting a glance at the two visitors from another world, which momentarily rendered Scheinet's expression rather peculiar. Do you not have any? Should I? At that moment, one began to doubt himself. Scheinet quickly grasped the situation, turning to his general. It appears we have miscalculated. This world's counterpart of you is not as remarkable as we had anticipated. We must devise an alternative plan. It turned out that General Scheinet's notion of assistance stemmed from his belief that, as one's counterpart in this realm, he would undoubtedly be a person of great distinction, at the very least, a wealthy individual capable of aiding in the construction of a device to return home. However, it now appeared he was mistaken. Feeling uneasy under the scrutinizing gaze of his alternate self, one retorted with irritation, "Hey, don't look at me like that. It's not my fault I'm broke." General Scheinet, unable to endure any longer, stood up abruptly. There is no time to waste. We must consider other options. Just as General Scheinet and Scheinet were about to depart, Jimmy suddenly stepped forward to obstruct their path. Wait, perhaps I have a solution. Jimmy. The trust bestowed upon this world's Jimmy by Shiat and Shurnat, perhaps stemming from their affection for their own world's version, was palpable, though one couldn't resist a hint of sarcasm. I had no idea you had become a billionaire. Jimmy, unfazed by the mockery, directed his gaze towards Russell. If anyone here possesses the capability to assist our friends from Earth X, it would undoubtedly be Russell. Let us not forget, he crafted that nanotech suit for Kara. The resources he can command are beyond imagination. Suddenly, what seemed like a promising idea was overshadowed by an unmistakably strange and uncomfortable tone in Jimmy's voice that all present could detect: jealousy, suspicion, provocation. Kara won, and Lucy regarded Jimmy with bewilderment. Sensing the odd stares from the others, Jimmy remained oblivious to any wrongdoing, fixating instead on the silent Russell. What is the matter, Russell? Are you unwilling to help, or are you merely concerned about your secrets being revealed? Kara could no longer contain herself and interrogated. What are you talking about, Jimmy? Lucy, as his girlfriend, looked at him in disbelief, her eyes revealing a flicker of estrangement and disappointment. She was acutely aware of the reason behind her boyfriend's behavior. Despite their cohabitation, Jimmy remained infatuated with another woman. Until now, she had endured for the sake of love, but at that moment, a wave of nausea washed over her. Upon contemplating this, she promptly began to gather her belongings in preparation for departure, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Jimmy, perplexed, inquired, "Where are you going, Lucy?" Lucy offered no response to Jimmy. Instead, she approached and embraced Kara. "I am going to find my father. Thank you so much, Alex and Hank." The two girls shared a heartfelt hug, while Lucy disregarded her boyfriend entirely as she exited the house. Well, even Captain Snart felt a shift in the atmosphere. Such a tangled web of relationships, indeed. It was only then that Jimmy realized he had perhaps overreacted earlier. His face flushed with embarrassment as he contemplated how to retain her, yet found himself at a loss for words. General Schott, however, unfazed, addressed Russell. "So? You truly can assist us?" Russell nodded affirmatively. "Of course, but I have one stipulation. You must also provide me with a copy of this technology for traversing the multiverse." Russell's demand refocused everyone's attention on the matter at hand, rekindling the tension in the air. "No." General Schott immediately rejected the notion without a second thought. "I do not believe this is a prudent idea." Kara and Wynne exchanged glances, puzzled by Russell's sudden request, yet Russell's subsequent remarks illuminated her earnest intentions. "No. This is indeed a sound proposal. You may traverse our world freely, yet we are shackled. This is unjust. And no one can guarantee that similar crises will not arise in the future. We must have means of prevention." Russell's argument was impeccable, yet it failed to sway the visitors from Earth X. "How can I be certain you will not wield this technology to endanger other multiverses?" "You need not trust me," Russell replied succinctly. "But you can place your faith in Kara. She embodies the hope and courage of our world." Russell's words caused Kara to instinctively stand taller. "I can assure you," she declared. "However, if you cannot trust Kara, then at the very least, you should be able to trust your counterpart in this world." Wynne also straightened her posture. Yet General Schott remained unmoved, countering, "What if I refuse?" Russell maintained an air of calm. "Then I am afraid, while I appreciate your reminder, our collaboration will cease here. We will find our own way." At that moment, General Schott had no alternative but to acquiesce, nodding in agreement. "I will comply. However, other matters, including vouching for you, are off the table." "No problem. Thus, our transaction is complete." This declaration relieved everyone, and Russell, acknowledging the urgency of the situation, added, "Please provide me with a list of what you require, and I will procure it for you promptly. I will get it to you shortly." With this matter settled, another, more troublesome issue loomed over everyone's minds. What shall we do about my malevolent counterparts? They are unwilling to testify. How can we persuade the military and the president to acknowledge the existence of an alternate malevolent universe? Deep within Russell, an answer has already begun to form as he gazes at his girlfriend. "I believe this may be an opportunity." "An opportunity?" Kara is taken aback. "Indeed. It is a chance to unite all inhabitants of this world, be they extraterrestrials, humans, superpowered individuals, or brilliant minds. Until now, enmity has prevailed among them for various reasons. There has been nothing substantial to rally all life against a common foe. Yet now, the threat of the multiverse has emerged, one that could compel unity. For no disagreement they harbor is as formidable as the menace from another universe." Russell's words illuminate Kara's mind, prompting her to inquire, "So, what shall we do now?" "Quite simply, since we cannot persuade the military on our own, we must seek out those who can influence them." "You mean?" Lena Luthor, Maxwell Lord, and Ms. Kate Grant. Chapter 73. The invitation. Russell did not arrive at such an idea in a fit of madness. Rather, it was born from profound contemplation. As a traveler from another realm, and notably a citizen of Huagua, he held little interest in salvaging the United States. Had it not been for Kara's presence, he would have been indifferent to the impending demise of this world. as he could simply traverse to other dimensions. The recurrent cataclysms and reboots of the DC multiverse were not novel occurrences. The universe had faced annihilation countless times. Not to mention the capricious speedsters who toyed with time itself. Even during the Infinite Earth crisis, the very inhabitants of this world displayed a blatant disregard for their existence, which rendered him apathetic to their plight. This sentiment encapsulated his reluctance to embody the role of a superhero. However, the circumstances had shifted. According to the system, this newer 38L had come into being because of him, disentangled from the narrative thread, and he had assumed the mantle of the protagonist within this realm. This signified that the world had become his domain, a notion that transformed the stakes entirely. Russell was unwilling to permit any intrusion within his own sanctuary. The premature emergence of the Earth X crisis further validated the system's assertions, serving as a butterfly effect in response to the error he represented. This indicated that such crises would likely recur, potentially inviting unfriendly strangers into his home. This was a reality he was loath to accept. Relying solely on his own strength to safeguard an entire world was evidently a foolish endeavor. Regardless of whether he possessed such power, he would not pursue it. As a quintessential Huagua individual, he resonated more with collectivism than with the individual heroism espoused by superheroes. Moreover, it was paramount to acknowledge that if he were to depend solely on his own abilities, it would mean that he would have to reveal more of his trump cards to confront the escalating crises. For instance, the provocation by Jimmy Olsen was a perilous maneuver. Although his taunting demeanor had incited distaste among the onlookers, from the vantage point of a guardian facing the Earth X crisis, Russell found no justification to refuse. He did not wish for such events to transpire a second time. International City, morning. Just yesterday evening, this world had grappled with a tremendous crisis from another dimension. Yet for the ordinary citizens here, life continued with the same routine of work. At Kate Media, the morning meeting concluded swiftly. Miss Kate Grant sat at her office chair, selecting headlines for the following day's news while enjoying breakfast prepared by her assistant, Kara. At that moment, a voice, surprising to her, broke the quiet. Miss Grant. Startled, Kate turned to see Supergirl soaring into her office through the window. Well, I don't recall scheduling an exclusive interview for today. Supergirl's expression was grave. I have come here to seek your assistance. Pray tell, what is the matter? The formidable Supergirl recounted the events surrounding the crisis on Earth X in meticulous detail. This revelation left Ms. Grant astounded, particularly upon learning about the malevolent beings from another world wielding nuclear weapons capable of erasing National City from existence. However, she was also filled with uncertainty. So, you wish for me to report these matters? No, we cannot incite panic just yet. What, then, can I do? Due to our friends from another world harboring distrust towards politicians, they are unable to substantiate the gravity of this crisis, which means I cannot persuade the military to respond appropriately. But someone informed me, Ms. Grant, that you possess a solution. You are the unrivaled queen of the media in this nation. Ms. Grant narrowed her eyes, seemingly grasping the implication of Supergirl's presence. Do you have any evidence? You know I cannot persuade anyone without substantiation. Supergirl handed Ms. Grant a USB drive. It contains all that we know, Ms. Grant. The fate of this world now rests in your hands. With that, Supergirl vanished like a gust of wind. As Ms. Grant watched Supergirl depart, she pondered for a moment before yelling out into the void. Kara. A flustered assistant, Kara, rushed in. Ms. Grant, I was. Book me a ticket to Washington, immediately. Right now. Okay. Kara's eyes sparkled with excitement. Meanwhile, as Ms. Grant soared towards Washington, Russell arrived at Rod Technologies. Much like Ms. Grant, he found his endeavors progressing smoothly. In Maxwell Lord's office, the two met. Russell, I never anticipated that we would reconvene so swiftly. Max, I believe there is no need for further circumspection. I am here to request your aid. Russell appeared exceedingly earnest. And Maxwell Lord, recognizing this, gestured for him to continue. Please proceed. I trust you are aware of the events that transpired in National City last night? Maxwell Lord did not deny this. So, do you know who attacked you? Yes, they hail from another universe. Wow, am I hearing this correctly? You mean a parallel universe? Maxwell Lord's previously indifferent demeanor shifted to one of intrigue. Indeed, a universe ruled by Nazis. Russell succinctly outlined the situation on Earth X. And with each word, Maxwell Lord's interest intensified. Currently, within the confines of my clandestine intelligence unit, some issues have arisen. The Hank Henshaw you are familiar with is, in truth, an extraterrestrial being from Mars. However, he is undeniably trustworthy. Therefore, I seek your esteemed influence, Mr. Max, to persuade the military to acknowledge and confirm the existence of this crisis. Simultaneously, we must momentarily set aside our enmity towards aliens and unite to confront this impending threat from another universe. Maxwell Lord appears to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Intrigued, yet he poses another inquiry. Indeed, I am capable of facilitating what you have requested, but I must ask, why do you believe I would assist you? As you are aware, I harbor a similar distrust towards the government. It is quite simple. Regardless of the conflicts that may exist between humans and extraterrestrials, between ordinary individuals and superhumans, or between the populace and governing bodies, one truth remains evident. We are all creatures of this universe, which is our shared home. Presently, intruders have breached the sanctuary, intent on causing destruction. Were it up to me, I would never acquiesce to such an affront. Maxwell Lord did not hesitate, extending his hand with conviction. Russell, I have always believed we are of the same ilk. It seems my intuition was not misplaced. Therefore, you have my agreement. Of course. And if you would not mind, I believe we could fight side by side. Most welcome. Their hands clasped firmly together. With the alliance established, Maxwell Lord proceeded to voice a pertinent concern. Surely, you are not seeking only my assistance? Indeed, Ms. Grant is among those I require. I am aware of her close ties with the First Lady. A wise choice. Ms. Grant is one of the most astute individuals I have encountered. In addition, I intend to seek out Lena next. Her influence and intellect remain indispensable. Lena Luthor is more amenable to persuasion than Maxwell Lord. Aside from her inherent kindness and integrity, she also owes Russell a favor. Thus, within less than 24 hours, the Operations Department, under the scrutiny of Inspector Ron Rons and General Alex Lane, received word of Russell and Supergirl's return. Chapter 74. Minister Ryan in the interrogation room of the Action Department. General Ryan was questioning Alex, accompanied by the strikingly attired Colonel Lucy Ryan. To be candid, General Ryan felt a measure of delight when he learned that his daughter wished to accompany him, only to realize, upon her arrival, that her presence was not for the sake of her father. What could he say, though? At that moment, Ron Rons had already concluded his interrogation and was confined in a cell designated for extraterrestrials. General Ryan had come to understand all the details surrounding him, regardless of how fervently this alien professed his love for Earth. The concealment of his extraterrestrial identity in order to ascend to the position of Minister of the Action Department was sufficient to land him in a military court for humanity. As for the agent from Danforth before him, though she claimed ignorance, General Ryan could easily discern her deceit. He merely sought concrete evidence. Of course, had his daughter not been present, he might have procured this evidence more swiftly, but he no longer cared. As a father with a strained relationship with his daughter, he would not let the opportunity to mend their bond slip away, especially now that everything seemed to be under control. It was then that a soldier entered the interrogation room and whispered something in his ear. What? General Ryan furrowed his brow, glancing at his daughter and Alex before striding out of the room. Lucy, understanding that perhaps Russell and Kara had finally devised a plan, cast a reassuring glance at Alex, who nodded in acknowledgement, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Several times, she had nearly revealed her true self, and it was Lucy's subtle assistance that had saved her. Lucy's intuition proved correct. Upon entering the hall of the Action Department, General Ryan immediately spotted Russell, Superman, and another unexpected figure, Maxwell Lord. What are you doing here? This is a secret government facility. You have no business being here. Russell, Superman, if you fail to provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I shall arrest you for espionage. Unfortunately, General Ryan's words did not intimidate either of them, particularly Kara, who stood tall with unyielding confidence. Maxwell Lord stepped forward, presenting a document. I apologize, General Ryan, but I am here under the orders of the President and the Department of Defense to assist the Action Department in addressing the crisis from the multiverse. General Ryan took the document, and while its legitimacy was evident, it only fueled his anger further. He was acutely aware of the architect behind this entire affair and turned to Russell with a glare. Are you jesting? Do you truly believe such a fabrication could deceive anyone? A multiverse crisis? What a preposterous excuse. Do you think this will convince me to release your extraterrestrial companions? Russell's response was resolute. I believe you will, General Ryan, for I shall present you with a reason you cannot refuse. Oh, do share. General Ryan's expression was one of disdain. Russell glanced at his watch. In 5 minutes, new orders from the Department of Operations would be issued to address the current crisis. The Madam President and the Department of Defense would temporarily grant clemency to former Operations Minister Ron Rhodes. As for his replacement, who do you suppose it will be? I certainly know, the confidant of Ron Rhodes, your good friend, Acting Minister Alex Danvers. General Ryan exuded confidence, yet to his surprise, Russell shook his head. No, certainly not Alex. The clemency granted to Ron Rhodes is already a significant concession from the Madam President and the Department of Defense, given the gravity of this crisis. For the sake of our fruitful collaboration, I propose someone we can both trust, Major Lucy Ryan. Consider, General Ryan, if this crisis were indeed fabricated, it would be one matter, but if it is genuine, Major Lucy Ryan, in her capacity as Minister of Operations, could resolve it, bringing substantial political gains. I believe you will make the right choice. Upon hearing this, General Ryan hesitated momentarily. His desire for Jimmy to distance himself from his daughter stemmed from his high hopes for Lucy. wishing for her to inherit his connections within the military and embark upon a political career, rather than merely being the girlfriend of a gossip columnist. Even with his status, securing Lucy's position as a major had required immense effort. Advancing further would necessitate exceptional qualifications. Now, Russell had presented him with such an opportunity. In that moment, even General Ryan had to concede that this man named Russell truly understood the intricacies of human nature. Moreover, he was not entirely averse to extraterrestrials. Otherwise, he would not have consented to his eldest daughter, Louise, becoming the wife of Superman. Everything he was doing was from the perspective of an American general. However, he was naturally reluctant to compromise while also unwilling to squander this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Lucy. Thus, the two men locked eyes until, 5 minutes later, a soldier approached with orders from the White House. After a brief glance, General Ryan, without hesitation, turned and said, "Release Ron Rhodes and Alex Danvers." Instantly, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Alex, Ron, seeing the two released and returning to the Department of Operations, Kara excitedly embraced them both. Alex and Ron, having learned of everything that transpired through the soldier who liberated them, expressed heartfelt gratitude to Russell after returning Kara's embrace. If there had been any lingering wariness from either Alex or Ron towards Russell before, it had now completely dissipated. Russell nodded in acknowledgement, then approached the still-dazed Lucy Ryan and said, "I apologize. Lucy, I require a trustworthy individual to serve as a bridge between the operations department and the military, and thus, I have put forth your name. I apologize for my presumptuousness." Upon discovering that she had inexplicably become the head of the operations department, Lucy felt somewhat bewildered. Previously, she had merely leveraged her father's connections to secure the position of legal advisor to the military, achieving the rank of major. Now, however, she was expected to lead a clandestine government division. Her self-doubt stirred a flicker of irritation towards Russell's unilateral decision, yet in that moment, his sincere and proactive apology dissolved her resentment. "No, I recognize this as a splendid opportunity for me, but I do not believe I am fit for this role. Do not worry, everyone will support you. That is what friends are for." At this moment, Kara, Alex, and Ron also stepped forward to express their solidarity, which instilled a modicum of confidence in Lucy as she replied, "Thank you. Perhaps I shall give it a try." General Ryan, observing this, felt a sense of relief. With the backing of these individuals, his daughter's future in the operations department appeared promising. At that juncture, Maxwell Rhodes interjected, "Now that all matters are resolved, should we not consider how to confront these adversaries from the multiverse?" Chapter 75, The Physical Constants of Strings, Action Division. Soon, everyone became engrossed in their tasks, huddled together, with Minister Lucy Lane stepping into her new role. As the initial step in addressing the crisis of Earth X, the exchange of intelligence was imperative. Russell shared everything he had learned from General Schott, information that Ron and Alex were previously unaware of. Acknowledging her status as a newcomer, Minister Lucy Lane humbly sought the insights of her colleagues, asking, "What are your thoughts?" Ron Roynes, the former minister, pondered for a moment with his hands on his hips before speaking. "It seems that the severity of this incident surpasses my initial assumptions. Whether it involves another Supergirl, the nuclear threat, or Superman trapped in that realm, along with the Nazi forces, I believe the most critical factor is that individual, the one even our Earth-X allies are unaware of. I have encountered him. He knows who I am and claims to hail from the future. He could very well be the key to this multiversal invasion." Wow. From the future, things are becoming increasingly intriguing. Parallel universes, time travel. I can already envision why our world is beset with calamities. No one voiced any objections to Maxwell Lord's somewhat sardonic remarks. Instead, a silence of agreement enveloped the group. At this juncture, Lucy Lane proposed an idea. "From what we can ascertain, the most pressing issue is to confirm the existence of those neutron bombs, for they possess the potential to erase the entire international city from the map. Is there any means to locate them? Currently, we are in the dark. The only connection we have to these Earth-X entities is this arrow. Max, can you trace anything through this arrow?" "I could give it a try, but haven't our friends from Earth-X provided us with any useful information? Perhaps if I could meet with them, we might devise alternative solutions." Maxwell Lord's suggestion was met with a palpable sense of ulterior motive among the others. Russell interjected, "I apologize, Max. As a friend, I should not withhold information regarding our Earth-X companions, but regrettably, they are unwilling to meet with anyone, particularly those associated with the government. I can inquire, but I cannot guarantee anything." "That will suffice," Kara chimed in. "Additionally, I will monitor Earth around the clock. Should I detect any anomalies, I will inform everyone." Ron added, "I will assist as well. If we can capture one of them, perhaps I can utilize my abilities to discern their whereabouts." This notion sparked a realization in Russell, who turned to the group. Perhaps this indeed is a commendable approach. "What?" Russell's sudden exclamation captured everyone's attention, prompting him to elucidate further. "Although it is not easy to find those malevolent Nazis in our world, they are ubiquitous in Earth-X. If we could venture to Earth X and fortuitously capture some key figures, perhaps through Ron's telepathic abilities, we could uncover all the nefarious plans of these wicked individuals. More importantly, we could also bring Superman back. With his assistance, our chances of success would increase significantly. Instantly, everyone's eyes lit up, and Maxwell Lord unabashedly expressed his admiration, exclaiming, "What a brilliant idea. This might be the most reliable approach we have at the moment. I will fully cooperate." Ron also conveyed his support. Seeing that everyone was in agreement and deemed this a splendid notion, Lucy Lane posed her own question. "Will our friends be willing to cooperate? I will do my utmost to persuade them." "Understood. Russell, I entrust this to you." "All right. Since there are no objections, let us set our plans in motion." Once the meeting concluded, Russell made his way to a clandestine factory. This facility belonged to Spear Industries, which had been acquired by the Luthor Group following the incident involving Spear Jack. Indeed, Russell possessed wealth, managed by Veronica, but his assets were scattered across various stocks. Although this is a world of superheroes, it remains fundamentally rooted in reality. Moreover, this world has access to technology from Apple, which implies he could leverage the principles of technological and economic development from the real world to profit in the stock market. However, he could not provide high-tech equipment and materials for his friends from Earth X within a single day, so he reached out to Lena for assistance. Upon arriving, Russell was greeted by the sight of a vast factory, featuring a door imbued with a sense of advanced technology. General Schott, Wynn, and Snart were bustling about. Even upon seeing Russell enter, they seemed oblivious to his presence, except for Wynn, who offered a courteous nod. "How much longer will you need? If all goes well, my counterpart should be able to return home by tomorrow morning. Thank heavens." Clearly, Wynn's help here was not particularly pleasant, as he was exceedingly eager for his counterpart to leave. Observing this, Russell approached General Schott, who was preoccupied with his tasks. "There has been a slight change. It appears some individuals from our world may need to visit yours." This prompted General Schott to look up, coldly responding, "This is not what we agreed upon." "No, this does not conflict. I have not altered our previous agreement." Wynn then quietly inquired, "What has transpired?" "It is as follows. We believe that a journey to their world, in search of an evil Nazi who may possess knowledge of the plan, could yield more reliable results than our futile efforts to dig through our own world. Furthermore, it would allow us to bring Superman back." Wong had to admit that this was indeed a commendable idea. However, whether or not to agree still depended on their own counterpart. "What if I decline?" Russell replied calmly. "I see no reason for refusal. This endeavor benefits both parties. Although it remains unspoken, I sense that your world lacks a means to contend with Supergirl. Superman belongs to our realm. Thus, acquiring knowledge of the evil F-Frere's plans and neutralizing them will also serve to rescue your world, will it not?" General Schott and Lieutenant Snart exchanged glances, their eyes conveying silent communication. Ultimately, it was General Schott who spoke. "No problem. I agree to your proposal, but I must clarify. My responsibility extends only to transporting you there. I cannot guarantee your return." "What do you mean?" General Schott asked, casting a peculiar look at the immense portal behind him. "It is quite simple. I am unaware of the physical constants that govern your world." Chapter 76, the 100-string physical constant? Are you referring to string theory? Under the dual benefits of enhancements, Russell has indeed proven to be a genius, comprehending the concept almost instantaneously. Yes, thanks to the assistance from Kryptonian technology, our world has validated the existence of strings, the fundamental particles composing the universe, manifesting as infinitesimal linear forms. Through their incessant vibrations and movements, they generate all known electrons, neutrons, protons, atoms, and so forth. Strings are categorized into two types: open strings, which possess endpoints, and closed strings, resembling loops. The latter constructs the membranes of our respective universes, rendering them incapable of perceiving one another, while open strings are the sole substances capable of traversing these membranes. Consequently, simulating the vibrations and motion frequencies of open strings to unlock the gateways to other realms forms the theoretical foundation for traversing the multiverse. This frequency is what we refer to as the string physical constant. However, the challenge lies in the fact that our world, through decades of research and the aid of Kryptonian technology, has only recently measured this data about our universe. Yet for your world, even if I were to impart all the principles to you, discerning it would not be a straightforward endeavor. It may demand several years, if not a decade or more. Fortunately, once the portal is opened, there exists a stabilizer for 1 hour, which implies. Russell interjected to answer him. "Do we only have 1 hour?" Action Department. Upon gathering again, the atmosphere shifted as the realization of their limited time instilled a sense of worry among the group, compelling them to contemplate the feasibility of their plan. Alex was the first to take the initiative, addressing everyone. "Perhaps we should explore alternative methods. This is too perilous." However, Ron shook his head, aware that he was the most suitable candidate to execute this mission. It had been 24 hours since the last attack. They could not afford to wait for the enemy to prepare before taking action. An hour is sufficient. If time proves inadequate, we will return early. Russell, do you have any thoughts? Ron's words drew the group's attention back to Russell. After a moment of contemplation, Russell suggested, "What if I accompany you? It might increase our odds of success." Without hesitation, Ron shook his head. "No, I can manage alone. We must leave more people here for protection." This reasoning, however, was not the primary motivation. More critically, Ron found himself isolated in this world. As the last Green Martian, he had severed all ties to this realm, especially after his alien identity was exposed and he lost the persona of Hank Henshaw. The others still had families and friends to consider. Observing the futility of persuading Ron, Lucy expressed her support and concern. "Ron, rest assured, when you return, I will inform the President and the Department of Defense about everything that transpired here. You are a true hero who loves Earth." Ron cast a grateful glance at Lucy. However, to Russell, it seemed as if he were inevitably raising a flag. On this particular night, within the confines of his home, Russell busied himself with the preparation of dinner, as he did routinely, despite the butterfly effect he had inadvertently caused, which precipitated the Earth X crisis and rendered the world perilous. Russell found himself preoccupied with matters of greater significance than the impending catastrophe. As mealtime approached, a weary Kara descended from the sky. Having only recently assumed her role as Supergirl, the enormity of the crisis weighed heavily upon her, leaving her somewhat fatigued. Yet, she always found solace in the sanctuary of home. The tantalizing aroma of the meal wafting through the air and the sight of her boyfriend awaiting her presence brought a sense of relief to Kara's heart. As Russell set the food upon the dining table, he remarked, "You want to hold it against me for having Ron guard this planet in your stead for an hour. Will you?" Kara certainly did not, and she embraced her boyfriend, gently replying, "No, my dear, I must thank the heavens for bringing you into my life." Russell bestowed a soft kiss upon her forehead, and together they approached the table. It was then that Kara noticed something amiss with the evening's repast. Its abundance seemed excessive, and the presence of candles and red wine was peculiar. With curiosity, she gazed at her boyfriend, prompting Russell to envelop her in his arms and reveal his true intentions. "Kara, none of us can foresee what the future holds. While I have great faith in Ron and the others, I wish to leave no regrets." As he spoke, Russell retrieved a small box from his pocket and opened it, revealing a dazzling diamond ring nestled within. "Will you marry me, Kara?" The unexpected surprise caused Kara's eyes to widen, and she instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. "I'm sorry. I should have proposed in a more formal setting, but—" "No, no, no," Kara exclaimed, shaking her head in excitement. "This is undoubtedly the happiest day of my life." With a quivering voice, she extended her hand, and Russell promptly placed the ring on her fourth finger, marking the official union of their lives. Kara gazed at the ring adorning her finger, then threw her arms around Russell's neck, her eyes filled with affection as she declared, "I too wish to leave no regrets." A mere glance was all it took for Russell to comprehend that, at that moment, dinner was of little consequence. Surely, Ron wouldn't mind safeguarding the Earth for a few more hours on Kara's behalf. That very night, Russell's system finally stirred once more. "Ding. You and Supergirl Kara Danvers have successfully created a bond of love, symbolizing your complete integration with this world. Reward, 100 Kryptonian physiology. World anchor. The power of Rao. According to legend, Rao is the deity of the sun and the supreme god of Krypton, possessing powers that transcend the multiverse. The families of El and Zod, as his devotees, carry within them fragments of his lineage. It is said that he was once deceived by an omnipotent despair, choosing to annihilate Krypton within the multiverse while sparing a select few survivors as a token of remembrance. Among these survivors, Kara Zor-El stands as the embodiment of Krypton's legacy following its cataclysm. This is the true origin of Supergirl's formidable strength. Alas, as an outsider, even if the host acquires 100 Kryptonian physiology, they remain beyond Rao's favor, signifying a perpetual inability to attain powers that rival those of Supergirl. However, as a substitute, the host gains a portion of Rao's divine essence embedded within Kryptonian bloodlines, representing the potential for godhood. New Kryptonians, a union between you and Supergirl, Kara Danvers, has resulted in the emergence of new Kryptonians. Unlike their predecessors, these new beings do not bask in Rao's protection, thus losing their source of power and superhuman abilities unless the host ascends to become a new deity, serving as their source of strength. World Anchor. As the host integrates into this world, they acquire a world anchor, enabling them to pinpoint Earth 38L at any moment. Note, this is solely for location purposes. Ding. This multiverse brims with immense potential, yet the relentless manipulation of time and space has plunged it into chaos, presenting both crises and opportunities. Such disorder has afforded the system the means to deceive this world and assist the host in harnessing powers aligned with its rules. However, this is no longer necessary, as the host has fully assimilated into the world, and the system now comprehends its regulations, gaining new abilities: Rule Modifier and Fire Thief. Rule Modifier. Different worlds operate under distinct rules, meaning certain abilities of the host can only manifest in worlds governed by similar regulations. However, the system has now acquired the capability to adapt the host's abilities to the new world's rules, transcending mere deception. Note that this applies only to abilities already possessed by the host and may result in the attenuation of certain powers. Fire Thief, mirroring Prometheus' act of bringing fire from the divine realm to humanity. The system has gained the ability to pilfer the power of creation from this world. What is the power of creation? It transcends both matter and energy, serving as the essence of all that exists. Ding! With the replenishment of the power of creation, the host gains the ability to traverse to new worlds. This transformation triggers a cascade of reactions within the multiverse. Chapter 77, Arkham, once a prison for the universe's most nefarious criminals from Krypton, had become a haven for malevolence since the wicked trio from Earth-X had dispatched Astra. They had arrived with a flimsy pretense, proclaiming that none had allied with them, allowing the evil Nazis to establish their presence as well. This was the reason why neither the Department of Action nor Kara and her companions could trace their whereabouts. Within the control room of Arkham, Dr. Wells, embodying the Reverse Flash, was laboriously attempting to repair the colossal spacecraft. How are you faring? This is of utmost importance. The evil Kara and Oliver observed Wells's every movement with keen interest. Dr. Wells exuded an air of confidence. Do not fret. Remember, I hail from the future. Although the technology of Krypton may baffle the minds of contemporary humans, it poses no challenge to the future. At that moment, Lieutenant Non arrived, flanked by a cadre of Kryptonians, immediately questioning them. I warned you to keep your subordinates in check. There are still many malevolent beings in this prison. The evil Kara and Oliver understood that some of their soldiers had met their demise at the hands of the wicked extraterrestrial criminals within these walls, yet they were indifferent. Do not worry, my uncle. There are plenty of such soldiers to spare. The focus is on our plan, New Krypton. This revelation stirred something within Lieutenant Non. To be frank, it is difficult for me to associate you with my naive niece. However, you have persuaded me. Yet, remember, there is only one supreme commander here. And that is my wife, Astra. With that, Non departed with his entourage. The three remaining understood Non's implication, yet they remained unfazed. Dr. Wells, however, inquired with curiosity. I find it perplexing. Did you not bring Arkham with you when you descended upon Earth-X? The evil Kara recognized that the question was directed at her and was unperturbed by the trivial inquiry. No. Although I too slumbered in the Phantom Zone for 24 years, Arkham did not accompany me. This revelation excited Dr. Wells. Ah, such is the wonder of the multiverse. Identical beings can undergo monumental transformations due to a mere difference. Yet, the evil Kara was evidently displeased by Wells's comparison of herself to that blonde sweetheart. Just as she was about to retort, a wave of dizziness washed over her, nearly causing her to collapse. But her husband Oliver steadied her. Are you all right? Oliver inquired. The evil Kara shook her head, her cheeks flushed, and she gasped. It is a memory from another version of me. Frankly, it unsettles me, yet I must admit, it has been immensely helpful. I now comprehend their plan. They intend to traverse to our world, utilizing Ronron's telepathic abilities to discern our objectives. At that moment, an explosion erupted with a resounding bang. Dr. Wells found himself in a predicament, gazing incredulously at his injured right hand, his countenance marred by discomfort. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly sensed that the protective field of his reverse speed had failed him. How could this be? Due to a mutual lack of understanding. The malevolent leader and Kara were oblivious to the implications of this realization. Dr. Wells, concealing his wounded hand, remarked, It appears that among our adversaries, there are indeed astute individuals. It was the husband of that blonde siren, who seemed to be a pivotal figure. Astra was rescued by him, and he had repeatedly thwarted their endeavors. Do you have any suggestions? Certainly. Dr. Wells's gaze deepened with contemplation. This may present a fortuitous opportunity for the success of our plans. Both individuals furrowed their brows in inquiry. What do you mean? The crux of our scheme hinges upon the spacecraft that is soon to be transported, inscribed with Kryptonian script, indicating that Superman and Supergirl are critical. However, Superman is no longer a formidable threat. They seek to uncover our intentions, and Martian Manhunter Jayons represents another crucial factor. Beyond these three, there is little cause for concern. In fact, similar to how we managed to keep Superman confined to Earth-X, we could potentially leverage certain individuals to alleviate our troubles. What do you imply? If we eliminate Jayons, their choices for a replacement from Earth-X are exceedingly scarce. The malevolent Kara's eyes sparkled with excitement, yet another question swiftly emerged. How do we eliminate Jayons? Dr. Wells turned to the dark Kara. If neither of you minds, allow me to handle it. I am well aware of what the Martian Manhunter fears. However, when it comes to confronting Superman, I will require the General's assistance. I cannot overcome him alone. No problem. Beneath the shroud of night, Jayon returned to his original green Martian form, floating mid-air, using his formidable telepathic abilities to perceive all movements on this earth. Although the agreed hour had elapsed, Jaeon showed no signs of impatience. Rather, he took delight in witnessing lovers unite. Yet, this also stirred memories of his own family. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Jaeon. This revelation left him astounded, for he distinctly recognized his wife's voice. This cannot be. But then, two more voices shattered his composure. Father, Kaylin, Tana. These were the voices of his beloved daughters. In that instant, even aware that it could be a trap, Jaeon found himself unable to restrain his emotions as he soared toward the source of the voices. The consequence of this impulsive action was that when Kara and Russell concluded their affairs and prepared to take over, they discovered that Jaeon had vanished. Still not found. No, Ron must certainly be entangled in matters beyond his control. Otherwise, his capabilities would not allow for such a sudden disappearance. This unforeseen turn of events has cast a shadow over the entire operation, leaving everyone questioning their ability to navigate this crisis. Observing Kara's self-reproachful demeanor, Russell recognized that it was time for him to step forward. Previously, he would have never placed himself in a perilous and uncontrollable situation, but circumstances had changed. With the power of the World Anchor, he felt no doubt about his ability to return to this realm. Furthermore, there was another reason. Russell sought to establish a persona of self-sacrifice for the sake of the world. Once he had cultivated this identity, any future actions that might defy moral standards would likely be forgiven, for he had once laid down his life for this world. No, I absolutely disagree. We do not know why Ron has disappeared. It could very well be that they have already learned of our plans, and I cannot allow you to take this risk. Kara was the first to voice her opposition, to which Russell gently grasped her hand and replied, No, Kara, your concerns are valid. But this also affirms that our choice is correct. Earth X may hold all the answers we seek. With that, Russell addressed the group. Do not worry. Although I lack telepathic abilities, I possess greater experience in interrogation than any of you. Remember, I have dealt with terrorists before, and I will not allow myself to be placed in danger. Should uncontrollable circumstances arise, I will abandon the mission and return promptly. At that moment, silence enveloped the group as they realized this might indeed be the best course of action. Although Kara understood, her eyes remained filled with worry and reluctance. After all, Russell had just proposed to her, and they had only recently become a family. Ultimately, it was Lucy who, with rationality, delivered the final command. You must return. We are all waiting for you. Of course. Chapter 78. The Rescue of Clark. As dawn broke, a gathering of individuals convened within the factory of Spear Industries. Even Lena had arrived, and the reason was quite simple. In case of unforeseen circumstances, the two most brilliant minds in the world, Lena Luthor and Maxwell Lord, would unite to devise a means of retrieving Russell. Despite the absence of any trace of Ron, Lena emerged as a crucial force. Lena had arrived on her private jet, and upon disembarking, she embraced Kara warmly. Kara expressed her heartfelt gratitude, saying, Thank you, Lena, you saved Astra. No, Lena replied, her gaze towards the superheroine filled with complexity. If she could not discern Supergirl's true identity at this moment, she would be a fool. You should be thanking Russell. If he hadn't brought Astra here in time, even with my treatment, it would have been too late. At that moment, Russell approached, and Lena embraced him with even greater enthusiasm, exclaiming, I've heard about what transpired here. You are a true hero, Russell. No, Russell responded, relishing the effect of her words. This is all I can do. With Lena's arrival, all the key figures had gathered to confront this crisis. Lucy, acting as the director, cast a glance at Russell and said, We will all be here waiting for your return. Everyone nodded in agreement, and Alex placed a watch on Russell's wrist. From the moment you enter, this watch will commence its countdown. You have only 60 minutes. Afterward, she stood beside her sister, seemingly influenced by the atmosphere. General Shot's usual calm and serious demeanor dissipated as he contemplated and addressed Snart. You stay here, Snart. Return only at the last moment. Understanding the general's intent, Snart raised his freezing gun, assuring, Do not worry, General. I will protect this place with my life. All right, then let us not delay any further. Let us commence. With that, General Shot pressed the switch to open the portal. Instantly, as energy converged, a spatial tunnel materialized before all. It began. As he watched General Shot leap into the portal, Russell cast a reassuring glance at Kara, gently stating, Do not worry. I will return. For both you and our child. This realm was shrouded in darkness, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder. Having traversed through the portal to this world, Russell gazed upward, acutely aware of the sun hanging high in the sky, yet obscured by dense clouds. Sensing Russell's confusion, General Shot, back in their world, offered an explanation. The environment is dire, but the reasons elude us. It appears that our world's heroine, the female Superman, harbors an aversion to the sun. Consequently, her beloved leader has transformed the majority of this realm into such a state. Russell has begun to grasp the situation. It may be linked to the excessive solar radiation affecting her cells. What plans do you have? You possess but an hour. and within that hour, you must return here through the door behind us. Russell, glancing at the countdown on his wrist, spoke directly. First, let us locate Superman. His assistance could save us considerable time. Follow me to our rebel base. They may possess knowledge. Very well. Just provide the directions. By the way, you don't suffer from motion sickness, do you? Before General Schott, who had just indicated the way, could react, he found himself uncontrollably soaring skyward like a supersonic missile. Fortunately, protected by his position, General Schott felt no discomfort. After approximately 2 minutes, he pointed to a small, rising hill and declared, "We have arrived, just beneath this." In an instant, the two descended from the sky, and the freedom fighters stationed there recognized their general, rushing towards him in joyful surprise. "General Schott, you have returned. Splendid. Where is Schnat?" Aware of the urgency due to his comrades' concerned inquiries, General Schott wasted no time, stating, "We shall discuss these matters later. Now tell me, where is Superman?" Inside the rebel base. Under the guidance of General Schott's soldiers, Russell encountered Clark, who was receiving treatment and appeared feeble, with a green glow flickering across his face. "General, you've returned," the attending physician exclaimed, his expression revealing a sense of relief at finding a cornerstone of hope. After calmly nodding, General Schott turned to the ailing Superman, his expression turning grave as he inquired, "What transpired?" At that moment, the weakened Clark, upon seeing Russell, understood the gravity of the situation and spoke, "I apologize, Russell. I have become a burden. What is the state of our world? For now, it remains relatively safe. I came here to ascertain the true plans of the Nazis and to bring you back. However, Clark, you appear unwell." Clark grimaced in pain as he explained, "This world has its own metallic beings, and they are even more formidable, possessing profound knowledge of me. To thwart my efforts, one self-destructed, detonating a kryptonite heart. I could not evade in time. Fragments and dust of kryptonite infiltrated my body. Compounding the issue, the sky here is shrouded in clouds, depriving me of sunlight. My cells cannot heal." At this moment, General Schott began to comprehend the unfolding events and asked, "Is there a remedy?" "I apologize, General. Those fragments were manageable. We have extracted them all. However, the powder has already mingled with his blood and entered his body." At this point, the doctor paused thoughtfully before continuing. "The Nazi superhumans of our world met their demise in a similar manner." The implication was clear, and General Schott, feeling a sense of helplessness, turned his gaze to Russell. After a moment's contemplation, Russell raised his arm, placing the countdown watch before Clark. "Clark, we have 1 hour. No, only 54 minutes now. If we miss this window, we may never return. I possess a swift remedy to restore you, but truth be told, the process will be excruciating." Clark understood and replied, "Rest assured, I can endure anything, as long as it restores my strength." "All right," General Schott said. "Please gather intelligence to prepare for our subsequent actions, while I—" Russell's voice trailed off as he noticed Clark's eyes gradually turning a shade of crimson. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Clark remarked with a mixture of astonishment and delight, "It seems Chris from Fortress of Solitude was not mistaken. Russell, I am elated to witness this." Yet Russell maintained a calm demeanor, replying, "You will soon find little to rejoice about. Are you ready?" "I am prepared." In an instant, searing red heat vision erupted from Russell's eyes, striking Clark's chest emblazoned with the S emblem. The intense energy not only replenished Clark's cellular vitality, but also swiftly vaporized the blood and kryptonite powder within him. Chapter 79. Death and terror. The anguished cries of Superman echoed throughout the rebel base, instilling a sense of dread in everyone's hearts. Fortunately, General Schott stepped forward to steady the troops' morale. "Fear not, for a friend from another realm is tending to Superman," he proclaimed. "We have other matters at hand regarding the Nazis. Have you received their latest intelligence?" A soldier spoke up. "Indeed, General Schott. We have discovered that the Nazis appear to be constructing a vast teleportation device." "A larger teleportation device? How immense?" "Regrettably, we cannot ascertain its size. But it is significantly larger than the one we previously encountered, which has already been destroyed by Superman. The new one is heavily guarded by the Nazis, complete with power suppression devices that render our men unable to approach." This revelation heightened General Schott's anxiety once more. Clearly, the malevolent Nazis would not manufacture such a colossal device merely for transporting the F-Rare and his soldiers to another Earth. After deliberation, General Schott made a decisive choice. "Provide me with the coordinates. Additionally, I believe it is time to activate the Red Whirlwind. We must save our world ourselves." At that moment, within the confines of the camp, Superman's cries gradually faded, as if he had lost his voice entirely. Just as everyone stood in confusion, a thunderous sound erupted, and 2 figures shot skyward, soaring into the clouds. Upon witnessing this, General Schott knew that all would be well. Indeed, within a minute, Russell and Superman descended from the heavens, landing before the gathered crowd. The Golden Sun had fully restored their powers, and Clark gazed at Russell with gratitude. "Thank you, Russell. I cannot express my gratitude enough." Russell merely glanced at his watch and replied, "We can discuss gratitude later. We have only 50 minutes left." "Do we have the intelligence we need?" Clark, aware of the gravity of the situation, refrained from further commentary. General Schott immediately accessed a tablet, pointing to a location on the screen. "Our team has just received intelligence indicating that the Nazis are constructing a larger teleportation device here. Its purpose unknown. But they have deployed heavy security." Russell understood the implication. This means there could be individuals present who were privy to the Führer's sinister plans. "Precisely," Clark interjected, suddenly struck by inspiration. "Does this not also suggest that even if we cannot return in time, we might use this device to return to our world?" "Unfortunately, I cannot say for certain," Russell replied. "However, I believe they will not allow you to approach easily. And there is another concern. The area is rife with power suppression devices, and I am uncertain how they will affect your abilities." Realizing the seriousness of their predicament, Russell turned to Clark. "Though we ought to deliberate carefully, the truth is, we are out of time, Clark. We must take the risk. Indeed, let us proceed." General Schott, upon witnessing this, expressed his sincere intentions. "Our resistance against the Nazis has not been in vain. We shall assist." In the pitch-black world, 3 figures swiftly glided close to the ground. Leading them was a robot, clad entirely in red, its legs rotating rapidly, generating a whirlwind for flight. This creation of General Schott was named Red Whirlwind, designed to combat the malevolent Amazon, guiding Russell and Clark, who flew in parallel. Time was of the essence. Russell needed to prepare everything in advance. "Clark, have you devised a method to extract information from those Nazis?" This inquiry left Clark momentarily perplexed. "So, do you have a plan?" Russell turned to Clark, asking, "You wouldn't mind if I employed some unconventional methods, similar to those I used during my interrogations of terrorists?" In that instant, Clark discerned a dangerous glint in Russell's eyes. Without further contemplation, he realized what those methods might entail. As a principled Superman who adhered to a no-kill rule, he found it challenging to acquiesce to Russell's suggestion. Surely, there must be a better way, right? Russell did not provide an answer but countered with a question. "I've heard that Lois is investigating me, isn't she?" The abrupt topic amidst their rapid flight momentarily stunned Clark. He was about to offer an explanation. After all, Russell had just saved him, but then Russell uttered something wholly unexpected. "Do you know how I managed to keep those guys quiet? Merely sharing the same skin color and bloodline is insufficient. I've attempted to bind them with incentives, which indeed proved effective, yet not everyone comprehends the value of contentment. Consequently, I dealt with some recalcitrant individuals, and thereafter, no one dared to speak out. Incentives and fear always intertwine perfectly." Clark's expression subtly shifted as he contemplated how to respond to Russell's words, but Russell did not afford him the opportunity. "We have 45 minutes left, excluding the final 5 minutes for our return. That leaves us with 40. We'll split the time evenly. If you cannot resolve it within the first 20 minutes, then we shall resort to my methods." With that declaration, a resounding thud echoed as Russell accelerated past Clark. In that moment, Clark's demeanor was complex, but after a brief reflection, he pursued Russell. Shortly thereafter, a multitude of searchlights flickered, revealing a massive Nazi factory adorned with colossal airships before the trio. The voice of General Schott resonated in their earpieces. "I will buy you time with the Red Whirlwind. The rest is up to you." As his words concluded, the sudden blaring of alarms erupted, and the Red Whirlwind shot forth into the sky, heading towards the Nazi airships. With a resounding explosion, the colossal airship in the sky let out a mournful wail as it plummeted earthward. The surrounding Nazi soldiers, gripped by panic, fled in disarray. Scorching flames and the shockwaves of the blast engulfed everything, plunging the entire Nazi base into chaos. Observing this, Russell turned to Clark and remarked, "Rushing in headlong seems rather foolish. Would you mind taking the lead?" "Of course not." With that declaration, Clark surged forward, while Russell concealed himself in the air, biding his time for the opportune moment. It was evident that the nefarious Nazis had anticipated this, coating every structure with a layer of lead, rendering both Clark's and Russell's X-ray vision ineffective. Nevertheless, the sheer scale of the buildings indicated the way forward. However, upon entering the largest edifice, Clark was met with a barrage of green mist and gunfire. Chapter 80. New Krypton. Clark was certainly no fool, especially after having been ensnared by the same trick once before. As he charged in and caught sight of the green mist, he swiftly lifted his cape to shield himself, holding his breath in the process. Although Clark's cape lacked the myriad functionalities of Kara's nanotech suit, it was crafted from Kryptonian materials originating from the Fortress of Solitude. Since the resource crisis on Krypton, many of their creations have been renowned for their durability. It is not uncommon for a garment to last over a century, a testament to the resilience of Kryptonian fabric. Every weapon's attack comes with a delay, and seizing the opportunity, Clark flicked his cape, unleashing a gust of air from his lungs that transformed into a tempest, propelling the Nazi soldiers wielding kryptonite weapons before him. It was then that Clark could fully comprehend his surroundings. Before him stood a structure brimming with various scientific instruments, its walls aglow with a spectrum of lights. At the heart of this edifice lay a massive circular device, reminiscent of Stonehenge, emanating a crimson radiance. Clark had encountered this machine before, albeit in a significantly smaller form. Surrounding this apparatus were armed Nazi soldiers clad in black uniforms and masks, with two familiar figures at the forefront, Kara and Yu. Despite the fact that the Kara before him was the malevolent Supergirl of this world, their identical features made it difficult for Clark to disregard the bond they shared. He would not forget the one who had deceived him into this universe, the Flash. "Hello, my little cousin. This is our first meeting since we parted ways on Krypton. Although you are not the Kal-El of this world," the evil Kara remarked, casting a pitying gaze upon Clark, devoid of any sibling tenderness. Dr. Wells then offered his heartfelt greetings. "Greetings, Superman. It is an honor to meet you. After all, in every multiverse, Superman's renown has been a vivid stroke in the annals of history." Yet Clark did not share in the delight of the moment. He was acutely aware of the limited time at his disposal. Recognizing that these individuals were not his sunlit, courageous relatives, he inquired, "General, and you, Flash, why have you brought me to your world?" No. It was Dr. Wells who responded, speaking with utmost politeness. "There is a correction I must make. Superman, I do not hail from the General's universe. As for why we lured you here, it is simply out of fear. In any multiverse, no one is unafraid of Superman, which is precisely why the General is present here. Now that we have her, Superman is of little concern." The evil Kara wore a look of amusement at the compliment. Clark understood the implication, furrowing his brow as he recognized that this man was the pivotal figure. "So you are not from this Earth either. Where do you come from? What is your name?" Dr. Wells responded to Clark's inquiry. "You may refer to me as Reverse Flash. As for my origins, in the vernacular of the future, we designate it as Earth 1, a realm devoid of superheroes. However, I have transcended time and mortality, my essence permeating the entire multiverse." Clark, aware of his purpose, pressed on with his questioning. "Then why do you seek to invade our world?" The malevolent Kara chuckled mockingly at this. "Do you truly believe we would divulge that to you, my dear cousin?" Yet, at that moment, Dr. Wells's gaze shifted peculiarly as he spoke. "Yes, Superman, I shall reveal it to you." This sudden transformation left both the malevolent Kara and Superman bewildered, with the former questioning her own hearing. But when she turned to confront him, she was met with a syringe brimming with green kryptonite liquid, plunging into her neck. The raw green kryptonite coursed through her veins, rendering her powerless as she collapsed to the ground, struggling to roar at Wells. "What are you doing?" At that very instant, Dr. Wells regarded the writhing Kara with coldness. "I am, of course, here to eliminate you, for only then will the wrathful F-Rare choose to annihilate that world." In that moment, the malevolent Kara comprehended the gravity of the situation, her eyes widening in terror. The sudden betrayal among the villains astonished not only Clark, who was close at hand, but also Russell, who had been silently observing. He had intended to delve deeper into the matter, but at that moment, he seemed to hear something and chose to depart. "Ah, I will kill you," the malevolent Kara continued to scream. Alas, it was futile. From the moment Dr. Wells's plan came to fruition, she had lost the strength to resist. Dr. Wells then turned to Clark, whose expression was one of confusion. "What is the matter? Do you find this perplexing, Superman?" "I can elucidate the reason, for my objectives diverge from theirs. Indeed, they stand as obstacles to me." With that, Dr. Wells pressed a button, and a colossal spacecraft materialized on the enormous screen. "Do you know what this is?" Dr. Wells appeared quite pleased as he began his tale. 38 years ago in this world, at the time of your arrival, the ruling Nazis discovered you. Your displayed perfection led Hitler to perceive you as a divine gift. He became enamored not with Aryans, but rather saw you as the future of humanity. Thus, he initiated a grand scheme to alter humanity using your genes. At this juncture, Dr. Wells abruptly paused, stepping before the Nazi soldiers behind him. "Superman, are you not curious as to why I have spoken so much, even injuring their general? Yet these soldiers show no inclination to thwart me?" Dr. Wells spoke with a malevolent grin as he removed the masks from the faces of the soldiers. In an instant, Clark was taken aback, for beneath the mask, the soldier bore an uncanny resemblance to him. At that moment, a realization dawned upon him. Indeed, these were the clones of him from this world. Evidently, Hitler's plan had faltered. These clones had not inherited his powers, they were merely stronger than ordinary soldiers, yet sufficient to combat the average person. More critically, they were entirely obedient to the F-Rare and could be mass-produced. Clark's fists clenched involuntarily, a clear manifestation of his profound rage. Nevertheless, Hitler remained unsatisfied. Constrained by technology, he found himself at a loss until, upon reaching adulthood in this world, he was summoned by the Fortress of Solitude. It was through this that Hitler discovered the Kryptonian technology housed within the fortress. Among these advancements, one particular technology captured his attention, the very technology once utilized by Krypton to colonize other planets. It had the potential to transform other worlds into habitable environments for Kryptonians. However, by this time, Hitler had entered his twilight years, rendering him unable to advance this technology despite his intentions. Thus, it was sealed away, awaiting the arrival of another Kryptonian. Chapter 81. The true plan. In that moment, the malevolent Supergirl and Dr. Wells, both struggling helplessly on the ground, locked eyes. The gaze of the nefarious Kara was filled with hatred and fury, while Dr. Wells, seemingly unfazed, spoke with indifference. Kara Zor-El, Supergirl. She is intertwined with the world's sovereign, Oliver Queen. Although she possesses the same divine powers as you, she is ensnared by the trivial concerns of humanity, specifically her and Oliver's inability to conceive offspring. For a tyrant, this is utterly intolerable. Thus, this technology has resurfaced. They believe it may resolve their dilemma. In that instant, Clark finally grasped the true intentions of his wicked cousin from this world. She aimed to transform our Earth into a new Krypton. Congratulations, you are correct. Superman. Therefore, you should express gratitude to me, Superman, for I have salvaged your world. Clark could hardly believe that this adversary had any benevolent intentions. So, what is your true objective? However, this time, Dr. Wells had no intention of answering kindly. I'm afraid, Superman, that we have conversed long enough. It is now time to execute the plan. With that, Dr. Wells seized the collar of the malevolent Supergirl, lifting her amidst her furious struggles. I swear, I have taken many lives, but this is my first encounter with Supergirl. As he spoke, his left hand began to vibrate rapidly, realizing her imminent demise. The nefarious Supergirl roared in rage. Oliver will not be deceived by your petty tricks. He will find you and kill you to avenge me. Dr. Wells glanced at Superman in the distance, and then at the dark sweetheart in his grasp. No, sweetheart, you are mistaken. I do not care whether Oliver Queen knows who killed you. All I need is a madman, one who will obliterate everything in pursuit of vengeance for his beloved. Now, General, it is time to demonstrate your true worth. No, I will not allow you to do this. At that moment, even though the Kara before him was exceedingly wicked, Clark stepped forward and shouted. Unfortunately, Dr. Wells remained unmoved. Superman, do you truly believe I would appear before you unprepared? Your weaknesses are as well known as your reputation. As he finished speaking, the vast laboratory erupted with the sounds of various switches being activated, followed by a crimson light illuminating everyone, casting the space into a hellish red. Clark instantly felt an overwhelming sense of weakness. It was the red sun lamps. Observing the malevolent Kara, who was similarly rendered weak and in agony, she quickly comprehended the entire situation. You deceiver, Dr. Wells exclaimed with a twisted excitement. Indeed, regardless of the universe, humanity spares no effort in combating the superhuman. The 7734 Project exists wherever there are beings with superhuman abilities. In this particular world, however, Oliver has annihilated the majority of weapons capable of ending your life, yet this only affirms his affection for you. Now, no one stands in my way. With that, and under the terrified gaze of the malevolent Kara, as well as Clark's furious roar, Dr. Wells' trembling arm slowly approached Kara's heart. At this moment, Clark found himself in a dilemma, gazing at Kara, who was on the brink of being slain by Reverse Flash. He was utterly drained, yet instinctively knew that only Russell's intervention could save them. Nevertheless, he harbored doubts about whether Russell would act. For Russell was not a hero bound by a code against killing, nor could he risk exposing him. As it seemed, that was indeed the case. With Reverse Flash's arm nearing Kara's heart, Russell still did not appear. Conversely, Dr. Wells unexpectedly halted, glancing around as if searching for something. The malevolent Kara, having narrowly escaped death, struggled with her last ounce of strength. After scanning for what felt like an eternity and finding nothing, Dr. Wells finally withdrew his gaze, directing it towards Superman. It appears I misjudged, Superman. There is no one else here, or perhaps you simply do not care for the fate of this malevolent Kara. Clark understood what Reverse Flash was seeking. The meticulous nature of this individual was chilling. However, under these circumstances, there was no need for concern. In that instant, Dr. Wells cast aside all hesitation and swiftly thrust his hand towards the heart of the malevolent Kara. In a painful cry, Dr. Wells's rapid strike pierced through the heart of the malevolent Kara. In that moment, emotions of resentment, despair, and fury flooded her gaze. The ruler of Earth X had never envisioned her life would conclude in such a manner. Alas, it was utterly futile. Even as a Kryptonian, one could not survive the destruction of their heart. The lifeless form of the malevolent Kara collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. Clark locked eyes with the deceased Kara, his heart a tumultuous storm of emotions, uncertain whether he should feel anger. Meanwhile, Dr. Wells regarded Superman with a complete lack of concern, stating, "Now it is your turn, Superman." Just then, an odd metallic tearing sound echoed through the sky, prompting Clark and Dr. Wells to quickly ascertain its source. "This is impossible," Dr. Wells gasped in disbelief as he gazed at the laboratory's large screen, witnessing a massive spacecraft descend autonomously, vanishing from the screen in an instant. Dumbfounded, Dr. Wells transformed into red lightning and rushed to the main control console. attempting to trace the enormous spacecraft, only to receive the response, access denied. This was utterly inconceivable. What was happening? Who was responsible for this? As he furiously turned around, he heard a familiar voice beside Clark. "It's you." Clark echoed the sentiment. Indeed, it was Russell, who, while assisting Clark to his feet, remarked, "While you were engaged in conversation, I discovered this spacecraft in the sky. After infiltrating its systems, I uncovered the true intentions of this reverse flash. The malevolent leader and evil Kara refrained from transforming their Earth into Krypton because creation necessitates destruction. As rulers of this Earth X, they harbor significant reservations about annihilating their own world. Moreover, the energy required to obliterate and reconfigure a planet's ecosystem is beyond their current technological capabilities. However, fortuitously, our world possesses a Kryptonian ship capable of providing such immense energy." Clark's eyes brightened instantly. "You mean Rosberg?" With this revelation, not only was the adversary's plan fully unveiled, but their hideout was also no longer a secret. Yet, Russell lamented, "If only you had arrived a bit earlier." Casting a glance at the deceased evil Kara of this world, devoid of deep emotion, "She is not Kara. We must return." With that statement, Russell glanced around, clenched his fist, and the red sun lamps throughout the laboratory exploded in an instant. Clark regained his strength immediately. However, it was evident that the enraged Dr. Wells would not permit Russell and Clark to depart so easily. "No, I will never allow you to leave here. Surrender my ship, or else she dies." Initially emboldened by his restored powers, Clark was about to retort, but as the screen shifted, his gaze once again faltered. Lois. Chapter 82. The Anti-Monitor. End. Regardless of how confident Reverse Flash is in his speed, he would never underestimate Superman. It is essential to be well prepared. Take the present moment as an example. Gazing at the screen displaying a gaunt woman clad in prison garb, evidently tormented, with a blue collar around her neck. Clark was acutely aware that this was not his beloved Lois, but rather the Lois from this world. Yet, he found himself unable to suppress his emotions. Observing this, Dr. Wells calmly raised a handheld switch and remarked, "Lois Lane, a well-known vulnerability of Superman. The moment I press this device, her brain will be reduced to a mere pulp." Realizing the impending catastrophe, Russell warned, "Clark, we are running out of time. If our world perishes, so too will our Lois." "I understand, but that is Lois. She is innocent." Clark's hesitation weighed heavily on Russell's heart, yet he ultimately exhaled deeply. Glancing at the dwindling time, less than 20 minutes, before turning his gaze toward Reverse Flash. Leaning on the table, he shrugged and said, "All right, you win, Mr. Reverse Flash. State your terms, but do not be excessive." With control fully regained, Dr. Wells was in no rush. Instead, he scrutinized Russell, narrowing his eyes slightly. "First question, how do you operate this spacecraft?" "If I recall correctly, it was engineered by Kryptonian intelligence. Naturally, I have learned Kryptonian script. I acquired this knowledge from our world's Fortress of Solitude, and I possess a certain aptitude for high technology," Russell replied, exuding an air of nonchalance. Dr. Wells, intrigued, posed his second inquiry. "Second question, who are you?" "Just call me Russell." "No." Dr. Wells shook his head. "That is not what I mean. I am aware of a universe known as Earth 38, which bears a striking resemblance to yours, save for one difference. You do not exist there. It appears you are the source of all that is peculiar in this world." Russell remained impatient. "I do not comprehend what you are implying about sources. If you wish to inquire why I exist in this world, perhaps you should consult my deceased parents, for they are the ones who brought me into this world." Dr. Wells observed Russell intently, seemingly assessing the veracity of his claims. Alas, Russell's performance was impeccable. "How do you know I have not attempted to find out?" Dr. Wells' statement seemed to astonish Russell. "You cannot be suggesting that there truly exists a paradise in this world, can you?" "Alas, my parents did not adhere to any faith." The result of this was Dr. Wells' silence. Russell's unreasonable antics left him unable to discern truth from falsehood. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously ventured, "I speak of time. I have attempted to traverse the past in search of the origins of all changes, yet I have failed." "You mean to say you can travel through time?" This statement finally piqued Clark's interest, seemingly unlocking Dr. Wells' narrative. "Indeed, my velocity permits me to traverse the timelines at will, creating countless temporal remnants, which has allowed me to transcend death and achieve immortality. However, not long ago, I detected something amiss. My speed began to wane, and the existence of my temporal remnants was under an inexplicable threat. I traced the source of this anomaly through various multiverses until I arrived in your universe, where I ultimately discovered the birthplace of all these issues. So, what distinguishes our world? Certainly, the perpetual crises and self-reboots are the fate of this multiverse, which gives our existence its value. The life or death of each individual, of Earth, of the cosmos, is enmeshed in this destiny. This is why the time and space of our multiverse can be altered at will. However, curiously, such a fate does not exist in the universe where your Earth resides. It seems to operate under a new set of rules. Although the spatial aspect remains fragile, time has attained a remarkable stability, signifying that no one can disrupt the timeline of your universe. I endeavored to reach the past and future of your universe, but alas, I failed. As if they were non-existent. Russell furrowed his brow. Does this not sound like a good thing? No. Dr. Wells' gaze deepened. The creators of our multiverse fashioned all that we can perceive to harness strength from this infinite crisis to combat the source. In that instant, a flicker of change appeared in Russell's eyes. He vividly recalled the words of the system, which had guided him to other worlds and to confront the generative force of this universe's multiversal restoration, also known as the source. What is it, Doctor? Wells finally unveiled a realization, his smile taking on a mysterious quality. Nobody knows who it is. Even the deity that created our multiverse only knows that it transcends all matter and energy. There exists a conjecture, however, that it is a life form of a dimension higher than ours, merely leaving a conscious projection in our world, including the creator of our world, who was brought into existence by it and endowed with power. The reason our world was designed thus is to combat the source. Do you think she would permit a rebellious child to exist? Our world's creator is no benevolent deity, not to mention those so-called time guardians who recklessly toy with the very fabric of time. It is evident that when discussing this superhero, Dr. Wells's insinuations clearly point to his arch-nemesis, the Flash family. Nevertheless, Russell was beyond caring. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Reverse Flash. You have indeed elucidated many of my inner confusions. However, even so, I shall not relinquish the controls of that spacecraft to you. As he spoke, Russell turned to face Superman, who appeared utterly bewildered, as if lost in a tale. Now, Clark, depart from this place. I have located Lois. She's in a concentration camp 20 kilometers northeast of here. Save her, and then leave. What? Dr. Wells seemed taken aback, but at that moment, he finally noticed a peculiar black line. Initially, he had presumed it to be a mere signal wire, yet it was evidently something more, extending from Russell's arm resting against the table to the mainframe here. In an instant, Dr. Wells comprehended everything, though it did not alter the situation. Ah, I see. You have infiltrated the mainframe and pinpointed Lois's location. Nevertheless, I still advise against this course of action. I am aware of Superman's swiftness, but he is certainly not faster than I, he said, raising the launcher in his hand as if poised to activate it. No. Clark, upon witnessing this, felt a surge of urgency and reached out to intervene, only to be blocked by Russell, whose gaze was sharp as he declared, if I were you, Dr. Wells, I would refrain from such actions. I swear, you will never locate your spacecraft, and you will also acquire 2 formidable enemies. Dr. Wells narrowed his eyes slightly and then gently released the launcher, a slow smile gracing his lips. Indeed, it is you. Russell addressed the still-dazed Clark without turning. What are you dawdling for, Clark? The convoluted nature of the situation left Clark somewhat perplexed. Yet he remembered his paramount objective, to rescue Lois and save the world. Just then, Russell gently grasped him. Tell Kara not to worry about me. I will return. Hearing Russell's parting words, Clark felt no hesitation at that moment. I know we will all be waiting for your return. As Clark soared away, Russell turned back to face the Reverse Flash, both parties laying their cards on the table. Now, you must tell me who compelled you to invade and destroy my world. Dr. Wells. As the words left his lips, and with Dr. Wells smiling, time seemingly came to a standstill. A portal slowly opened behind him, and amidst countless terrifying cries, innumerable shadowy demons surged forth, darkening the skies and encircling the entire Nazi camp. In an instant, Russell sensed impending doom. His intuition was vindicated. In a rhythm that seemed to make the very world tremble, a colossal creature, its visage resembling that of a skull, emerged slowly from the portal of this space. At that moment, even the ever-proud Dr. Wells, known as Reverse Flash, lowered his head and obediently approached the towering monstrosity, announcing, "Allow me to introduce my new boss. The creator of the antimatter universe, the Anti-Monitor." Well, yet this terrifying entity uttered no superfluous words. With a frigid gaze fixed upon Russell, it rasped, "Kill him." Instantly, a deluge of shadowy wraiths, akin to dementors, surged forth, encircling Russell with a cacophony of howls. At this juncture, Russell stood agape, utterly astonished that in the infinite Earth's crisis, which had obliterated countless multiverses, the boss of this world, the Anti-Monitor, had made a direct appearance. Was this not somewhat lacking in martial decorum? Without a moment's hesitation, Russell chose to activate the system, intending to depart from this world, not willing to waste even a mere 0.01 seconds. Thus, the first volume concluded. To be frank, I found considerable enjoyment in writing it. Yet upon reflecting on the comments and performance data, it became evident that something was amiss. It lacked exhilaration, and the protagonist did not shine brightly enough. I had indeed contemplated allowing the protagonist to become a superhero, thus enabling them to fight alongside Kara, but it was somewhat awkward, as I found the villains in the Supergirl series to be rather weak. If the protagonist were to emerge, it would overshadow Supergirl entirely. Given the parameters of DC Comics, there are far too many characters of a bug-level caliber. The protagonist's abilities were somewhat lacking, making the situation quite uncomfortable. The protagonist was not Superman, but rather the central figure of the world, with limitless power, yet unable to truly assert themselves. As for continuing the plot as is, I personally find it rather tedious. The storylines of Supergirl do not fare well, whereas I hold a fondness for the Flash, though the Speed Force's premise does not align with my requirements. Regarding the character Rao, this was an idea I conceived from the outset, intended to introduce the concept of the Sun God, which will become significant in the second volume. Including the birth of the new Earth, etc. I envisioned the protagonist becoming akin to a new god of dimensions. Lastly, the performance of this book has indeed been dismal. While the initial readership was high, it plummeted dramatically within 3 days. Currently, the daily readership hovers around 500, and I find it perplexing. It seems that the shelf data should indicate otherwise, yet the figures continue to decline day by day. However, to be candid, the outcome has surpassed my expectations, as I have always believed that neither Supergirl nor the world I plan to write next is particularly niche, yet they are not universally known either. Therefore, I shall endeavor to persevere, at least until the book review, to see if there is potential for revival. In closing, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the readers who continue to cherish this book. The story of the next volume will mark a new beginning. Kisses, love you all. Chapter 83. The Zombie Taoist. Beneath the shroud of a pitch-black night, in a secluded forest seldom visited by souls, an eerie silence prevailed, interrupted only by the intermingled calls of crickets and frogs. The air surrounding was suffused with dampness, the ground carpeted with a thick layer of decaying leaves, permeating the entire woodland with a fetid aroma of rot. This amalgamation of scents coalesced into a dense miasma, casting a surreal haze over the forest. In the midst of this tranquil wilderness, a sudden sound resonated as something plummeted from the heavens. A figure descended with force, crashing to the earth. It was none other than Russell. The abrupt cessation of his flight rendered him momentarily unbalanced, resulting in a face-first landing amidst the dried foliage. Indeed, even in the realm of the DC Multiverse, where he had exercised caution, the dangers lurked perilously close. The moment he dared to assert his presence, he drew the attention of the terrifying Anti-Monitor, a formidable supervillain. He dared not gamble on whether the system would shield him from the Anti-Monitor's strike. Thus, he decisively employed the system's capabilities to transition into a new world. Now, surveying the unfamiliar desolation surrounding him, he hoped he had found safety. As for his arrival in this particular realm, ding, welcome, host, to the new world, a realm where mystical beings and practitioners coexist. Intertwining elements from series such as Zombie Taoist and My Date with a Zombie. Ding, detection reveals a potent force of rules in this world. Known as the 3 books of Heaven, Earth, and Man, legends speak of this universe's inception, when chaos first took form, birthing 3 natural programs capable of controlling cosmic entropy. Referred to in later generations as the 3 extraordinary books. The Book of Heaven can manipulate human fate through calculations. The Book of Earth governs various rules. Wielding the power of creation and destruction, the Book of Man embodies hope, the sole force capable of resisting the Book of Heaven. Unifying all 3 tomes grants one dominion over the celestial universe, becoming the singular true deity amidst eternal tribulation. This power is immensely formidable. To avert unnecessary complications, the host's Kryptonian attributes and telekinesis are temporarily rendered inoperative. Ding, the rule modifier has activated, adjusting the host's Kryptonian attributes to that of an innate pure yang body. Innate pure yang body, you are the bane of malevolent entities in the realm. Not only can you naturally absorb the quintessence of the sun, invigorating your vitality endlessly, but the majority of dark sorcery proves ineffective against you. Your blood possesses the capacity to restrain and vanquish most malevolent beings. Indeed, this world is primarily influenced by the Zombie Taoist and My Date with a Zombie series. However, let there be no misunderstanding. This is not the cinematic universe of the renowned zombie master. The protagonist here is the character played by Lam Ching-ying, the zombie Taoist Mao Xiaofeng, alongside the exorcist Ma family of dragon lineage. The name of zombie Taoist Mao Xiaofeng may sound unfamiliar, yet Russell need only invoke certain phrases, often overused in past online games advertisements, for recognition to dawn upon all. Zombies are birthed from the accumulated grievances of the world, existing in a state of eternal unrest. Neither aging nor perishing, forsaken by the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity, drifting aimlessly through the 6 paths of existence. They draw strength from resentment and feed on blood, unleashing their profound solitude through the lifeblood of the living. However, the laws of nature dictate that for every malevolent zombie, righteous heroes emerge to combat evil. To the north, the exorcist clan of the Ma family, descended from the dragon lineage, rises to the occasion, while to the south, the renowned Taoist priest Mao Xiaofeng stands firm against the undead. Armed with profound Taoist knowledge, Mao Xiaofeng ventures into the realms of yin and yang, taking upon himself the responsibility for the safety of all beings, becoming the nemesis of the zombies. Alas, even the mightiest of mortals cannot escape the cycle of reincarnation. And thus, Master Mao ultimately returns to the Taoist mountain, leaving behind a legacy of chivalry that resounds through the ages. These two series were produced by the former Hong Kong Asia Television Limited, also known as ATV, igniting a fervent interest in zombies and garnering immense popularity among audiences. Interestingly, due to certain connections, the universes of both series are intertwined. For instance, the first installment of My Date with a Zombie originally intended to feature Lam Qingying in the lead role and was meant to be filmed in conjunction with the third installment of Zombie Taoist. Unfortunately, due to Lam's grave illness and subsequent passing, the project was left unfulfilled. Moreover, the opening lines of the first episode of My Date with a Zombie echo this narrative, depicting the scene where the exorcist Ma Dan Na pays homage to the spirit of Mao Xiaofeng. The choice of this particular universe, as opposed to that of the Jioshu films, is quite straightforward. Although the Jioshu cinematic universe is more popular, its portrayal of Taoist magic and supernatural beings is rather rudimentary, with the most formidable zombies being the mutated royal zombie from Zombie Uncle and the musical zombies from Musical Zombie. In terms of Taoist prowess, the Master Brothers' lightning fist technique represents the pinnacle of skill. Conversely, the worlds of Zombie Taoist and My Date with a Zombie not only feature ghostly apparitions but also showcase a higher caliber of Taoist arts, as evidenced by Mao Xiaofeng's ability to project his spirit and create a unique underworld, traversing between the realms of yin and yang. This is further complemented by the existence of various deities, demons, and extraordinary beings such as Pangu, Nuwa, and Fushi. If Russell had the option during his first traversal, he might have chosen the Jioshu cinematic universe. However, now that he has acquired self-preservation abilities within the DC realm, the worlds of Zombie Taoist and My Date with a Zombie present themselves as more advantageous alternatives. Nonetheless, the differing rules of these two universes have significantly diminished Russell's powers. His physical condition has reverted to that of an ordinary human, with only a slight edge in strength. The telekinetic abilities and various superpowers bestowed by his Kryptonian heritage have vanished. Thankfully, his intellect remains sharp, and his physique, while only marginally superior to that of an average person, should suffice for self-defense in this realm, coupled with the formidable innate purity of his yang constitution. His journey in this universe should be considerably safer than in the DC multiverse. Nevertheless, Russell remains vigilant. Although this world lacks numerous superhumans, it is still rife with demons and monsters. The immediate priority is to locate the esteemed zombie Taoist Mao Xiaofeng and seek his guidance in the arts. However, where is Master Mao? At that moment, Russell suddenly seemed to hear a voice in the distance. Help! Help us! Is anyone there to save us? Russell discerned clearly that it sounded like three women were pleading for assistance. Yet, rather than feeling compelled to render aid, he furrowed his brow and turned to leave. In a world rife with demons and monsters, the appearance of three women in distress on such a dark, desolate night was all too familiar. It was likely another trap set by some malevolent creature, undoubtedly a female demon. Russell decisively resolved to act as though he had heard nothing and walked in the opposite direction. However, just a few steps later, the cries for help resounded once more. This time more urgent and direct. Before him, not far down the path, three women dressed in simple, traditional garments from the Republic of China emerged from the woods, appearing frail and terrified. Before them stood a hungry wolf, its green eyes glaring menacingly. Russell could not help but scoff internally. How blatant could this be? Was he the target? He initially intended to ignore the situation and turn away. Yet, upon catching sight of one of the female demons among them, Russell changed his mind and rushed forward. Chapter 84. To be candid, at this moment, Russell harbors a more pressing desire than traversing through the realms of various cinematic worlds. He yearns to inquire of the system whether it might permit him a return to Earth. The rationale behind this longing is rather straightforward. Although the cinematic narratives he has encountered are undeniably classic and he has revisited them numerous times, the memories of these tales have largely faded. Not to mention the nearly 3 decades he has spent within the DC multiverse. This signifies a significant loss of his prior advantage in foreseeing plot developments. Regrettably, the system remains unresponsive to Russell's entreaties, seemingly indifferent to his plight. Fortunately, despite the haziness of specific plots, he retains a clear understanding of the overarching storylines. Furthermore, there exists a reliable means for him to regain his prophetic edge, observing the actors. For instance, among the trio of enchanting maidens, the one in the center exudes a captivating charm, a delicate beauty that evokes sympathy. Russell distinctly recalls her name, Yang Gongru. He has viewed numerous works featuring her and remembers well that she is a celebrated actress in the Hong Kong film industry, renowned for her portrayals of vulnerable young women. This suggests that even in her guise as a fairy, she would undoubtedly embody a virtuous character. Naturally, Russell cannot afford to let his guard down based solely on this assumption, yet the fact that she has positioned herself at the forefront leaves him no room to evade. This realization serves as the true impetus for his change of heart. Caution. Adopting a demeanor of righteous determination, Russell charged forth, bellowing at the ravenous wolf. Begone. This wolf, evidently an actor summoned by the trio of enchantresses, upon witnessing Russell's approach, abandoned all pretense and scampered away, tail tucked in fear. Having dispelled the wolf, Russell then approached the three maidens, inquiring with genuine concern, "Ladies, are you unharmed?" However, as he drew nearer, he could not help but marvel. Even with the knowledge that the maiden before him was a transformed fairy, he found himself irresistibly captivated by her beauty. The girl, portrayed by the most stunning Miss Hong Kong, though clad in a modest floral dress, radiated an extraordinary allure, exuding an innate innocence and the tranquil elegance of a refined young lady. As Russell gazed upon her, the other two maidens flanking them grew increasingly impatient, revealing their true monstrous forms, their hair disheveled and an aura of enchantment emanating from them. Due to the pure young energy radiating from Russell, it was akin to a sacred elixir for these female spirits, who were eagerly intent on draining him completely. Although Russell lacked eyes in the back of his head, he could clearly perceive the malice directed toward him. Just as he contemplated taking action, the young girl before him suddenly gasped and leapt into his embrace, causing the two sources of hostility behind him to vanish in an instant. Feeling the soft, fragrant warmth of the spirit in his arms, Russell was momentarily taken aback. Truly, she was a beguiling spirit, nearly jeopardizing his resolve. While the notion of "she likes me" is often heralded as one of life's great illusions in that moment, Russell found himself believing that this spirit harbored no ill intentions toward him. The two merely shared a gentle embrace before hastily parting. Under Russell's gaze, the spirit shyly lowered her head, resembling a naive maiden untouched by the world. Amused by the sight, Russell inquired, "My dear, are you all right?" "I'm fine. My sisters and I were merely returning home to visit family when darkness fell upon us. We encountered a hungry wolf, and in our haste to escape, I twisted my ankle and became unsteady. Thankfully, you came to our rescue, or else my sisters and I would have met a grim fate tonight." Recognizing that this spirit bore no intention of harm, Russell refrained from shattering her narrative. "I see. It seems fate has brought us together. Given that you cannot walk properly, perhaps I should carry you." "How could I impose such a thing?" The spirit's face flushed with shyness, yet her eyes sparkled with delight. "Not at all," Russell replied, turning his back to her and bending down. With her gentle weight upon him, Russell confirmed that this spirit indeed held some affection for him, as he could distinctly feel her nervous hands and the delicate breath escaping her lips. "Indeed, being handsome does hold its merit. By the way, my name is Russell. You may call me Russell. May I ask how to address you?" "My surname is Yu. You may call me Ying. Ying, in which direction is your home?" "I have just returned from overseas and am unfamiliar with this area. This way will suffice." "So, you have just returned from overseas, Mr. Russell. Is it true you hail from England?" "I have heard it said that the English are all golden-haired and blue-eyed." "Not entirely. There is a variety of appearances, including those who are darker-skinned. How fascinating that there are such diverse people overseas. You are truly intriguing, sir." Meanwhile, behind them, Ying's two younger sisters, with the youngest, Yu Qingqing, wiping drool from her mouth, expressed confusion. "Sister, why are you not allowing us to absorb this man's yang energy? He smells delightful and is brimming with vitality. If we could partake of his essence, our powers would surely increase." Surely, sister does not intend to keep it all for herself. Upon hearing this, the second sister, Yu Susu, swallowed hard, casting a reluctant glance at her elder sister, and disdainfully remarked, "Humph, what do you mean by hoarding? Sister, you seem to have taken a liking." "Taken a liking?" Yu Qingqing retorted incredulously. "He is merely an ordinary man. What purpose does he serve beyond allowing us to draw upon his vitality?" Observing her Navi sister, Yu Qingqing scoffed, "Men are capable of far more than you realize. They can bring you immense pleasure." After speaking, she seemed to sense something, glancing toward the surrounding woods where pairs of eerie green eyes glimmered. "Humph, those wandering spirits dare to vie for our sustenance, utterly unaware of their folly." As her words echoed, the souls lurking in the forest swiftly dispersed. Witnessing this, Yu Susu hurriedly followed up with, "Come, I wish to see if you truly have taken a fancy." Clearly, the visit fabricated by Yu Ying was non-existent. The two had journeyed for over an hour without reaching their destination. Although they had engaged in pleasant conversation along the way, Yu Ying felt a twinge of embarrassment, leading her to say, "Young Master Luo, my home is not far. You may drop me here, and I shall proceed on my own." "Nonsense, I shall escort you." "Your foot is still not well." "No need, my foot is healed. I can manage on my own. If my relatives were to see us alone together, I fear they might misunderstand." "Is that so?" Luo Su remarked, setting the blushing Yu Ying down. "Then I shall not accompany you further. May we meet again by fate." "Until we meet again," Yu Ying replied, somewhat shyly. As she turned to depart, Luo Su suddenly recalled something and called back, "By the way, young Master Luo." "Yes?" Luo Su turned back. Yu Ying, feeling a wave of anxiety, cautioned, "The roads are treacherous at night. My relatives have warned me that unclean entities roam these parts, preying on men's vitality, especially someone like you. Do take care." Luo Su regarded Yu Ying for a moment, then replied, "I am aware. My return from overseas was solely to seek knowledge. The path of the martial world is long. Miss Ying, I hope that when we meet again, our discourse will be as delightful as it is now." At that moment, Yu Ying's expression shifted subtly, as if awakening from a dream. Chapter 85, Gantian Town. Nestled along the coastal expanse of Guangdong, there lies a town of considerable population known as Gantian Town. This town has gained notoriety due to the legend that beneath its surface lies a dragon vein of feng shui, marking it as a rare place of utmost significance. According to folklore, after her demise, the revered Cixi clan destinedly chose this location as her final resting place. Logically, such a treasure trove of geomanic fortune should be rife with supernatural occurrences. However, contrary to expectations, the town has remained peaceful over the years. The reason is quite straightforward. Gantian Town has been safeguarded for generations by a Taoist temple known as Fushi Hall, which protects the area from the disturbances of demons and spirits. The current master of Fushi Hall is none other than the legendary zombie Taoist, Mao Xiaofeng. Yet, despite Mao Xiaofeng's formidable prowess, his jurisdiction is confined to the realm of the supernatural, while the mundane affairs of the human realm are managed by the local police department. Presently, the head of the police department is Song Shuiliang, appointed by the national government. Once a local gentry, Song, who was already in his 50s at the establishment of the national government in 1912, accepted his role as police chief without hesitation. However, as of 1923, after 11 years in office, Song has grown old, his hair now completely white, and he may not be able to hold on to his position for much longer. Fortunately, his son, Song Zilong, has followed in his father's footsteps, joining the police department and excelling in his duties, thus poised to succeed him. Nevertheless, as is typical of youth, Zilong carries a rebellious spirit, and given his father's position, he is often derisively referred to as the young master soldier. This title irks him greatly, prompting him to lead by example in an effort to quell the gossip within the police department. On this particularly sweltering summer morning, despite the early hour, Captain Song Zilong and his subordinate, Zhou Sanyuan, have already commenced their routine patrol of the town. However, it wasn't long before Zhou, fond of shirking work, succumbed to the heat, wiping the sweat from his brow and plopping down at a nearby tea stall to indulge in a refreshing drink. Clad in police uniform and wielding a baton, Song Zilong urged him, "Hey, Sanyuan, we haven't completed our patrol yet." Zhou, who was somewhat portly, nonchalantly replied, "No rush. No rush. It's fine to finish my tea first. On such a hot day, even thieves are reluctant to venture out. Come, Captain. Join me for a drink." Seeing this, Song Zilong could only resign himself to sitting down as well. Just then, while sipping his tea, he caught sight of a young man he had never seen before on the street. This newcomer, dressed in an exceedingly fashionable manner, appeared even more striking than the foreigners depicted in newspapers, drawing a crowd of onlookers, predominantly young women. Observing the scene, Song Zilong tapped Zhou Sanyuan on the shoulder and said, "Let us go take a look." Zhou, too, had noticed, but his attention was drawn primarily to the young man's attire. These girls really haven't seen wealth before, rushing to greet him. The individual in question was, of course, Russell. After bidding farewell to Yu Ying, Russell traveled through the night and finally encountered the presence of civilization. It was a quaint little town, marked by a stone sign at its entrance that read Gantian Town. Upon seeing this name, Russell felt a sense of assurance that he might be on the right path. Although many details of the narrative eluded his memory, the name Gantian Town resonated with a hint of familiarity. Indeed, as he entered the town and inquired about the name Mao Xiaofeng, he found that it was a name known to all. Master Mao? Of course, we know him. He's the head of the Fushi Hall here in Gantian Town. Oh, so you are here to find Taoist Mao. Allow me to guide you. By the way, my name is Xia. I am 18 years old. Don't listen to this silly girl. She is actually 24. Allow me to accompany you, sir. My name is Lingling. May I ask your name? Are you married? Your attire is quite unique. It must be quite precious. Finding the whereabouts of Mao Xiaofeng was not a daunting task, yet Russell found himself ensnared by the attention of the local young ladies. He had not anticipated such boldness from them. Fortunately, two men approached and used their batons to disperse the crowd. What are you all doing here? Step aside. Step aside. The police are conducting their duties. As Russell beheld the young officer approaching, his eyes lit up. The man in uniform bore an uncanny resemblance to the protagonist of the uncanny, Huang Tianyu, though he lacked the latter's flamboyant demeanor. With the arrival of these two men, Russell finally managed to extricate himself from the throng of women, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, gentlemen." Noticing Russell's politeness, Officer Song Zilong responded courteously, "No need for thanks. You are not from around here, are you?" "Indeed, I am Russell, returning from overseas. I have heard tales of the esteemed Taoist Mao Xiaofeng and have come to seek his guidance in the arts. Ah, Russell's sudden declaration startled everyone present. Nearby, Zhou Sanyuan could not help but comment, "What peculiar interests the wealthy have these days, choosing to become Taoists." The young ladies chimed in, "Yes. Such a handsome man becoming a Taoist is quite the pity." Song Zilong found this curious, but, recognizing Russell's genteel demeanor, he deemed him harmless. "Upholding the police's duty to assist," he said, "since you are seeking Taoist Mao, please follow me." "Thank you." Zhou Sanyuan then dispersed the onlookers, saying, "All right, you young ladies. Stop gawking, he is here to become a Taoist. Disperse now." TCH. Meddlesome. Even Taoists can marry. As the crowd began to dissipate, led by the officer who bore such a striking resemblance to Kuang Tianyu, Russell finally arrived at the entrance of a vast courtyard. There, he beheld a plaque emblazoned with 3 resplendent golden characters, Fushi Hall. "This is the place," Song Zilong remarked, stepping forward to knock on the door. Before long, the door swung open, revealing a seemingly simple-minded man with drowsy eyes. He glanced at the 3 individuals and inquired, "Good morning, Captain Song. Is there something you need?" "Shao Hai, this is Mr. Luo, who has come to seek apprenticeship under Master Mao." Apprenticeship. Within the grand hall of the Fushi Hall. Beneath the plaque that proclaimed the pursuit of righteousness, Russell sat calmly on a mahogany chair, sipping tea and patiently awaiting his turn. It was evident that the Fushi Hall held a significant status in Gantian town, as demonstrated by its substantial estate. Upon entering, one could observe the expansive courtyard adorned with numerous empty rooms and a garden, all arranged with a minimalist elegance that exuded sophistication. Song Zilong and Zhou Sanyuan remained seated, enjoying their tea. Zhou Sanyuan took this opportunity to rest, while Song Zilong aimed to discern the true identity of Russell. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance. The contemporary head of the Fushi Hall, the sword-browed Taoist priest Mao Xiaofeng, accompanied by 2 disciples, entered slowly, clad in an exceptionally formal Taoist robe. In that moment, a phrase echoed in Russell's mind. The glutinous rice-yellow talisman still lingers. Yet the once great Lin Zhengying is nowhere to be seen. With this thought, he rose, adjusted his attire, and approached respectfully to bow, saying, "Master Mao." Chapter 86, Taking in a Disciple, Mao Xiaofeng at this moment, within the Fushi Hall. Mao Xiaofeng found himself somewhat bewildered as he gazed upon the young man, who earnestly greeted him. This morning, after rising and completing his morning rituals, Mao Xiaofeng, like any other day, was enjoying his breakfast tea when he heard from his eldest disciple, Shao Hai, that a young man had come seeking to be his disciple. Mao Xiaofeng's first reaction was one of disbelief. Despite Fushi Hall's esteemed reputation in Gantian town, times had indeed changed. It was now 1923, a full 12 years since the Xinhai Revolution. With the establishment of the nationalist government, beliefs in geomancy and spirits had largely been relegated to superstitions and among the youth. Such beliefs were increasingly rare, particularly in Gantian town, a coastal locale with convenient transportation and open channels of information. The situation was even more pronounced. Gantian town still fared relatively well, as the existence of geomantic dragon veins led to a degree of support for Fushi Hall. However, in many areas beyond Gantian, beliefs in geomancy were often dismissed as mere fabrications meant to deceive the populace. This had resulted in a decline for Fushi Hall, which had once flourished under his master, Lei Zhenzi, who had numerous disciples, many of whom were exceptional. In contrast, Mao Xiaofeng's generation had only 2 disciples, Shao Hai and Chu, leaving the vast Fushi Hall largely empty, with room after room unoccupied. Sometimes, as he surveyed the desolate hall, Mao Xiaofeng felt a pang of sorrow. Believing he had let his master down, yet he felt powerless to change the tide of history, even if his skills were unparalleled. They could not stem the onslaught of such an era. Yet now, unexpectedly, a young man had come to seek apprenticeship, and moreover, he was a returnee from overseas. Mao Xiaofeng naturally found it hard to believe, especially as he beheld Russell's demeanor and vitality, which even surpassed that of the foreigners he had seen in the newspapers. "Please, have a seat." Mao Xiaofeng gestured, taking a place of honor alongside his 2 disciples, and then looked at the young man with a hint of confusion. "This young brother?" "Mao Shifu. You may call me Russell," the young man replied. "Very well, Russell. I have heard from my disciple Shao Hai that you wish to learn from me." "Indeed," Russell affirmed, rising from his chair and kneeling before Mao Xiaofeng. "I hope Master Mao will accept me." "Please, rise," Mao Xiaofeng urged, while Shao Hai, ever observant, stepped forward to assist Russell to his feet. Meanwhile, a Chu interjected, "Master, since this brother is so sincere in his desire to learn, perhaps you should take him on as a disciple. Mind your words." Mao Xiaofeng shot a reproachful glance at a Chu before turning his attention back to Russell. "At Fushi Hall, we certainly do not turn away those earnest in their pursuit of knowledge. However, I see that you, Russell, possess a remarkable demeanor and likely have other paths available to you. Why choose to study the way?" Bowing once more, Russell prepared to present the excuse he had long considered. In truth, I seek this path for my own salvation. Salvation? The assembled company was momentarily taken aback. Indeed. I must not conceal from Master Mao that I have possessed a unique constitution since childhood, one that tends to attract malevolent entities. In an effort to ensure my survival, my parents sent me abroad, believing that the foreign world might offer some respite from these sinister beings. Initially, this strategy proved somewhat effective. However, as I grew older, its efficacy waned, and these malevolent forces sought me out even across the seas. Relentless in my endeavors, I eventually encountered a sage overseas who revealed to me that I possess an innate pure yang body, a vessel of pure yang energy that is particularly enticing to such entities. The only resolution to my plight was to seek a wise master and learn the ways of the Tao. Thus, I embarked on a long journey back to the mainland. As Russell's words resonated, Master Mao's expression underwent a profound transformation. From initial bewilderment to sheer astonishment, he hesitantly inquired, "A pure yang body. Might I have the privilege to test this?" "Of course." Immediately, Master Mao, shedding the composure befitting a leader, hurried to Russell's side. With hands deftly forming intricate gestures, he directed his palms toward Russell, conjuring a radiant sphere of golden light that captivated all present. This extraordinary spectacle left everyone in attendance utterly astounded. "What is this, Master?" one of his disciples exclaimed, but Master Mao, instead of responding, was overwhelmed with shock and excitement, eagerly grasping Russell's hand as if fearing he might vanish at any moment. "Russell, do you truly wish to become my disciple?" "Absolutely," Russell replied with unwavering conviction. "Splendid. Splendid," Master Mao repeated thrice, his face aglow with joy. His disciples, Xiaohai and Chu, had not witnessed their master in such high spirits for quite some time. Even Song Zilong and Zhou Sanyuan could discern that Master Mao was genuinely elated at this moment. "What is happening, Master? Just moments ago, you seemed..." A Chu, the second disciple, lacking discernment, posed the question. Master Mao, with a hint of exasperation, admonished him gently before elaborating. "Do you understand what it means to have a pure yang body?" Both disciples shook their heads in unison. Seeing their confusion, Master Mao contemplated offering a detailed explanation but ultimately decided to summarize. "You need not delve too deeply. Simply understand that a pure yang body is the bane of all malevolent spirits. Historical records reveal that the last known pure yang body was none other than El Dongbin, one of the 8 immortals." At this revelation, everyone turned their astonished gazes toward Russell. Zhou Sanyuan could not contain his curiosity and directly asked, "Wow, Master Mao, does that mean this brother could become an immortal in the future?" Master Mao, gazing at Russell with fervor, shook his head. "The notion of becoming an immortal is elusive. It depends not only on one's cultivation, but also on fortune. However, it is certain that his path to enlightenment will be smoother than that of an ordinary person." "Wow." Zhou Sanyuan became notably courteous, bowing slightly to Russell. Then, "Dear brother Russell, you must take good care of yourself in the days to come." As a police officer, he had encountered various supernatural beings alongside Master Mao. Thus he was exceptionally courteous to those with remarkable abilities. His eldest disciple, Xiaohai, being the one who understood his master best, observed the fervent gaze of his master and thoughtfully offered his assistance. "Master, if that is the case, it would be better to act today rather than wait for a more auspicious day. Let Brother Luo take his vows today." Upon hearing this, Mao Xiaofeng felt a stir in his heart and tentatively inquired of Luo Su, "What are your thoughts, Brother Luo?" There was no hesitation in Luo. He promptly knelt and saluted, proclaiming, "Disciple pays respects to the master." Mao Xiaofeng's movements were swift, as if he feared his disciple might flee. Soon, before the incense table in the hall, offerings were arranged and candles were lit. Mao Xiaofeng instructed Luo Su to kneel before the portrait of the Grand Master, Zhang Tiashi, while he and his 2 disciples stood to the left, with the outsiders Song Zilong and Zhou Sanyuan stationed at the entrance. The initiation ceremony commenced in earnest. First bow to the primordial lord. Second bow to the supreme old lord. Third bow to Grand Master Zhang Tianshi. Once Luo Su completed his 3 bows, Mao Daochong ignited a yellow talisman, offering it to the Grand Master, and using a willow branch dipped in water, he lightly tapped Luo Su twice before formally concluding the apprenticeship ritual. "From this moment forth, Luo Su, you are the 39th disciple of our Tiandao sect. These are your 2 senior brothers, Xiaohai and Chu. You are to look after one another henceforth." "Yes, Master." With the ceremony concluded amidst mutual congratulations, Song Zilong and Zhou Sanyuan took their leave, while the second disciple, Chu, began tidying the ceremonial items. Mao Xiaofeng, however, did not hasten to impart his teachings but instead instructed his eldest disciple, Xiaohai, "Xiaohai, please take a suit downstairs to settle him in. From today onwards, he will reside with us." "Yes, Master." "Brother Luo, please follow me." "Master, I shall take my leave now." Watching the 2 depart, Mao Xiaofeng felt a surge of excitement. With such a prodigious talent among them, he could finally elevate the Tiandao sect to new heights. Yet, Just as he turned to express his gratitude to the Grandmaster with incense, a sudden flash of golden light illuminated the portrait, casting a glow upon his face. This inexplicable sensation stirred something within Mao Xiaofeng, an unclear feeling that seemed both a reminder and a warning. Logically, having such an exceptional disciple should be a boon. Yet why did he feel this way? Contemplating this, Mao Xiaofeng addressed his disciple. Chu, I must step out for a moment. I shall return in 10 days. Before Chu could interject or voice any concerns, Mao Xiaofeng hastily exited the door. Chapter 87. Brotherhood. 10 days have swiftly passed. Within the halls of Fuxi, the once desolate atmosphere has transformed into a lively gathering with the arrival of a new junior disciple. Early in the morning, even the usually indolent Chu has risen with diligence to partake in the morning exercises. The reason for this newfound enthusiasm is simple. The junior disciple returned from overseas has brought with him an array of intriguing novelties. At this moment, in the courtyard of Fuxi Hall, the eldest brother, Xiao Hai, is engaged in a sparring match with the third junior disciple. However, their styles are markedly distinct. Xiao Hai employs the time-honored Bagua Zhang, a martial art characterized by fluid palm techniques and agile footwork, delivering powerful strikes with unwavering stability. As a fellow heir of Fuxi, Chu is well acquainted with the intricacies of Bagua Zhang, rendering it somewhat unremarkable to him. Conversely, the unorthodox boxing style exhibited by the new junior disciple piques his interest. One can observe junior brother Luo, moving with an agility reminiscent of skipping rope, twisting and darting with peculiar footwork while dodging and countering strikes. Though seemingly simple, his movements deftly evade Xiao Hai's powerful palm strikes, allowing him to seize opportunities to retaliate with fierce punches capable of pushing Xiao Hai back several steps. After a brief bout, Xiao Hai, feeling the strain, shakes out his hands. No more, no more. If we continue, I might lose sensation in my hands. Junior brother, your boxing is quite impressive. Luo responds, retracting his fists. Brother, you flatter me. I merely possess a bit of strength. Boxing thrives on direct and short-range combat. But in terms of technique, it cannot compare to our Bagua Zhang. Chu, handing a towel to both, interjects, you two need to indulge in flattery. Junior brother, your boxing has merit. I never anticipated that Westerners could possess such martial prowess. Why not teach me? Luo readily agrees. Of course, if both of you wish to learn, I will do my utmost to instruct you. Delighted at the prospect of acquiring new knowledge, Xiao Hai and Chu are eager. However, whether this enthusiasm is merely a fleeting whim or a genuine desire to learn boxing remains to be seen. At the very least, over the past 10 days, Luo has sensed that his second brother, Chu, may lack the perseverance for such an endeavor, while the resolve of the eldest brother, Xiao Hai, remains uncertain. Nonetheless, having reaped the benefits of this new junior disciple, Chu expresses a shared sense of frustration. Our master has truly perplexed us, so eager to take on disciples. Yet now he has left junior brother Luo here for 10 days without a word. Xiao Hai, though somewhat bewildered, responds with respect for their master. Surely, master has pressing matters to attend to. Do not fret, junior brother. He will return shortly. Luo, unperturbed by the wait, reflects on his patience cultivated over decades in the DC world, considering 10 days a mere trifle. Rest assured, brother, I am aware that the path of cultivation requires patience. Moreover, I have gained much during this time. Thanks to you, brother Xiao, for granting me access to the library. Before Xiao Hai could respond, Chu, in a moment of boredom, interjects. What is so captivating about those scriptures? After years of perusing them, I have found little of substance. Observing this, Xiao Hai playfully nudged his younger disciple, saying, the issue lies not in the books themselves, but in your inability to delve into them. Have you not heard the adage that within the pages lie both beauty and wealth? PFF beauty and wealth, yet I have encountered neither, replied Chu, dismissing the conversation. Forget it, I shall not engage further. The morning lessons have concluded. I am off to frolic outside while you remain in the Dao Hall. As he spoke, Chu set aside his intention to practice martial arts. Xiao Hai, resigned, addressed his younger disciple, then you may continue your reading. I shall tidy up the hall in preparation for opening. Do you not require my assistance? Chu inquired. No need, it is but a trifling task. Very well. Once I finish my reading, I shall teach you my martial techniques at noon. Excellent. Watching his polite younger disciple depart, Xiao Hai felt a twinge of inferiority. Through their 10 days of companionship, he began to comprehend why their master had been so eager to take on disciples. His third junior brother was not only handsome and poised, but also possessed profound knowledge, conducting himself with grace and humility. In many ways, he overshadowed both Xiao Hai and Chu. Moreover, in him, Xiao Hai discerned echoes of their master's presence. As Xiao Hai dusted the incense altar, he glanced at the portrait of their revered ancestor and suddenly thought, perhaps this third junior brother is indeed the one destined to inherit the Fuxi Hall in their master's heart. Though this realization stirred discomfort within him, it did not breed jealousy. Master wants a disciple, forever a father figure. Xiao Hai resolved to support his master's intentions wholeheartedly. Having completed the cleaning of the Dao Hall, he approached the entrance, ready to open for business. However, as he unlocked the door, he was greeted by the sight of their master returning, looking weary from his travels. Inside the Fushi Hall, after serving tea, Xiao Hai curiously inquired, "Master, where have you been these past few days?" Mao Xiaofeng set his cup aside after sipping and replied, "I ventured to the northeast." "The northeast? What brought you there?" "There resides a friend of mine from the mystical sect." Noticing his disciple's astonishment mixed with curiosity, Mao Xiaofeng refrained from elaborating, instead asking, "During my absence, how did Asu perform?" This prompted Xiao Hai to share, "Junior brother Luo was splendid. In your absence, I guided him through the morning lessons. He introduced us to many intriguing concepts, including foreign languages and martial arts, as well as tales from overseas." "Is that so? And after the morning lessons?" "Afterward, Junior brother engaged in reading in the scripture repository." "Reading?" This revelation surprised Mao Xiaofeng. "Yes, he is quite remarkable, engrossed for an entire day." Upon hearing this, Mao Xiaofeng did not rush to change, but stood up, intrigued. As they ventured forth, accompanied by Xiao Hai, Mao Xiaofeng arrived at the scripture repository behind the Taoist temple. After taking a few steps, they indeed spotted Russell seated before the window, engrossed in the study of a sacred text. At that moment, Russell had donned Xiao Hai's attire. Appearing considerably more modest, yet his innate charisma remained undeniable. He resembled not a Taoist priest, but rather an erudite scholar. Meanwhile, within the scripture repository, Russell sensed the gaze upon him and looked up to see Mao Xiaofeng at the entrance. With a look of surprise, he exclaimed, "Master, you have returned." Mao Xiaofeng, maintaining a serene expression, nodded gently as he stepped inside, casting a glance at Russell before speaking slowly. "I heard from Xiao Hai that you have been here reading for the past few days. How much have you managed to read?" With a respectful gesture, Russell replied, "If one does not seek profound understanding, I have completed reading all the texts in this repository." Upon hearing this, both Mao Xiaofeng and Xiao Hai were taken aback.